Suemo found himself reincarnated in the realm of American comics, and after 2 decades, the system finally activated. However, it required him to marry before it could be fully operational. The stronger the potential or power of his spouse, the greater the rewards from the beginner's package. Suemo promptly sought out the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, the Scarlet Witch Wanda. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Black God suit. Congratulations, host, you have received the Escape Cloak. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Chaotic Golden Wings. Banner remarked, the last time I faced him, it left Hulk with deep psychological scars. Iron Man exclaimed, damn it. Why is my armor neither as sleek nor as durable as yours? Captain America stated, against him, I could be beaten all day long. Luke Cage lamented, motherfucker. Why does he always target me, a disabled old man? Chapter 1. The system requires marriage. Scarlet Witch, Los Angeles, 2008. Evening. On the set of Batman. Cut. With the director's command, the day's filming concluded. A woman clad in a tight costume with a mask hurriedly exited the filming location. It was, and portraying Catwoman, once outside, and surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Her eyes brightened upon spotting a parked van by the roadside. Entering the vehicle, her gaze fell upon a handsome young man seated in the back. She spoke sweetly, almost playfully, darling, it's been such a long time since you last came to see me, and you know well that maintaining the normal operation of the company is no simple matter. Suemo replied, handing her a bouquet of flowers. With flowers in hand, all of Anna's grievances vanished instantaneously, replaced by a radiant smile as she settled into Suemo's embrace. Thank you, I adore them. Suemo wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The separation between the front and back of the vehicle was lined with soundproofing material, shielding the driver from the sights and sounds behind him. As Suemo pressed a button beside him, the vehicle began to move slowly. Host detected, binding system. A mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Suemo's mind. Holy hell! He jerked his eyes open, astonished, exclaiming as he realized that after 20 years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Indeed, Suemo was reincarnated. More precisely, he had been reborn. Born into a Chinese family in New York, he initially thought he had been reborn in 1990s America until he caught sight of Stark Industries on television, revealing his true fate. He was reborn into the Marvel Universe, that relentless world filled with villains who threatened to obliterate humanity. Moreover, every villain he encountered was formidable, from Thanos, who schemed to eradicate half of all life in the universe, to the Celestials dormant within the earth. The homeland villains alone were innumerable, each harboring ambitions of universal destruction. Take Magneto, for example. This world boasted not only superheroes, but also mutants, led by Professor X and the Brotherhood established by Magneto. The only comforting news was that the information had gathered over the years indicated that this world belonged to the cinematic universe, which was undoubtedly safer than its comic book counterpart. His parents operated a mid-sized film company, but tragically, they passed away in a car accident 5 years ago. Upon inheriting their company, Suemo capitalized on his previous lives' memories to produce a series of cinematic masterpieces, amassing a fortune in the process. Subsequently, he invested that wealth, and he now stood among the ranks of America's wealthiest. Suppressing his excitement, he began conversing with the system in his mind. Minutes later, he realized that while the system was bound, it remained unactivated. To activate it, he needed to marry swiftly, and the stronger his spouse's potential or prowess, the better the rewards upon activation. Marry a powerful woman? Huh? In an instant, a plethora of names flashed through his mind. Numerous formidable women populated the Marvel Universe, but only a select few belonged to the upper echelon of strength. Ultimately, 4 names lingered: Doctor Strange, Phoenix, Scarlet Witch, and Captain Marvel. Without question, these 4 represented Earth's mightiest. Since rewards were variable, Suemo was determined to aim for the highest tier prizes. His first consideration was Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, whose power was irrefutable. If she had not perished, Thanos would never have had the chance to snap his fingers. However, disregarding the age factor and his ability to accept her, even if he could, she would have to agree as well. He could imagine that even if Doctor Strange maintained her composure, she would likely obliterate him for suggesting marriage. Next was the Phoenix, but according to the storyline, she would have already met her demise at Wolverine's hands around this time frame. Yet this world merged different narratives, leaving uncertainty in her fate. Nonetheless, even if she had survived, marrying someone unable to manage their powers felt too risky. Being near her would be akin to holding a ticking time bomb. So, she was also dismissed. This left only Wanda and Captain Marvel. Currently, Captain Marvel seemed to be lost in some distant corner of the universe. Pass. At last, Wanda was the sole option remaining. The fully awakened Scarlet, which was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the Marvel realm. Even before her ascendance, she was capable of tearing Thanos apart with her bare hands. If she had assumed the role of a witch before Thanos' arrival, he would have swiftly transformed into a mere errand runner for the Infinity Stones, facing an immediate exit. At this point in time, Pietro and Wanda were still ordinary individuals residing in the small European nation of Sokovia. With enough monetary leverage, securing Wanda's cooperation ought to be a straightforward endeavor. This was unquestionably the most suitable choice. Having made his decision, Suemo let out a breath of relief. He reached for his phone and dialed a number. "Boss!" A sweet voice answered on the other end. "Avery, have Soren and the others gather at the base tomorrow morning." "Understood, boss." Avery replied before continuing. "As for the assets here in America, aside from the film company and Stark Group stocks, everything else has been sold off. Also, concerning your proposed acquisition of the Chinese company, I've sent the information on major firms in China to your email. You can review it at your convenience." "All right, noted." Suemo nodded before ending the call. In the Marvel Universe, remaining in America without special abilities would be a foolhardy choice. Most significant events occurred here, especially in New York, the epicenter of cosmic chaos. Suemo had long since wished to leave. Tragically, his parents insisted on staying, and it would have been disingenuous to inform them that an alien invasion would arrive in a few years. They would have likely sought a reliable mental health facility instead. Given that he could not abandon them, Suemo held on to that wish. However, following their passing, he seized the opportunity during the ensuing years of stability to accumulate riches. Once Tony Stark assumed the mantle of Iron Man, the Marvel Universe's monumental events began to unfold, prompting him to formally initiate his plan to depart from America. If there existed a truly safe haven within this world, it would undoubtedly be China. Except for Thanos' inevitable snap, hiding within China's borders felt relatively secure. After hanging up, Suemo tossed his phone aside and plunged into contemplation. Once the system activated, he would need to reshape his future plans accordingly. Chapter 2. Coercion and Temptation. 3 days later, at a mansion by the Hudson River, a helicopter descended slowly. Moments later, a blindfolded figure was escorted down from the helicopter by several armed female mercenaries. The leader, Soren, approached Suemo, who was standing nearby. With a nod, Suemo led the way towards the villa. A few minutes later, within one of the villa's rooms, 2 female mercenaries removed the hood covering Wanda's face. Wanda surveyed her surroundings with a look of sheer terror, her gaze ultimately resting on Suemo. "Who are you? And what do you want?" "Enough. You may leave now." Wanda bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen as seen in films, with the only distinction being that the woman before him appeared even younger and more beautiful. After all, by the passage of time, Wanda had just turned 18. Wanda Maximoff, born in Western Sokovia, lost her parents in a terrorist attack at the tender age of 8, leaving her and her brother, Pietro Maximoff, alone. Upon hearing Suemo recite her history, Wanda's expression shifted dramatically. Regaining her composure, she inquired, "What is your purpose in abducting me?" Suemo closed the file in his hand and smiled at her. "Ms. Maximoff, I hope you understand that my intention in bringing you here is devoid of malice." "Devoid of malice?" Wanda retorted, her face curling into a sardonic smile as she shook the tightly bound ropes around her. "Is this what you call no malice?" Wanda, whose powers remained dormant, was merely an ordinary individual. Suemo felt no concern that she posed any threat to him. In truth, bringing you here was simply to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" Wanda rubbed her aching arms, eyeing Sumo warily. "Indeed." Sumo nodded. "I am aware of your circumstances in Sokovia. You work in a CAF, while Pietro delivers pizzas. Your combined monthly expenses barely exceed 2,000 euros. To put it plainly, your living conditions seem rather dire. That doesn't seem to concern you." Wanda countered sharply. Suemo regarded her calmly and continued, "The terms of our transaction are straightforward. You marry me. and your brother Pietro will receive enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Of course, you may refuse, however, in that case, I cannot guarantee the safety of either of you." Wanda's expression darkened at what amounted to a veiled threat. You are shameless." Seeing her anger, Suemo shrugged indifferently. "You may think as you wish." Suemo possessed a certain understanding of Wanda's character. If she were entirely alone, the situation would have been far more complicated. Given her temperament, she would likely choose death over acquiescing to his demands. Yet, unfortunately for her, she still had Pietro, her family, her Achilles heel. True, his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, but he was unconcerned. Activating the system took precedence. "Ms. Maximoff, I shall grant you 5 minutes to consider. I hope you reflect deeply, for your decision could alter the fate of you and your brother." With that, Suemo fell silent, reclining comfortably in his chair. To him, this was the most suitable approach. After all, he could not afford to cultivate feelings with her slowly. Time was of the essence, and he had no assurance that he was her type. He was not a cliché hero with an aura that charmed every woman he encountered. After all, the countdown to Thanos' snap was merely a decade away. The sooner the system was activated, the better. Moreover, this arrangement might not be entirely disadvantageous for Wanda. If one were to consider her original life trajectory, she was, in essence, the epitome of a tragic hero. Feeling the moment was right, Suemo straightened up and fixed his gaze on her. "So, Ms. Maximoff, please share your final decision." Wanda lifted her head, glaring at Suemo with a mixture of fury and defiance. "Why must it be me? That is something you need not concern yourself with." Suemo had no intention of divulging the truth about the system. A secret is only a secret when no one knows. "I agree, but you must uphold your promise to spare Pietro." Ultimately, she found herself compelled to bow to his coercive power. Judging by their recent encounter, he was undoubtedly a person of considerable influence. As orphans, she and Pietro had little leverage to oppose him. In this society, wealth equated to power. If she resisted, the likely outcome would be their inexplicable disappearance from this world. Were it only her at stake, she might have chosen to fight, but with Pietro's safety on the line, she had no choice but to submit. "You can rest assured I am a man of my word. I will not renege on my promises." Upon hearing her acquiescence, Suemo quickly reassured her. That afternoon, Pietro was also brought to the villa in the living room. He wore a bewildered expression as he gazed at Wanda, adorned in an opulent wedding gown. "Ward, are you joking with me?" He could scarcely fathom that his sister, who had never been involved with a man, was suddenly announcing her intention to marry someone, with the wedding set for the very next day. Even more astonishing was that the groom was a wealthy individual from over 2,000 kilometers away in America. Upon entering the mansion, he would likely have lost his way had it not been for the servant leading him. After pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming, Pietro's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Earlier, Wanda had been trying on wedding dresses, her demeanor somber, but upon seeing Pietro, a smile broke through her facade. "I hadn't made a decision before, which is why I only tell you now." This was the explanation they had concocted in advance. She knew Pietro's character well. If he learned the truth, he would only complicate matters further. It was better to keep him in the dark. "But how did you two meet, given such a distance?" Pietro still found it hard to believe. "Well, that is..." Wanda began to formulate an explanation when Suemo entered the room. Seeing Pietro standing beside Wanda, Suemo smiled warmly. "Hello, you must be Wanda's brother, Pietro, and you are?" "I am Wanda's fiancé, Suemo. You can call me Sue." Faced with the tall, handsome, and cultured Suemo, Pietro found himself momentarily at a loss. Years of living in the lower strata of society had left him somewhat disoriented. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his right hand. "Hello." Half an hour later, the reality before him compelled Pietro to accept the situation. Initially, upon hearing Wanda's news over the phone, he had assumed she was being deceived by some scoundrel and had rushed over to confront the man. However, now he had banished that thought. Suemo was not only youthful and handsome, but also exuded an air of affluence. From every angle, he seemed devoid of any motive to deceive Wanda. A con artist would typically be after money or seduction. Money was clearly not on the table, and if it were seduction, there was no need for such elaborate arrangements. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the wedding preparations in the mansion. With such wealth, one could easily find any beautiful woman. Chapter 3. The Reward. The Star Tower. The following morning, An extravagant wedding was held at the mansion. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Wanda walked down a 100-meter-long red carpet. Her mind was a blank slate. At this moment, she still felt as though she were in a dream. Was she truly marrying someone she had met less than 2 days ago? Stealing a glance at S.H.I.E.L.D beside her, she could not deny that, setting aside his questionable character, he was indeed a suitable marriage candidate. Young, handsome, and wealthy. Alas, he was a scoundrel. Wanda let out a sigh. At this point, she had no choice but to resign herself to fate. With both sets of parents deceased, the entire process was considerably simplified. As S.H.I.E.L.D approached her, Wanda's heart raced, her hands clenching tightly around her bouquet. After a brief, gentle kiss, the wedding ceremony was officially completed. Hey, Sue. I was puzzled about what drove you to hastily enter the grave of love, but upon seeing this beautiful lady beside you, it seems your decision was not misguided. Tony, champagne in hand, emerged from the crowd. I am Iron Man. Since then, wherever he went, he became the center of attention. As for why he attended Sumo's wedding, it was because, when Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, S.H.I.E.L.D seized the opportunity to buy Stark Industries stocks at a low price. After Obadiah, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, met his demise, S.H.I.E.L.D acquired a substantial amount of Stark Industries shares from his family, leading to I in his grasp. He held a direct 30% stake in Stark Industries, catapulting him to the position of the second-largest shareholder, surpassed only by Tony, who possessed 39%. Moreover, prior to becoming shareholders of Stark Group, the two had been kindred spirits, both fervently passionate about philately, successfully ensnaring nearly every notable model and celebrity across America. After their ascension as shareholders, they quickly became inseparable friends. Besides S.H.I.E.L.D, Wanda's eyes sparkled with an unusual glint upon encountering Tony. Noticing Wanda's gaze, a hint of confusion crossed Tony's face. Excuse me, have we met before? At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D also recognized Wanda's expression, his countenance shifting. It was evident that Wanda's parents had perished at the hands of weapons manufactured by Stark Group, and her demeanor towards Tony, the current proprietor of the company, was understandably less than cordial. He promptly took her left hand, offering a gesture of reassurance, and then turned to Tony to provide an explanation. However, it was clearly not an opportune moment for such elucidation. After a few vague remarks, S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly led Wanda in another direction. Before activating the system, he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Thus, it was prudent to keep Wanda at a distance from Tony. Compliant, Wanda allowed S.H.I.E.L.D to guide her away, glancing up at his profile. It seems you are quite familiar with him? Well, you should know that I hold shares in Stark Industries, though it was acquired after they shut down the weapons division. Wanda nodded, refraining from further comment. Last night, someone had indeed provided her with a brief overview of S.H.I.E.L.D's background, and she was well aware of it. After their departure, Tony observed their distant figures, shrugged, and muttered something under his breath before swiftly dismissing the matter from his mind. He then approached a tall, confident figure in the distance. Hey, Jenna. Later, in the bridal chamber on the top floor of the villa, Wanda sat anxiously on a mattress worth over $1 million. With a creak, the door swung open. S.H.I.E.L.D observed Wanda, who was nervously fidgeting with her wedding dress. You seem quite anxious. Panic flickered across Wanda's face. Moments later, a chime echoed in his mind. Host has married, Devour exchange system activated, acquiring the Devour the Cosmos technique. Marriage partner bound to Wanda, activating passive. Eternal uniqueness. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. An hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Wanda, who had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep beside him. He silently began to organize the information swirling in his mind. Various cultivation methods and secret techniques from the Devour the Cosmos world emerged, ranging from the gene origin energy cultivation method, mental master basics, to 9 tribulation secret canon, cutting the East River, and layered element technique, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the cultivation system of this world. The cultivation levels commenced from apprentice, progressing through planetary, stellar, and cosmic levels. TOs speak of strength. Even the pinnacle of the apprentice level could yield a foundational punch force nearing 1,000 tons, capable of obliterating multi-story edifices with a mere strike. Containing his excitement, S.H.I.E.L.D began conversing with the system within his mind. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. His gaze then fell upon the passive skill, Eternal Uniqueness. This skill ensured that Wanda, who had activated the system alongside him, would be the sole entity across the multiverse, with their life trajectories frozen in time, impervious to alteration by any external force. In essence, this skill served two primary functions. Firstly, it rendered his wife Wanda unique within the multiverse, a fact that greatly pleased Suemo. The peculiar nature of the Marvel Universe resulted in countless alternate realities, each populated by similar versions of individuals, albeit with slightly divergent life paths. Just as every multiverse contained a Suemo and a Wanda, Suemo remained indifferent. Despite their identical appearances, they were not truly him. However, for Wanda, being his wife, the thought of alternate Wandas marrying and having children with others felt akin to betrayal. This system's capability effectively averted such scenarios. The second function of this passive ability ensured that their life paths remained unalterable, preventing anyone from traversing time to reach their past timelines, thereby safeguarding them from potential harm during their weaker phases. This passive ability could be said to alleviate nearly all of his concerns. The system's mechanics were straightforward. By vanquishing adversaries, he could earn points, which could then be exchanged for various items in the system's shop. Would you like to activate the beginner's gift package? The system's voice resonated in Suemo's mind once more. Open, Suemo eagerly commanded. His willingness to resort to threats and inducements to wed Wanda was precisely for this gift package. Given Wanda's potential in chaotic magic, the rewards he received should be of a high caliber, right? Ding, congratulations, host has acquired the Star Tower, enhanced. Chapter 4, Super Soldier Serum. Hearing the system's announcement, Suemo was initially taken aback, then elated. This was a renowned treasure in that world, one of the most formidable artifacts wielded by the Lord of Luoqing in his later days. Before him, a miniature black tower, 9 stories high, materialized. As the tower appeared, it flickered and vanished into his brow. Instantly, information about the Star Tower flooded his mind. Star Tower, enhanced diffusion of defense, soul defense, ceiling, attack, and palace functions. Its height measures 100 million light-years, capable of altering its size at will, expanding to hundreds of billions of light-years or shrinking to mere dust particles. Within, it nurtures an incalculable number of treasures, sealed stars, each as large as a sun, imprisoning enemies within, rendering them unable to escape. 100 million light-years? If memory serves, the original height of the Star Tower was only 9 light-years, and the sealed stars were merely precious artifacts. Yet, the enhanced Star Tower not only boasted a greater size but also elevated the sealed stars to the status of supreme treasures. Suemo speculated that its augmented capabilities likely transcended even the Divine King-level artifacts. However, understanding its other attributes would require complete mastery over it. Unfortunately, Suemo was far from being able to wield it. Even the preliminary operation would necessitate reaching the realm of a world master. However, the Star Tower was not entirely without utility at present. It was important to note that this world was rife with various mutants capable of reading and altering memories. As an artifact endowed with soul defense capabilities, the Star Tower safeguarding his consciousness meant Suemo need not worry about his memories being accessed or modified by those mutants. In simpler terms, the awarded Star Tower could be considered an ultra-enhanced version of the original. While Suemo marveled at this reward, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The system shop has been activated. Congratulations, host has acquired 1,000 points. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as a list of exchangeable items, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of options. A-class throwing knife, required points, 10. Infinite bullet Barrett, required points, 500. Black God suit, required points, 60,000. Telepathy, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Magnetic field manipulation, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Heavenly escape shuttle, 3rd tier telekinetic weapon, required points, 1 million. Rift Godblade, one of the 9 supreme weapons, required points, 50 million. Suemo swiftly scrolled down the list. The subsequent array of treasures and abilities left him in awe. The Black Prison Tower, Radiant Aurora Lake, Chaotic Golden Wings, Phoenix Power, Chaotic Magic. However, the series of zeros following the prices quickly grounded his enthusiasm. Moreover, he discovered the Star Tower listed within the shop as well. Star Tower, unique, Divine King level weapon, required points, 1 trillion points. Gazing at the staggering figure, Suemo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. While he was uncertain how many points he would earn from defeating adversaries, it was evident that accumulating such a sum would be no simple task. In light of this, it was clear that he had struck a remarkable deal. Suemo perused the exchange list for over half an hour, his mind swimming with the myriad options. Yet, with only the 1,000 points granted by the system, most items remained beyond his reach. System, the shop should only display the items I can exchange. With a command, the array of items in the shop significantly diminished. After another round of browsing, Sumo's gaze landed on a particular item in the shop, Super Soldier Serum, an American Captain's modified version, boasting a 0 failure rate. Upon use, it will elevate physical attributes to the human limit within a week. To practice the techniques in his mind, he needed to achieve at least the threshold of a quasi-warrior, which entailed a punch force exceeding 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Unlike the bodies altered by the RR virus in that world, reaching such a level through personal training in this world was akin to chasing a delusion. The Super Soldier Serum, indeed, has the potential to elevate one to such heights. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Soldier Serum, consuming 1,000 points. As the system's voice faded, a silver syringe materialized in Sumo's hand. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Wanda beside him, Suemo rose and made his way out of the bedroom. In the gym on the second floor of the villa, Suemo sat cross-legged on the floor, his upper body bare. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the syringe into his arm as the liquid coursed through his veins. His muscles tensed violently, a wave of intense pain surging through his body, yet it remained within the bounds of tolerable discomfort. After more than half an hour, as the pain gradually subsided, Suemo finally relaxed his clenched jaw and slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his bare torso, he was greeted by a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. 8 well-defined abs were neatly arranged on either side of his abdomen. Approaching the mirror, he beheld his perfect form and could scarcely believe his eyes. In the past, although he had regularly exercised, his physique could only be described as moderately fit. There was no comparison to the sculpted muscles he now possessed. Moreover, his skin had lightened several shades. And it seemed that even his height, originally around 1.8 meters, had increased by a few centimeters. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. System, open the attribute panel. Instantly, a translucent screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Glancing up, he saw the following. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 600 kilograms. Speed, 20 ms. Ability, none. Points, 0. Observing the array of values on the attribute panel, Suemo was left astounded. Truly, the Super Soldier Serum was remarkable. Enabling him to attain such a level immediately upon S.H.I.E.L.D. was important to note that this enhanced serum was designed for safety, thus not releasing its full effects all at once. Following the initial injection, a significant boost would occur, but thereafter, his physical capabilities would gradually increase in a more subdued manner over the course of a week. He pondered what level he would reach after that week, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. However, he surmised that once all the effects were absorbed, achieving the level of a junior warrior would be well within reach. At that point, he could commence training in genetic original energy. Closing the system panel, Suemo proceeded to the bathroom of the gym. After the excruciating pain from the Super Soldier Serum had caused him to sweat profusely, he appeared rather disheveled. While washing up, he began to contemplate the means by which the system accumulated points, which was primarily through defeating antagonists. In terms of adversaries, the free-spirited America seemed to yield a more abundant supply. Furthermore, he had already inquired with the system and learned that these foes did not necessarily have to be dispatched by his own hand to count. Indirect actions would also yield points, albeit at a reduced rate. Thus, it became imperative for him to consolidate a faction to maximize the speed at which he could acquire points. In his possession were several mercenaries with sufficient loyalty, all of whom he had gathered over the years from various special forces. Beyond the Super Soldier Serum, there existed numerous methods within the marketplace to elevate individuals to the level of quasi-warriors. Beast meat was remarkably inexpensive, allowing for the exchange of 30 kilograms for just 1 point, making it ideal for these retired soldiers. However, he needed to devise a way to ensure that they would not betray him after gaining strength. Although they were presently loyal, it was inevitable that as their power increased, so too would any potential dissent. Additionally, Suemo had come across an ability in the system marketplace, dimensional transport, which could open a portal to other universes, enabling him to traverse through them. With such a capacity, he need not worry about the source of his points, i.e. the countless multiverses. The number of antagonists was virtually limitless. He could even establish factions across various universes to assist in accumulating points for himself. Unfortunately, redeeming such an ability required a staggering 100 million points. Gathering that amount would surely prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 5. Confronted. Having formulated his plans for the future, Suemo closed his eyes and began to sift through the vast array of techniques within his mind. He intended to select a secret method to enhance the amplitude of his power output. Thankfully, these techniques floated in his conscious space like luminous orbs, accessible only when Suemo chose to examine them. Otherwise, the sheer volume of information would have overwhelmed him. After a brief period, he selected a technique known as Thunderblade. Though termed a blade technique, it was essentially a method for amplifying force. Thunderblade was incorporated within the ninefold Thunderblade and had been modified to consist of 36 layers. Each layer mastered would double the force exerted, and upon completing all 36 layers, one could unleash 36 times their inherent strength. In other words, with his current strength of 600 kg, mastering the first layer would allow him to exert 1200 kg. If he were to complete all layers, his output could potentially reach 600 kg. Such was the power of technique. Moreover, this technique was not confined to blade work or attacks. It could be employed to amplify force from any part of the body. Lacking a training blade, Suemo began to practice the technique using his hand as a substitute. He dedicated an entire night to this endeavor. "How arduous!" he exclaimed, gazing at the first light breaking through the window. Despite a night of relentless practice, he had yet to make any headway with the first layer of Thunderblade. However, he did not feel disheartened. After all, a technique that could potentially double his strength should not be mastered in a single night. Rising to stretch his body, he noticed that, perhaps due to the effects of the super soldier serum, he felt invigorated despite the sleepless night. An hour later, in the dining room, a vast table was laden with an array of dishes. Wanda stared in astonishment at the multitude of breakfast options before her. "Since I was unaware of your preferences, I instructed the kitchen to prepare a bit of everything." Noticing her expression, Suemo set down the milk and offered an explanation. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of gratitude crossed Wanda's eyes, but it quickly vanished as memories of his fervor from the previous night and the lingering discomfort in her body resurfaced. Hypocrite with a wooden expression, she selected a plate of toast and eggs, silently beginning to eat. Suemo, meanwhile, grabbed a napkin to wipe his hands and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it to her. "This card contains $100 million. It would be more fitting for you to deliver it to Peter." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Upon hearing that figure, Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a substantial sum. She and Peter earned scarcely 2,000 euros each month. This amount was nearly equivalent to their combined wages over 3,000 years. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Wanda understood that even selling herself would not fetch such a price. Why was he offering her $100 million? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Impossible. She forcefully banished the thought from her mind. While she held little regard for money, Peter was different. With this wealth, he could finally achieve the life he had always envisioned. Though Peter was merely a few minutes younger than her, due to their gender differences, she had always cared for him as an older sister. Typically, Peter was obedient to her every word. She imagined that upon receiving the money, he would be so elated he wouldn't be able to sleep. As she contemplated this, her resentment towards being forced into this arrangement began to dissipate. After a moment's hesitation, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Suemo, who had been walking towards the door, paused momentarily before continuing on his way. It was evident that Wanda cared deeply for her family. Stepping outside, Suemo reached this conclusion. In a secluded town over 100 kilometers from New York, Suemo parked his car in front of a two-story villa. The mercenaries he had recruited all had some degree of a criminal record, so he had arranged for them to stay in this remote location. There were 9 individuals in total, 7 men and 2 women. Upon hearing Sumo's unusual request, they all wore expressions of confusion. However, due to their strict discipline, none dared to voice their doubts. "Boss." Their leader, Soren, stepped forward. "What level of conflict are you referring to?" Suemo cast him an approving glance. "That is precisely what I was about to elaborate on. The more intense the struggle, the better. Ideally, it should be a fight to the death." Seeing the 9 nod in agreement, Suemo led them to the back of his car and opened the trunk. Inside, neatly arranged, were black suitcases. Before long, each suitcase was distributed among the 9 individuals. This is your startup capital, $2 million for each of you. Remember, at all costs, within 1 month, at least 1/3 of Hell's Kitchen scum must perish. Understood. The 9 nodded. Suemo waved his hand. All right, let's move out. The details regarding the gang you are to join and your fabricated identities are contained within your suitcases. As he vanished from sight, Suemo let out a sigh. There are indeed too many constraints in this world. It is essential to recognize that this realm is not solely inhabited by the Avengers and the X-Men, but also by the Supreme Sorcerer, Gu-E, of Kamartaj. If matters escalate significantly, it would be all too easy to attract their attention. Otherwise, planting a few mushroom bombs in his mundane life would surely yield a considerable score. Given his current financial resources, procuring a few mushroom bombs is not an impossible feat. However, such actions would likely expose him to the scrutiny of various factions. For now, he must bury this thought deep within his mind. With that in mind, Sumo's gaze shifted once more to the dimensional portal within the marketplace. With this ability, he could venture into worlds devoid of high-tier combatants and sow a seed of chaos. Shaking his head at the thought, he simply drove away. Suemo was navigating his vehicle at a leisurely pace. In order to meet with some mercenaries without drawing attention, he had chosen to drive an unassuming Ford. As he passed through a dense thicket, a police car suddenly burst forth, pursuing his vehicle. Eventually, as Suemo reached a road bordering a cliff, the police car accelerated, abruptly intercepting him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly engaged the brakes. Despite this, the car swerved dangerously close to the mountainside. Chapter 6. Don't come any closer. After the police car came to a halt, 2 officers emerged and approached Sumo's window. Upon seeing an Asian face inside, they exchanged glances. The middle-aged officer's expression turned abruptly aggressive. Get out of the car! A glimmer of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes, yet he glanced at the holstered firearms at their waists. Responding instead with a disarmingly innocent smile. Of course, clearly pleased with Sumo's compliance, the middle-aged officer retrieved a citation from his breast pocket. The speed limit is 80. Do you realize you were speeding? Sumo's expression shifted. In America, speed is typically measured in miles per hour. 80 miles translates to approximately 129 kilometers per hour. Driving at such a speed on this mountainous road? Ridiculous. Unless he was courting death. Observing Sumo's reaction, the younger officer smirked. Kid, we say you were speeding, which means you were speeding. That's final. Of course. Suemo nodded indifferently. Issuing a ticket is your prerogative. He extended his hand, signaling for the citation. Engaging in a debate here would bear no fruit. They had clearly assessed his Asian descent, coupled with the assumption that he was not wealthy from just a glance at his vehicle. They were intent on extorting him. He could devise means of retaliation once he was away. Seeing Suemo remain calm and composed while requesting the ticket, the middle-aged officer's disappointment was palpable. However, Suemo accepted the citation without contest, leading the officers to believe he was an easy target. After exchanging glances, the younger officer declared, Kid, it's not that simple. You were actually clocked at over 100. According to New York state law, you face 30 days in jail and a $600 fine. Of course, you can completely avoid the 30 days of incarceration. Suemo, observing their brazen conduct, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Such blatant extortion. Yet, from their practiced demeanor, it was evident this was not their first rodeo. If that were the case, they must be considered villains, right? With that thought, he glanced around the road. It was midday, and this secluded path rarely saw traffic, resulting in only the occasional vehicle passing by. Oh, what must I do? He asked playfully, regarding the 2 officers. The middle-aged officer, sensing Sumo's ignorance of the situation, leaned in and whispered, just 2,000, and we can pretend this never happened. What do you say? In his mind, he believed Suemo would surely agree. After all, who would willingly face prison and the perils within? A month of incarceration could lead to a lifetime of trauma, as he had anticipated. Suemo retrieved his wallet from the car and handed over the 2,000. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from behind them. All 3 turned to look. A black pickup truck sped into view. Racing toward their position, it zoomed past them with astonishing velocity, the force of its passage causing their clothes to flap wildly in the wind. As the thunderous music from within faded into the distance, the younger officer's speed detector emitted a series of beeps. They all glanced at the device. .103. Suemo remarked with amusement, observing the two officers standing still. Unperturbed. Is that not speeding? A reckless drive? The younger officer scoffed and pressed a button on the speed detector, resetting its readings to 0. What did you say? I saw nothing. The middle-aged officer snatched the cash from the younger one. Damn it, you better recognize your place. I call the shots here. With that, they both laughed heartily as they made their way back to the police car. Suemo, watching them enter the vehicle, approached his own car with a stoic expression and opened the trunk. Inside lay a massive black case. He opened it to reveal a lightweight sniper rifle. In this land of freedom, firearms are essential for personal safety. Nearly every gun owner keeps one in their vehicle for emergencies. Suemo was no exception. Alongside the sniper rifle, he possessed a handgun and a rifle. Quickly assembling the sniper rifle, Suemo scanned the road once more. No other vehicles were in sight. Cradling the assembled weapon, he assumed a standard shooting stance. That moment, the police car had barely traveled 300 meters. For someone with his extensive shooting practice, this distance was virtually a guaranteed hit. Aiming through the rear window at the driving young officer, Suemo decisively squeezed the trigger. A tremendous boom resonated, and a burst of red and white erupted from the police car, which immediately spiraled out of control. This road, perched on a mountainside, had a cliff with a drop of nearly 80 meters on one side. The vehicle careened, first colliding with the mountainside before rolling several times, precariously halting at the edge of the cliff. Almost half of the car now dangled over the precipice, threatening to plummet at any moment. Half a minute later, another car approached the scene, coming to a gradual stop beside the police vehicle. The young officer behind the wheel had been shot in the head by Suemo and was undoubtedly dead. Surprisingly, the middle-aged officer, despite the car's tumultuous spin, remained conscious and had managed to crawl out, now lying in the middle of the road. His handgun, once at his side, had vanished, likely flung away during the chaos. However, despite his narrow escape, he bore significant injuries. After crawling a mere 5 meters, he seemed to have exhausted his last ounce of strength, lying flat on the ground, eyes closed, gasping heavily, until he heard footsteps approaching. The middle-aged officer slowly opened his eyes, encountering the grinning visage of Suemo, resembling a devil. Terror washed over his face. Don't come any closer. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, no parking here. The man scrambled away from Suemo in sheer panic. To him, this individual appeared to be a demon. Suemo observed the fear etched on the officer's face and smiled warmly. Officer, why such a frightened expression? I'm merely a good Samaritan. Saying this, Suemo seized the man by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. For someone with nearly a ton of strength, this was child's play. The middle-aged officer, realizing Suemo's intentions, pleaded, No, please, spare me. I'll return all the money. Trembling, he fished out the cash he had just extorted from Suemo. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, tears and mucus streamed down his face, mingling with the blood that stained his features. Suemo looked at him in disgust. Rather than accept the offered bills, Suemo pulled out a lighter and slowly ignited the money the officer clutched in his trembling hands. Since you love cash so much, allow me to help you save it. After uttering a phrase that seemed nonsensical to the officer, Suemo gently closed the car door. I'm sorry, officer, but no parking here. With that, Suemo raised his right foot and forcefully kicked the vehicle. The already precarious car tipped over the cliff's edge. Plummeting downwards, boom. As the vehicle started its descent, Suemo's mind echoed with 2 notification sounds. 30 points, 40 points. His suspicions were confirmed. Committing misdeeds indeed led to being classified as a villain by the system. The points gained from each individual varied, which made sense, as the system likely assessed their moral standing to determine the score. In the village gym, Suemo delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag before him, resulting in a resounding explosion. The bag burst open under the immense force he exerted. After a week of absorption, the super soldier serum had been fully integrated into his being. System, open the attribute panel. In an instant, the familiar screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 4,620 kilograms. Speed, 68 ms. Ability, none. Points, 512. A staggering force of 4.5 tons. Although it was an enhanced version of the super soldier serum, it merely mitigated the serum's dangers. Its effects were comparable to those of the original formula. Thus, it could be inferred that Captain America's physical prowess likely fell within this range. As for the points, they naturally included those accrued from the 2 police officers Sumo had dispatched. The incident involving the 2 officers, under Sumo's suppression, had not stirred much commotion. After all, the political figures in New York had not received his generous gifts of money without reason. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of his room, Sumo sought out the gene primordial energy cultivation method within his mind and began to study it earnestly. In truth, he could have commenced his training once his strength surpassed 900 kg. However, he refrained at that time, considering that warriors experience a significant enhancement during their initial cultivation of gene primordial energy. And the greater the strength, the more considerable the enhancement in that world. Without cultivating gene primordial energy, reaching a strength of merely 1 ton through training was the maximum attainable. Beyond that, progress became exceedingly arduous. However, with the super soldier serum, Sumo had propelled his strength to the level of an advanced warrior. He wondered what magnitude of enhancement his first cultivation would yield. Warriors, battle generals, and war deities. The progression from a beginner warrior's punching power of 900 kilograms to that of an intermediate warrior at 2,000 kilograms would see each subsequent level doubling the power. The benchmark for advanced warriors was a punching power exceeding 4,000 kilograms and a speed surpassing 60 ms. Moments later, Sumo exhaled deeply. He had become thoroughly familiar with the contents of the manual. The essence of cultivating gene primordial energy lay in absorbing the free energies of the universe to fortify oneself. The first step in this training was to sense such energy. Following the instructions within the text, he assumed a 5-heart-to-sky posture and gently closed his eyes. He concentrated intently. As time passed, he felt as though he had been pressed on pause, remaining completely still. During the initial half-hour, Sumo felt nothing. However, he remained patient. According to the scripture, it was incredibly challenging for beginners to sense the cosmic energy, and it was not uncommon for individuals to spend a month in pursuit of this. Thanks to his calm demeanor, after an hour, he entered a remarkable state wherein he could perceive a unique energy permeating the air. He felt it. Sumo's heart raced with excitement. Surely this was the cosmic energy described in the manual. Regrettably, in his moment of exhilaration, he abruptly lost that exquisite sensation. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. Having achieved this initial recognition, the subsequent attempts would surely be simpler. With heightened focus, it wasn't long before he re-entered that state. At this thought, he felt a stirring within him. The energy surrounding him seemed to gravitate toward his body, gradually converging within him. The influx of energy accelerated, spreading throughout his body, nourishing the parched cells within him as if in a long-awaited rain. A warm sensation enveloped him, one so soothing that he nearly succumbed to slumber. Just as he became engrossed in this state, a figure approached swiftly from the corridor outside the gym. Wanda, his recently wedded wife. Her face was etched with worry. However, upon arriving at the door, Wanda hesitated, torn with indecision. Sumo had previously instructed her not to disturb him once he entered. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from knocking, instead anxiously awaiting his emergence. Chapter 8. Junior Battle General. 2 hours later, Sumo opened his eyes and rose slowly from the floor. As he did so, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. The translucent panel appeared once more before him. Name: Sumo. Age: 20. Strength: 10,360 kilograms. Speed: 96 ms. Ability: none. Points: 512. Gazing at the strength and speed sections, Sumo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His first cultivation had more than doubled his power, achieving a strength of 10 tons. This already met the criteria for a junior battle general. Moreover, it was not merely his strength and speed that had improved. His entire physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement, significantly amplifying his perceptual abilities. Every nuance of airflow and minute sound was now within his perception. The ticking of the clock on the wall resonated in his ears like the booming of a great bell. At that moment, he sensed a presence at the door. Turning towards it, he opened the door to find Wanda, who had stood outside for over 2 hours, her complexion pale. Sumo regarded her with a hint of confusion. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Sumo, Wanda rushed forward, gripping his arms, her eyes glistening with moisture. Peter is in trouble. In Hell's Kitchen, within a dimly lit private building, Peter sat bruised in a chair, his hands and feet bound. "Boss, this is the person I mentioned." A frail black man faced Peter, speaking to a figure seated before a window. The bald man turned, rising from his chair. It was only then that Peter noticed the man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his physique imposing. The man scrutinized Peter, then inquired, "Have we confirmed his identity?" The small black man hurriedly stepped forward to explain, handing over a report. The burly bald man examined the document, shock evident on his face. $100 million? Indeed, boss, with this money, we can cover our dues for the year. Fisk, also known as Kingpin, regarded his subordinate with approval. Well done. Having praised his subordinate, Kingpin approached Peter. "Sir, we merely seek wealth. You wouldn't want to die before you've even spent your money, would you? You may as well kill me." "There's no way I'll hand over the money," Peter retorted defiantly, displaying a countenance of indifference. He had never intended to accept the money Wanda offered, but later considered that Suemo, being a wealthy individual, might not be loyal forever. Should Wanda and Suemo ever part ways, this could serve as a fallback for her. Throughout, he had not touched a single cent of the money. In their estate, Suemo and Wanda sat in the living room. "Is it possible that he went somewhere without signal?" Wanda questioned anxiously. "No, that's impossible." Her voice trembled with worry. "Peter has always informed me in advance if he needs to leave. Such a situation could never occur. He will be fine, right?" Suemo, upon meeting Wanda's hopeful gaze, could only offer a comforting reply. "Don't worry. I've already sent people to investigate. We will have news by tomorrow morning at the latest." However, it was evident that his reassurance had little effect. Wanda's distress remained unabated. That moment, Sumo's phone rang. Upon answering, his secretary, Avril, spoke urgently. "Boss, we have news." Half an hour later, a vehicle sped towards the Clinton district. "Why don't we call the police?" Wanda inquired, her voice laced with urgency. "Do you think Peter would survive if we did?" Suemo countered. Given the mob's typical behavior, if the New York police intervened, Peter would likely not make it out alive. Furthermore, their adversary was the formidable Kingpin, and Suemo doubted the police's ability to rescue Peter from his clutches. The vehicle halted 2 blocks from the mafia's hideout Suemo had uncovered. "Wait for me in the car," Suemo assured Wanda with a reassuring glance before exiting the vehicle. Hearing his words, Wanda's eyes became misty. Previously, they had to rely on themselves in times of trouble. In this moment, she felt that marrying him was not such a bad choice after all. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, she called out, "Be careful." She understood that accompanying him would only hinder his efforts. Suemo, without turning back, waved his hand in response. Standing at the door, he touched a bracelet on his wrist. His confidence in rescuing Peter stemmed from his assurance of escaping unscathed. With his newfound strength as a junior battle general, ordinary firearms posed little threat to him. Given his current reflexes, evading bullets would be no challenge. His only concern lay with energy-based weapons. In this world, where cutting-edge technology emerges ceaselessly, it is no surprise to encounter something revolutionary. The bracelet on his wrist, however, was specifically designed for this purpose. It cost him 200 points. This remarkable device can autonomously generate an energy shield when under attack. According to the system, it can withstand even a nuclear explosion for a duration of 2 seconds. The only drawback is that it is a single-use consumable. Soon, Suemo arrived at a multi-story building. The current influence of the Mafia was confined to Hell's Kitchen. They had yet to extend their dominion over the entirety of America. Their headquarters was merely this modest structure before him. Suemo cast a glance at the balcony on the 2nd floor, leaped gracefully, seized the window ledge, and deftly tumbled into the room. Oh my God. Damn! Upon reaching the balcony, Suemo beheld 7 or 8 figures entangled within the room. "You all die for not inviting me to the party." The glass door of the balcony swung open, and his figure flickered within the room. Points, 50 points, 60. After neutralizing several members of the gang, Suemo opened the door and ascended the stairs. With his reflexes and speed, the gang members hardly had time to react before he dispatched them. Chapter 9. Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin Sumo's progress was remarkably smooth. By the time he reached the 6th floor, he had not been detected. To be precise, all who noticed him had already been dealt with. At this moment, he entered the 7th floor. From the last gang member he encountered, he learned that those kidnapped by the Mafia were being held on this very floor. Thus, upon entering, Suemo began to inspect each room. He knocked out anyone who was not Pietro. There was no alternative. If he allowed any of them to escape, it would likely take less than 2 minutes for his whereabouts to be exposed. After opening another room, Suemo was startled to see a short-haired woman clad in tight-fitting attire sliding in through the window on a zip line. Upon landing, she executed a clean roll and stood up, locking eyes with Suemo as he entered through the door. When Suemo recognized her face, he was taken aback. Black Widow? Natasha, upon seeing Suemo, did not pause and charged directly at him, clearly mistaking him for a member of the Mafia. Before Suemo could utter a word, a long leg was aimed at his face. He swiftly blocked her kick and, with a slight exertion of force, sent Natasha stumbling backward. Fearing the commotion might alert the gang members in the building, Suemo stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. That moment, Natasha lunged at him again. Having learned from her previous encounter, she realized that the person before her possessed extraordinary strength, making it impossible for her to withstand him. She had already produced 2 black batons from thin air. Unfortunately, Suemo, now at the level of a battle commander, was far too swift in his reflexes and actions. Before she could react, he hurled her onto the bed in the room. Stop! I am not a gang member. I infiltrated just like you. Before she could rise from the bed, Suemo hurriedly clarified. Natasha, springing up from the bed, stowed her batons upon hearing his words. She had been perplexed as to why he had not shouted in alarm at the sight of her, but instead had closed the door. Initially, she thought he was confident in his ability to handle her, but now she understood. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Once assured that he was not affiliated with the gang, Natasha regarded him with a look of intrigue. My friend has been kidnapped by them. I am here to rescue him. Suemo did not conceal his intentions. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was not entirely virtuous, Natasha had a strong sense of justice. And under such circumstances, it was likely she would become an ally rather than an adversary. It appears the information I received was not erroneous. As she spoke, Natasha produced an identification badge. I am Natasha, affiliated with the FBI, and I am here to investigate the Mafia's kidnappings and extortions. Suemo. After introducing himself, Suemo turned to head outside. I suggest you leave quickly. You cannot contend with the people inside. Before departing, Suemo offered his warning. Although Natasha was highly skilled in combat, she would not hold an advantage against Kingpin, who possessed peak human physicality. That's none of your concern, Natasha stubbornly retorted, following Suemo out of the room. There were not many rooms on this floor. Soon, Suemo found Pietro in a corner room. Natasha had already vanished. At that moment, Pietro was bound and bruised, clearly having suffered greatly for refusing to hand over money. Sue. Upon seeing Suemo enter, a look of astonishment crossed Pietro's face. How did you get here? Of course, I came to rescue you. Suemo stepped forward to untie him. Just as he was about to lead Pietro away, his expression shifted. Wait. Thanks to his formidable physical condition, he could clearly hear the commotion outside. In the corridor, a group of armed figures rushed up the stairs, swiftly surrounding the door. The door was kicked open from the outside, and the gang members outside wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the room. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in smoke. These assailants reloaded their weapons. A figure burst forth from the smoke. The silhouette moved like a phantom, flickering in the corridor. When it came to a halt, the heads of the armed gang members all twisted at an impossible angle. Collapsing slowly to the ground, Pietro, who had followed closely behind Suemo, witnessed this spectacle and was initially struck with shock, followed by exhilaration. Wow, that was incredibly cool. Sue, is this what they call kung fu? Enough chatter, follow me. Suemo waved his hand, leading Pietro down the stairs. Considering Pietro was still an ordinary person, even a stray bullet could claim his life, so Suemo intended to ensure his safety first. The two descended the stairs. Just as they exited the building, they encountered a burly, bald, middle-aged man waiting outside. Well done. The man clapped his hands and then removed his suit jacket. Tio have survived my subordinates. You are quite impressive, however. If you wish to take him away, you must first seek my permission. Suemo scrutinized the man, deducing from his characteristic massive physique that he must be the underground overlord of Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin, you leave first. I will handle this man, Suemo instructed, informing Pietro of Wanda's vehicle location. After a moment's hesitation, Pietro nodded and dashed toward the street where the car was parked. From the speed with which Suemo had dispatched the gunman, Pietro understood that Suemo was no ordinary individual. He was acutely aware that, should Sumo disregard him, no one could hope to detain him. Remaining there would only hinder Sumo's efforts. "No one leaves without my permission," Kingpin sneered at Pietro, revealing a cruel smile as he noticed Pietro attempting to flee. In an instant, he lunged toward Pietro. Despite his seemingly corpulent frame, his movements were strikingly swift. However, compared to Sumo, his speed was still lacking. Just as he began to move, Sumo had already positioned himself in front of him. "You will face me with that." Sumo executed a powerful kick, sending Kingpin crashing into the opposite building. His massive body created a 2-meter-wide hole in the wall. Peering through the opening, Sumo caught sight of a bedroom within, on the bed, entangled in each other's arms. A man and woman hastily scrambled to dress, terrified as they fled from the breach. Pietro, who had just run a few meters away, turned back at the sound, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in the wall. "What? Is this guy a superhero with his underwear on the outside?" Chapter 10. Rampage, move it. Sumo called out to Pietro, who was momentarily frozen in place. He was uncertain whether his blow had incapacitated Kingpin. Lingering could easily involve him in the impending battle between the two. Right? After receiving the prompt, Pietro ceased his hesitation and vanished from sight. Inside the building, Kingpin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face smeared with crimson, displaying an expression of horror. The previous strike had nearly shattered his ribs. Although they remained intact, fractures must have formed, and his internal organs had undoubtedly sustained damage from the immense force. This was the second time he had encountered such overwhelming pressure, aside from that mutant monster. Kingpin inhaled deeply, painstakingly withdrawing a small syringe from his sleeve. This was a concoction developed in a secret laboratory by his subordinates, capable of fully unleashing the body's potential, enhancing physical attributes 5 to 6 times. However, the technology was not yet perfected. After the effects wore off, it would inflict irreversible harm on the body. He feared that if he survived, he would spend the latter half of his life confined to a wheelchair. Originally intended as his trump card against the mutant, he now had no choice but to employ it. Otherwise, he might not survive the night. Upon this realization, he hesitated not a moment and plunged the syringe deep into the base of his thigh. Outside the building, Sumo noted the sudden stillness within. He promptly stepped inside. Based on their earlier confrontation, he assessed that the opponent's strength did not exceed 2 tons. Nevertheless, for an ordinary person to attain such prowess through training was already a remarkable feat, although his adversary fell short in comparison to himself. Sumo remained vigilant and harbored no intention of underestimating him. As he entered the room, Sumo's gaze immediately fell upon Jean Bing, who lay trapped beneath a pile of debris. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick intended to end the conflict right then and there. Just as his right foot was about to connect with Jean Bing's body, a crimson hue emerged upon the surface of Jean Bing's skin, and he suddenly sprang from beneath the rubble, evading Sumo's strike with alarming swiftness. Observing the remarkable acceleration of his opponent, Sumo cautiously retreated from the room. Jean Bing followed closely behind him, appearing somewhat terrifying with his skin turned a blood-red hue, and in some areas, it had even split open, allowing droplets of blood to seep forth. This was dire. Sumo quickly deduced that his adversary had likely ingested a substance that inflicted severe harm upon himself. After all, in this world rife with advanced technologies, such drugs were not uncommon. Jean Bing, emerging from the shadows, wasted no time in launching himself at Sumo. He understood full well that the effects of the drug were time-sensitive. If he did not resolve the situation before its potency waned, he would inevitably be the one to perish. In an instant, the two figures collided once more. This time, it was not the one-sided affair of before. They were now evenly matched. In fact, the drug-enhanced Jean Bing exerted greater strength than Sumo. The latter could only rely on a slight edge and speed to keep up with the relentless assault. In terms of combat experience, Sumo was still at a disadvantage. After all, less than half a month ago, he had been merely an ordinary individual. To expect to stand shoulder to shoulder with the battle-hardened Jean Bing in such a short time was indeed a fanciful notion. Realizing that he could not rely solely on brute strength to subdue his opponent, Sumo reached for a weapon resembling a tang sword, crafted from a special alloy, which materialized in his hand. The system he possessed granted him access to an infinite storage space, albeit one that could only contain items exchanged within the system. This battle blade, a Cold Moon series weapon of the 4th tier, had cost him 300 points and was capable of withstanding the full-force onslaught of a novice warrior without sustaining damage. Observing the weapon that had suddenly appeared in Sumo's grip, Jean Bing's expression shifted to one of wariness. Sumo, with the sword firmly in hand, advanced and swung it fiercely toward his opponent. Just as the blade was about to strike Jean Bing's flesh, Sumo felt an unexpected resistance. Jean Bing had firmly grasped the edge of the blade, his hands encased in gloves made of some formidable metal, clearly not an ordinary alloy. A cruel smile spread across Jean Bing's face. Now it was my turn. With that, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Sumo with the weapon captured. Sumo had no choice but to respond with a punch of his own. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided. Sumo's left hand trembled violently in response to the impact, and a grave expression crossed his face. Conservatively estimating, he concluded that his opponent's strength had reached 12 to 13 tons. Though Jean Bing's skin continued to crack under the strain, he seemed capable of enduring for quite some time. Before Sumo could catch his breath, Jean Bing's massive form reappeared before him, and they were once again locked in combat. Unlike their previous encounter, the roles had reversed, with Jean Bing relentlessly attacking while Sumo utilized the force of his blows to create distance and engage in a prolonged struggle. Were it not for the necessity of wielding the battle blade, Sumo would have likely succumbed long ago. This impasse could not persist. A flicker of urgency shone in Sumo's eyes. He sensed that, with their continued exchanges, his arms were gradually becoming numb under the weight of Jean Bing's strength. If this continued, it would not be long before he could no longer withstand the onslaught. With their speeds nearly equal, escape was also proving to be a challenge. The only solution now lay in mastering the first stage of the Thunderblade technique, achieving that would double his striking power to 20 tons. While Jean Bing's strength did not exceed 15 tons. At that moment, two figures rushed in from the distance. As they drew closer, Sumo recognized them as Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo. Pietro held a submachine gun, while Wanda brandished a Remington shotgun. Despite her ordinary physical conditioning, Wanda appeared somewhat winded from their sprint. However, the two had no time to catch their breath. They immediately aimed their firearms at Jean Bing, who had separated from Sumo. Sumo's expression shifted at the sight of them. He understood well that firearms posed little threat to him and Jean Bing in their current state. "You came to rescue me. I cannot abandon you," Pietro explained, bracing himself against the recoil of the gun. Wanda nodded in agreement. The two had been observing from a vehicle at a distance. This strategy allowed them to evade detection by Jean Bing while remaining ready to flee. However, upon witnessing Sumo's precarious situation, they could no longer remain passive. They had grabbed their weapons and rushed to his aid. Given Sumo's remarkable speed, they had chosen firearms that would ensure they could hit their target. This choice proved effective. Under the barrage of the submachine gun and the widespread of the shotgun, Jean Bing, despite his quick reflexes, was struck several times in an instant. Although the damage was minimal, the pain effectively ignited his fury. Seeking vengeance, Jean Bing roared in rage and charged toward the nearest target, Wanda. Chapter 11. Magneto, the Brotherhood. Sumo's heart sank at the sight of Jean Bing barreling toward Wanda. "Get back!" He swiftly interposed himself between them, swinging his battle blade with all his might. In a moment of desperation, the technique for the first stage of the Thunder Blade crystallized in his mind. A flash of insight illuminated his consciousness, and an invigorating force surged through his right hand once more. The speed of the blade intensified by 60%. Jean Bing, who had been so confident in his ability to withstand Sumo's attack, now wore a look of sheer terror as he sensed the shift. No! The blade struck the neck of Jean Bing, whose eyes widened in shock, with a sound reminiscent of slicing through tofu. The weapon glided effortlessly through flesh. Jean Bing's expression froze in disbelief, and his head slowly detached from his body, rolling to the ground. Killing the antagonist awarded Sumo a staggering 10,000 points. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Lost in the euphoria of mastering the first stage of the Thunder Blade, Sumo's eyes sparkled with triumph. Truly, he was deserving of the title of ruler of Hell's Kitchen, rivaling hundreds of lesser foes. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Wanda approached him. Upon hearing her voice, Sumo's expression shifted, paling as he felt his body weaken and began to sway backward. Sensing this, Wanda hurriedly caught him. "What's wrong?" Sumo leaned against her, gazing into her worried eyes, and managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. Merely a bit fatigued." Though he had activated the system, Suemo remained acutely aware that Wanda still harbored the chaotic energy within her. This chaotic power could awaken at any moment, and he could not predict how she might react should that occur. After all, he had previously threatened her and taken something precious from her. It was impossible to believe she held no resentment in her heart. Seizing this golden opportunity to enhance their rapport, he was determined not to squander it. Witnessing Suemo's near brush with death while saving them, Wanda felt a warmth blossom within her heart. "Thank you." As she spoke, Wanda began to guide Suemo back toward the vehicle. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted behind them. A dark figure shattered the window, soaring out from the building and crashing to the ground. The trio turned to look. Natasha, clutching her back, slowly rose from the ground, groaning in pain. "Damn it, my back!" Before Suemo and the others could comprehend the situation, a man even more robust than Jean Bing emerged from the building. He donned a metallic helmet and cast an angry glance at the decapitated Jean Bing. His furious gaze then fell upon Suemo and his companions. "You killed him? Damn it, damn it. You've taken his life. Where am I to collect my payment? If I can't collect, then..." The man muttered to himself. Suemo, observing the scene, turned to Natasha, gesturing to inquire about the identity of this lunatic. Natasha shrugged, clearly as perplexed as he was regarding the man's sudden appearance. After rambling for a while, the man's gaze returned to Suemo and the others. He then stomped his foot violently against the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if a subterranean dragon was rolling towards Suemo and his companions. Taken aback, Suemo exclaimed, "Run with that!" He grasped Wanda and Pietro, each by an arm, and fled into the distance. Upon witnessing the scene, Natasha's expression changed dramatically as she turned and fled in the opposite direction. The man, clad in a helmet and seemingly lacking mental acuity, gave chase towards Suemo despite his ability to stomp the ground with such force that it resembled an earthquake. His speed appeared to be disproportionate to his strength, barely reaching the limits of human capability. Even with two individuals in tow, Suemo swiftly managed to shake off the pursuer. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury vehicle, Suemo exhaled deeply. Judging by the destructive power exhibited by the man earlier, his strength surpassed 50 tons at the very least, clearly beyond Suemo's current capacity to confront. With a slight furrow of his brow and a glint of contemplation in his eyes, Suemo deduced the identity of his adversary based on the evident traits: low intelligence, immense strength, and a helmet. The only individual that fit this description was the Red Tank, Cain Marco, who had acquired the powers of the malevolent deity Sidorak. However, what brought him to the heart of Kingpin's territory? Reflecting on the words spoken earlier, it became evident that Kingpin was in service to some organization. The Mutant Brotherhood? This was the only group Suemo could conceive of. Given that Red Tank had only been affiliated with a handful of organizations, and this one seemed most likely to engage in such actions. Regardless of the organization, it was apparent that Suemo might have already been exposed to their scrutiny. He needed to elevate his strength post-haste. With that thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed Soren's number. Kingpin was dead. It was imperative to disseminate the news and incite chaos among the Hell's Kitchen gangs as swiftly as possible. Nuck Island, a small landmass measuring several square kilometers, lay approximately 300 nautical miles from New York. The headquarters of the Mutant Brotherhood was situated on this island, within a building on the eastern shore. The Red Tank regarded an elderly man seated at the head of the table. The man donned a metal helmet, his identity unmistakable. He was the infamous Magneto. Kingpin is dead. Where's the money? Eric showed little concern for Kingpin's demise. To him, the man had merely served as a tool for collecting dollars. The Red Tank's expression faltered. "I don't know." Eric was not surprised by this answer and waved his hand dismissively. He had even dispatched another mutant to accompany him. Following the incident at the Brooklyn Bridge, Eric had been injected with the mutant cure, causing him to lose his abilities. Without him, all surviving members of the Brotherhood were being hunted by the government. Scurrying like rats in the sewers, it was only after he regained some of his powers that he could gather them once more. Eric turned his gaze to a young girl in the corner. Absorbed in her computer. No problem. Just give me some time. The girl beamed with confidence, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Chapter 12. The exchange of the spirit core with Kingpin's death, coupled with Soren's provocations. Hell's Kitchen descended into chaos. Gunfire and sirens echoed throughout the area day and night. However, the government took no measures in response. After all, The deceased were merely members of Hell's Kitchen's underworld, and they would gladly welcome the eradication of such scum. That morning, in a mansion villa, Suemo groggily emerged from his bedroom, I in the living room. Wanda, clad in her sleepwear, busied herself in the kitchen. Hearing a sound behind her, she turned and, upon seeing Suemo, her face broke into a sweet smile. You're awake. Suemo approached and embraced her from behind. Why are you cooking today? You could have left it to the servants, but I wanted to do it myself. She playfully swatted away his hand and shot him a mock glare. All right, go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Suemo relented, leaving the kitchen for the bathroom. Ever since he had rescued Pietro, their relationship had progressed rapidly. Wanda seemed to have fully accepted him, especially considering he had risked his life to save her brother. Glancing at the table adorned with buns and rice porridge, Suemo was taken aback. You made this? Of course. Wanda tucked her hair behind her ear. I heard from the servants that you only like Chinese food, so I tried making some. It looks great. Suemo praised, enchanted by her sweet smile. Indeed, if one were to select the most suitable partner from the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, her lifelong dream was simply to have 2 children and live a stable life in a peaceful town. A notion that aligns perfectly with traditional Chinese ideals of a virtuous wife and mother. Most importantly, she was incredibly approachable. Seated at the dining table, Suemo took a bite of a beef bun. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. Upon hearing this, Wanda's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Suemo, too, felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. Regardless of the money he had provided or the house and job he had arranged for Pietro, the latter steadfastly refused to accept it. After being rescued, he had adamantly returned the money, stating that he had initially accepted it out of ignorance of Suemo's character, wanting to leave Wanda with a safety net. However, after the recent events, he had complete faith in Suemo's integrity, rendering that safety net unnecessary. Moreover, he believed he could support himself without relying on Suemo's assistance. Suemo could only lament that this brother-in-law of his was quite a decent fellow. Admiring his dedication to self-improvement, Suemo proceeded to give him the Gene Original Energy Cultivation method for his study, as many terms within were unique to China and required gradual understanding. He also provided a substantial amount of beast meat for Pietro to consume to enhance his physical prowess. Once Pietro's strength reached that of a budding martial artist, he could commence his training. However, these were merely contingency plans. Suemo still preferred for Wanda and Pietro to awaken their abilities along the original trajectory. With Wanda's chaos magic and Pietro's speed, they would be more than capable of self-defense. In the gym, Suemo reviewed a document in hand. Thanks to the disturbances caused by their 9-person team, nearly all gangs had suffered significant losses, with major factions membership halved and some smaller gangs completely annihilated. Hell's Kitchen had entered its safest period in over a decade. Opening the system panel, he observed his points tally, 31,960. The death toll among gang members in Hell's Kitchen had steadily climbed into the thousands during this upheaval. As these deaths were indirectly attributed to him, his earned points were considerably diminished. Over the past couple of days, his points had nearly ceased to grow. Nonetheless, this amount was sufficient to substantially enhance his power. He opened the exchange list in the marketplace, his eyes dazzled by the plethora of mutant abilities available. Storm. Gain the ability to manipulate weather. Required points, 30,000. Teleportation. Instantly move to any location previously visited. Required points, 30,000. Sand manipulation. Control yellow sand at will. Can transform into sand. Immune to a degree of physical attacks. Required points, 30,000. Clone. Generate up to 100 clones. Clones controlled by the original. Damage to the original can be transferred to clones. Required points, 30,000. Overwhelming confidence. Gain extreme self-confidence, unrivaled in the heavens and earth. Side effect includes growing spikes from the body. Required points, 100. 000. Though various abilities were appealing, mutant powers derived from the X gene were too easily countered. Even someone as formidable as Magneto could be rendered an ordinary man upon being hit with a mutant cure. In contrast, power obtained through cultivation was different. It did not suffer from countering fears and had a much higher ceiling. After browsing for a moment, Suemo's gaze sharpened. Mental core. Can be integrated into the mind. Autonomously release mental energy. Ascend to the rank of a mental master. The mental energy contained can elevate the host to god-level prowess. Required points, 30,000. This was it. In an instant, Suemo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, he found himself holding a dark golden orb. The orb, the size of a soybean, appeared almost ethereal. Following the system's instructions, Suemo pressed the orb against his forehead. In an instant, the orb vanished from his hand, and a sharp pain surged through his mind. As his vision blurred, when Suemo regained consciousness, he stood in a vast, white expanse, not far in front of him. A palm-sized black tower slowly rotated. It was the star tower he had previously obtained. Chapter 13. Mental Master, a Realm of Consciousness, Suemo conjectured, recalling how he had witnessed the star tower merge into his forehead. At that moment, he also noticed the dark golden orb that had just vanished, now hovering above the star tower. Before he could comprehend the situation, the orb seemed to react to some stimulus, gradually accelerating in its rotation, emanating a thick mist of energy, mental energy. From the system's explanation, the amount of mental energy released by the mental core was closely tied to one's physical strength. His current prowess as a martial artist is at the initial level of a battle general. His mentalist abilities can, at most, exceed his martial prowess by 2 tiers. This implies that the mental core within him can directly unleash psychic energy, elevating his mentalist capabilities to the rank of a senior battle general. Even after he lost consciousness, the release of the dark golden orb of energy in his mind continued unabated, rapidly enhancing his mental power. It is uncertain how much time passed, but the velocity of psychic energy emitted by the mental core began to stabilize. After a brief tremor in his fingers, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Did I lose consciousness? Wait, what is this? A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. The reason for his surprise was that he could distinctly perceive every subtle movement within a 100-meter radius around him. He could even see the housekeeper tidying up in the villa, Wanda tending to the plants in the garden, and the intricate patterns on the wings of butterflies fluttering among the flowers. This sensation was nothing short of exquisite, as if the world lay entirely within his grasp. Naturally, he was aware that this was merely an illusion. With a mere thought, the dumbbells appeared to be grasped by invisible hands, slowly levitating into the AIRDIS, this the power of psychic telekinesis. Subsequently, Sumo's gaze swept across the various machines in the gym, and one by one, they began to float at his command. Within half a minute, the gym seemed to exist in a vacuum, with all the equipment, including treadmills and bench presses, suspended in midair. Even at this moment, Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Open the attribute panel. After returning the items to their original positions, Suemo silently recited in his mind. Name, Suemo. Age, 20. Strength, 15,360 kilograms. Speed, 118 ms. Telekinesis, 61. 600 kilograms. Ability, none. Points, 1,960. First, his physical strength had increased from 10 tons to 15 tons. This indicates that the enhancement of mental power also corresponds to an improvement in physical attributes. Suemo had anticipated this outcome, so he displayed little astonishment. It was only when his gaze fell upon the telekinesis value that shock filled his eyes. 61 tons. This number represented more than 4 times his physical strength. It is worth noting that the standard for initial stage battle generals is merely 64 tons, placing him not too far from that benchmark. Letting out a sigh, Sumo's mood gradually calmed. Having become a mentalist, he was confident that he could effortlessly dispatch the red tank from their previous encounter. After all, mentalists have the ability to fly. Although telekinesis cannot directly affect physical bodies, one can utilize weapons to achieve flight. With this thought in mind, Suemo opened the marketplace again, intending to select some weapons. However, after merely a glance, he closed the marketplace with a grim expression. The prices were exorbitant. With his current points, he could scarcely afford a few throwing knives, which required minimal materials. Given his current mental telekinesis was already quite close to the initial stage of battle general, he needed to purchase at least 7 series throwing knives. Each of these knives costs 500 points, while the 9 series knives, suitable for peak battle generals, would cost a staggering 1,000 points each. With all his accumulated points, he could not even afford 2. At present, he could control 4 throwing knives simultaneously with precision, which alone would consume 4,000 points. Lower-tier throwing knives were not unusable, but they were prone to damage during intense combat, rendering them disposable. Just imagine, with 60 tons of force concentrated on a single throwing knife, if the material was insufficient, it would likely shatter upon contact with anything of higher hardness. Wait. Suemo suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system in his mind. In this world, what tier would vibranium and adamantium be if forged into throwing knives? 9 series. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Sumo's mind. The Brotherhood headquarters. A group of individuals rolled a crate over 2 meters tall into a circular hall. The hall was filled with mutants. Magneto, Eric, descended from a seat at the forefront. He brushed his hand across the outer wall of the crate. Indeed, a young man with yellow hair, who had entered alongside the crate, nodded in agreement. He then pressed a switch on the crate, causing it to slowly open, revealing stacks of US dollars neatly arranged inside. This amounted to a total of $500 million. Not enough? Far from enough. Magneto Eric looked at the pile of cash before him, unperturbed, his expression darkening as he spoke. We are still far from the funds needed to complete our plan. At this point, Eric paused, turning to the hacker girl among the crowd. The individual who previously eliminated Kim was also a wealthy individual, wasn't he? The hacker girl nodded in response. After typing a few commands on her computer, she brought up a dossier. Nevertheless, his total assets exceed 100 billion. Upon hearing her words, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Most of these mutants hailed from the lower echelons of society, and such a colossal figure left them utterly shocked. A smile crept onto Magneto's face. With the support of this individual, we need not worry about funding any longer. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a set of metallic cutlery flew from an unknown corner of the room, hovering above his palm. Spinning slowly, I believe he will be more than willing to support our cause for mutants. Of course, all of this requires my powers to be fully restored. Chapter 14. The Black Market Merchant and the Saber-Toothed Tiger on the coast of Africa, at the Salvador Giant Dock, within a dismantling yard where old ships lay abandoned. A helicopter slowly descended. Suemo, bundled up securely, stepped down from the helicopter, gazing curiously at the distant sound of gunfire echoing from the ships. Has someone gotten there first? This is precisely where Ultron obtained vibranium. The Black Market Merchant, Ulysses, possesses vibranium smuggled out of Wakanda, making this the easiest place to acquire it. In truth, adamantium is somewhat more suitable than vibranium for weapon crafting. Vibranium possesses energy-dampening properties, making it more appropriate for armor. While adamantium is virtually indestructible, the optimal material for weaponry. For throwing knives, adamantium would undoubtedly be the better choice. Unfortunately, the formula for adamantium vanished along with Stryker's acolyte base, making it a challenging endeavor to recover. Suemo had no choice but to settle for vibranium. With this thought, Suemo hesitated no longer and dashed toward the ships. Inside one of the vessels, the diminutive Ulysses, flanked by his guards, eyed a middle-aged man in the distance with trepidation. The man's hands had transformed into 2 immense tiger claws, blood dripping from their tips. 2 corpses lay on the ground behind him, and although the man bore several gunshot wounds, they were rapidly healing, the bullets being expelled with a series of thuds echoing as they fell to the ground. A mutant? Upon witnessing this, Ulysses discreetly took a few steps back, scanning the surrounding gunmen to regain a semblance of safety. I believe I have made myself quite clear. If you desire vibranium, you must pay. The mutant opposite him clearly did not accept this proposal. His lowered head gradually lifted, revealing beast-like eyes fixated on Ulysses. Recognizing the hostility in that gaze, Ulysses understood that negotiation was futile. With a swift gesture of his right hand, he commanded, "Kill him." After issuing the command, Ulysses turned to retreat. The surrounding gunmen immediately squeezed their triggers, unleashing a storm of bullets. Once the smoke cleared, the mutant's figure had vanished. In a room within the ship's lower level, Ulysses gripped the handgun, listening intently to the commotion outside. Several gunmen were stationed in the room, guarding the vibranium he had pilfered from Wakanda over the years, valued at billions. He could not simply allow such a fortune to be taken from him. When the gunfire finally ceased, a flicker of concern crossed his face. "Is he dead?" He waved to one of his subordinates, who tightened his grip on the handgun and approached the door to investigate. However, just as he reached the entrance, boom! With a resounding bang, the door was blasted inward. The gunman, who had taken a step forward, was knocked to the ground by the alloy door, blood oozing from his orifices, clearly beyond saving. Ulysses, avoiding the door, peered outside, where the very mutant he had just witnessed stood. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and soon after, Ulysses felt warmth at his neck as the mutant's bloodied claws rested upon him. The surrounding gunmen, clutching their wounds, crumpled to the ground. "Vibranium, hand it over," the mutant growled in a beastly voice. And Ulysses had no doubt that if he did not comply, his throat would be sliced open in the next instant. "Wait, I will give it to you." Ulysses hastily pressed a button on the wall behind him and entered a password on the subsequently revealed keyboard. A metallic door slowly glided apart, revealing a descending apparatus reminiscent of an elevator. What lay atop it was none other than blocks of vibranium encased in transparent glass containers. All the vibranium was here, totaling an impressive 136 kilograms. Upon seeing this vibranium, the mutant forcefully shoved Ulysses aside. Ulysses hurriedly retreated from the threshold. The mutant man paid no heed to him but instead approached to inspect the treasure, subsequently packing the vibranium into a bag and striding toward the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a figure descended from above, crashing heavily onto the ground. Observing the scene within the cabin, S.H.I.E.L.D exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Casting a glance around the room, he beheld the weathered visage of the mutant, along with hands transformed into massive claws. And his expression momentarily froze, as the man's wounds rapidly healed. Several bullets ejected from his injuries. Saber-toothed tiger. A name flashed through his mind. This appearance, combined with such formidable regenerative abilities, led S.H.I.E.L.D to instantly deduce the identity of the mutant. How could he possibly be here? Yet, after a fleeting moment of confusion, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sense of understanding. This was a tangible world where even the red tank could collaborate with gold. The presence of a saber-toothed tiger in this locale seemed hardly extraordinary. "Stand aside." Fixating on S.H.I.E.L.D, the saber-toothed tiger emitted a low, rumbling voice. Noting the emotionless gaze directed at him, S.H.I.E.L.D speculated. Were they being controlled? With this thought, he resolved not to waste any more words. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. The saber-toothed tiger felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could react, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him. A colossal force surged forth. The saber-toothed tiger felt a tingling sensation on his face, and then his form shot like a rocket, crashing through several layers of steel plates before soaring into the air. With his robust physical constitution and extraordinary self-healing ability, Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, was nearly an insurmountable being compared to ordinary individuals. Yet, regrettably for him, he encountered S.H.I.E.L.D in the face of S.H.I.E.L.D's amplified force exceeding 30 tons and velocity surpassing 100 meters per second. Victor's formidable physique was rendered inadequate. Ulysses and his cadre of gunmen arrived outside the room. Witnessing the unfolding scene, their expressions momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" S.H.I.E.L.D disregarded the inquiry and stepped forward, picking up the bag that Victor had dropped on the ground. After glancing inside and confirming it contained the desired items, a smile crept upon his face. "Hey, buddy, that's my stuff. Return it at once," Ulysses exclaimed, noting S.H.I.E.L.D's actions clearly aimed at the vibranium. "Return it? I seized it by my own merit. Why should I return it to you?" S.H.I.E.L.D asserted defiantly. Ulysses, taken aback by this response, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Buddy, you seem oblivious to the situation at hand. I advise you to be wise and comply with that." He gestured, and the guns of his men aimed squarely at S.H.I.E.L.D. "If you know what's good for you, drop what you're holding immediately." S.H.I.E.L.D slowly turned to regard the group. Apart from the vibranium, these individuals held significant utility for him. After all, they represented valuable points. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D contemplated taking action, boom. Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, leaped from the side, charging towards S.H.I.E.L.D. "Get lost." S.H.I.E.L.D raised a foot and directly kicked him away. Victor flew like a sandbag, crashing into the adjacent cabin. In less than 2 seconds, he leaped out once more, still very much alive. Observing Victor's continued vitality, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. His regenerative ability was indeed troublesome. But did he think that this would render him invulnerable? However, before he could make another move, Ulysses, who had been ignored, revealed an expression of fury. "Bastard." With a fierce wave of his right hand, he commanded, "Open fire!" Upon receiving his order, the gunman hesitated, glancing between the two standing afar. The lieutenant beside him, after a moment of uncertainty, quietly inquired, "Boss, which one do we shoot?" Ulysses, infuriated, slapped him hard out of course, shoot both. They all must die. Following his command, the gunmen ceased their hesitation and pulled the triggers simultaneously. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the cabin became shrouded in smoke. The bullets aimed at Suemo all hovered in midair. Less than a meter from him, while Victor was instantly riddled with numerous bloody wounds. Enraged, Victor let out a roar, abandoning Suemo to pounce upon the gunman. Suemo, seizing the opportunity, intercepted Victor. You want to steal my kill? Get lost? His right fist struck Victor's face while simultaneously, flying knives shot forth from his back, becoming a blur as they darted through the cabin under the influence of his telekinetic powers. The moment his fist made contact with Victor's skin, two forces naturally converged from his arm to his fist, merging together. The 30 tons of power erupted upon Victor's face in an instant. Boom! Victor's face exploded beneath Sumo's hand, and his figure vanished in a flash, merging into the depths of the cabin. Meanwhile, the flying knives entered the throng, and the gunmen fell like wheat being harvested. Collapsing in droves, points, 80, points, 60. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Sumo's ears. In less than 10 seconds, all those around him lay sprawled on the ground, their necks slashed open, blood gushing forth and staining the floor a deep crimson. The bloodless flying knives hovered beside Suemo crafted from titanium alloy. These knives were more than sufficient to deal with such ordinary foes. Suemo approached the sole survivor, Ulysses, who had been paralyzed by the hellish scene surrounding him. Demon, you are a demon. Thank you for the compliment. As a token of my gratitude, I shall send you to reunite with your subordinates. With that, Suemo grasped Ulysses by the throat, applying a gentle pressure. Crack, villain eliminated, earning 2,000 points. He opened the system panel to review his status. With the eradication of these arms dealers, his points had accumulated to over 6,000. This meant that within this brief minute, he had garnered nearly 5,000 points. Closing the panel, Suemo made his way toward the saber-toothed tiger, who had just been sent flying. Although Victor's face had been obliterated by that last blow, his remarkable healing capabilities rendered such damage insignificant. Indeed, the cabin was devoid of his presence. It seemed he had realized that no good could come from staying in Sumo's vicinity and had fled. Anticipating this, Suemo remained unfazed, collecting the Vibranium from the cabin and departing. Upon returning to the helicopter, Suemo retrieved a tablet. After a few operations, a map materialized on the screen. Two blinking dots, one red and one blue, indicated his location and that of the saber-toothed tiger, respectively. During their previous encounter, Suemo had discreetly affixed a miniature tracker to Victor. It had become evident that defeating stronger opponents yielded greater rewards. While ordinary individuals might only provide a few dozen points, a formidable entity like Victor equated to nearly 100 ordinary foes. From Victor's dazed expression earlier, it was clear he had likely been under the control of a mutant with psychic abilities. Such mutants were rare, and those capable of controlling Victor were even scarcer. Moreover, it was evident that anyone capable of such feats was unlikely to be virtuous. This signified that eliminating him would yield a substantial bounty of points. Of course, the primary factor remained that with the Star Tower residing within his consciousness, he was practically a nemesis to these mind-controlling mutants. Soon, he observed the blue on the tablet accelerate rapidly, swiftly departing the African continent toward America. Sumo's private jet also took off minutes later, pursuing the direction of the blue dot. Hours later, the blue dot halted on the tablet. Suemo examined its location. Nestled within a mountain range in Florida, to avoid detection by the opponent's aircraft radar, Sumo's private jet had just entered American airspace. However, he had no intention of continuing his journey by private jet. The aircraft landed at the nearest airport. 30 minutes before landing, Suemo had already disembarked. On the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains, a plane gently descended onto a platform halfway up a hill. Moments later, Victor and a middle-aged man emerged from above. They approached the mountain wall, where a massive alloy door embedded in the rock face slowly opened. Upon entering, they traversed a lengthy corridor leading to a vast laboratory. The walls of the laboratory were entirely constructed of glass, behind which lay numerous small, prison-like chambers, each containing a uniquely shaped mutant in captivity. The mutants were bound to a surgical table crafted from metal. Encircled by several figures clad in white coats, most of the mutants lay in a state of unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. Only a few who remained awake bore expressions of emptiness and numbness in their eyes. After traversing countless alloy doors, they stood before an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. What? Failed? The elderly man's face contorted with fury as he glared at the two standing before him. Incompetence, utterly incompetent. You can't even manage such a trivial task. I apologize, Dr. Phil. The middle-aged man muttered apologetically, while the Sabretooth beside him wore a dazed expression. Witnessing Sabretooth's vacant demeanor only fueled Dr. Phil's rage further. He advanced and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, only pausing when his fists grew sore. Breathing heavily, he sank into a chair beside him. You imbeciles, without equipment forged from adamantium. There's no way to transfer the self-healing factor into my body. No, there must be a substitute metal with that. He rose and headed towards the laboratory. Chapter 16. The mutant research base. Before Phil could exit the room, a piercing alarm blared throughout the chamber. His expression shifted, and he turned to the surveillance screen on the wall. Instantly, he beheld a figure, cloaked and shrouded, descending from the mountaintop where the base was situated. It's him. It's really him. The middle-aged man, trembling in fear, exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar silhouette on the screen. Upon hearing this, Phil's surprise turned to delight. You mean to say, Vibranium is in his possession? Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. He was the one who injured Sabretooth and seized the Vibranium. Phil's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How audacious to steal Vibranium and dare to come here. Realizing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Sabretooth. Moments later, he pulled a locator the size of a soybean from his pocket, revealing a look of terror on his face. I'm sorry, Doctor. It was my oversight. No. Phil shook his head. You did splendidly. Saying this, he pressed a button on the wall. Immediately, the shrill alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Armed soldiers poured from various rooms, converging towards the entrance of the facility. Outside, Suimo, who had just landed on the mountaintop and was steadily approaching the base entrance, instantly noticed the soldiers rushing out. Discovered? Realizing the urgency, Suimo decided against playing hide and seek any longer. With a thought, the soldiers who had just exited the door felt an irresistible force surge through their firearms, causing the weapons to fly from their hands in an orderly fashion. The guns aligned in the air, their barrels now aimed at their former masters. Faced with this sight, the soldiers' faces blanched, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. However, their speed was woefully inadequate. As soon as they turned, the triggers of the firearms seemed to be pressed by an unseen force. Bang, bang, bang. By the time the magazines were emptied, the armed forces within the base were nearly obliterated. Suimo then stepped into the heart of the facility. 4 flying daggers whirled around him. Having already learned of the invasion, the researchers transformed into combat units, each aiming their guns at the entrance. As footsteps grew closer, Suimo entered the laboratory. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of various mutants, subjected to experimentation through the transparent glass surrounding the lab. Live mutant research? Suimo furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy as he eyed the researchers in the distance. Simultaneously, upon seeing Suimo enter, the researchers almost synchronously squeezed their triggers. Unfortunately for them, Suimo reacted just as swiftly. His telekinetic power enveloped the group of researchers. The moment they pulled their triggers, their handgun barrels appeared to be squeezed by an unseen force, converging toward the center. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out in succession. The room echoed with screams of agony. Concurrently, the flying daggers revolving around Suimo darted towards those lying on the ground. Within half a minute, the room fell silent. This scene was vividly captured on the surveillance monitor in Dr. Phil's office. Dr. Phil stood, dazed and speechless. Magneto? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His face contorted in disbelief. From both height and build, the figure before him bore no resemblance to Magneto. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Magneto had seemingly lost his mutant abilities. While ordinary people might be oblivious, for them, the fact that Magneto had been injected with the mutant cure was no secret. A devil. It must be a devil. At that moment, the middle-aged man still in the room collapsed to the floor, emitting a shrill cry. This outburst jolted Dr. Phil back to reality. Silence. After reprimanding him, he turned and made his way to the back of the office, retrieving a small briefcase from the corner safe before hastily fleeing towards the rear of the base. The situation was now abundantly clear. If he didn't leave soon, he might never get the chance. As he reached the door, he turned and barked an order at Sabretooth. "Follow me." With that, the two departed together. He had exerted tremendous effort to acquire the self-healing factor within Sabretooth's body, and he certainly would not abandon him. The middle-aged man, now regaining his senses, scrambled to his feet, calling out, "Doctor, take me with you." He hurried after Phil in the direction he was heading. "Get lost?" A gunshot rang out, and the middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. At this point, near the entrance of the base, no figures could be seen. Upon entering the base, Sumo merely glanced around. Could this be a secret base of Hydra? The various researchers and well-armed soldiers within the facility led Sumo to this conclusion. Without pausing, he dashed deeper into the base. As he observed the surroundings, it became evident that his previous assumption was incorrect. This was clearly a secret organization dedicated to mutant research, with his presence now exposed, and the armed forces within the base all but annihilated. It was highly likely that the base's leaders would choose to flee. Sumo had to intercept them before they could escape. Within half a minute, he navigated through the corridors to a small platform behind the mountain. At that moment, Sabretooth stood before a zip line extending toward the mountain's base. In the distance, it seemed someone was gliding down the zip line. Noticing Sabretooth preparing to depart with his hook secured, Sumo concentrated his telekinetic energy, and no matter how hard Sabretooth pulled, the zip line remained immobile. It was then that Sabretooth noticed Sumo behind him, letting out a roar before tearing off the hook and lunging towards Sumo. Having discovered their lair, Sumo had no intention of letting them escape. Moreover, the base's owner was hastily fleeing, and he had no time to waste. Double power, mental enhancement. With his right hand clad in a metallic glove, he swung his fist towards Sabretooth. Telekinetic energy could not affect the physical body but would penetrate through upon contact. To facilitate the enhancement of his powers and flight, he had crafted a suit of metal armor, with a physical strength of 15 tons, doubling the power meant 30 tons, combined with 61 tons of telekinetic enhancement. At that moment, the force behind his right punch approached 100 tons. His fist struck Sabretooth with the speed of lightning. Sabretooth hesitated, his body seemingly paused in midair as if time had stopped. Then, like a balloon being punctured, his form exploded catastrophically. 12,000 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. However, there was no time to revel. He leapt forward, pursuing the zip line. Chapter 17. Battle Armor, Storage Ring at the foot of the mountain. Dr. Phil alighted from the zip line, landing in a clearing within a dense forest. Just as he unhooked himself, he heard a sound akin to air being sliced through from the sky behind him. Turning, he was met with the familiar silhouette barreling towards him. "Damn it!" Dr. Phil exclaimed in frustration, hastening into a wooden cabin situated in the clearing. Moments later, a rugged vehicle roared out, skidding sideways before racing away in the opposite direction of Sumo. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Dr. Phil saw Sumo rapidly closing in. In a panic, he slammed the gas pedal to the floor. However, it was evident that no matter how superior the vehicle's performance, it could not compete with a flying unit on such terrain. At this point, Sumo was less than 50 meters away. Dr. Phil retrieved a handgun from the vehicle, extending his left arm out the window to fire at Sumo in the sky. Unfortunately, the bullets posed no threat to Sumo, who effortlessly evaded them. Distracted by his aim, Dr. Phil failed to notice a fallen tree blocking the road ahead. When he finally saw it and wished to evade, it was already somewhat too late. With a jolt, the vehicle, hurtling at nearly 150 kilometers per hour, collided directly with a tree, achieving liftoff. After a tumultuous roll, the car soared toward the dense thicket by the roadside. In the end, it came to rest against a large tree. Dr. Phil, inside the vehicle, shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear the dizziness from his mind. Just then, Sumo caught up from behind, slowly hovering in front of the car. Observing the bloodied face of Dr. Phil in the driver's seat, Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile. "Sir, this is hardly a suitable place to park," he remarked, before delivering a powerful kick that sent the car tumbling down from the tree. "No?" The doctor, feeling the sensation of weightlessness, let out a terrified scream. At that moment, the car hovered at least 7 to 8 meters above the ground, and should it land improperly, it could very well be the end for him. However, just as the vehicle was about to make contact with the ground, an inexplicable force caught it midair. Suemo used telekinesis to gently lower the car to the earth. He then approached, yanked the mangled door off, and unceremoniously tossed the doctor onto the ground beside him. "Will you introduce yourself directly, or shall I have the pleasure of tormenting you a bit first?" "I'll speak." "I'll speak." Dr. Phil, having endured a series of harrowing experiences, felt his composure fraying and hurriedly began his introduction. As he spoke, Suemo discerned the man's identity. His name was Phil Andrew, a former researcher under S.H.I.E.L.D. He had narrowly escaped disaster during the last battle that obliterated Lake Yakley. As he was not present at the base in the years since, he had clandestinely developed a technique to transfer the regenerative factors from a saber-toothed tiger's body. Subsequently, he designed a trap to capture the creature and, using the last of his control serum, subdued it, intending to transfer its healing factors into himself. This transfer technique required adamantium alloy. While he possessed the formula for adamantium, he lacked the most critical component, vibranium. After extensive investigation, he had finally traced it to Ulysses, leading to the events that had just unfolded. "You have the formula for adamantium alloy?" "Indeed, moreover, I have gathered the remaining metals needed to synthesize it in the previous laboratory. Once we acquire vibranium, we can directly create adamantium," the man quickly explained, evidently hoping to demonstrate his value in order to secure his own survival. Sumo's lips curved upwards. Although he had misjudged the situation, failing to encounter the anticipated telepathic mutant for points, obtaining the adamantium formula was not a wasted endeavor. He promptly called Avril, instructing her to transport the vibranium left on his private jet. He then lifted Phil and soared toward the location of the previous laboratory. The following day, a plane ascended slowly from the Appalachian Mountains, disappearing into the sky at breakneck speed. Moments later, a violent explosion echoed from the ground. Inside the cabin, Suemo examined a complete set of battle armor crafted from adamantium and vibranium. Unlike Tony's suit, this armor, entirely forged from vibranium, was more aptly termed an exoskeleton. Its sleek, dark design housed no electronic components, as he did not require any power-assisted systems with his telekinetic abilities. The primary purpose of this exoskeleton was protection and facilitating his telekinetic manipulation. 16 blades, fashioned from adamantium, were strategically positioned along the legs and arms of the armor. In addition to the flying knives, he had also forged a closed combat sword, which shared the same adamantium composition and had a dedicated sheath designed into the back of the armor. Accessing the system store, he found that after a series of battles, his points had accumulated to 27,000. He first searched for storage equipment. Soon, a list appeared before him. Storage ring, F grade, contains 1,000 cubic meters of space. Required points for redemption, 3,000. Storage ring, E grade, contains 1 million cubic meters of space. Required points for redemption, 20,000. Storage ring, SS grade, contains 1 million cubic kilometers of space. Required points for redemption, 300,000. World of the Realm Master, D grade, forged from the Realm Master's small world, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, can store living beings. Required points for redemption, 1 million. Divine Kingdom Crystal, D grade, formed from the remains of ordinary immortal beings after death, with an internal space of 1 million kilometers in diameter. Required points for redemption, 10 million. The array of storage items made Sumo's heart race. Notably, the D-grade world of the Realm Master could encompass the entire Earth, given that Earth's diameter is merely over 10,000 kilometers. However, the points required for redemption brought him back to reality. After contemplation, he opted to redeem only an F-grade storage ring. Given his limited points, it was wiser to invest in enhancing his strength, particularly since items redeemed from the system could be stored in its space. 8,000 cubic meters of storage would suffice for his current needs. A space 10 meters in length, width, and height could easily accommodate over 100 ordinary cars. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the F-grade storage ring. Consuming 3,000 points, as the system's notification faded, an unassuming ring appeared in his hand. The ring was merely a plain circular band, its material indiscernible. He slipped it onto his finger and directed his telekinesis toward it. Upon contact, he sensed a square space measuring 10 meters in each dimension, which could reshape according to his will. Excellent. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. He waved toward the armor, which then materialized within the storage ring. FBI? A hint of confusion crossed Sumo's face. His prior encounters with the FBI had been limited to cinematic portrayals, where they would issue warnings at the film's outset. This marked his first actual encounter with a real agent. Minutes later, in the reception room, he found himself seated opposite a tall woman clad in a black bodysuit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her hair was neatly styled into a bun, and her striking blue eyes regarded Sumo with a hint of curiosity. "Hello, I am Maria Hill, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned Sumo as a towering figure with arms like tree trunks, particularly given her knowledge of Kingpin's profile. It was unexpected to find him as a well-proportioned man with fair skin. After they shook hands, Sumo felt a flicker of recognition. In a wonder, he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her. Hearing her name clarified everything. She was Agent Hill, second only to Director Nick Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned of his taking down Kingpin through Black Widow Natasha. He could easily surmise their objective, to persuade him to join their ranks. As expected, her first statement confirmed his suspicions. "Mr. Sue, I am here on behalf of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, to invite you to join us," Hill said earnestly, extending a file towards Sumo. He received the file but merely skimmed through it before tossing it onto the table before him. With a light chuckle, he looked at Hill. "Why would I forsake a life of luxury to risk my life battling criminals? Ms. Hill, I don't believe that is a wise choice." Hill exhibited no surprise at Sumo's refusal. She understood that, were she in his position, she would likely decline as well. Smiling, she retrieved a tablet from her bag and opened a video. Handing it over to Sumo, "I believe this will change your mind." Sumo's expression shifted as he took the tablet, watching intently. The video depicted a hall filled with a variety of mutants, seemingly engaged in a discussion. The angle suggested it was covertly filmed by one of the mutants. At the front of the hall sat an elderly man wearing a metallic helmet. Magneto, the Brotherhood. Sumo quickly surmised that the scene was from within the Brotherhood's ranks, and they were deliberating on how to recruit him as a member. Of course, their primary motive was undoubtedly to exploit his vast wealth. After watching the video, Sumo's expression darkened. He was not particularly surprised by the involvement of the Brotherhood behind Kingpin and Red Tank, as he had suspected such connections. However, he was perplexed by their urgent need for substantial funding. Were they scheming for something significant? Initially, he had intended to remain uninvolved, knowing that the X-Men would intervene if trouble arose. Yet, since they had targeted him, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. "Fortunately, I received the news in advance. Otherwise, I might have fallen into their trap at any moment. How about this? If you join us, we can assist you in dealing with these individuals." Agent Hill continued to persuade him. "I fear it would be the other way around. These mutants are causing trouble, and S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot afford to remain idle. After all, their original intent for existence was to combat such anti-human organizations. While they may claim to be helping themselves, their true motivation is merely to eliminate these mutants." Agent Hill's expression revealed no surprise at Sumo's insight into their intentions. Instead, she regarded him with a serious demeanor. "It makes no difference. For they indeed pose a threat to your safety, do they not?" Sumo pondered for a moment, then looked up at Hill. "You are correct in your assertion. However, I regret to inform you that I do not intend to join any organization. But we can collaborate." "Oh? How do you propose this collaboration?" Hill's expression shifted momentarily, and she inquired. "This time, I can join forces with you to confront these mutants, as a token of gratitude for the intelligence you provide. I can offer my assistance once to help you deal with some troublesome issues. Of course, if our cooperation proves fruitful, we can engage in such exchanges in the future. For every piece of intelligence you provide that I require, I will assist you once." After this incident, Sumo recognized the significance of intelligence. Had it not been for Hill's approach, he might have suffered a hidden loss. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has nearly transformed into a Hydra shield, it is undeniable that their network of intelligence regarding various factions remains formidable, aside from the dubious information concerning Hydra. Furthermore, this arrangement poses no detriment to me. The individuals S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks to confront are likely not of virtuous character, and I need to deal with them to accrue points. Thus, I can resolve these matters with assistance while having no concerns about the aftermath, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Hill shook her head. "I must consult with our superior regarding this matter." "Certainly." Sumo nodded, allowing Hill to exit the room with her phone in hand. In less than 10 minutes, a fruitful collaboration. From now on, I shall be your sole point of contact. Aside from myself and the director, No one in S.H.I.E.L.D will possess any knowledge of your identity. By the way, someone will soon deliver information on the Brotherhood of Mutants, after bidding farewell to Hill. Suemo sat in contemplation. Now, he has drawn the attention of the Brotherhood. Since they intend to act against him, he shall not remain passive. Although, in the cinematic universe, the power displayed by the likes of Magneto in his prime could move a nuclear submarine weighing thousands of tons. In a true confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain, for his telekinesis allows him to manipulate virtually any object, and his physical prowess far exceeds theirs. Moreover, he possesses formidable weapons to counter them. With this in mind, Suemo made his way to the study on the top floor of the villa. Approaching the bookshelf, he pressed a hidden button concealed behind the books, causing the shelf to slowly slide aside, revealing a room of approximately 30 square meters. Stepping into the room, he discovered the walls adorned with an array of firearms: Desert Eagles, M500 revolvers, AKs, Remington shotguns, Barrett sniper rifles. These are all part of Sumo's collection amassed over the years. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he stored the firearms within a storage ring. Once finished, Suemo approached a half-height low-temperature freezer located at the back of the room. Opening the container, he found several specially designed firearms alongside neatly arranged square magazines. Grabbing one, he opened the magazine, revealing not bullets but a series of tiny syringes. Chapter 19. Consuming the heart of millennial-old willow wood. Extracting a syringe, he noted the pale yellow liquid it contained. As an ordinary person previously, he naturally needed to prepare some contingency measures against mutants. This substance, combined with his psychic powers, is a perfect counter to mutants. He stored all the syringes from the box into his storage ring. He had already tested it with his watch. Time within the storage ring remains frozen, so there is no need to worry about spoilage. With this in hand, he feels unafraid of any mutant threats. Just as he finished organizing these items, he heard the sound of a door opening from outside. "Why, dear, what are you doing?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sumo's gaze shifted. That did not seem to be Wanda's voice. After all, although their relationship had improved significantly, she had never referred to him in such a manner until now. Exiting the weapons storage room, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing by the desk, smiling at him. "Wait, how did you end up here?" Upon recognizing the person, Suemo rubbed his eyes in astonishment. The individual before him was none other than his former girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Noticing the look on Sumo's face, Anne chuckled softly and approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why can't I be here?" Before he could finish, and leaned in closer. "Don't do that. My wife is downstairs." "Isn't that all the more thrilling?" By the time the two descended downstairs, half an hour had passed. The three of them sat at the dining table. "I heard that some FBI agents were looking for you. What happened?" Wanda casually inquired after taking a sip of her soup. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some routine inquiries regarding Peter." Suemo replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of divulging any information regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. She is merely an ordinary person now, and it is best not to involve her in such matters. Pausing for a moment, Suemo glanced at both women and feigned indifference as he asked, "You two, you're not unfamiliar with each other's company, are you?" Wanda inquired curiously. "Of course, I know her. I meant, how did you two end up together? And it seems you have a rather good relationship, just now upstairs." He hadn't had the chance to inquire before being led astray by Anne. Only at this moment did he voice his curiosity. "Oh, and then I met at work," Wanda replied, glancing at him. "Is that so?" Suemo nodded. He was taken aback to discover that they had become close friends. If he believed that Anne had not orchestrated this, he would be utterly incredulous. However, it was too late to dwell on it now. At that moment, Suemo felt a silky touch against his leg under the table. Looking up, he saw Anne winking at him. This little minx, after a tense and exciting lunch, Wanda accompanied Anne as she departed. Throughout the afternoon, Anne had been subtly instigating him. Could it be that she has awakened some peculiar trait? Shaking off that thought, Suemo reminded himself that while the Brotherhood aims for his assets, it is highly unlikely they would target Wanda and the others. Yet, he must remain vigilant against such possibilities. Observing Wanda's puzzled expression, he explained the situation regarding the Brotherhood to her. "I am sorry. It's all because of us that we attracted such trouble." A hint of remorse crossed Wanda's face. "It's nothing. Haven't you already compensated me?" Suemo replied with a teasing smile. Although he had not won her heart first, he had indeed unlocked some unique interactions after winning her over. Hearing this, Wanda's face flushed crimson. I need to tidy up upstairs. Suemo watched the red car disappear from view, exhaling a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he made his way alone to the gym on the top floor. He had cleared out all the various equipment, transforming the space into his training room. Tio thoroughly resolved the Brotherhood's troubles. He needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. After exchanging for the storage ring, he still had over 20,000 points remaining. Opening the store list, he searched for items to improve his strength and began reviewing them one by one. Heart-shaped grass gradually improves physical qualities after consumption. Points required for exchange, 300 points per plant. Dragon's blood, made from the heart's blood of a royal dragon beast, enhances physical qualities by 24 times. Effective for apprentices, points required for exchange, 5,000 points. Millennial-old Willowwood heart, spirit of plant and wood, containing vast life energy, significantly enhances one's physical qualities and cellular vitality, improving recovery ability. Points required for exchange, 18,000 points. Azure Essence greatly enhances psychic power upon consumption. Points required for exchange, 100,000 points per drop. Crimson Flame Fruit greatly enhances physical qualities. Points required for exchange, 100,000 points per fruit. The plethora of treasures available was overwhelming. Leaving Suemo dazzled, however, glancing at his points, he realized he had limited options. After a moment, Suemo sat cross-legged on the ground, a long, green crystal over a meter in length floating before him. Is this the millennial-old Willowwood heart? He scrutinized the crystal closely. The exterior of the crystal was remarkably hard, with what appeared to be a green liquid swirling within. Suemo glanced at the usage instructions. The method was simple. Shatter the rigid shell and ingest the liquid inside. He retrieved an Edmund alloy dagger, deftly slicing across the surface of the crystal, creating a slender fissure. As the viscous, jelly-like green liquid began to ooze from the crack, Suemo wasted no time. He brought the crystal to his lips, allowing the thick liquid to flow into his mouth. A fragrant aroma reminiscent of lush greenery filled his senses. No sooner had the liquid slipped down his throat than a refreshing sensation began to spread throughout his body. As this coolness coursed through him, his physical attributes gradually enhanced. Simultaneously, the dark golden sphere in his mind began to spin more rapidly, releasing waves of pure mental energy which his brain absorbed, augmenting his psychic strength. The two forms of energy coexisted harmoniously within him, rapidly elevating his power. Alongside this surge in strength, Suemo felt a distinct energy permeating his being, imparting a sense of vitality. Was this what they referred to as life energy? As this energy infiltrated him, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body. In this soothing embrace, his power surged at an exhilarating pace. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle of the God of War, the Pursued White Queen. The entire process lasted over 2 hours. As the enhancement began to plateau, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. That moment, a layer of dark brown impurities clung to his skin. He accessed his attributes panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20 years. Strength, 93,560 kilograms. Speed, 386 ms. Psychic power, 387. 600 kilograms. Special abilities, none. Points, 6,160. Excitement gleamed in Suemo's eyes. With a physical force of 93 tons and psychic power of 387 tons, he had more than sextupled his previous capabilities. Moreover, the Millennium Willowwood heart possessed another significant benefit. It enhanced his recovery abilities. With this thought, he took the dagger and lightly grazed it across his arm. A sound akin to a dull blade slicing through hide resonated as a shallow white mark appeared where the Edmund alloy dagger had passed. Observing this, Suemo paused, astonished. Incredible. Although he understood that such an enhancement was comprehensive, he hadn't anticipated his defense would reach such heights. It was important to note that even with a mere light stroke, it was based on his strength exceeding 90 tons. Despite consciously tempering his force, it still amounted to several hundred kilograms. Not only would an ordinary person be affected, but even steel would likely yield like tofu under such pressure. Yet his skin merely bore a faint white mark. Judging by this level of defense, it seemed that even a sniper rifle could scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Calming his exhilaration, Suemo gradually increased the force applied to the dagger. Only after exerting nearly 2 tons of strength did he finally etch a slender line of blood on his skin. However, before the blood could trickle from the wound, The skin on either side of the cut healed at an astonishing rate before his very eyes. This recovery speed, Sumo's gaze sharpened. The healing capabilities surpassed even those he had witnessed in saber-toothed tigers, truly monstrous. One might say that a Millennium Willow-Wood heart had directly amplified his combat effectiveness by several times. Moments later, a figure shot forth from the villa at remarkable speed. Sumo's current flying velocity exceeded Mach 2, approximately 700 meters per second, equating to a speed of around 2,500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he found himself over 100 kilometers away, deep within a mountain range in New Jersey. Just half a minute after Sumo took flight, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in Nick Fury's office. Agent Coulson hurriedly entered. "Director, we have a significant crisis." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression shifted. The last time he had encountered such a situation was when Tony Stark, clad in his armor, battled Ironmonger over New York. Coulson handed him a tablet. An unidentified flying object has been detected moving rapidly over New York. Nick Fury scrutinized the data on the tablet. "Mach 2, Tony Stark?" "No," Coulson replied. "We just received word that Tony is at his beachside villa." Ever since Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man was revealed, he had become a focal point for S.H.I.E.L.D. with constant tracking of his whereabouts, which is why Coulson knew immediately that the flying figure was not Tony. Nick Fury swiped the tablet, examining the flight path of the unidentified object. Wait, this location, could it be him? The initial position of the unidentified object was alarmingly close to Sumo's villa by the Hudson River. He was nearly certain that this unidentified flying object was connected to Sumo. However, he had no intentions of disclosing any information regarding Sumo. Over the past few years, he had sensed that certain factions had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and keeping some information confidential might prove beneficial, potentially serving as a trump card in the future. Delete this incident from the record. Let us consider it as if it never occurred. Nick Fury thought to himself as he watched the door close behind him. Reflecting silently, it seems necessary to reassess his power. Clad in armor, Sumo hovered before a rocky cliff in the mountains. He intended to test the extent of his newfound strength. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist and struck the rock face with tremendous force. With double the exertion, coupled with about half of his psychic power, nearly 400 tons of force collided with the stone. Resounding explosion echoed, boom! A vast spider web of cracks radiated from the point of impact, sending countless birds soaring from the dense forest below. Satisfied, he nodded. His physical strength now surpassed even that of the Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, it was known that Spider-Man's most remarkable feat, halting a moving train, only required just over 50 tons of strength. As he prepared to experiment with psychokinetic control over the dagger, he felt a subtle tremor emanating from the Star Tower in his mind. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from the distant forest. Sumo paused. This was the first disturbance from the Star Tower since he had acquired it. However, after waiting a moment, nothing further occurred. Exhaling, he acknowledged that his current strength was still insufficient to activate the Star Tower. Turning his gaze toward the source of the gunfire, which was approximately a kilometer away, he could not discern the situation due to the trees obstructing his view. After hesitating for just a moment, he swiftly moved in that direction. Shortly thereafter, Sumo concealed himself within the lush foliage of a tree. Peering at a nearby clearing, a group of robots, towering 7 to 8 meters tall, surrounded a woman clad in white with flowing golden hair. The woman appeared gravely injured, clutching her left shoulder, her clothing stained with a large patch of blood. Glancing at the encroaching robots, fury ignited in her eyes. In an instant, her skin transformed into a dazzling diamond-like sheen as she charged towards Sumo's previous position. The White Queen, Sumo, hidden among the trees, expressed astonishment at this unfolding scene. Her ability was truly extraordinary. To his knowledge, only the White Queen possessed such a remarkable power of diamond transformation. The robots surrounding her were likely the notorious Sentinel units. With the earlier tremor from the Star Tower, Sumo quickly pieced together the situation. In addition to her diamond transformation ability, the White Queen shared a telepathic capability akin to Professor X. The previous disturbance from the Star Tower was likely a result of her attempting to reach out to him. Given the commotion he had caused, it was only natural for her to notice. As for her intent, Sumo surmised she might be seeking assistance or attempting to sway someone to help her fend off the Sentinel robots. As the White Queen surged towards Sumo, she was intercepted by the robots. With a swift motion, The exterior of the robots morphed into a diamond-like skin, mirroring her own. Witnessing this bizarre transformation, Suemo was taken aback. No wonder mutants had ultimately been cornered by these Sentinel robots. Such an ability was utterly grotesque. They could easily replicate any mutant's powers, effectively countering nearly every mutant's abilities. The White Queen fought valiantly among the robots, unable to break free. Concealed in the trees, Suemo pondered whether to intervene. Without any hesitation, he made his choice. The White Queen possessed alpha-level mutant abilities, making her an ideal ally for establishing a faction. With her capabilities, he could rest assured regarding potential betrayals. Although the telepathic ability in the marketplace required only 30,000 points to acquire, Suemo had inquired with the system and learned that such abilities would initially manifest in a nascent state. This meant that after obtaining the ability, it would require time for her to master it. Instead of waiting, he would prefer to focus on cultivating the secret arts of the illusionist branch of psychic masters, as that would prove far more potent than mere telepathy. Chapter 21. The surrender of the White Queen. After making her decision, Suemo no longer hesitated. Given the surrounding circumstances, the White Queen was perilously close to falling victim to the Sentinel robots at any moment. Despite the significant enhancement in her defenses granted by her diamond form, she could hardly withstand the onslaught of the Sentinel robots, whose size dwarfed her by a factor of 10. Following yet another collision, the White Queen finally succumbed, her body propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, two Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right hands into massive conical weapons and lunged towards her. At that moment, suspended in midair, the White Queen became acutely aware of her dire situation. However, after enduring a series of impacts with the robots, her body had become completely numb, rendering her incapable of controlling her flight. It was over. This thought flashed through the White Queen's mind. Although her most formidable ability was on par with Professor X's telepathy, regrettably, it was utterly ineffective against these machines. Moreover, the fact that they had replicated her diamond form left her with no hope of overcoming the robots. Resigned, she simply closed her eyes. Yet, after a span of 5 or 6 seconds, she felt no pain whatsoever. Slowly reopening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a figure clad in black armor standing beside her. The arm of the Sentinel robot that had aimed to pierce her was firmly grasped by this individual, who remained unfazed by the robot's exertion. Suemo tightened his grip on the conical weapon. Two Sentinel robots, now in diamond form, collided violently, shattering into a cascade of fragments. Sumo's form flickered throughout the open area, and within half a minute, the dozen or so Sentinel robots lay in ruins. Witnessing this spectacle, the White Queen's eyes sparkled with hope. These machines that had cornered her now seemed as helpless as children in the hands of her savior. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. And as her diamond skin reverted to normal, her body suddenly felt heavier. Only then did she realize she had been floating in midair. Once her form returned to normal, she plummeted to the ground. And as she tugged at the wound on her shoulder, a low groan of pain escaped her lips. Having dealt with the robots, Suemo turned to the White Queen, who was grimacing in pain, and removed his helmet. This was not an act of malice on his part. While he had no trouble controlling her diamond form with his mental powers, once she reverted, his abilities could not support her. And he passed right through her. The White Queen, upon seeing Sumo's visage, displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the one who had effortlessly vanquished the Sentinel robots would be such a young man. Barely in his 20s, struggling, she propped herself up from the ground and earnestly addressed Suemo. "Thank you. Thank you is not merely a phrase to be uttered. Are you able to stand?" Suemo inquired as he watched her laboriously attempt to rise on her own. Only to fail twice. With a sigh, he approached her and lifted her off the ground, moving swiftly into the distance. In Brooklyn, New York, at a seaside villa owned by Suemo Ugg, with a muffled grunt. The bullet lodged in her shoulder exited the wound, tearing her clothing. Suemo opened a medical kit, retrieving medications and bandages. "I don't think this is necessary," the White Queen declared, shedding her shirt until only her undergarments remained. "Isn't this more convenient?" Sumo's expression momentarily faltered, and after a few lingering glances, he shrugged. "If you're happy with it." The White Queen, noticing Sumo's reaction, smiled subtly. After he finished bandaging her, Suemo sat opposite her. Exhausted, the White Queen reclined on the sofa, tilting her head to appraise him. "You seem to recognize me?" As a mutant with telepathic abilities, she possessed a keen understanding of micro-expressions, surpassing that of seasoned psychologists. Although she had been unable to perceive Sumo's thoughts throughout their encounter, she deduced from his gaze that he certainly recognized her. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses flew from a nearby cabinet. He caught them, pouring a drink for both. "This isn't important. The reason I saved you is simply that you have some value to me. It's as straightforward as that." The White Queen's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. As a figure who once stood second only to the Black King in the Hellfire Club, she understood that Sumo would not have risked his safety to save her without reason. The only reason he would intervene was because she possessed something worth his effort. Why this time? After applying the medication, the pain from her shoulder had subsided. Rising from the sofa, she approached Sumo. "Useful?" The White Queen's hand brushed lightly against Sumo's cheek. A flirtatious smile gracing her lips. "Is it the kind of usefulness I'm thinking of?" Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to rest in the villa, Sumo ascended into the air. The White Queen stood by the villa's window, watching as Sumo vanished into the sky. Earlier, in the jungle, her telepathic abilities had failed to detect his presence. She had attempted twice more, with results no different than before. Unlike Professor X, whose mental defenses could be felt, Sumo was entirely imperceptible. In comparison, his abilities were far more formidable. Furthermore, from their recent encounter, it was evident that he possessed not only an extraordinary physique but also the capacity for mental manipulation. Among all the mutants she knew, none seemed more terrifying than him. This realization was a significant factor in her swift decision to submit. Years prior, the White Queen, Emma, had come under the scrutiny of Bolivar Trask's Mutant Research Corporation. After several confrontations, she recognized the futility of resisting the Sentinel robots and chose a life of seclusion, evading their pursuit. Thus, the earlier incident in the jungle transpired. Sumo understood that the only reason she could remain unscathed was the pressure exerted by the Sentinel robots. Without his protection, it would not be long before Emma became a subject in a mutant research laboratory. Undoubtedly as a test subject. Chapter 22. Saratown, Vampires in New York State. Along a rural road leading to a small town, Sumo sat relaxed in the passenger seat of an ordinary Ford sedan, slowly closing the file in his hands. "You don't seem surprised at all?" Hill, who was driving, inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Heaven knows how shocked she was after reading the reports contained within that file. These were legendary vampires. Sumo, smiling, glanced at Hill beside him. "Believe me, among the foes you will encounter in the future, the fearsome nature of these creatures doesn't even rank in the top 10. The file he held detailed accounts of vampires. Their presence here was part of Sumo's promise to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. Since half a year ago, visitors to a small town in New York State had begun to mysteriously disappear. With the total number of missing persons now exceeding 100. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched numerous agents to investigate, but all had vanished just like the tourists. Even an 8th-level agent sent last week had lost contact. Left with no options, Nick Fury resorted to utilizing the only opportunity Sumo had promised to lend a hand. Sumo was well aware that the agents who had gone missing had not returned empty-handed. One agent had sent out a final message before disappearing, containing only 3 words: vampires. Sumo was acutely aware that vampires in the Marvel Universe could only be considered weaklings. They not only feared sunlight and silver but were also only marginally stronger than ordinary humans. Even an ordinary person armed with a silver blade could likely slay several unarmed vampires in a desperate struggle. Such combat prowess was hardly noteworthy in a world brimming with superheroes. Given Sumo's current abilities, he could simply stand there and let them bite. They would struggle in vain to inflict any harm upon him. Conversely, these vampires represented a wealth of points for him. If he could locate their lair and cleanse it, the rewards could be substantial. Before long, the car came to a stop in front of a hotel in a place called Saratown. Situated in the northeast of New York State, Saratown was renowned for its ancient castles and hundreds of historic buildings, making it a popular tourist destination. As the years passed and the number of visitors grew, it developed into a bustling town with a population nearing several 100,000. Sumo exited the vehicle, removing his sunglasses to admire the distant spires of the ancient castles and the charmingly aged architecture. A smile gracing his face. The scenery was quite pleasant. It was indeed a fitting place for tourism. Hill stepped out of the car, struggling to retrieve 2 slender boxes from the trunk. Casting a glance at Sumo, she remarked dryly, Do you really think we're here for a vacation? Despite being a highly trained level 9 agent, she felt a twinge of apprehension when confronted with the legendary vampire. Unlike Suimo, who appeared to be as relaxed as a tourist, she found it difficult to maintain such ease. Suimo, sensing her unease, offered her a reassuring glance. He then surveyed the somewhat dilapidated inn before them. Has your budget dwindled to this extent? While staying at a 5-star hotel is unnecessary, this is rather neglectful, Suimo remarked as he pushed open the weathered door, its paint peeling and worn. Glancing back at Hill, who was burdened with 2 suitcases, perhaps you should consider changing your employer. I could offer double the salary. Although Hill was merely an ordinary human, her capabilities in management and logistics were exceptional. Ensuring her subordinates did not suffer under her leadership. If that's the case, I will certainly contact you at the earliest opportunity. Suimo paid little mind to Hill's dismissive words as they approached the front desk. Boss, we'd like to book a room. A moment later, they ascended to a room on the 2nd floor, carrying their belongings. Several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. had mysteriously disappeared in this very location, indicating a heightened level of vigilance. Naturally, they could not use their real identities. Instead, they masqueraded as a couple on vacation. They had only booked a single room. Hill placed the 2 suitcases on the bed and entered a password on the keypad atop one of them. With a hiss of released pressure, the suitcase gradually opened. Suimo peered inside, instantly recognizing it to be filled with weapons designed for combating vampires. Though uncertain of their effectiveness, the presence of weaponry offered a sense of security. Hill then handed one of the suitcases to Suimo, who examined the assortment of weapons within. The first item was a silver long knife, seemingly crafted from a silver-infused alloy, with a gentle swing. He sliced through a corner of the wooden headboard, producing a remarkably smooth cut. It must be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed some impressive weaponry. With a subtle motion, the long knife vanished from his hand, and he continued to inspect the contents of the suitcase. Observing this, Hill's eyes widened in astonishment. She approached Suimo and grasped his right hand, where the knife had just been, glancing around to find no trace of the weapon. Doubting her own eyes, she rubbed them. Am I seeing things? Where did it go? With a slight movement of his right hand, the long knife reappeared with a flourish before vanishing once more. You could interpret it as a special ability. Suimo replied nonchalantly. After witnessing this display, Hill finally regained her composure. Oh my goodness, that's simply extraordinary. Are you a mutant? You could say that, Suimo responded, uninterested in further explanations. His gaze fell back to the suitcase, where, in addition to the long knife, there were 3 other items. A specially designed handgun that fired silver bullets, accompanied by 100 rounds of ammunition, several grenades emanating a faint purple glow, and what appeared to be a spray resembling sunscreen. The handgun and bullets were unremarkable, so he stowed them away without hesitation. The grenades were likely designed to emit ultraviolet light, but the final item, the sunscreen-like spray, left him perplexed. Turning to Hill, he inquired, "What is this?" Now composed, Hill eagerly explained, "This is a skincare spray infused with silver. According to reports, applying this spray makes vampires lose interest in you." "And how does this differ from garlic water?" Suimo asked, raising an eyebrow. Hill paused, contemplating before responding. "The only difference is that using this spray won't cause ordinary people to see you as an outcast." Chapter 23. The Castle. Traces of vampires. Having entrusted all the equipment to Suimo, Hill set off to investigate the traces left behind by the previous agents, leaving Suimo alone in the inn. After all, it was the agent's duty to conduct investigations, while he was merely there to provide muscle. Left to his own devices, Suimo wandered out of the inn and strolled through the quaint town. It was now early May, the peak of the tourist season. The streets were bustling with visitors carrying backpacks. It seems the government has managed to suppress the news of the missing tourists. Suimo mused. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many tourists after such alarming reports of disappearances. Wait. A sudden realization struck him. If there were no hidden forces at play, the government likely would not have chosen to bury this information. After all, with hundreds of people missing, merely silencing their families would be an arduous task. Why would the government undertake such a thankless endeavor? This suggested potential involvement from high-ranking officials. After all, the temptation of immortality is a compelling lure. Despite the drawback of being unable to walk in sunlight, when faced with the choice between death and a life shunned from light, few would care about such a minor inconvenience. Blending in like any ordinary tourist, Suemo aimlessly wandered through the town. Hours later, as dusk fell, he found himself in the vicinity of ancient architecture. This area was vast, occupying nearly half the town. The ancient castles at its center were private property. Closed to the public. As he approached a path leading to the castle, he was stopped by guards. Seeing this, he chose not to press the issue and turned away. Once out of sight of the guards, a suit of armor materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. With a shift of his form, he soared toward the castle. If there was any place in this town most closely associated with vampires, it was undoubtedly these castles. From the films he had watched, vampires were always depicted as residing in such grand fortresses. However, reality was proving somewhat disappointing. After inspecting several castles, he found only a few maintenance staff, devoid of the pallid-faced vampires he had envisioned. Now that night had fully descended, he could not ascertain the true nature of these individuals based solely on appearance. Therefore, he conducted tests on each one. The method was simple. He sprayed the silver-infused liquid Hill had given him onto them. If any were vampires, they would undoubtedly react. Yet the outcome was clear. These individuals were merely ordinary people. It was not until he neared the central castle that a scream echoed from a room atop the structure. Something's happening. Sumo's expression brightened. He swiftly floated outside the window of the room from which the cry had emanated. Peering inside, a girl was bound to a chair, and before her stood an elderly man, his hair almost entirely white. The man was tugging at the girl's clothing, which had nearly been torn away, leaving her in only a delicate white lace undergarment. Had this been a scene from a film, Suemo would have cursed the hero arriving to rescue the damsel in distress. Yet, in this reality, he chose to intervene. A handgun loaded with silver bullets appeared in his hand, aimed directly at the elderly man inside the room. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared on the man's head as he staggered to the floor. Eliminated a villain. 80 points, Suemo thought, slightly disappointed to discover the man was not a vampire. Observing the blood flowing from the wound, he sighed. With a swift movement, he entered the room through the open window. Suemo waved his hand gently, sending a throwing knife to sever the ropes binding the girl. In the process, the knife inadvertently grazed her skin, yet she seemed entirely oblivious. I must be overly sensitive, Suemo thought to himself. Put your clothes on. I'll escort you out. He stood at the window, gazing out at the scenery, ready to make his exit since there were no vampires to be found. Upon seeing the throwing knife, the girl's eyes widened with intrigue. Hearing Sumo's intention to help her leave, she did not hastily dress but approached him instead. Are you a mutant? Suemo, regarding the girl before him, coldly replied, that seems irrelevant to you. Seeing that he did not deny it, the girl grasped his arm tightly, pleading, please, save my sister. I will agree to any condition if you can rescue her. Suemo remained unmoved by her desperation. I can take you to the police station. You should seek their help. Doing good and saving lives was the duty of public officials like the police. While aiding someone in need could be a trivial matter, he had no interest in playing the role of a superhero. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she implored, I have already contacted the police, but they have taken no action and are using this as leverage. Her gaze fell upon the deceased elderly man. This man is the police chief. Suemo was taken aback by her revelation. Truly, this is a land of freedom, and the actions of this director are rather impressive. Not only must the criminals endure a few blows, but even those who come to report the crime are not spared. Who took your sister away? They are not human. They resemble monstrous vampires. Upon hearing her words, Sumo's expression shifted. Are you implying that she was abducted by vampires? The girl, upon hearing this, felt a rekindling of hope and hastily wiped away her tears. I cannot ascertain whether those creatures are indeed vampires, but they bear a striking resemblance to the vampires depicted in films. Half an hour later, observing the puzzled gaze of Hill upon the girl behind them, Suemo provided a brief explanation before leading the way upstairs. Once they returned to the room, Hill first produced a compact device, scanning the area to ensure there were no listening devices present. Before inquiring, what is this? Suemo recounted the events that had transpired. Where exactly was your sister taken by those creatures? Hill's gaze shifted towards the girl at a bar called Ireland, the Ireland Bar. Is it situated in the eastern part of the town? The girl was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly nodded in affirmation. Noticing Sumo's quizzical expression, Hill elaborated, earlier today, I came across some information left by agents on the street, indicating that these individuals went missing in this area. Wait a moment. Suemo looked at Hill, puzzled. Do you agents not communicate via messages or phone calls? Must you resort to such primitive means of conveying information? Hill shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. The fact remains that those agents lost contact shortly after arriving here, and only one managed to send a message, which was related to the vampires. Chapter 24. The emergence of vampires. The Ireland Bar is located on a street in the eastern part of the town. The street is adorned with a plethora of neon lights. Women dressed provocatively sit beneath the neon glow, awaiting the arrival of customers. Occasionally, individuals approach to inquire about prices before dragging the women into the back rooms. Suemo walked along, intrigued by the sights on either side. What's this? Are you interested? Hill teased him, observing his wandering gaze. Do you think your organization will reimburse you for such interests? For a moment, Hill found herself at a loss for words. Yet she understood that both were merely jesting. A billionaire could hardly be swayed by such ordinary fare. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Ireland Bar. From the outside, the bar appeared somewhat dilapidated, but upon entering, it revealed a different world. The entire establishment was situated underground. Upon entering, they found the bar bustling with patrons. What should we do next? In the vast expanse of the bar, with hundreds of people milling about amidst the dim lighting, it was nearly impossible to distinguish vampires from ordinary folk. Hearing Sumo's question, Hill found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Surely we can't approach each person to inquire. Observing her expression, Suemo sighed. Very well, I shall handle it with that. Suemo reached into his pocket, and when he withdrew his hand, he held a spherical object, the ultraviolet grenade from the earlier box. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and hurled it into the air above the center of the bar. Close your eyes, he called out to Hill before turning his back to the grenade's trajectory. Upon witnessing Sumo's actions, Hill's face registered alarm. In such a dim environment, even an ordinary person struck by this would likely be rendered blind for weeks. Wait, however, by the time her warning escaped her lips, Suemo had already thrown the grenade. Seeing this, Hill did not hesitate to follow suit. Turning, she closed her eyes. Boom! A sound, not overly loud, emanated from the direction of the grenade, followed by an intense light bursting forth from the explosion's epicenter. Instantly, the dim bar was illuminated as brightly as day. A chorus of screams erupted from all directions. Kill enemy, score 160. Kill enemy, score 210. A stream of notifications flooded Sumo's mind. The points for slaying vampires were quite substantial. Sumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Under certain circumstances, these vampires were even easier to dispatch than ordinary humans. Yet the points awarded were several times greater than those for regular humans. Hill opened her eyes. She was met with the sight of nearly everyone in the bar sprawled on the ground, clutching their eyes and wailing in agony. Suemo shrugged at Hill's gaze. Do you possess a better method? Although the collateral damage seems excessive, Hill retorted, somewhat speechless. Perhaps they will even thank me for it. With his mental prowess, the surrounding scene vividly appeared in his mind. Amidst the explosion of the grenade, several hidden vampires among the crowd were reduced to ashes. Only two vampires, positioned at a distant hallway, narrowly escaped unharmed by retreating into the corridor just in time. Yet they too bore the marks of ultraviolet burns. At that moment, one vampire, unscathed due to their refuge in the hallway, assisted the other as they fled deeper into the corridor. After hearing Sumo's explanation, Hill displayed a hint of resignation on her face. She then shook her head and pursued the fleeing figures. In the corridor, the two vampires, their skin scorched, continued to cry out in pain as they fled. The burned areas hissed with the release of vapor. In order to heal their injuries, they required a sufficient supply of blood. While the hall was teeming with living humans, they were not foolish. The presence of an ultraviolet grenade, specifically designed to target vampires, indicated that they were being hunted. Should they dare to re-enter the hall, they would likely meet the same fate as their fallen comrades, turning to ash before they could replenish their strength. As they ran, the trio heard the sound of footsteps approaching steadily from behind. With each passing moment, the sound grew nearer. At the end of the corridor, Sumo's figure materialized. Observing Sumo's sudden appearance, the uninjured vampire pushed the other two forward. Hurry, go. I'll hold him off with that. The woman turned to Suemo. baring her sharp fangs and letting out a furious roar. "Come on, boy. I shall drain every drop of blood from your body." With that, she lunged at Suimo. Just as she leaped towards him, he casually waved his right hand. "Ah!" The female vampire screamed in agony as she crashed to the ground before Suimo, her arms and legs contorted in an impossible manner. Despite her predicament, the fallen female vampire continued to defiantly open her mouth, hissing at Suimo. "So, it seems you are quite adept at sucking," Suimo remarked, producing a handgun loaded with silver bullets and thrusting it into the vampire's open mouth. As he observed her limbs slowly regaining their normal shape, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the female vampire was reduced to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Kill enemy. Score 180. Suimo holstered the gun. "You certainly have a knack for it. My gun can only last 3 seconds. Having dealt with her, he continued his pursuit of the other two. From the recent skirmish, it became evident that his assumptions were correct. These vampires were indeed a feeble lot. He had utilized less than 1% of his strength, and they were already unable to withstand it. The two injured vampires, upon hearing the screams and gunfire from behind, were engulfed in fear. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed once more in the corridor. The sound resonated like a drumbeat in their chests, rendering them nearly breathless. After all, the vampire who had attempted to stop Suimo had barely lasted half a minute before being annihilated. The combined strength of the two of them was unlikely to surpass that of their adversary. In a panic, they disregarded their pain and sprinted with all their might to the end of the corridor. Hastily entering the elevator, they frantically pressed the close button. As they watched the elevator doors slowly begin to close, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Just as the last sliver of space disappeared and the elevator was about to start, the open button suddenly lit up. The closing elevator doors reopened. "Ward?" The two felt their hearts leap once more. They hurriedly pressed the close button again. As the doors began to close gradually, the open button illuminated once more. "Damn it!" The two stood on the brink of collapse. "If I manage to escape, I shall track down the elevator installer and tear him to shreds." "You may not have that opportunity." Sumo's ghostly figure appeared outside the elevator doors. Chapter 25. The trap. Sumo stepped into the elevator. The instinct for survival compelled the two vampires to muster their courage and leap forward. However, after a few exchanges, they quickly recognized the harsh reality and subdued themselves. Grabbing one vampire from the floor, Sumo demanded, "Tell me, where is your lair?" "You?" Sumo withdrew his blade from the vampire's chest, watching as they turned to ash before his very eyes. He then seized the other. I swear, our base is beneath this very bar." Before Sumo could utter a word, the vampire hastily began to speak. Subsequently, he pressed the elevator floor buttons in a rhythmic manner, causing a hole to open beneath them, from which a button labeled B2 slid forth. Just then, Hill arrived from behind. The words spoken by the vampire reached her ears. "I seem to have arrived a bit late." "No, you arrived just in time." With that, Sumo plunged the knife in his hand into the vampire's chest. After pressing the newly revealed button in the elevator, a strong sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the elevator descended for a full 30 seconds. This confirmed for the two that the so-called B2 level was at least 100 meters below the B1 level. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, they were met with a dimly lit room. In a hall spanning several hundred square meters stood hundreds of shadowy figures. In their midst were several bound young girls, their wrists slashed open, blood flowing from them in streams. It seemed like a macabre party. With vampires taking turns approaching, a few of the girls, having lost too much blood, had already succumbed. Hill fixed her gaze upon this unsettling scene. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the secluded nature of the place, the crowd remained oblivious to the arrival of the two intruders. It wasn't until half a minute later that two vampires near the elevator noticed them. Upon seeing the pair, the male and female vampire's eyes lit up simultaneously, and they lunged towards them. Witnessing this, Hill could no longer contain herself. She drew her handgun from her pocket and fired 2 shots, dispatching the two vampires. The remaining vampires in the hall froze momentarily, turning their attention towards the armed Hill. Realizing the danger posed by Agent Hill, they roared and charged at her. Sumo, momentarily stunned by the sight, quickly reacted and positioned himself behind Hill, a bunch of despicable scum. "Your dark deeds shall be exposed," he declared, producing an ultraviolet grenade from his hand and tossing it. Moments later, a blinding light flooded the space. Exposure level 1000. In an instant, the vampires were incinerated to ashes by the searing light. When the brightness faded, nearly all the vampires in the room had vanished, leaving only a few quick-witted ones who had managed to hide behind support pillars. Hill breathed a sigh of relief. After this mission, I believe I need to seek psychological counseling. Perhaps you need to vent instead, Suimo remarked as he handed her the silver knife. Hill accepted it and charged towards the surviving vampires. Although these vampires had managed to survive, the intense light had still scorched their skin, rendering them nearly defenseless in Hill's hands. Within 5 minutes, all the vampires were reduced to ashes. Suimo led the way towards a passage on the opposite side of the hall. Following the passage to its end, he found another elevator. The security here was indeed quite formidable. With no survivors to contend with, Suimo drew his combat knife, forged from adamantium, and swiftly hacked the elevator door to shreds. Wait here. I'll descend to investigate. With that, Suimo leaped into the dark elevator shaft, landing softly atop the elevator. He carved an opening beneath his feet and descended into the elevator. Exiting the elevator, he found himself in a narrow corridor less than 10 meters long. At the end of the corridor stood a large metallic door. As he approached the door, it automatically creaked open, revealing the scene beyond. Inside a dimly lit hall sat a circle of pallid vampires, with a sacrificial altar at its center upon which a girl of around 17 or 18 was bound. The girl's appearance was strikingly similar to that of the girl he had rescued from the ancient castle. Suimo instantly deduced that this must be the sister of the girl he had saved. Observing the surrounding vampires, it appeared they were engaged in some sort of ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Suimo switched to his specially crafted handgun and began to fire in quick succession. Though he was unsure of their intentions as adversaries, it was only logical to thwart whatever they planned. However, it was evident that these vampires held a certain status within their ranks, far surpassing the ordinary ones outside. They nimbly leaped aside, evading the silver bullets. Exposing their sharp fangs, they charged at Suimo. Unfazed, Suimo extended his right hand, drawing a line in the air. The bullets that had missed their mark curved back with doubled speed, striking the unsuspecting vampires and turning them to dust. Just as Suimo was about to ascend the altar, he paused, his gaze fixating on a flying knife that he had hurled, severing the ropes binding the girl. With her bindings cut, the girl tumbled off the altar. And amidst the commotion, she regained consciousness, gazing at Suimo in confusion. "Who are you?" Seeing that she appeared unharmed, Suimo gently set her down. "I was sent by your sister to rescue you." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned to one of bewilderment. "Sister? My parents only had one daughter. Where would a sister come from?" Sumo's expression shifted in surprise, quickly transforming into alarm. "Oh no," he exclaimed as he lifted her. Ready to flee, however, it was too late. The surrounding walls were suddenly enveloped by a dark energy. The woman, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the girl, descended from the air. It's too late to leave now. Chapter 26. The Dark Witch Agatha. As the woman descended slowly, her appearance underwent a startling transformation. By the time she landed a short distance before them, she had morphed into a middle-aged woman in her 50s. Clad in a black robe. "Who are you?" Suimo regarded her warily. It seemed she was a witch, and at that moment, he was most reluctant to confront such mysterious adversaries. The woman noticed Sumo's expression and smiled faintly. "Me? I've lived for so long that I've nearly forgotten my original name. Let me think. I've remembered. You may call me Agatha." "Agatha." Sumo's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of Agatha, who could be considered one of the most powerful dark sorceresses in the Marvel Universe, having once sought to seize Wanda's chaotic powers. Although she ultimately failed, it did not diminish her prowess in dark magic. "The disappearances in this town were caused by you?" "Of course not, to be precise. It was the work of these wretched vampires." Agatha shook her head. "My target was only this little girl. However, she is no longer of any use to me, as I have found a more suitable candidate." With that, Agatha's gaze fell upon Suimo, and without warning, she attacked. A sphere of black energy shot from her hand towards Suimo. He swiftly dodged to the side, and several flying knives shot from his person. In that instant, a purple portal appeared in his path. Suimo had no time to evade and was drawn into the portal. To his surprise, The portal led him merely a few meters away, right to the center of the altar. Not good. Sumo's expression shifted as he attempted to flee from the altar, but Agatha was already prepared. A translucent energy barrier enveloped the altar, trapping him within. Sumo struck the barrier with all his might, causing violent tremors that resulted in a spiderweb-like crack. Yet, the fissure repaired itself almost instantly. Witnessing this, Agatha's expression shifted from surprise to delight. Indeed, this body not only possesses longevity but also a physical strength that rivals the Hulk. If I can seize this body, I need not worry about aging for centuries, and I can rectify the inherent weaknesses of a sorcerer's frail physique. Good. Ha ha ha. Agatha cackled madly. Upon hearing her words, Sumo immediately grasped the situation. However, longevity alone would not change much. Even the mighty Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, required energy from the dark dimension to prolong her life. Agatha, as a witch, was no exception. From her words, it was evident that she could not extend her life like Ancient One by drawing power from the dark dimension but had resorted to another method, possession. Wait, Sumo suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that you, a woman, wish to possess me, a man? Agatha's laughter ceased abruptly. Fear not. Once my soul inhabits your body, I can transform it to resemble my own. What the hell? You, a woman, wish to enter a man's body? It is truly a reversal of cosmic order. What is most intolerable is that the adversary seeks to transform her own body to resemble that of Agatha. At this moment, Agatha has commenced her possession. The altar beneath Sumo's feet is adorned with deep purple markings that gradually illuminate, while Agatha slowly levitates above the altar, her lips uttering a series of cryptic incantations. Witnessing this spectacle, Sumo no longer holds back. Previously, he had merely caused cracks in the protective shield with his physical strength. Now, bolstered by his psychic energy, shattering the barrier proves to be a trivial matter. In that instant, his arms are encased in battle armor. Sumo ascends into the sky. His fist, imbued with hundreds of tons of force, descends violently upon the apex of the protective shield. The sound akin to a bubble bursting resonates through the air. The shield can hardly withstand even half a second before disintegrating into purple energy. Sumo, undeterred, charges towards the airborne Agatha. Clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, Agatha's face betrays a flicker of terror as she instinctively attempts to evade to the side. Yet, her speed pales in comparison to Sumo's. In the blink of an eye, his fist is about to collide with Agatha's form. In a moment of peril, Agatha's body emanates deep purple energy, forming another protective barrier around her. However, the shield shatters almost instantaneously under Agatha's desperate gaze. Sumo's fist crashes into her without obstruction. No. With a piercing scream, Agatha's frail body explodes into a cloud of crimson mist. Before Sumo can gather his thoughts, a shadowy figure surges forth from the blood mist, piercing directly into the center of his brow. In the place where Agatha once stood, a tome radiating black energy hovers gently, evidently the Dark Grimoire under her control. Within mere 5 seconds, the Dark Grimoire transforms into a streak of light, following Agatha into Sumo's brow. The moment Agatha's soul enters Sumo's body, his gaze turns vacant. Losing control, he plummets from the sky. Fortunately, given his current physical prowess, a fall from merely 10 meters, let alone 100, poses little threat to him. As Agatha's body is destroyed, the dark energy enveloping the hall gradually dissipates. Hill crashes through the door and rushes in. Upon seeing Sumo lying on the ground, Hill hastens to help him up. The girl, who had been hiding nearby, also hurriedly steps forward to assist. After checking Sumo's breath, Hill turns to inquire of the girl. The girl recounts the events that transpired in the hall. Upon hearing this, Hill's expression shifts dramatically. Damn it, the witch has taken over. Instantly understanding the gravity of the situation, panic rises within her. Despite maintaining composure in the face of the most ruthless criminals, she now finds herself flustered. Confronting these mystical entities, she possesses no experience to draw upon. Chapter 27. The Nether God Zysorn. What does it matter if you destroy my body? You cannot prevent. Agatha's soul, initially filled with a sense of triumph, charges into Sumo's consciousness. However, upon beholding the astral tower at the center of his mind, existing as if in another realm, her voice falters. The aura emanating from the astral tower sends chills down her spine. Cautiously, She observes the tower and Suemo standing beneath it. Boy, you truly surprise me. I never anticipated such a treasure residing within your body. With a casual wave of her hand, Agatha summons the Dark Grimoire into her palm. Yet, it is all in vain. Nothing can withstand me. Reinvigorated by the presence of the Dark Grimoire, Agatha regains her confidence. Suemo casts a glance at the pitch-black tome radiating dark energy in her grasp. He understands well that this is merely a replica of the Dark Grimoire, its contents nearly identical to the original. Sometimes, excessive arrogance can prove detrimental. I hope you can still be so defiant later, Agatha declares, as pure dark energy begins to emanate from the grimoire, forming tendrils that snake towards Suemo. She gazes at him with pity. Submit your soul willingly. She is acutely aware of the grimoire's formidable power. Not only does it contain all the dark magic created by S.H.I.E.L.D, but it has also evolved over time, enhanced by prolonged interactions with numerous dark sorcerers, rendering it a potent artifact. Empowered by the grimoire, the speed and strength of her dark magic can double. As the grimoire releases its dark energy, the astral tower hovering above Suemo stirs, the ninth layer's swirling vortex quaking slightly. A peculiar wave of energy seems to emanate from another realm, sweeping toward Agatha and the Dark Grimoire. The tendrils extending from the grimoire vanish as they encounter this energy. As if annihilated, Agatha's expression shifts dramatically. She gestures with her hands, summoning more dark energy from the tome to form additional tendrils to counter the vortex's energy. However, these tendrils fail to impede the energy's advance in the slightest. Within the blink of an eye, the energy reaches Agatha. No. With a harrowing cry, Agatha's soul, like the tendrils, vanishes from Suemo's consciousness. Once the energy passes, only the Dark Grimoire remains, gently floating in place. Suemo's eyes gleam upon seeing the grimoire left behind. He is not surprised that the astral tower can obliterate the adversary. After all, it is at least a divine weapon. How could it possibly fail against a mere witch? Taking 2 steps forward, he extends his hand, eager to claim the Dark Grimoire. While the Devouring system possesses formidable combat prowess, it struggles against magic-based foes in its early stages. Gaining control of the Dark Grimoire would undoubtedly remedy this shortcoming. This tome stands in contrast to the Triune Book of the Vincenti, representing the pinnacle of magic in this world. Yet, just as Suemo is about to grasp the Dark Grimoire, the astral tower at the center of his consciousness trembles, and the grimoire, as if summoned, transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into the tower. In that instant, within a certain dark dimension, the colossal and immeasurable nether god S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been ensconced in slumber, abruptly opens his eyes. Powered. In that moment, he perceives a swift extraction of energy from his being. The pace is so rapid that in less than 2 breaths, 1/10 of his power has been siphoned away. After a moment's reflection, he realizes, is a follower drawing upon my strength through dark magic? As the creator of dark magic, all who wield it must rely on his power to successfully cast their spells. Naturally, the price for this power is gradual erosion by his energy, culminating in the complete consumption of their souls. And the soul is the source of their power's evolution. No. S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly dismisses this possibility. Even if 1,000,000 of the most powerful dark sorcerers were to cast spells simultaneously, the consumption rate could not possibly reach such extremes. With no time to ponder, S.H.I.E.L.D hastily casts a spell, attempting to stem the outflow of his energy. After all, at this rate of energy depletion, he would be drained within half a minute, reduced to a laughingstock among the demon gods in a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D's expression shifts dramatically. No, it cannot be. He emits a frenzied roar. Just moments ago, he discovered that no matter how he tried to sever the connection, the rate of dark energy loss from his body remained unchanged. This occurrence is unprecedented, causing his mind to momentarily malfunction. His dark magic, which relies on his magical energy, should be subject to his own discretion. Yet, what is happening now? Even without his permission, energy is pouring out uncontrollably. This is not borrowing. It is an act of thievery. S.H.I.E.L.D howls in fury. However, as one of the 4 ancient gods, he quickly regains his composure. The immediate priority is to preserve his own life. With this thought, S.H.I.E.L.D envelopes his massive form, composed of dark energy, in a colossal purple magic circle. The surrounding endless dark energy surges toward him like a tidal wave, replenishing the energy he has lost. Presently, he resides in the underworld he has crafted over countless years, a realm thick with dark energy, ripe for his absorption. As the energy floods in, he barely manages to stabilize the depletion within his body, maintaining a precarious balance. Once the situation is momentarily stabilized, S.H.I.E.L.D finally has the opportunity to reach out to the myriad realms. Damn it, do not let me find you. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is scorched in the flames of hell for 1,000,000 years. Time passes, and then, found you, S.H.I.E.L.D exclaims with exhilaration. Subsequently, his consciousness descends into the realm where S.H.I.E.L.D resides. With his capabilities, he can effortlessly inhabit the body of any individual within this world. After possessing the body, he could only unleash a mere 1% of his abilities. Yet, he did not believe that in such a state, he could contend with the formidable foes that sought to forcibly drain his energy. Mount Vandagash, the Dark Temple, dark energy seeped from the intricately carved rock walls, eventually coalescing in midair into a tome of obsidian, a manifestation of the original Dark Scripture. Concurrently, a black, spatial portal slowly materialized within the cave. Under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Dark Scripture flickered and vanished into the opened portal ahead. Chapter 28. 2 volumes of the Dark Scripture within the subterranean space of the bar. S.H.I.E.L.D gradually regained consciousness. After the replica of the Dark Scripture was absorbed by the Star Tower, he had attempted various means to retrieve it, all in vain. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the effort. After all, strictly speaking, Agatha had also been extinguished by the Star Tower. Thus it rightfully belonged to the Star Tower as a trophy. Upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D awaken, Sierra and the girl beside her were taken aback rather than pleased, stepping back a few paces to distance themselves from him. Sierra even drew her pistol, aiming it at S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are you? The witch's soul had already entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body, and they were uncertain whether the figure before them was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D or the successfully possessed witch. Rest assured, the witch has been completely eradicated. While he felt somewhat despondent about the Dark Scripture slipping away from him, he was still determined. How can you prove you are who you claim to be? Sierra did not let her guard down, the gun still trained on him. Faced with such an obscure inquiry, S.H.I.E.L.D pondered for a moment before helplessly shrugging his shoulders. All right, how would you like me to prove it? Sierra, stumped by the question, thought for a moment before finally asking, what color was my clothing when we first met? As she spoke, perhaps due to the heat from exertion, she casually removed her outer jacket, revealing a form-fitting tank top that showcased her impressive figure without reservation. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but glance a few extra times, albeit with appreciative intent. His enhanced mental acuity afforded him a memory retention far beyond that of an ordinary person. Nearly to the point of photographic recall. Black? Sierra nodded. For now, I'll take your word for it with that. She turned and walked toward the exit. We should leave swiftly before more vampires arrive. S.H.I.E.L.D observed her retreating figure and followed a couple of steps behind. Is it really that simple? You just believe me like that? He had anticipated needing to provide extensive explanations, yet Sierra had merely conducted this straightforward verification. Sierra glanced back at him. You just casually eyed my chest 6 times. She retorted, I hardly believe a witch would be interested in my physique. Taken aback by her words, S.H.I.E.L.D silently admired her wit. Such cleverness was indeed befitting of a professional agent. However, I believe, Sierra, that you might be a tad hasty. Perhaps you ought to verify a few more times? Following the earlier events, the bar was now deserted. Just as they were preparing to depart, a spatial portal slowly opened in the adjacent air. The Dark Scripture, under S.H.I.E.L.D's manipulation, flashed and entered S.H.I.E.L.D's forehead. Back again? S.H.I.E.L.D could only manage a sarcastic remark before closing his eyes and fainting once more. Fortunately, Sierra reacted swiftly, steadying him. The girl rescued earlier assisted Sierra in placing S.H.I.E.L.D onto a nearby chair. After hesitating, she turned to Sierra. Did he just open a bookstore in his mind? Sierra sighed in resignation. In such a brief span of time, a witch in 2 tomes had already infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D's consciousness. Perhaps in the sea of consciousness upon entering, the Dark Scripture did not pause for a moment, rushing directly toward the location of the Star Tower. The closer it drew, the more S.H.I.E.L.D could distinctly sense the surge of his own power gravitating toward that place. As the distance to the Star Tower diminished, its form loomed larger in S.H.I.E.L.D's perception, while the space between them seemed to stretch infinitely. Damn it! What in the world is this? as he felt the dark scripture he commanded grow increasingly insignificant before the Star Tower. Zysorn recognized that if this continued, he might never reach the tower's position. Gritting his teeth, he understood clearly that the other party's strength surpassed his own. Continuing further could very well mean the demise of this fragment of his consciousness. Noticing the other party attempting to flee, the Star Tower finally stirred into action. A beam of light shot forth from its pinnacle, illuminating the dark scripture. No. Like snow melting, Zysorn's consciousness clinging to it was instantaneously obliterated. The authentic dark scripture then transformed into a stream of light, vanishing back into the Star Tower. Witnessing this scene, Suemo was inwardly astonished. From the ancient appearance of the dark scripture, it was easily inferred to be the genuine article. Is the Lord of the Underworld so petty? He sends someone after me just for having seen his counterfeit. But what of Agatha, who gazed upon it for over a century? Unable to discern the crux of the matter, Suemo decided to ignore it altogether and approached the Star Tower directly. Come on, let us negotiate. With two almost identical volumes, could you spare me one? Even a counterfeit would suffice. I'm not picky. Yet the Star Tower remained indifferent, seemingly unmoved. Standing before the Star Tower, Suemo attempted to communicate with it, reasoning that as a recognized artifact, it ought to grant its master a modicum of respect. However, the reality proved otherwise. Whether due to his lack of stature or the absence of any sentience within the Star Tower, after rambling for an eternity, it remained utterly unresponsive. With no choice left, Suemo could only retreat to Kamar-Tajed in an ancient hall. At the center of a circular dais hung the Eye of Agamotto, the most potent artifact within the sanctum. The moment Zysorn manipulated the dark scripture, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, emanating a surge of magical energy that radiated outward. Trouble! The old man guarding nearby, Wong, changed countenance. Before he could signal, a portal opened, and the figure of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, emerged. With a gentle wave of her hand, the Eye of Agamotto automatically encircled her neck, as she formed a seal that transmitted a torrent of information into her mind. After a brief moment, Ancient One slowly opened her eyes. The anxious Wong approached her. Moments ago, the Vishanti sensed the presence of the Lord of the Underworld in this realm, using the Eye of Agamotto to alert us. The Lord of the Underworld? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of emotion crossed Wong's eyes to that Zysorn, one of the four ancient gods, who is several times more powerful than Dormammu? Indeed, Ancient One nodded. Unfortunately, we only sensed him for an instant before he vanished from Earth. Whether he departed or concealed himself remains unknown. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the mural of the New York sanctum etched into the temple walls. It seems that soon, the entire Earth will descend into chaos. Chapter 29. The illusory magic secret in the underworld. Damn it, you thieving bastard! The entire realm trembled with Zysorn's furious roar. It was no surprise he was enraged. Having sought to confront the other party with the dark scripture, he had not anticipated losing a portion of his consciousness in the process. This inflicted some damage upon his true self and severed his connection with the dark scripture entirely. Half an hour later, the underworld gradually returned to a semblance of calm. This was not due to Zysorn's tranquility, but rather because his internal absorption had doubled. The rate at which he absorbed energy could not compete with that of the other party. If this continued, he would soon be drained completely. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that the dark scripture he wielded had exhibited nearly no resistance in the hands of the adversary. Although only a fragment of his consciousness was attached to it, he understood that if the roles were reversed, it would not have been so effortlessly dispatched. This indicated that the other party's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. To confront the other party head-on was clearly not a viable option. Only those of equal strength could engage in a true struggle. In his case, charging forth would merely be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Thus, his only recourse was to muster all his might and frantically siphon energy from the underworld. By doing so, despite the energy within him being in a state of depletion, he estimated he could persist for several months. He could only pray that the other party would cease their onslaught before he was completely drained. When Suemo awakened, he found himself relocated to an exterior vehicle. "You're awake." The girl who had been rescued looked at him with joy. Suemo surveyed his surroundings, noting that they were alone in the car. "Where's Sierra?" "Over there." The girl pointed in a direction. Following her gaze, Suemo discovered that the bar was now surrounded by police vehicles. Sierra was busy explaining something to the leading officer. The girl seemed particularly intrigued by S.H.I.E.L.D, as this could be considered a classic case of hero saving the damsel in distress. Through her introduction, S.H.I.E.L.D learned her name. Gemma Simmons, raised in New York, she was currently pursuing a doctorate in chemistry at the State University of New York. This time, my visit to the quaint town of Sarah was intended for leisure. Yet I found myself unexpectedly embroiled in such matters. Can I contact you in the future? Simmons inquired with a look of eager anticipation. Upon witnessing the hopeful glimmer in their eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D felt reluctant to decline and nodded in agreement. The two exchanged contact numbers. Of course. Just then, Hill opened the car door and took a seat. It seems that 2 rooms will suffice for tonight. S.H.I.E.L.D disregarded the jest and posed a question. What about the remaining stragglers? Hill shook her head at the inquiry. At present, there appears to be no effective method. It is rather improbable to eradicate all these vampires. However, after this incident, they should exhibit a degree of restraint in the future. Hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement. The population of vampires in this world is exceedingly vast, rendering complete eradication impossible, as long as a few evade capture. It won't be long before they spread again. Much like a horde of zombies, however, it seems that in my memory, the Book of Darkness contains a spell capable of annihilating all vampires at once. After all, if my recollection serves me correctly, the origin of vampires seems to be tied to the Dark Grimoire. This is also the reason Agatha can manipulate these vampires. Regrettably, the Dark Grimoire has been seized by the Star Tower. Otherwise, if I could master it, I might be able to eliminate all vampires at once and perhaps garner a significant amount of points. Opening the shop, I glanced at the price of the Dark Grimoire. 50 million points. Well, it is utterly impossible to amass such a sum in the short term. Hill parked the vehicle outside the inn and then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a confidentiality agreement, handing it to Simmons. Sign this, and you cannot disclose any details regarding the events that transpired. Simmons accepted the agreement but did not rush to open it. Instead, they asked, I wonder what organization you belong to, and are there any requirements for joining? Can I be a part of it? You wish to join us? Hill clearly did not anticipate this question. Indeed, I will obtain my PhD in chemical physics in 2 months, Simmons quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Hill's expression shifted slightly. Within S.H.I.E.L.D, aside from combat agents like them, there is also a need for various researchers and logistics personnel. A PhD in chemistry is indeed a rare talent for S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Is it truly possible? Upon hearing this, Simmons covertly glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, then jumped up in excitement. However, she seemed to forget that she was currently seated in the car. With a loud thud, Simmons clutched her head and bent down. After a night's rest, the next morning, the trio set off from the town in Brooklyn, New York. The White Queen lay languidly on a recliner by the large windows on the 2nd floor. S.H.I.E.L.D entered the room and teased. Upon hearing the voice, the White Queen turned her head. Indeed, aside from feeling a tad bored, there was nothing particularly negative. It appears I am about to become useful. Absolutely. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded and stepped closer. However, before that, your abilities require some enhancement. With a flick of his hand, several sheets of paper materialized, which he then handed to the White Queen. This contained a portion of the cultivation method he had selected from his mind, specifically designed for honing mental prowess, titled Illusory Magic. It belonged to the lineage of mentalists and illusionists. It included methods for refining mental strength, such as divine forging, capable of conjuring illusions, and techniques for cultivating soul seals. Soul seals, as the foundation of illusionist lineage, are integral to their power, allowing them to dominate all sentient beings. In Sumo's view, as a fellow practitioner of mental arts, the White Queen's telepathy bore similarities to the abilities of illusionists, and her talents should allow her to master these secret techniques. Of course, the documents only contained half of the content, but that would suffice for Emma to cultivate for an extended period. Emma, puzzled, accepted the papers from S.H.I.E.L.D. She did not believe that mere sheets of paper could significantly enhance her strength. After casually glancing through them, her eyes lit up, and her demeanor grew increasingly serious. As she delved deeper into the contents, her breathing quickened, and a flush of excitement spread across her face. My goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Is everything written here truly authentic? After perusing the material, the White Queen gazed at S.H.I.E.L.D. with gleaming eyes. Of course, I have no intention of deceiving you with something that can only be confirmed through mere experimentation. Oh my gosh! The exhilarated White Queen seemed to lose her train of thought. She then wrapped her arms around Sumo's neck, her eyes sparkling with delight. Darling, there are some aspects here that I do not quite comprehend. Could we perhaps discuss them in my room? Sumo glanced at the large window beside them. I believe this setting is quite suitable. Chapter 30. The Codex of Deities and Demons, Amplification of Mental Power. After Sumo generously imparted his knowledge, Emma eagerly retreated to her room to practice this secret method. Sumo, on the other hand, made his way to another villa located less than 2 kilometers away. This villa was home to Wanda and Pietro. The decision to place the White Queen nearby was also to ensure the safety of Wanda and Pietro. With Emma's telepathic abilities, she could keep a constant watch over everything here. Upon entering the villa, Sumo spotted Pietro outside, performing frog jumps while carrying a barbell. After nearly a month of training and the nourishment from beast meat, Pietro's strength had reached over 800 kilograms, bringing him close to the threshold of a warrior. He effortlessly handled a barbell weighing over 200 pounds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pietro's eyes lit up upon noticing Sumo's entrance. He tossed the barbell aside and rushed over to embrace Sumo. Sumo chuckled and patted his shoulder. Speaking of which, Pietro's face radiated excitement. It's simply unbelievable. Do you have any idea how strong I am now? Over 800, nearly 900 pounds. My running speed is also approaching 20 meters per second. If I were to compete in the Olympics now, I'd be collecting gold medals left and right. Observing Pietro's exuberant gestures, Sumo smiled gently. In a wonder, he was eager to enter the Olympics after awakening his super speed. It appears this notion runs deep within him. Calm down a bit, Pietro. You should know that according to the training methods I provided, you are barely scratching the surface. All right. Hearing Sumo's advice, Pietro gradually composed himself. By the way, Wanda is in the backyard. Pietro pointed towards the back. Sumo nodded. You carry on. After saying this, he proceeded towards the back of the villa. Upon entering the backyard, he found Wanda diligently trimming the branches of the flowers with a small pair of scissors. Sumo approached her from behind, unnoticed, until he wrapped his arms around her waist, causing Wanda to jump in surprise. She almost thrust the scissors into him before realizing it was Sumo. Letting out a sigh of relief, she lowered her hand, still gripping the scissors. If you do that again, I can't guarantee the scissors won't end up stabbing you. Sumo remained unfazed. Even if the scissors did pierce, it wouldn't harm him. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a bouquet of roses appeared in his hand. Wow! Wanda accepted the suddenly materialized bouquet, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Is this magic? Of course, Sumo shamelessly admitted. He then adjusted Wanda's slightly disheveled hair. Upon hearing this, Wanda smiled subtly. Not at all. I actually find this lifestyle quite pleasant. I can tend to the flowers daily without worrying about making ends meet. Which is a far cry from our previous life in Sokovia. Don't worry, this situation won't last long. Seated in the estate's gym, Sumo first opened his attribute list. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 103. 560 kilograms. Speed, 390 ms. Mental power, 408,600 kilograms. Special ability, none. Points, 34,160. After slaying several hundred vampires, his points had risen back above 30,000. However, he currently had no intention of redeeming them. Repeatedly utilizing the spirit of flora and fauna would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, but it would only bring him to the peak of a demigod. Breaking through to planetary level was utterly impossible. Moreover, it was not advisable to recklessly use the spirit of flora and fauna to boost his strength in the short term. Instead, it would be wiser to save enough points to directly exchange for items that could facilitate a breakthrough. Such items were not scarce. Items like wood spirit essence, scarlet flame fruit, condensed light grass, and heavenly thunder liquid. Any one of these could elevate his warrior strength to planetary level. The least expensive, wood spirit essence, required over 50,000 points. With just about 20,000 points remaining, he believed it wouldn't take long to accumulate them. Since there are no immediate plans to exchange treasures, the only way to enhance one's strength is through the amplification of one's power output. Currently, Sumo has cultivated the Thunderblade to the 3rd level, achieving a power amplification of 3, allowing him to exert a force equivalent to double his original strength. His mental telekinesis has reached an amplification of 6, enabling him to simultaneously manipulate 6 flying daggers, each maintaining its maximum power. In comparison, the enhancement of mental telekinesis seems to be a more manageable endeavor. For the secret technique of mental telekinesis, he has chosen a method known as the Divine Demon Compendium. This compendium comprises a total of 99 intricate illustrations, each depicting a complex three-dimensional image of a divine being or demon. With a thought, the seventh illustration materializes in his mind. The illustrations become increasingly intricate as one progresses through the compendium. The seventh image features a humanoid figure with wings, its entire form intricately woven from strands of mental energy. After observing it for a moment, Suemo releases his mental energy, transforming it into delicate golden threads that intertwine and combine in the air before him. In no time, half of the divine figure emerges in the air. However, as the strands multiply, Suemo begins to feel a mounting strain. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he can no longer maintain the complex web of strands, and the entire mental construct of the divine figure dissipates with a resounding boom in the air. Suemo lets out a sigh, takes a brief rest, and then resumes sketching in the air. The indication of successful cultivation is to fully render the entire divine figure within 1 minute. The process of cultivation is invariably tedious. After nearly a month, he has directly elevated the amplification of his telekinesis to 12. Furthermore, this relentless expenditure of mental energy also counts as an alternative form of training, contributing to the continuous enhancement of his mental strength. His telekinesis has now reached a staggering 432 tons. When simultaneously controlling 12 daggers, the cumulative impact can exceed 5,000 tons. It is time to decisively eliminate the threat posed by Old Juan. Suemo stands on the balcony of the villa and vanishes into the sky in a flash. Chapter 31. Magneto and Mystique. Nasarima Island, located approximately 300 nautical miles northeast of New York, is a remote isle with the nearest land being over 80 nautical miles away. Consequently, the island's permanent residents are few, with the total population of the only small town amounting to merely a few thousand. On the far side of the town, by the sea, stand buildings with exterior walls covered in moss. This place was once a private prison, abandoned over a decade ago. Ever since rumors of hauntings circulated a few years back, the locals tend to avoid this area. At this moment, in a watchtower of the prison, a mutant with pale blue eyes scans the distant sea. When he spots something in a particular direction, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. The reason is simple. A yacht is slowly approaching. However, the man does not dwell on it. Though the island is situated in a desolate maritime region, luxury yachts occasionally arrive. Helmed by wealthy individuals, in such cases, a mere display of force is usually sufficient to send those cautious elites fleeing. With this thought, the man picks up his walkie-talkie. Mike, a yacht is approaching. Show them who they're dealing with. On the shore, in a small wooden cabin, a young black man hears the message from the walkie-talkie and a hint of excitement spreads across his face. He sets the device down, steps outside, and gazes at a distant white on the sea. With a slight smirk, he takes a running leap and plunges into the water. Once submerged, he manipulates the surrounding currents, propelling himself swiftly towards the yacht. On the yacht, Suemo and the White Queen are lounging under the sunshade on the deck, each holding a glass of champagne. It seems a little fish is swimming towards us, the White Queen exclaims with a smile. Taking a sip of her drink while casting her gaze towards a certain spot beneath the water. Do you mind if I experiment with my newly acquired abilities on it? Feel free. Suemo replies, a slight smile gracing his lips. The primary reason for his approval is that she has finally condensed her first soul mark. This signifies that once she injects this soul mark into someone's consciousness, she can secure a permanent servant, one who cannot escape her control even if their strength vastly exceeds hers. Alas, the process of condensing a soul mark is no trivial feat. It took her an entire month to succeed, and that is with her pre-existing mind control abilities. This soul mark is, of course, intended for Magneto, which explains why Suemo has waited so long. After all, when facing Magneto, the number of flying daggers he can control is of little consequence. Even decades ago, Magneto could effortlessly manipulate submarines weighing over 1,000 tons. Once Magneto is prepared, Sumo's ability to control dozens of daggers would likely bear minimal impact. His telekinesis primarily serves as a means of surprise. Using a soul mark to control him is, after careful consideration, the most effective strategy Suemo devised against Magneto. Since Magneto dared to conspire against him, Suemo would not easily let him off the hook. Compared to merely eliminating him, the prospect of permanently subjugating him aligns far better with Sumo's interests. With Sumo's consent, the White Queen's eyes glimmer with a silvery light in less than half a minute. The surface of the water beside the yacht erupts with a loud splash as a figure named Mike leaps out, landing with a thud on the deck like a fish out of water. Once we have Magneto under control, this person could serve as one of our subordinates. Who knows when he might come in handy? The White Queen explains, being the one to execute the plan. She is well aware of Sumo's intentions. Currently, there are 138 mutants on the island, most of whom are below rank 3, with only 4 possessing notable combat prowess. Magneto, the Red Tank, the Fireman, and the Bone Spike Man. The White Queen, Emma, relays the information gleaned from Mike's mind. The Bone Spike Man? Sumo's expression shifts slightly. He is familiar with the first 3, but the last one does not ring a bell. The Bone Spike Man can generate bone spikes from his wrists, which he uses for throwing and close combat. The White Queen explains with a smile. Sumo's face reflects a dawning understanding. While this ability may be somewhat superior to that of an average armed individual, it is evident that even this formidable mutant is not far from the decline of the Brotherhood. At this moment, the mutant stationed in the watchtower observes the yacht nearing the shore, realizing that Mike, who was sent to intercept it, has gone silent. Alarmed, he quickly races towards the main building. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly collapses, unconscious. Inside the prison's upper level, Magneto stands before a peculiar cell, wearing a helmet. Raven, I admit my past mistakes. I implore you to set aside your hatred and join us once more in the fight for the future of mutants. Inside the cell, a short-haired woman with fair skin sits on a bed, her gaze devoid of emotion as she glances outside. I do not wish to be abandoned again once I become useless. Hearing this, Eric hastily responds, Raven, listen, that was never my intention. Without your powers, remaining with us would only bring you harm. However, Raven inside the cell clearly does not believe his words, her face contorting into a sneer. Is that so? Then it seems I've misjudged you. Raven, silence, she bellows, cutting him off. Gradually, her expression calms, her eyes coldly fixating on Eric outside the door. Kill me, or one day I will twist your head from your shoulders. As she speaks, her skin ripples and shifts, transforming into that of a middle-aged man. Your mother perished at my hands. Do you not wish to avenge her? Eric gazes at Raven, now resembling Black King Shaw. As she continues to taunt him, struggling to contain his anger. Raven, one day you will understand that everything I do is for the survival of our kind. With that, Eric turns and leaves. The shape-shifting Raven reverts to her original form. Her gaze icy as she watches Magneto vanish down the corridor. As Eric descends the stairs, he is greeted by the figure of the fireman Eric. Long time no see. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. On the shore, Magneto watches the approaching yacht, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. The other mutants stand 10 meters behind him. It is worth noting that he has previously sought out the White Queen multiple times, inviting her to join his Brotherhood. After all, the only thing lacking in his Brotherhood is someone with her telepathic abilities. If she were to join, many of his plans could be easily realized. Yet, each time, she has unambiguously declined. Now that the White Queen is approaching of her own accord, he does not believe she has changed her mind about his previous requests. However, he is not particularly concerned that she will pose a threat to them. After all, although his abilities have not yet fully recovered, there is little to be concerned about with the strength he currently possesses. With the helmet of the Black Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D, capable of isolating mental energy, he harbors no fear of the White Queen's psychic abilities. Even if the White Queen were to control all these mutants, he remains confident in his ability to cope. After all, among the remaining individuals, the strongest is the Red Tank, and like him, the Red Tank is immune to each other's mental powers. The advantage lies with me. Soon, the yacht docked at the shore. To his surprise, 2 individuals disembarked from the vessel. Leading the way was a young man with the White Queen, whom he held in high regard, following closely behind. Who was this person? Observing the figure of Sumo at the forefront, Eric cast a puzzled glance at the White Queen behind him. However, the White Queen showed no inclination to introduce him. Sumo, standing ahead, chuckled lightly. Mr. Eric, I have heard that you are in dire need of funds and sought my support, so I came to see you. Investment, after all, requires the investor to witness both the project and its returns. Upon hearing Sumo's words, The expressions of those following Magneto changed simultaneously. Yet Magneto remained unfazed. He stepped forward, leaning closer to Suemo. "Kid, don't think that just because you have Emma backing you, you can flaunt your power before me." Suemo responded with a gentle smile. "Oh, so in Mr. Eric's view, is this considered flaunting power? Then what would this be?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumo's right foot shot out like lightning. Magneto could hardly react before feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, an overwhelming force sending him crashing into the individuals behind him before violently colliding with a nearby coconut tree. After rebounding, he collapsed onto the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, seeking death. Seeing Suemo strike, the red tank immediately charged at him. Initially intending to intervene, Iceman Alidus snuffed out the flames in his hands and turned to rush toward Magneto. Suemo, observing the charging red tank, raised his right hand, a layer of vibranium armor manifesting on his arm as he slowly formed a fist. Diamondization. He turned to Emma, offering a reminder, then, sidestepping, he threw a punch. Threefold power enhancement, boom. His fist collided with the shoulder of the advancing red tank. An explosive force of 300 tons erupting instantly. The red tank's body shattered into countless fragments of skin. Meanwhile, after being assisted by Iceman, Magneto quickly distanced himself, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could not ascertain whether this was truly Iceman or if he had been controlled by the White Queen. If the latter took advantage of his unpreparedness to remove his helmet, he would undoubtedly become a mere pawn under the White Queen's control. Observing Eric's actions, Iceman's expression stiffened. "I'm sorry, Alidus. I must be cautious. As I was already manipulated by the White Queen without your knowledge." Iceman Alidus forced a grim smile. "I understand." No sooner had the two spoken than a metallic helmet clattered to the ground at their feet. Accompanied by a resounding crash, at that moment, they finally turned their gaze towards Suemo. The sight before them was a hellish scene. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters soaked in blood. Causing their expressions to shift dramatically, a cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd of mutants as they found themselves directly in Suemo's line of sight. The remnants of the red tank's skin clung to their bodies. Although each of them held several human lives in their hands, they had never encountered such cruel brutality before. "No, he's a devil. He is a devil." With a woman's scream, a mutant, on the verge of mental collapse, fled in terror, triggering a chain reaction. The cries of panic surged, over a third of the mutants collapsing under the horrific scene, each scrambling to retreat. Magneto observed the fleeing mutants, his expression gradually cooling. "You should leave first. I will handle the situation here," he instructed Iceman, wiping the blood from his mouth as he slowly ascended. "Not killing me will be the most foolish decision you make in your life," Magneto declared coldly while floating in midair. He spread his hands slowly, and the magnetic field around him underwent a drastic transformation. In mere seconds, a powerful magnetic circle formed around him, ensuring his safety. His gaze then fell upon the White Queen behind Suemo. "Emma, although I do not know what benefits he has offered you, it is not too late for you to abandon him and join the Brotherhood." The White Queen shook her head with a smile. "I fear I must disappoint you." Upon hearing her refusal once more, Magneto's expression turned frigid. "It seems you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Once I deal with this kid, you will change your mind." At that moment, Suemo also shifted his gaze away from the system panel. He was astonished to find that merely killing the red tank had earned him over 20,000 points. Currently, he was only 3,000 points away from redeeming the wood spirit essence. "It seems you believe victory is already in your grasp." Suemo raised his gaze to the airborne Magneto. A slight smirk gracing his lips, Magneto regarded Suemo with an air of indifference. The power of the body is ultimately limited. Only the ability to manipulate the forces of nature is the true path. "You know nothing of my power." As his words fell, countless metals within a kilometer radius began to levitate under his magnetic influence. "Now let me demonstrate the disparity between us." Chapter 33. The spectacle of Magneto. At the moment Magneto unleashed his power, an ear-piercing alarm blared at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury hurried to the operations command room. "Can anyone tell me what is happening?" Coulson shook the tablet in his hand, and the display switched to the enormous screen in the command room. Showcasing the situation on Knack Island, "Director, it seems Magneto is in conflict with someone. Zoom in on the footage," Nick Fury commanded, and the camera closed in. However, the island was now completely enveloped in a powerful magnetic field under Magneto's control. Apart from the blurry figure of Magneto soaring in the sky, the specific situation within remained unclear. Director, although the conflict is occurring on the eastern side of Nack Island, it may potentially threaten the residents of Nack Town. What are we waiting for? Quickly contact Professor X. He knew all too well that relying on ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to counter a powerful mutant like Magneto would be exceedingly difficult, unless they deployed large-scale destructive weaponry, which could easily escalate the situation beyond control. With this in mind, his urgency to assemble a special emergency team intensified. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, in a classroom. As I often explained. Professor X, seated in his wheelchair and teaching the children, abruptly halted. He slowly turned to glance at the door. Sure enough, moments later, Beast Hank burst through the door. Professor, there's been an incident. A few minutes later, a fighter jet took off from the academy. Inside the jet, Storm Aurora grumbled, "Damn it. It seems the government's antidote developed by Jimmy isn't very reliable." Jimmy, the boy capable of nullifying the abilities of surrounding mutants, had remained at the Mutant Academy after being rescued. Logan, the Wolverine, sat in the cabin with a cigar clenched in his mouth. "I said we should have crushed that kid's heart when we had the chance. He was born in 1832, nearly 2 centuries ago." So addressing Magneto in this manner was not unusual. Moreover, after several encounters, due to the adamantium within him, he had been utterly outmatched by Magneto's powers, often left at the mercy of the latter, which naturally fostered no goodwill toward him. "Enough, Logan. This is not the time for such discussions," Professor X interjected gravely. "We need to think about how to stop him." Beast Hank adjusted his glasses, hesitating before pulling a plastic pistol from his backpack. "Should we give him another shot?" "Hell no." Logan shifted away from him, as that thing was practically poison to him. A single shot could very well cost him his life. "How do you still have something like that?" Hank shrugged. "I saved it from the last battle. I thought we might find a use for it someday." On Nack Island, Suemo gazed at the swirling metals around him, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The title of the spectacle was indeed well-deserved. His abilities may not have fully returned, yet he could exert such extensive influence. Eye in the air, Magneto gently waved his right hand, causing countless metals to coalesce, rapidly forming a colossal structure. Conservatively estimating, its weight had already reached thousands of tons. Magneto looked down at Suemo, a victor's smile gracing his face. "Uncertain whether your strength can withstand this blow." Suemo remained unfazed. His decision not to intervene was rooted in his confidence in his ability to defeat his opponent. A mutant like Magneto possessed formidable powers akin to those of a sorcerer, able to manipulate metal with remarkable prowess. Yet, this strength came with a significant flaw: his physical body and reaction time. Even in his current state of peak physical condition and speed, Suemo, with his agility, knew that as long as he carried no metallic objects, his opponent would be unable to harm him in the short term. Furthermore, with Magneto within the range of his telekinetic grasp, subduing him would be effortlessly simple. Magneto's helmet served as his most potent weapon. Observing Magneto hovering in midair, Suemo slowly extended his right hand. "You are celebrating too soon." With these words, he gently clenched his fist. The moment Magneto noticed Suemo's movement, he realized the impending danger and hurriedly commanded a massive metal block from the air to hurl towards Suemo. Alas, it was too late. As Suemo's palm closed, Magneto felt a sharp pain erupting in his head. The helmet, designed to block psychic abilities, instantly transformed into a constricting cage. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Magneto's expression shifted, and he clutched his helmet tightly, desperately attempting to remove it. Yet, it was evidently futile. Under the pressure of Suemo's telekinesis, the base of the helmet began to constrict around his neck, becoming as thin as his throat. This helmet, crafted by Black King S.H.I.E.L.D, was devoid of any metallic elements to prevent Magneto from using his magnetic powers to control it. As Suemo intensified his telekinetic force, Eric felt as though his skull might explode. "Kid, you've won. We can sit down and talk." Despite the pain, he suppressed his anger. Looking down at Suemo, "Talk?" Suemo had no intention of negotiating. Instead, he amplified the telekinetic pressure on the helmet. To maintain an air of superiority while being so easily subdued was absurd. He had no interest in a discussion, only compliance born from necessity. Moreover, throughout Magneto's life, he had never been a man of his word. and Suemo placed greater faith in the reliability of soul marks. As the telekinetic force escalated, pain soon overwhelmed Magneto's consciousness. Finally, as the helmet constricted to a critical point, a scream escaped Magneto's lips, and he lost consciousness. The surrounding magnetic field spiraled into chaos as it fell out of his control. The metals suspended in the air plummeted to the ground, including the massive metallic conglomerate he had been manipulating. Though Suemo's telekinetic strength was insufficient to lift the metal block, it was not difficult to guide it through the air. With a telekinetic push, the metal block followed a parabolic arc, crashing into the distant sea. Subsequently, Suemo directed Magneto's body to descend before the White Queen, Emma. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the helmet swiftly returned to its original form, falling away from Magneto's head. The rest is in your hands. Chapter 34. The joining of Mystique, the silvery light in the White Queen's eyes gradually faded. Of course. Nodding, she pointed toward a group of mutants approaching with vacant expressions. These are the ones you instructed me to filter out. Mutants whose crimes are severe enough to warrant a life sentence in prison. Well done, Suemo complimented, then turned his gaze toward the mutants. While he was dealing with Red Tank and Magneto, Emma had been utilizing her psychic abilities to delve into the memories of these mutants, aiming to identify those with heinous pasts. For Suemo, these mutants, who were barely at level 3, served solely as a means to accumulate points. He felt no burden in eliminating them. A flurry of flying blades darted through the group of mutants manipulated by Emma. Within 10 seconds, Suemo amassed over 20,000 points. The White Queen also began to wield soul marks. Glancing at the unconscious Magneto below, her silvery light reignited, growing unprecedentedly potent within 2 breaths. When the brilliance reached its zenith, a faint blue mark shot from her forehead, flashing before embedding itself in the center of Magneto's brow. Moments later, a pattern flickered at his forehead before vanishing. At this juncture, the White Queen slowly opened her eyes. Was it successful? Absolutely. The White Queen nodded enthusiastically. This sensation is simply marvelous. I can effortlessly perceive his every thought and even manipulate his decisions. It's entirely different from the rudimentary control I had before. Suemo nodded in understanding. He recognized that the previous forms of control employed by the White Queen and Professor X were akin to temporary possession. Forcibly commandeering another's body, in contrast, soul marks operated on a deeper level, directly influencing the opponent's soul. Magneto would retain his consciousness, yet would unconditionally obey her commands, even to the point of sacrificing himself. Now, let us awaken him. We should take our leave. With that, Suemo seized one of Magneto's legs and flung him into the adjacent sea. Watching him splash into the water, Suemo remarked, "Actually, I could awaken him directly." The White Queen explained softly, "Is that so? It seems unnecessary now." In a matter of moments, Magneto's figure emerged from the water, gently descending not far from the two. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions as he regarded the White Queen and Suemo. At that moment, any lingering hatred he harbored had dissipated entirely. The White Queen exchanged glances with him. "Eric, await us on the ship." "Yes, my master," Eric replied, lowering his head as he picked up the helmet from the ground and proceeded toward the yacht. Following the implementation of the soul mark, the helmet had become entirely useless to him. The soul mark would similarly safeguard Magneto's mind from intrusion by other telepaths. After all, it was a mystical art honed by countless powerful beings over innumerable epochs. Suemo believed no one in this world could unravel it, at least, not on Earth. Once Magneto entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the woods ahead of them, mutants that the White Queen had deemed of some utility. Among them were Firestar and Raven, previously confined in a cell. Upon sensing Raven within the building, Emma regained control of Firestar, instructing him to bring Raven out. "I hope you will honor your promise." Raven spoke to Emma as she led the way toward the yacht. Suemo watched this scene with astonishment. Emma quickly interjected to explain, "Mystique. I believe you've heard of her name. Trust me. She will be immensely beneficial to us." Suemo nodded, well aware of her reputation in his past life. Mystique was regarded as the most desired woman by men, without exception. Her ability to transform into anyone made her a coveted asset. Those who understood the advantages knew well that, of course, the White Queen's mention of her significance was not limited to that aspect. Suemo often discussed with the White Queen his intention to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down evildoers. Although she remained oblivious to his true motives, she showed no concern, believing that since Suemo was determined to pursue this course, her role was merely to execute it. Raven's abilities were ideally suited for assassination and intelligence gathering. Contemplating this, Suemo inquired, "So, what did you promise her?" The White Queen chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Sumo's expression momentarily froze. Indeed, controlling Hellfire for such an extended period indicated that Emma was not a woman of mercy. With Magneto under the influence of the Soul Mark, even daily torment would not raise concerns of betrayal. Allowing Raven to vent her frustrations posed no significant loss. "Let us move. Professor X and the others should be arriving soon." Suemo glanced at the time and ascended the yacht first. The White Queen cast one last look at the island behind her, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she erased the memories of the remaining mutants on the island before following Suemo aboard the yacht. Barely 10 minutes after the yacht departed, a fighter jet gracefully descended onto the island. Soon after, the figures of Professor X and his companions disembarked from the aircraft. "My goodness!" Iceman Bobby exclaimed upon witnessing the dozens of mutant corpses strewn across the ground. "We too late." Professor X closed his eyes, sensing the situation. Given his abilities, even within the confines of the X-Mansion, this island lay within the range of his psychic awareness. However, throughout the ordeal, he had been unable to perceive any consciousness on this island. In simple terms, during his previous assessments, he had sensed no human presence on the island. Yet, it was evident that the reality was far different. Clearly, a psychic of comparable strength had interfered with his abilities. Now, as the interference dissipated, he swiftly infiltrated the minds of the surviving mutants. However, as he had anticipated, there was not a single trace of memory regarding the recent events within their minds. Storm surveyed the devastation that had obliterated nearly a third of the island. "It seems Eric encountered a formidable foe. I want to know where he is. I can hardly wait to teach him a lesson," Logan declared, brandishing a plastic gun he had seized from Beast. Stepping forward to confront Professor X, he is currently not on the island. Eric must have been captured. From the present circumstances on the island, Professor X easily drew this conclusion. Chapter 35, Death Island. The plan.as for the speculations of Professor X and his companions, Suemo showed little concern. That moment, he was aboard a luxury cruise, listening to Eric expound upon his grand vision for establishing a kingdom of mutants. The location had already been selected, situated amidst a cluster of islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, the actual implementation might not be as straightforward as it appears. While construction could be approached gradually, it was imperative to first establish their own defensive forces. Therefore, he had secured a channel from the Bear Country, intending to purchase several mushroom bombs. After hearing the ambitious plans laid out by his counterpart, Suemo couldn't help but admire Magneto's tenacity. After careful consideration, Suemo felt that although Magneto's ideas might be somewhat naive and unlikely to be realized, locating the organization's headquarters on the islands was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, the islands had already been acquired by Eric through some means. Positioned 1,000 nautical miles off the eastern coast of America, they were aptly named the Death Islands. The Death Island lies along the maritime route from America and the land of Maple to Europe. And due to the dense reef surrounding the islands, a natural shipwreck death zone had formed, thus earning its name. The main island of the archipelago spans over 2,000 square kilometers, ample enough for the construction of various facilities. Aboard the yacht, Suemo and his companions sailed directly eastward. After several hours, they had arrived within the vicinity of Death Island. Under Magneto's control, the yacht docked smoothly at the main island. The main island appeared in an oval shape, adorned with lush, verdant jungles, within which several structures made entirely of pure metal had been erected. Clearly, these were the handiwork of Magneto. Upon entering the metallic abode, they were greeted by stacks of US$, each towering to a man's height. "These are all the funds I have collected over the past 2 years. After deducting the cost of purchasing the island, a total of $1.6 billion remains." In response, neither Suemo nor the White Queen displayed any notable change in expression. Setting aside Suemo's wealth amounting to hundreds of billions, even the White Queen, who previously controlled the Hellfire Club, had managed her finances in the tens of billions. Thus she too was unfazed by this mere sum of billions. Suemo stepped forward to pick up a bundle of the bills. Thanks to Magneto's abilities, the room was well sealed, effectively isolating it from the external humidity. Having resolved to establish a stronghold on the island, numerous preparations were necessary. Building on the island was a manageable task. Before purchasing the island, Magneto had already conducted surveys and discovered an abundance of metal ore beneath the island. Utilizing his powers, he could easily establish a steel manufacturing base on the island. The remaining challenge lay in securing research and logistical personnel. This proved to be rather simple. Instead of the hassle of recruitment, it would be far more efficient to abduct a group from those underground organizations. With the White Queen's assistance in brainwashing them, they would become the most loyal subordinates. Suemo glanced at a girl with twin ponytails standing behind him. Her abilities were not particularly extraordinary, merely possessing a speed 3 times that of an ordinary person. However, she also held the reputation of being a renowned hacker online, known as Shadow. Her most illustrious achievement was hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D's network and replacing Nick Fury's profile picture with that of a black-boiled egg. Surely, I will provide you with the approximate locations of several underground organizations. Can you determine the precise coordinates of their bases? Shirley confidently patted her private jet. Of course, no problem. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to Mystique. Raven, document all the information you know about the Sentinel robot headquarters, as the island would serve as a stronghold. It was essential to bolster their defensive capabilities. The Sentinel robots would be an excellent choice. These robots were not solely designed to combat mutants. Each possessed the abilities of several mutants, and their combat prowess rivaled that of level 4 mutants like Emma. Provided they amassed a sufficient number, safeguarding this small island would be trivial. Even conquering the entirety of America would not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Raven displayed a hint of concern. I do not believe we can seize the Sentinel robot headquarters. They are equipped with various weapons specifically designed to deal with mutants. Even Emma's telepathic abilities cannot penetrate the base, rest assured. You need not worry about that. I have my methods. Just ensure you compile all the information you possess. Seeing Sumo's earnestness, Raven reluctantly nodded. This is quite simple. I can deliver it to you tonight. After affirming this, Sumo's gaze finally settled on Eric. Your forthcoming task is to first establish the main structures of the base and then salvage the shipwrecks in the vicinity of the island. He could not fathom Magneto's previous logic in neglecting to exploit such a colossal treasure trove as the island. Instead, relying on criminal enterprises for wealth, it was crucial to note that this area was dubbed Death Island precisely because countless reefs existed within a few hundred nautical miles of the island, resulting in innumerable shipwrecks, some dating back centuries. These were treasures. Merely retrieving a ship filled with riches or antiques would far exceed the earnings of these criminal organizations over several years. As he spoke, Suemo turned his attention to a mutant named John standing nearby. The salvage operations will largely depend on you. Previously, he had been rendered unconscious by the White Queen's torment and had been brought along as well. Little did he expect to play such a pivotal role now. While Magneto could only recover metallic ships and items, the rest would rely on him. Upon hearing this, John eagerly nodded. After learning of Sumo's plans, the mutants were filled with excitement. Unlike Magneto, they simply sought a peaceful and undisturbed existence, and this island undoubtedly presented an ideal location. Moreover, witnessing Magneto's capitulation indicated that Sumo's strength was undeniable, providing a sense of security for them. Naturally, each individual was filled with enthusiasm. After arranging everything, Suemo instructed Emma to oversee the operations before making his way to a cliffside on the island. After manipulating throwing knives to carve out a small room of over 10 square meters in the rock face, he stepped inside. His points had accumulated sufficiently. It was time to break through to planetary level. Chapter 36, Planetary Level Warrior, Spatial Freezing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Wood Essence, consuming 52,000 points. As the system's voice fell, a fist-sized white crystal materialized in his hand, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance wafting through the cave. Is this the Wood Essence? Suemo gazed at the luminescent crystal in his hand, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he brought the crystal to his mouth. With a gentle bite, the outer shell shattered, and a pure white liquid flowed into his mouth. An intense aroma of rice exploded within him. Before he could savor it, the liquid slid down his throat. Once he had consumed every drop from the crystal, a powerful burning sensation radiated from his abdomen, subsequently spreading throughout his body in no time. Sumo's entire being resembled a boiled shrimp, his skin flushed red. Realizing this state, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his genetic energy cultivation method. Instantly, the heat within him surged like a torrent, flooding into his muscle cells. A series of crackling sounds emanated from within him as his body continuously strengthened. Concurrently, the dark golden sphere in his sea of consciousness began to release a significant amount of mental energy. Once released, the energy swiftly dissipated within the sea of consciousness, and Sumo's mental strength rapidly amplified. Uncertain of how much time passed, the sphere in Sumo's mind shattered with a pop, transforming into countless tiny particles. These particles quickly melted away like snowflakes. At this point, the energy of the mental core had been entirely absorbed by Sumo. This signified that his mental power had reached the pinnacle of a war god. At 1,000 tons, however, although the growth of his mental energy had plateaued, the energy from the wood essence continued to enhance Sumo's physical attributes. Dark substances began to expel from his pores. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black matter enveloped Sumo's entire surface, and a series of rumblings echoed from within him. Once the energy had refined Sumo's physical form to its utmost limits, the surplus energy began to converge at the lower dantian. In the center of the lower dantian, it constantly condensed and compressed, until, at last, a sphere resembling a miniature planet formed in that location. Slowly rotating like a celestial bodied as the sphere materialized, all the energy within Sumo's body was completely absorbed by it. With his eyes closed, Sumo gradually opened them. A silver light flickered within. Rising slowly from the ground, a series of sounds emanated from his body. With closed eyes, he gazed inward, seeing the sphere rotating gently within his dantian. Is this the mark of stepping into planetary level? With a thought, gravitational waves emanated from the miniature planet. Sumo's body began to levitate from the ground. Unlike before, he relied on no external mental energy this time. It was as if he possessed an innate instinct, allowing him to manipulate the gravity and magnetism within a certain range using the miniature planet. It was precisely through this ability that he could soar through the sky with ease. Moreover, upon reaching the planetary level, he became entirely liberated from the necessity of respiration, granting him the ability to traverse the vastness of space with unrestrained freedom. This is also one of the hallmark abilities of the planetary tier, signifying a complete emancipation from the constraints of a planet system. Open the attributes panel. Instantly, a familiar interface materialized before his eyes. Name: Sumo. Age: 20 years. Strength: 1,320 tons. Speed: 1,300 ms. Psychic power: 1,000 tons. Special ability: Space Freezing. Points: 34420. First and foremost, his physical strength had surged several-fold, escalating from just over 100 tons to more than 1,000 tons. This formidable power rendered him nearly invincible on Earth, capable of effortlessly demolishing a 30-story building with a mere flick of his fist. His speed exceeded Mach 4, and that was without the enhancement of psychic power. Should he harness it, he could likely surpass Mach 5.1. Should not underestimate this Mach, for as speed increases, so too does the difficulty of enhancement. Given that air resistance escalates exponentially as anticipated, his psychic power remained at the pinnacle of the war god level. To transcend this threshold, he would require a specialized technique to condense and rejuvenate his psychic energy. However, this merely represents a matter of time. It is likely that before long, he will also ascend to the status of a planetary-level psychic master. What surprised Sumo the most was the emergence of this unique ability. Although martial artists similarly absorb cosmic energy due to their physical constitution, the attributes of the energy they absorb differ. This divergence leads to the acquisition of various abilities upon breaking through to the planetary level, contingent upon the nature of the energy absorbed. The attributes of energy are manifold, and even within the same attribute, the awakened abilities can vary dramatically. The ability to freeze space was immediately identifiable as a spatial-related power. However, it seemed that the attributes recorded in the techniques did not encompass spatial attributes. After a moment's contemplation, Sumo could only attribute this anomaly to the differences between worlds. The absence of awakened spatial abilities in that realm did not imply the impossibility of such in this world. At that moment, Sumo resolved to experiment with this newfound ability. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he soon realized that he possessed an inexplicable sense of control over the surrounding space. With a flicker of thought, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Within a 100-meter radius, it appeared as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the air ceased to flow. The sound of the ocean and the distant calls of birds vanished into silence. Stepping out of the cave, Sumo's gaze sharpened. Within his field of vision, the surroundings appeared to have detached from the world itself. Seabirds soaring in the air and the ocean waves seemed frozen in place. Utterly motionless. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Sumo exclaimed in a W-E-T that moment. He grasped the essence of this ability. It enabled the surrounding space to remain in a state of stasis, unless one possessed the power to tear through space. It was nearly impossible to move even a fraction within this realm. Only he could move freely. Naturally, Sumo could also expend energy to reinforce the frozen space, with the strength of the reinforcement increasing alongside his power. This ability bore similarities to time stasis, the sole distinction being that, while individuals trapped within this space could not move, they retained the capacity for thought. Just then, Sumo felt a wave of emptiness surge within him. He promptly released this ability, for its immense power came at a tremendous cost to his internal energy. Enveloping a radius of 100 meters, he estimated he could maintain it for only a few seconds. Exhaling deeply, Sumo was suddenly assaulted by a pungent odor wafting into his nostrils. Noticing the impurities expelled from his body, he leapt into the ocean. After soaking in the seawater for half an hour, Sumo finally cleansed himself of the grime. Just as he intended to depart, he spotted a massive shark approaching him from a distance. Encountering sharks in these wild waters was not unusual. Despite their swift movements, they appeared to Sumo as if in slow motion. Sensing his energy gradually replenishing, Sumo flicked his fingers lightly. A pea-sized energy sphere shot forth from his hand, vanishing into the shark's body in the blink of an eye. Having ascended to the planetary tier, he was no longer limited to physical combat as an apprentice. He could now project his internal energy outward to attack. Upon penetrating the shark's body, a tremendous explosion ensued, reducing it to mere fragments. At that moment, Sumo suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the star tower within his consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend it, his figure flickered and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in a technologically advanced hall. The hall was vast, akin to the size of a football field, and was shaped like a regular pentagon. With a massive metallic door on each wall, in the center stood an open control console. Could this be the interior of the Star Tower? Sumo deduced with ease. At that moment, countless beams of light coalesced in midair, transforming into the figure of a young girl. She had an oval face, flowing silver hair, and wore a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly, with a waist so slender it seemed almost fragile, and legs so long and straight they constituted nearly 60% of her height. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a comic book, every inch of her physique seemingly measured to perfection. Once her form solidified, the girl gracefully descended to the ground, approaching Sumo with a smile. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this body? Before Sumo could respond, she noticed his gaze and continued. It seems you are quite pleased. Following that remark, her laughter rang out like a silver bell. You humans are truly fascinating. Your hearts race merely at the sight of an exterior. Only then did Sumo seize the opportunity to speak. Who are you? The girl suddenly seemed to realize something. I forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Xing, an intelligent life form of the mechanical clan, essentially the spirit of the Star Tower. Or perhaps Control Core would be more fitting. Your ascension to the planetary level has unlocked a small portion of the Star Tower's capabilities. Hearing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Master, please follow me, Xing proclaimed, turning and striding purposefully in a particular direction. They were situated at the pinnacle of the Star Tower, the Control Core, which also served as the residence of the tower's master, equipped with various auxiliary training chambers. As she spoke, Xing halted before a door, pushing it open and stepping inside. Without hesitation, Sumo followed, reasoning that as the master of the Star Tower, he was unlikely to encounter any danger within. Upon entering the room, it felt as though he had stepped into a corridor suspended among the stars. This led to a simulated combat chamber where one could engage various opponents, of course. The battles occurred in a virtual space, eliminating concerns of harm. You may wish to try this out in the future. It is tremendously beneficial for enhancing combat experience. Continuing, she guided Sumo into the next room. This is the rest area. One room after another was introduced, until finally, Xing brought Sumo to the last room. This is the training room, where the flow of time can be accelerated. However, based on your current strength, You can endure a maximum of 10 times acceleration. Sumo's heart stirred at this revelation. So, as my strength increases, the time acceleration can also be enhanced. Of course, Shinji affirmed with a nod. In here, the time flow can be accelerated up to 1,000,000 times. Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Despite having reached the planetary level in just over 2 months, the pace of cultivation during the later stages was certainly not rapid. Comprehending the laws could take decades or even centuries. With the time-accelerated training room, there was no doubt his cultivation speed would see a significant boost. Wait. At that moment, Shinji clapped her hands. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the two found themselves on a colossal platform. The platform seemed to be suspended in the boundless cosmos, and looking around, they beheld countless orbs resembling stars scattered across the expanse. Noticing Sumo's gaze fixated on the celestial bodies, Shinji explained, "This is a secret realm within the Star Tower. There are innumerable such realms throughout the tower, and what you see are the sealed stars. With your current strength, you are temporarily unable to manipulate them." Sumo nodded in understanding. According to the system, each of these sealed stars was of the highest treasure tier. Given his current planetary level power, it would be impossible to wield even the lowest tier treasures without exhausting himself. Under Shinji's guidance, they arrived at the center of the platform. There, a grand altar stood, featuring 2 obsidian pillars of light extending into the void above. The source of these pillars was the 2 dark tomes, which had undergone a dramatic transformation. The pages were no longer composed of paper, but appeared to be entirely formed of concentrated black energy. 2 beams of light emerged, signifying the relentless influx of dark energy into the book. Witnessing this scene, Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. Shinji let out a soft laugh. The moment I sensed these 2 tomes, I discerned a significant issue with them. Although the magic recorded within is quite useful to the master at present, it harbors considerable dangers. Sumo was acutely aware of this. After all, those who cultivate the dark scriptures invariably find their minds eroded by dark energy. At this juncture, a knowing smile graced Shinji's face. In essence, this magic allows the user to borrow the opponent's power while stealthily infusing it with a special energy that corrupts the user's psyche. Thus, with the master's best interests at heart, I devised a plan to assist the master by directly borrowing enough power for a millennium's worth of spells, purging the special energy from it, and storing it within this tome. Henceforth, when the master casts spells, it will be akin to drawing power from the book, devoid of any hazards. Chapter 38. Zijuoan, the Ultimate Power Bank. Upon hearing Shinji's account, Sumo's expression brightened. Initially, he had presumed Shinji to be an ordinary artificial intelligence akin to Babata, yet it seemed far more complex. One could hardly believe that the god of the underworld, Zijuoan, was a fool. How could he remain oblivious to Shinji borrowing his power? Presently, there existed 2 possibilities. First, the power borrowed by Shinji was merely a trivial matter to Zijuoan, who regarded it with indifference and thus did not sever the flow of energy. However, gazing at the vast torrent of power extending before him, reminiscent of the Milky Way, Sumo found this unlikely. If such power were inconsequential to him, he could easily overturn the court of life and claim dominion. Therefore, the second scenario must hold true. Zijuoan sensed the situation but was utterly powerless to intervene. Sumo was nearly certain this was the reality, especially considering an unknown entity had manipulated the genuine dark scriptures to strike, only to be swiftly vanquished within his own mind. At that moment, he had felt some confusion, but in hindsight, it was evident that Zijuoan had been struggling in vain. With this thought, Sumo's gaze turned fervent as he scrutinized Shinji beside him. Noticing Sumo's attention, Shinji feigned a coy expression. "Master, what do you wish to do?" After a moment of hesitation, Sumo refrained from uttering that word. Yet, observing Shinji's playful demeanor, he understood her intentions were deliberate. Clearing his throat, he masked his embarrassment. "What I meant to inquire is, what level of power do you possess?" Upon hearing this, Shinji's laughter gradually subsided. "In truth, my power is of little consequence to the master. For I cannot leave the Star Tower to assist you, at most. I can help you maneuver the Star Tower to confront those intruding upon your consciousness. The master merely needs to know that no one in this world can enter your mind and emerge unscathed. Is that so? Then once I fully master the Star Tower, will I not be invincible?" It took Sumo a full minute to calm his racing heart. At this moment, Shang-Chi had already positioned herself upon the altar ahead, retrieving one of the dark scriptures while leaving another to continue absorbing dark energy. The power contained within should suffice for the master for an extended period. Once depleted, simply replace it with another. Suemo extended his hand to accept the dark scripture, his heart once again astonished by Shang-Chi's prowess. He utilized one of the oldest of the four ancient gods, S.H.I.E.L.D, as a power bank was truly remarkable. After absorbing a vast amount of dark energy, the two dark scriptures appeared nearly indistinguishable. After such a lengthy infusion of energy, even the most ordinary paper would transform into a formidable artifact. Once the dark scripture was placed into Sumo's hands, Shang-Chi waved her hand gently. A drop of blood seeped from Sumo's fingertip, glimmering briefly before vanishing into the dark tome. The scripture emitted a fierce black radiance, swiftly vanishing into Sumo's brow. This is essential. Henceforth, this tome will not only be the source of your power, but will also significantly enhance your casting speed and the potency of your spells. In the underworld, S.H.I.E.L.D's once massive form now dwindled to less than half its original size. After Shang-Chi retrieved one of the dark scriptures, S.H.I.E.L.D, who had felt a sense of despair, was nearly moved to tears of joy. Slow down. It was crucial to note that at the previous rate of absorption, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be drained within a month. The god of the underworld, comparable to the five great deities, had been cornered into a dire predicament. Fortunately, the rate of absorption had decreased by half, allowing him to consume energy at a pace significantly faster than that at which it was being drained. Elated, S.H.I.E.L.D lost track of time before regaining his composure. Channeling his power to the fullest, the dark energy in the underworld swirled into a massive vortex, converging upon his location. Meanwhile, Suemo had exited the Star Tower. Although the entire dark scripture had transformed into energy, the inscriptions detailing the spells had remained intact. As he flipped open the dark tome, a series of peculiar symbols materialized before his eyes. After gazing at the symbols for a moment, they leaped from the pages, transforming into streams of information that surged directly into Sumo's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the content recorded within the book. The spell described on the first page was none other than the portal. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo exhaled deeply. If memory served, the exceptionally gifted Dr. Strange had taken quite some time to master this spell. He wondered how his own magical talent would measure up. Once more revisiting the information in his mind, Suemo resolved to attempt the spell. He swiftly formed a seal with his left hand while his right hand traced a gentle arc. A portal crackling with black sparks slowly materialized a short distance before him. Seeing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never anticipated that on his very first attempt, he would successfully cast the spell. However, after a moment's thought, he came to understand the reasoning. Generally, the ability to cast spells as a mage or sorcerer is intricately tied to one's mental fortitude. The stronger the mental power, the greater the magical aptitude. Given that Suemo was currently at the pinnacle of warrior-level mental mastery, his mental strength surpassed that of an ordinary individual by a factor of thousands. It was entirely reasonable for him to succeed on his first attempt. As the portal gradually widened, the scene on the other side came into clear view. It appeared to open into a steam-filled bathroom. Amidst the hazy mist, a sleek silhouette came into focus. The woman's finely sculpted skin, enveloped in steam, exuded an ethereal allure that would leave anyone gasping in awe. Sumo's expression faltered, and he quickly attempted to cast the spell again, wishing to close the portal. If the woman were to see him, he would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert. Yet, perhaps due to his inexperience with spellcasting, his intention to close the portal only caused it to expand at an accelerated rate, nearly instantaneously enlarging to a size sufficient for a person to pass through. The woman, bathing at the time, seemed to sense the abnormality behind her. After all, with such a large portal, coupled with the stark temperature difference, the movement of air was unmistakable. Feeling the chill behind her, she slowly turned around, locking eyes with Suemo standing at the portal's threshold. Realizing the predicament, Suemo understood that it was too late to close it now. I swear I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Upon seeing the bizarre portal behind her and Suemo standing at its entrance, the woman's face contorted in terror. With a scream, she curled herself into the corner of the bathroom. It wasn't that she was unwilling to escape. Rather, the portal was situated directly at the entrance, effectively blocking her exit. There was no path for her to flee. Chapter 39. the Hydra base listening to the woman's piercing scream? Suemo felt utterly bewildered. Fortunately, as the portal began to lose its energy support from Suemo, it gradually began to close. Watching the portal shrink, Suemo finally let out a sigh of relief. In New York, Sky stood in the bathroom, still shaken as she gazed at the closing portal. She reached for a garment hanging nearby and draped it over herself, concealing her stunning curves. Cautiously, she approached the spot where the portal had been and reached out to touch the area. A look of disbelief crossed her face. Incredible. Was that really magic? Back in the cave on the island, Suemo wiped the sweat from his brow. His initial intention had been to open a portal leading to the villa where Wanda and the others resided. But it seemed things had taken an unexpected turn. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, he waved his hand, summoning the dark scripture once more, and began to study the information regarding the portal diligently. After several thorough readings, Suemo took a deep breath and waved his right hand again. As sparks flickered once more, a portal opened before him. This time, the other side revealed a familiar scene. The bedroom of that seaside villa. Seeing this, Sumo's face lit up with joy. Success. As the spatial portal expanded to the height of an average person, Suemo gently stepped through. On the other side of the portal lay the bedroom of a seaside villa. Suemo opened the bedroom door, just in time to see Wanda walking in. Startled by the sudden opening of the door and the appearance of Suemo, Wanda paused for a moment, then tilted her head in confusion to glance into the room. Wait a minute, when I just stepped out, there was no one in the room. How did you get in? Suemo chuckled softly. At his words, Wanda's face flushed. With a surprised exclamation, she was swept into Sumo's arms in a princess carry, and the door closed and locked itself automatically. Having spent the majority of her day in the gym downstairs. A couple of hours later, Wanda leaned against Suemo, her cheek still flushed. So, what you mean is, we can go out freely from now on? Of course. The previous precautions were solely for your safety. Which is why you were placed here. Now that the crisis has passed, you are free to explore, shop, and enjoy yourselves. Although she relished this isolated lifestyle, after a while, a sense of boredom inevitably crept in. After a moment's hesitation, Wanda bit her lip and spoke up, Darling, I want to go to college. Suemo reached out to caress her smooth back. What sparked this sudden desire? While I truly enjoy this life, I can't shake the feeling that I'm wasting time, but I want to take this opportunity to learn something. What do you think? Due to both Wanda and Pietro being orphans, they had to forego their education after finishing high school to make a living. I fully support you. Do you have a particular university in mind? I will make the arrangements. Suemo had no objections to this. After careful consideration, he felt that awakening her powers with the Mind Stone would be a more reliable approach. Yet there remained 3 to 4 years until Loki brought the Mind Stone to Earth. Really? Thank you. Upon hearing Sumo's enthusiastic support for her idea, Wanda excitedly pecked him on the cheek. That reward seems rather perfunctory. What would you prefer? Perhaps we could continue. Noam on Death Island, Suemo and the White Queen stood atop the highest peak, holding a towering cylindrical metal device. This apparatus isn't much larger than the one on the ship. Does it really have such an extensive range? The White Queen inquired, eyeing the metallic contraption with curiosity. Absolutely. Suemo nodded. This device was an optical invisibility generator, capable of creating illusions within a certain radius. As actions commenced on the island, it could easily be captured by satellites. For this reason, Suemo had exchanged over 10,000 points from the system for this device. Carefully placing it on the ground, he pressed the activation button. Instantly, a drill extended from the bottom of the cylinder, plunging into the rock below, while a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the top, dispersing into the sky hundreds of meters above. Moments later, the island and the surrounding sea were enveloped in a translucent membrane of light. The membrane flickered once and then vanished. However, from the outside looking in, one would find that all traces of people and structures on the island had disappeared. Despite appearing as if she had not slept for a night, the White Queen radiated unparalleled excitement. We've located the first Hydra base, she exclaimed, displaying the screen of her computer to the Toot. The screen revealed segmented surveillance footage, showing that the base was perched atop a snow-capped mountain, exuding an air of antiquity. Suemo recognized it at once. This was indeed the Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their abilities. Sherry then typed a few commands, and the screen shifted to a map, pinpointing a red dot, clearly indicating the base's location in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. Emma, It seems we need to make a trip to Eastern Europe. At your service, Emma nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo waved his hand, and a portal opened beside them. Suemo stepped through first, with the White Queen, her curiosity piqued, following closely behind as she gazed at the portal sparking with black flames. Upon emerging, they found themselves on a small island of less than 1 square kilometer. The White Queen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Suemo. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered that he was a treasure trove of astonishing abilities. Not to mention the illusionary magic he had taught her, which had doubled her overall strength in a short time. His myriad powers were continually impressive. With a robust physique, telekinetic abilities, and immunity to her mental powers, he now also possessed this enigmatic teleportation ability. A mysterious man always piqued a woman's interest, and even a formidable woman like the White Queen was no exception. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, she might have already clung to him, thoroughly ensnaring him. Chapter 40. The perceptive Baron von Strucker bring Eric over here. Only then did she notice Magneto Eric floating in the distance, beneath him a massive vessel comparable to a luxury yacht slowly emerging from the water's surface. Clearly, they had begun to execute Sumo's plan. To Sumo's mind, the White Queen alone was sufficient to seize the Hydra base, as there seemed to be no significant combat personnel within the base, mostly just conventional weaponry and ordinary individuals. However, Sumo's goal was not to obliterate the base, but to claim it for himself, including the researchers, soldiers, and all the equipment contained within. While he could certainly manage these tasks himself, he saw no reason to exert himself when he had subordinates to assist. After all, that was precisely what subordinates were for in Eastern Europe, Sokovia, at a Hydra base situated on a mountainside. A spatial portal gradually opened amidst the trees. Suemo and the 2 others stepped through. Glancing up at the ancient structure perched atop the mountain, Suemo turned to Emma. "The rest is up to you, of course." The White Queen nodded, taking a couple of steps forward, her eyes shining with silver light. In less than 10 seconds, a smile crept onto Emma's lips. "I found you." Before their departure, Suemo had informed her that the base's leader was a man named Strucker, and if she could control him, they would easily take over the Hydra base, the room in the southeast corner of the top floor. As soon as the White Queen finished speaking, another portal materialized before the trio. Once they passed through, they found themselves in the room Emma had indicated. This space resembled an office, where a middle-aged man with short hair stood dazedly in front of a desk. Suemo approached, took a seat in the chair behind the desk, and gestured to the White Queen. Noticing the sudden appearance of the 3, the man's expression shifted, and he cautiously stepped back a few paces, eyeing them warily. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Simultaneously, he concealed his right hand behind his back, feeling the hard object he grasped. With a swift and decisive motion, he drew a gun, aiming it at them. The entire sequence took less than a second. Baron von Strucker was confident that even the most formidable mercenaries could not act faster than he. He believed that his adversaries would be unable to react in such a short span. Indeed, his assumptions proved accurate. The 3 made no attempt to evade, allowing the bullet to pass through their foreheads. As he gazed at the 3 bodies collapsed on the floor, Strucker exhaled in relief. However, before he could revel in his victory, applause echoed through the room. Then, the scene before him dissipated like a bubble, and the once dead trio reappeared, still standing in their previous positions. The one applauding was the young man seated at the desk. Witnessing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Strucker's forehead. "How is this possible?" His worldview was shaken to its core. Suemo smiled at his bewildered expression. It was undeniable that Emma's abilities were a drastic mismatch for these ordinary individuals. Even before mastering the illusionary magic, Emma could easily toy with them. How much more so now? Given a year or 2 of development, even Professor X might struggle to see through her illusions. In comparison to Emma, who had trained in illusionary magic, the difference was akin to that between a barefoot doctor and a PhD graduate from a prestigious medical school. It wasn't that Professor X lacked talent. The disparity lay in their levels of understanding. One relied solely on self-exploration, while the other benefited from the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors over millennia. The 2 were simply not comparable. "Are you perplexed by how we have returned to life after dying? You still have bullets in your gun. Feel free to try again. Perhaps this time, we might actually be killed." Baron Strack gradually calmed down upon hearing Sumo's words. As a high-ranking member of the Hydra organization, He was not entirely ignorant about individuals endowed with supernatural abilities. The calm demeanor of the other party assured him that should he fire again, the outcome would remain unchanged and could potentially provoke further ire. Realizing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. decisively discarded his firearm. Since he had not been eliminated immediately, it seemed he still held some value to them now. Speak. What is it that you wish for me to do? After hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Truly, he was impressed by the high intelligence of those who could even discern some intricacies of the Mind Stone. Their decisiveness in handling situations was indeed remarkable. In no time, they had recognized the circumstances at hand and made the most beneficial choice for themselves. Very simply, I require you and the entire base to serve me from now on. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. acquiesced at Suemo, of course, did not believe that he would genuinely submit, but that was of little concern. With Emma present, any ulterior motives on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s part would be swiftly detected. Additionally, Emma's ability served another purpose, subtly influencing the thoughts of others. This ability differed from soul imprinting. It could quietly alter a singular notion within someone, such as their loyalty to the organization. Much like the brainwashing techniques of a pyramid scheme, after prolonged psychological intervention, one could unwittingly be indoctrinated. The Hellfire organization's substantial growth was in no small part attributed to her capabilities. Under Emma's influence, these individuals would soon become fervent devotees of the organization. Subsequently, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command, the Hydra base sprang into action. Various weaponry, armored vehicles, and aircraft were all transferred to Death Island via spatial gateways. Throughout this process, Sumo's eyes were open to the immense resources at the disposal of one of the oldest organizations in the world. The base boasted several self-developed fighter jets, alongside countless tanks and armored vehicles, all supported by a complete production line capable of manufacturing such weaponry. It could be said that, given sufficient funding, they could amass an army capable of waging war in a remarkably short time frame. The relocation efforts persisted throughout the day, and by nightfall, aside from an aged building, the Hydra base was left entirely barren. Naturally, the swift completion of the move was largely thanks to Magneto. Without his ability to effortlessly transport several tons of equipment, the operation would have taken several more days. With the closing of the spatial gateway, a tremendous explosion resonated from the base, reducing the remaining structure to mere rubble. Chapter 41. All promoted to junior warriors, the successful plundering of the Hydra base yielded tremendous rewards. Setting aside the weaponry, the acquisition of over a dozen researchers and nearly 500 soldiers was a substantial gain. The various epoch-defining technologies obtained were numerous, the most valuable being a technology for energy shields. Furthermore, the researchers had dismantled the devices from the Hydra base and installed them on the island, enveloping the entirety of Death Island in a defensive shield. According to Baron Strack, even missiles would struggle to breach this protective barrier. With the incorporation of the Hydra base, the development of the island steadily progressed. Soren and his 8 companions, having followed Suemo from the beginning, arrived on the island, their physiques considerably enhanced by the consumption of beast flesh. Each now reaching the threshold of junior warriors, their punching power exceeding 900 kilograms. Suemo planned to have them officially recognized as warriors and then serve as instructors for the Hydra soldiers on the island. His vision was quite straightforward: to select the most gifted soldiers, train them, and establish an assassination organization dedicated to eliminating nefarious individuals, thereby earning him points. Almost anyone who had committed wrongdoing would be classified as a villain, meaning that nearly 90% of them, upon being dispatched, would yield points. The only variance would be the quantity of points accrued. Ascending to the rank of battle general was merely a matter of time. The remaining soldiers, possessing lesser talents, would form special forces teams specifically tasked with eradicating evil organizations. Even if they struggled to reach higher levels, achieving the status of junior warriors would be relatively simple with the enhancement from beast flesh. Merely reaching this level would see their fighting power surpass 900 kilograms, far superior to the so-called elite soldiers outside. In a collaborative effort, they could effortlessly dismantle an armed squad of several hundred. In a cleared area on the eastern side of the island, Soren and his 8 companions sat cross-legged on the ground. "Do you all understand?" Suemo inquired, turning to face the row of 9. It was no small feat to ensure that these muscle-bound individuals comprehended the gene origin cultivation method, as it had taken him considerable time. This was primarily due to the difficulty Westerners had in grasping concepts rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, such as meridian points. Seeing them all nod, Suemo finally exhaled in relief. Good. Let us begin the formal cultivation as I have instructed. With Sumo's command, the 9 focused their minds and gradually closed their eyes. Entering a meditative state, Suemo estimated that they would likely struggle to perceive cosmic energy in the short term, so he sat down to prepare for his own cultivation. At present, he had reached the planetary level as a warrior. Yet his mental mastery remained at the pinnacle of the war god rank. Tio advanced to the planetary level as a mental master. He needed to condense a star core within his sea of consciousness. What he needed to do now was to continually temper his mental strength. After half an hour, he located a secret technique dedicated to refining mental power. Divine Forging Technique. As the technique activated, his mental energy surged within his sea of consciousness, and a mysterious totem appeared, with wisps of mental energy flowing through it. Each time the mental energy passed through the totem, it became more refined. However, this appeared to be a lengthy process. After several hours, the refined mental energy was still less than 1% of the total. Yet, Suemo remained unhurried. At this pace, the complete refinement of his mental energy would require merely a month or 2. As dawn broke the following day, changes began to manifest among the 9 sitting in a row. A short-haired woman in her 30s suddenly trembled as she perceived something. Suemo, who was focused on refining his mental energy, seemed to sense it as well. Slowly opening his eyes, in his line of sight, strands of cosmic energy converged toward the short-haired woman's body, and the influx accelerated. Vanessa? He had not anticipated that the first among the 9 to sense cosmic energy would be one of the 2 women present. However, this was not entirely surprising. There was no direct correlation between one's cultivation talent and the speed of energy perception. The amount of energy absorbed daily was far more critical. It seemed Vanessa's awakening triggered a chain reaction. Within the next half hour, more individuals sensed the cosmic energy and began their first absorption to enhance their physical prowess. An hour later, all had commenced absorbing cosmic energy. Suemo was not surprised. These individuals had previously been mercenaries, having clawed their way out of death's grasp, and thus possessed a heightened sense of perception compared to the average person. At this moment, the earliest to begin, Vanessa completed her first absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she leapt to her feet, her expression brimming with excitement. Suemo gestured for silence and then pointed toward the river, indicating that she should wash herself first. It was then that Vanessa realized she was covered in a layer of dark impurities and hurriedly dashed toward the river. Soon, others began to awaken and followed her to the riverbank. Ultimately, only Soren remained, continuing to absorb cosmic energy. He had been the second to start and, consequently, had spent the longest time in absorption, indicating that he possessed the highest talent among them. After another half hour, Soren finally came to. Boss. Upon awakening, Soren greeted Suemo and stood at attention, awaiting further instructions. Suemo patted him on the shoulder. Good, go wash up, and then regroup here. An hour later, everyone had cleansed themselves and reassembled at the site. At this point, 2 new instruments had been added to the area, a force gauge and a speed measurement device, both recently exchanged from the system, costing Suemo a total of 200 points. Following Sumo's instructions, they began testing in the order they had awoken. Eager to try, Vanessa stepped forward first, her fist striking the punching target with tremendous force. Resounding crash echoed as the target flew back over 2 meters. Glancing at the display screen, she saw the reading. 1520 kg, Chapter 42. Simulation Combat Room. Upon seeing the numbers on the screen, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding crowd, while disbelief washed over Vanessa's face. Oh my! Just a day ago, her strength barely exceeded 900 kilograms. She could never have imagined that in the span of a single night, her power would nearly double. It is utterly astonishing. Her mouth formed a Na shape in disbelief. Just before taking a shower, she had a slight inkling that this time the surge in her abilities would be significant. After all, the dramatic increase in strength had altered her bodily movements. However, she never anticipated it would reach such an exaggerated level. It is important to note that the enhancement of strength becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. The 9 of them had consumed the flesh of ferocious beasts, and in just over a month, their strength had surpassed 800 kilograms. Yet, in the following month, their power only increased by a little over 100 kilograms. In their view, even that was already remarkably extraordinary. In a mere 2 months, they had escalated from under 200 kilograms to nearly a ton of strength. This was already a feat that transcended human limits. Even during their previous mercenary careers, they had never encountered anyone with such remarkable physical prowess. Little did they know that today would bring them another magnificent surprise, as their strength had surged to an astonishing 1.5 tons. They were now nearly capable of lifting a car with their bare hands. Moreover, from what Suemo had just described, this was merely the beginning. By cultivating this technique, their powers could potentially grow without bounds in the future. Standing quietly to the side, Suemo simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us test the speed," he instructed, pointing to the speed testing apparatus nearby. Vanessa nodded in response. After a brief sprint, she dashed past the speedometer. 38 ms. Quite impressive, Suemo remarked, nodding in approval. As a woman, Vanessa's petite frame made speed her forte. Nearing the level of a mid-tier warrior, Soren, the captain, took note of this on a piece of paper. Next, Harry. Upon being called, the enthusiastic Harry approached .1650 kg, 34 ms. In the ensuing time, everyone took their turns testing their abilities. Most of them recorded strengths around 1,600 kilograms, with only Soren achieving 1,960 kilograms. Almost on the cusp of becoming a mid-tier warrior, it was likely that in just a few days, he would ascend to that level. On the opposite end of the island. What? Appointing a new instructor to conduct intensive training for the soldiers? I vehemently disagree. These soldiers have been meticulously trained by me according to Special Forces standards, and I doubt any instructor could surpass this. Colonel Harry stubbornly glared at Strack across from him. Colonel, your duty is to execute orders. Strack warned sternly, don't create trouble for me, or you will regret it. With that, he turned and departed from the temporary garrison. Although he shared similar sentiments with the other party, his words held no weight at present. Watching Strack leave, Colonel Harry's face darkened. In recent days, Baron Strack had ordered the relocation of their base to this island and subsequently confiscated all the soldiers' weapons. It seemed now that he intended to appoint new instructors as well. All of this instilled a sense of crisis within him, as it appeared his authority as the commander of the base was on the brink of being undermined. Yet, he lacked the courage to defy the order. He silently resolved that upon meeting these so-called instructors, he would certainly show them who the most suitable leader of this team truly was. After all, he had once been an instructor for the United States Marine Corps, confident that his skills in training soldiers and combat were second to none. Within the Star Tower, Suemo stood outside the simulated combat room. He opened the door and entered to find an array of devices resembling space capsules. Without a moment's hesitation, he lay down in one of the capsules. As the hatch closed, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself standing in a void. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears, "Please select your opponent and combat environment." As soon as the words faded, a selection panel appeared before him. He could choose between a psychic warrior and a martial artist. Suemo first selected a first-tier planetary martial artist and chose a grassland as the location. Upon pressing the confirm button, he was prompted to select his weapon. After choosing a rather hefty battle knife, a flash of light transformed the surrounding cosmic scenery into an expansive grassland. Gazing at the azure sky, feeling the genuine sensation of the grass beneath his feet, and savoring the gentle breeze on his face, he plucked a blade of grass from the ground, inhaling the fresh, earthy aroma. "It's so real," Suemo exclaimed in awe. Although he knew this was merely a virtual world, it felt incredibly lifelike. What difference was there from a real world? At that moment, a middle-aged man's figure began to coalesce not far from him. Initially, the man's eyes appeared vacant. However, as the sound of battle commenced in Sumo's ears, the man's gaze instantly sharpened, and with a flash, he lunged towards Suemo, wielding his battle knife. Suemo tightened his grip on his weapon and charged to meet him. In an instant, their forms collided. Resulting in a thunderous crash, Suemo was propelled backward at a speed that left behind a long trench in the grass. Coming to a stop, he quickly regained his footing, rubbing his already sore right arm while observing the figure in the air. The simulated opponent, aside from specific requirements, was at the pinnacle of the current level. This first-tier planetary martial artist was at the peak of that tier, possessing a strength of 2,000 tons, nearly double Sumo's own. While he could normally hold his own due to his psychic abilities, this martial artist's average force output was around 5 times greater, whereas Sumo's was only 3 times. Even with the enhancement of his psychic energy on his blade, He could only muster about half the strength of his opponent. It is crucial to understand that psychic amplification refers to how many weapons one can control simultaneously, all reaching their maximum potential, rather than amplifying the power of a single weapon. For instance, if a person's strength is 1 ton, they can exert 1 ton of force with both hands, but they cannot deliver 2 tons with a single punch. The same principle applies to psychic force. With a psychic force of 1,000 tons and an amplification factor of 12, Suemo could simultaneously manipulate 12 weapons, each exerting 1,000 tons, but could not exceed this limit with a single weapon. Of course, weapons imbued with special inscriptions differed in this regard, which explained the existence of such weapons. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the use of spatial freezing abilities, he might have been eliminated in an instant. After all, having double the strength does not equate to double the skill. An opponent like this could effortlessly take on hundreds of lesser warriors without breaking a sweat. Chapter 43, Dreamwalking Technique. Just as Suemo regained his footing, the martial artist reappeared before him. The warrior's battle knife sliced through the air like a phantom, aimed at Suemo's neck. It was fast, too fast. Just before the blade could reach him, Suemo activated his spatial freezing ability. In an instant, the martial artist was suspended in midair as if time had halted. The warrior sensed the binding force of space, and a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Feeling the violent energy surging within his opponent, Suemo's expression shifted, and he vanished from his position. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the martial artist unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Fortunately, Suemo had already distanced himself by hundreds of meters. Despite his speed, the energy from the explosion was even faster. Only by activating spatial freezing again did he manage to mitigate the impact. Exhaling deeply, Suemo's face reflected a hint of fear. One could not deny that the combat experience of seasoned warriors in that world was extraordinarily formidable. Coupled with his own nascent training, his combat experience was vastly inferior to that of his opponent. Had he not relied on his innate abilities, he would have likely been dispatched in the first moment of confrontation. Even after evading the attack, his opponent showed no hesitation, launching another relentless assault. Ultimately, under the pressure of Suemo's innate abilities, the warrior, realizing his fate was sealed, resorted to self-detonation. The ruthlessness of it all left Suemo astounded. Had he encountered such a battle maniac in reality? With his current combat experience, even if he possessed a strength advantage of 1 or 2 levels, he could well find himself at the mercy of such an opponent. Please select your opponent's strength. Suemo opted for an opponent of comparable strength this time. He decided against using his spatial freezing ability, as his goal was to hone his combat experience. Relying on such an overpowered ability would result in an easy victory, defeating the purpose of his training. After making his selection, Suemo's figure reappeared on the grassland. Half a minute later, he found himself reborn among the stars, his face contorted in a spasm of pain as he had set the pain sensation to 100. In the fleeting moment when his body was severed in two, the agonizing pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Once more, after a brief respite of 2 minutes, Suemo plunged back into combat. For the entirety of the following day, he found himself ensnared in an unending cycle of fighting, dying, and fighting anew. He progressed from barely enduring half a minute at the outset to a full minute. Then by the time he concluded his day's training, he had managed to withstand his opponent's assaults for an impressive span of over 10 minutes. The door of the simulated battle chamber creaked open, and Suemo emerged, rubbing his somewhat numb temples. The sustained focus over an entire day had rendered his expression tinged with fatigue. He turned and entered the training room. However, it was essential to note that a higher energy concentration was not always advantageous. Excessive energy density would correspondingly increase the difficulty of manipulation and absorption. After adjusting the time flow rate to 10 times and the energy concentration to 100 times, Suemo stepped into the training chamber. The interior was quite austere, furnished only with a bed and a table. He settled cross-legged on the bed, employing the gene origin energy cultivation method to gradually absorb energy while alleviating the mental fatigue wrought by intense combat. Over the next few days, Suemo followed a rigorous routine, alternating between the battle chamber to amass practical experience and the training room to cultivate gene origin energy and god-forging technique. Whenever time permitted, he would delve into the study of the Dark Divine Book. As his understanding of the magical arts within the tome deepened, he stumbled upon a spell aptly suited to his current circumstances: Dreamwalking Technique. This was the very incantation that Wanda had once utilized to traverse the multiverse. The spell bore resemblance to possession, allowing him to cast it and inhabit the self of his parallel universe counterpart without inflicting any harm upon that alternate self. Upon his departure, the individual he had possessed would return to their normal state. The distinction between this and dimensional teleportation was akin to the difference between soul possession and physical embodiment. However, acquiring dimensional teleportation required an astounding 100 million points. Until he amassed sufficient points, utilizing this spell would similarly enable him to harvest points from other parallel worlds. Yet, the dream-walking technique was not merely a variation of teleportation magic. It belonged to the upper echelons of spells, even among the myriad recorded in the Dark Divine Book. When the time came, having his subordinates assist him in harvesting points within this world, while he ventured into parallel realms would significantly amplify his rate of power enhancement. He believed that before Thanos arrived, he would reach a level capable of utterly overpowering his adversary. Days later, in New York, Tony resided in his villa perched on a hillside. "Hey, buddy, it seems marriage truly is a grave. I haven't heard a single juicy tidbit about you lately." Tony poured Suemo a glass of whiskey before plopping down on the sofa opposite him. Previously, the two had been frequent subjects of tabloid headlines. It seemed neither had graced the news recently. Since embarking on a relationship with Pepper Potts, Tony had notably toned down his antics. "Well, I don't suppose you've come to measure who the better man is today." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, I'm here to propose a deal." Suemo raised his glass and took a sip. "Oh, do enlighten me." Tony, pouring himself a glass of whiskey as well, feigned an attentive demeanor. "I need a suit of armor." Naturally, considering Sumo's current prowess, the armor would serve him little purpose. His Vibranium suit was far more suited to his needs. This suit was a gift he had prepared for Wanda. Pietro had begun his training, and with his current status as a novice warrior, he was well equipped for self-defense. Wanda, prior to her awakening, was merely an ordinary human. Tony's armor would be an excellent choice. "Buddy, are you kidding? While we're the best of friends, I stated during my last press conference that my suit is an extension of myself. Handing it over would be akin to selling myself. Do you think I would betray myself?" Tony shook his head, outright rejecting the notion. Suemo had anticipated this response, a smirk playing on his lips. "Tony, don't be so absolute. Trust me, you'll change your mind." Tony chuckled. "I'm a man of my word. If I say no, I mean no. Is that so?" Suemo replied with a smile, glancing at the large magnet on Tony's chest. "That big magnet on your chest, if I'm not mistaken, is to attract the shrapnel in your bloodstream." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tony leapt from the sofa in shock, even spilling whiskey onto himself without noticing. Chapter 44. What color armor do you prefer? As for the matter of the chest device that attracted shrapnel from his body, Tony had divulged this information to no one, with only Pepper being privy to it. Yet, it was inconceivable that Pepper would reveal such details to Suemo. How, then, had Suemo come to know? Tony's eyes widened as he scanned the room. "God, have you secretly installed a listening device or camera in my room? That's not the behavior of a good citizen." "JRVIS, please check the villa for any connected surveillance devices." "Certainly, sir." In under a minute, J.A. or V.I.S. electronic voice echoed in the room once more. "Sir, there are currently no surveillance devices detected in the villa." Suemo remained seated on the sofa, observing Tony's flustered demeanor with a slight smile. "Rest assured, I harbor no perverse inclinations. I'm not the least bit interested in what you do in your room." The reason he knew about the shrapnel was due to his unique ability. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the cutlery from the kitchen soared over, coming to a halt midair between the two, spinning slowly. This was the excuse he had meticulously crafted. Furthermore, feigning the ability to manipulate only metal was a strategic move to retain a semblance of a hidden card. This way, even if his true powers were exposed, the precedent set by Magneto would lead people to accept his ability to only manipulate metal without suspicion. This could very well save his life one day. What the hell? Witnessing this scene, Tony's expression was even more exaggerated than before. "A mutant? Magneto? Are you Eric's illegitimate son?" "Tony, mind your words. I can't guarantee that those utensils won't end up in your mouth in the next moment." Suemo shot him a glare. "I'm sorry. I thought I was just too excited." After a long moment, Tony finally calmed his racing heart. Upon learning about the shrapnel in his blood, he had indeed contemplated various methods to extricate them. Conventional medicine offered no solution as of YET.AS for unconventional methods. The first name that sprang to mind was Magneto. 2 years prior, the scene of Magneto manipulating the Golden Gate Bridge had been vividly etched in the minds of every American. It was common knowledge that he possessed the ability to control metal, which should allow him to easily remove the shrapnel from Tony's bloodstream. Unfortunately, that incident marked some of Magneto's last glories before he was injected with mutant serum and became an ordinary old man. Tony had even sought out mutants with similar abilities in secret, yet had found no leads. Despite his precautions, the toxins in his body would cause irreversible damage within 3 years. Sumo's abilities reignited a spark of hope within him. After mulling over his options for less than 10 seconds, Tony exhaled deeply. "All right, you win. What color armor do you prefer?" Tony was eager to lead Sumo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. Thanks to Sumo's persuasion, Tony not only agreed to craft a suit of armor for him, but promised to create one for Sumo with every future upgrade as well. Sumo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors present. "I don't think you need to make such a big fuss. I'm not planning to expose my secrets." Upon hearing this, Tony realized the implications. Due to Magneto's chaotic antics, the general public harbored a degree of aversion toward mutants. He could understand Sumo's desire to keep his identity under wraps. Lying on the operating table, Tony waved away the doctors. Licking his lips, which had dried out from anxiety, he asked, "Buddy, you assure me we can handle this without a hospital?" Yet Sumo insisted that any room would suffice, leading them to the medical facility. Observing Tony's anxious demeanor, Sumo offered some reassurance. "Don't worry. I wouldn't joke about this. If you were to die, it wouldn't matter, but I can't have anyone else making my armor. For the sake of my armor, I won't let anything happen to you." Tony rolled his eyes and gave Sumo a thumbs up. "You really know how to comfort someone." Once they were alone in the room, Sumo got straight to work. He first manipulated the shrapnel, guiding it into a narrow blood vessel in his arm, then secured tourniquets on either side. With a thought, several small pieces of shrapnel shot out. The entire process took less than a minute. By the time Sumo controlled the shrapnel into Tony's hands, Tony still wore a bewildered expression. "Allow this item to serve as a memento for you." Sumo opened the door to find a group of private doctors waiting outside. They could come in to assist him with the bleeding. After speaking, his expression suddenly shifted as he fixated on a familiar figure among the doctors, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Tony gazed at the bullet fragment in his hand, still wearing an expression of disbelief. "Is this really over?" He touched the area over his chest, where the usual discomfort had completely vanished. As the doctors surged into the room, Sumo turned and exited. Inside the medical room, Tony yelled at the group of doctors who looked at him in confusion. "Hurry up and bandage me." Upon seeing the small wound on Tony's arm, one doctor rushed forward, opened the medical kit, and began to disinfect the injured. That moment, another doctor standing nearby examined the wound revealed after the blood was wiped away. "Mr. Tony, this wound must be bandaged promptly." Hearing the tone of the doctor, Tony's expression changed. "What do you mean? Is it serious?" The other doctors turned their puzzled gazes towards him. After all, it appeared to be merely a minor injury, although it had affected a vein. Given its location and the amount of bleeding, it was merely a superficial small vein, especially with a tourniquet applied. It certainly could not be considered a serious injury. "You misunderstand, the wound is not severe." The doctor beside him smiled slightly. "What I mean is, if you don't bandage it quickly, the wound will start to heal." Upon hearing the clearly teasing remark, Tony felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. "Which hospital are you from? I want to file a complaint against you." "Of course, that is your right." The doctor who had finished bandaging him handed Tony a business card. "I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You can call me Strange." After saying this, Strange turned and walked outside. As a somewhat renowned surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital, he had canceled an important surgical procedure under the director's strict orders to come here, only to find that even a novice nurse could have easily handled the bandaging task. These people were simply wasting medical resources. Chapter 45. Establishing the Special Operations Team on Death Island. After several days, Zorro and the others had thoroughly adapted to their surging powers. That morning, under Emma's guidance, the 9 of them arrived at the camp housing over 500 soldiers. This moment, wooden huts had already been erected throughout the camp. As soldiers, survival in the wild was a fundamental skill, and this was hardly wild survival. The camp was equipped with various construction machinery. With the sound of a whistle, All the soldiers quickly lined up in an orderly fashion in a vast open area at the center of the camp. In front of the camp stood a wooden platform elevated half a meter above the ground. Noticing that the soldiers had gathered below, Emma ascended the platform. "Excuse me, Commander. I would like to know what benefits there are to joining the Special Operations Team." A soldier in the front row raised his hand and asked after hearing her words. "Certainly," Emma nodded. "Upon joining the Special Operations Team, not only will your salary double, but you will also receive a mysterious gift. As for what the gift is, you will only find out after qualifying." At this announcement, whispers of excitement rippled through the ranks of soldiers. The reason these individuals joined such a private army was not out of idealism but rather for monetary gain. Now, to learn that joining the Special Operations Team would result in a salary increase of 100. How could they not be thrilled? Colonel Harry, standing nearby, felt a sinking sensation as he witnessed the excited expressions of the soldiers. He understood all too well that this reward was one no soldier could refuse. After all, these soldiers were all mercenaries driven by the allure of American dollars. Their loyalty lay with currency, and compared to the dollar, he, their commander, could only stand aside. Moreover, what would happen to him as the commander of the original unit once the Special Operations Team was established? After pondering for a moment, he stepped forward. "I am curious, who will command this Special Operations Team?" Emma shot a glance at Harry, fully comprehending his implication. "The Special Operations Team is organized and trained by Mr. Zorro, so naturally, he will serve as the team's instructor." Upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened. In his view, he was the most suitable candidate for the role of commander, both in terms of qualifications and strength, as he was the original commander of this unit. After all, since arriving on the island, while their weapons had not been redistributed, their freedoms had not been curtailed either. Over the past few days, he had roamed the island and noticed that aside from the personnel at their base, there were hardly any outsiders. To him, these individuals were merely recruits under Baron Strack. Does this Mr. Zorro have any prior military experience? Zorro chuckled lightly as he stepped out from the ranks of the Nine. "I have not served in any military. I was merely a mercenary before." Upon hearing Zorro's introduction, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him and confidently declared, "In that case, I believe I would be a more suitable candidate for the overall commander." Emma had no intention of wasting time with them. She turned to Zorro. "It's up to you with that." She turned and left. Although Harry might be stronger than Zorro in terms of training soldiers, the Special Operations Team would primarily execute solo assassinations or small team joint operations. In this regard, Zorro, as a mercenary, was undoubtedly far superior to Harry, who came from a military background. When it came to solo combat capabilities, the two were not even in the same league. This so-called Colonel Harry was likely no more than a plaything in their hands. The more she practiced and studied, the more she realized the immense power of this secret technique, and her respect for Sumo grew ever stronger. Harry, who remained behind, displayed a furious expression upon seeing Emma leave so abruptly. This was a blatant insult to him. Observing the anger on Harry's face, Zorro spoke up. "Enough. We are all well aware of your thoughts. Don't say we aren't giving you a chance." "Harlina, step forward." As his voice fell, a somewhat petite woman stepped out from the ranks behind him. "If you can withstand half a minute against Harlina, I will gladly hand over the position of commander to you." Upon hearing Zorro's words, the flames of rage in Harry's eyes threatened to erupt. This was a tremendous insult. The dignified former instructor of the U.S. Marine Special Operations was being so humiliated. "You damned bastard. I will shove your head up your ass with that." The enraged Harry lunged at Zorro like a leopard. Harry's pride in his speed seemed to Zorro like a slow-motion spectacle, allowing him to clearly observe the taut muscles in Harry's arm and the quivering facial muscles as he ran. Seeing that the other party was being obstinate, Zorro felt no need to indulge him. He raised his right leg and delivered a light kick. Harry only saw a blur pass by, followed by a tremendous force striking his abdomen. His body was then propelled backward uncontrollably. After flying several meters, he crashed into a large tree behind him. Only then did he feel a piercing pain emanating from his abdomen, causing his entire body to curl into a shrimp-like shape. The soldiers below, who had been whispering, fell silent at this scene. It was not because they were shocked that their former commander had been beaten. For these soldiers, it was merely a job, and Harry was no more than a boss in the eyes of employees. Would they rally to avenge their boss? What nonsense! They would be lucky to not applaud and celebrate. They were astonished that this was the first time they had witnessed someone being kicked several meters away. Zoro noticed the soldiers' expressions and decided to boost their morale. He turned and walked over to a coconut tree, about the thickness of a bowl, and swiftly kicked it. With a dull thud, the tree snapped about a meter above the ground. As they watched the coconut tree fall, the soldiers' expressions grew even more animated. Are you all curious about the special rewards for joining the Special Operations team? I can tell you that the reward is related to enhancing your own strength. Once you receive this reward, everyone will have the chance to reach my level, or even stronger. Upon hearing Zoro's words, the soldiers looked at him with fiery anticipation. As a soldier, who would not yearn for immense power? Observing the fervor in the soldiers' eyes, Zoro nodded. Next, you will be divided into 8 small teams. Chapter 46. One cannot possess both a Lamborghini and insecurity in the training room of the Star Tower. Suemo sat cross-legged, his figure floating in the air. Before him, a pitch-black tome of the Dark God radiated dark energy. Suemo slowly opened his eyes, feeling that he was still a step away. He sighed, understanding that it was reasonable for a magic capable of traversing the multiverse to have high requirements. With a flicker, Suemo appeared in a 2-story villa located on the southern shore of Death Island. Upon returning to the villa, Suemo did not linger. A spatial portal gradually opened beside him, and he stepped through it. He arrived at the entrance of Tony's villa. Last night, Tony had informed him that the armor had been completed. Hello, Ms. Potts, it has been a long time. At the entrance of the villa, Suemo encountered the eagerly awaiting S.H.I.E.L.D. During his last visit, her presence had eluded him. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met. As the second-largest shareholder of the company, his infrequent appearances, having not graced the office for an entire month, made their encounters rather challenging. Upon their meeting, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasted no time in voicing her grievances. The 2 major shareholders of the company, Tony, who idled away his time, and Suemo, who had been absent for months, had left the entirety of the company's affairs resting upon her shoulders. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that her rapport with the current boss was relatively amicable, and she had yet to contemplate the notion of swapping for a different employer. With a bright smile, S.H.I.E.L.D. led Suemo upstairs. No need for formality. Should you find dissatisfaction in your role, do not hesitate to reach out to me, she added, coincidentally mentioning that Avril had also been lamenting about feeling overwhelmed. Poor Avril, she mused. It seems her situation mirrors mine closely. Such wicked capitalists you all are. As they conversed, the duo entered a room filled with an array of equipment. Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems rather inappropriate for you to speak ill of us in my presence. Tony emerged from behind a table cluttered with parts. S.H.I.E.L.D., unfazed by his complaint, replied, You two continue your discussion. With a soft chuckle, Bozy turned and made his way toward a nearby coffee machine. To undermine me in front of my eyes, you truly are crossing the line, Tony muttered, observing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s retreating figure. All right, next time, I shall arrange a private meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D., defeated by the corner of Sumo's mouth that curled upward. Tony conceded, Very well, we are now involved, so please maintain your distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although aware of the jest, he felt no advantage in Sumo's presence. Upon hearing the admission, Suemo chuckled and patted Tony's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. Let us hasten to see my battle armor. Upon hearing Sumo's reassurance, Tony exhaled in relief. As he guided Suemo further inside, he muttered, It better be true. Moments later, Tony brought Suemo to a glass display case towering over a meter high. He pointed to a set of deep blue armor within. This battle armor has been re-engineered into a portable version based on Model 4. Take a look. As he spoke, the glass case opened, and Tony pressed a button on the armor, causing it to contract into a briefcase-sized form. Although some performance has been sacrificed, the entire armor now weighs less than 30 kilograms. Tony boasted with confidence, It appears quite impressive. Suemo assessed the armor displayed within the case. Subsequently, Tony elaborated on the various functions and weaponry of the armor. After listening to his explanations, a satisfied smile graced Sumo's face. Once Wanda donned it, she would be more than capable of self-defense. At the very least, with the armor's maximum flight speed of 3 Mach, she could easily evade pursuers. Thank you. I am thoroughly pleased with the armor. In a villa located in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were busy packing. Following Wanda's recent expression of a desire to attend school, Suemo swiftly made arrangements. With less than a week until the university semester commenced, They needed to relocate to a nearby area. After parking outside the villa, S.H.I.E.L.D had barely stepped into the courtyard when Pietro's voice of complaint resonated from within. Wanda, you know I have absolutely no interest in attending school. All right, Pietro, you've repeated that statement for nearly a month now. Our ride is about to arrive. You wouldn't be telling me you've changed your mind, would you? Wanda firmly sealed the last box, gazing intently at Pietro. Considering that Pietro was of the same age as Wanda, S.H.I.E.L.D had, upon her suggestion, arranged for him to attend a school as well. However, Pietro appeared somewhat averse to the idea of university life. No, well, of course not. I'm just a bit anxious about the impending university experience. Pietro fervently attempted to clarify. S.H.I.E.L.D, having just entered, chuckled. Fear not, Pietro. I am confident you will soon come to adore university life. Upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's entrance, both of them brightened. Wanda even leaped into his embrace. Darling, I thought you had forgotten about today. After several months of interaction, he had successfully earned the endearing title of Darling from Wanda, their bond rapidly intensifying. S.H.I.E.L.D affectionately ruffled her hair. Such an important matter, how could I possibly forget? So, have you finished packing? Wanda nodded, indicating the mountain of boxes accumulating in the living room. Of course, everything has been prepared. S.H.I.E.L.D observed the abundance of storage boxes strewn across the floor. Did I not mention? We can acquire items once we arrive. There's no need to haul everything with us. Indeed, it seemed that women across any nation shared a common trait in this regard, always intent on transporting their entire household whenever they ventured out. No, these things are essential. Besides, once we arrive, shopping will only waste time, so it's better to bring them along. Very well, S.H.I.E.L.D conceded with a sigh. The three of them exited the villa, just as the moving truck arranged by Avril pulled up outside. At once, Wanda directed the workers to begin loading the living room's contents onto the vehicle. S.H.I.E.L.D, meanwhile, approached a Lamborghini parked nearby with Pietro, who was only carrying a shoulder bag. Casually tossing the keys to Pietro, who stood dazedly gazing at the vehicle, he said, "Give it a try. See if it pleases you." Instinctively catching the keys, Pietro noticed the bull emblem and gradually registered the significance, his breath quickening. "Wait, are you saying this car is a gift for me?" "Of course," S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. From their past interactions, he noted that the current Pietro exhibited a stark contrast to the confident persona he would later embody post-awakening. His upbringing as an orphan had instilled within him a lingering sense of timidity and inferiority. Although his character had begun to improve with training, he still lacked confidence. The gesture of gifting a car aimed to bolster this aspect of his character, for one cannot simultaneously possess a Lamborghini and harbor feelings of inadequacy. Chapter 47. Sonia, however, it was Pietro's first encounter with a sports car. S.H.I.E.L.D had grown weary of such possessions years ago, now favoring vehicles inclined towards comfort and safety. For a youth like Pietro, who had seldom encountered luxury cars, the allure of a sports car was bound to ignite his youthful exuberance. Excitedly, he circled the vehicle, marveling at its magnificence. It's simply incredible. Yet, he soon quelled his excitement. "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Anticipating such a reaction, S.H.I.E.L.D opened the door and gently nudged Pietro inside. "Rest assured, the car is merely on loan to you, and it's one I have long since outgrown. It has simply been gathering dust in the garage. This is merely an act of resourcefulness. Or perhaps you do not fancy this model." As he spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D took out his phone and opened his gallery. "Then have a look at which one you prefer. There are dozens more in the garage." In his earlier obsession with sports cars, S.H.I.E.L.D had impulsively acquired a vast collection, most of which he had only driven once or not at all. While Wanda had directly facilitated Pietro's decision to attend university, he had chosen a different institution to escape her oversight. Wanda was headed to a state university in Pennsylvania, while he opted for Boston University. The two universities were situated in opposite directions, each approximately 3 to 4 hours' drive from New York. After considering S.H.I.E.L.D's suggestion, Pietro hesitated but ultimately refrained from rejecting the offer. "All right, I do really like this one." Primarily, it was his genuine affection for the vehicle that swayed him. The acceptance letters and residence information were tucked away in the glove compartment. After making sure Pietro was well informed, Wanda approached the villa. Upon seeing Pietro start the engine, a warning smile appeared on her face. "I'll come visit you during the holidays." Pietro's expression changed at her words. Ever since he had decided to pursue his education, he had been living in a state of torment. Having dropped out straight after high school to work, he had nearly forgotten most of what he had learned, to avoid feeling utterly lost in university. He knew Wanda's visit was less about a friendly check-in and more about assessing his academic progress. "Listen, Wanda, there's really no need. I can take care of myself with that." Pietro revved the engine, and with a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini sped away, vanishing from their sight. Watching him depart, Wanda turned to Suemo. "Oh, you think I might have been a bit too strict with him?" Naturally, Suemo supported Wanda in their dynamic. Neither of them harbored excessive concerns regarding Pietro's safety. More than half a month ago, Pietro had already demonstrated the extraordinary ability to lift a vehicle weighing over a ton with his bare hands. When he sprinted, he shattered the world record for short-distance running. Given his current prowess, it was a relief that he posed no threat to anyone's safety. After bidding farewell to Pietro, all the belongings from the villa were swiftly loaded onto the vehicle. Subsequently, the two of them drove a striking red Ferrari, leading the way towards Pennsylvania. 4 hours later, they arrived at an exquisitely serene villa community. The entire area sprawled over a vast expanse, situated less than 10 minutes' drive from the state university Wanda was destined for. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of a 2-story villa, its exterior gleaming in white, complemented by a yard that spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with vibrant flowers. The two alighted from the vehicle. "What do you think? If this doesn't meet your satisfaction, there are several more nearby for us to explore, thanks to the inherent traits of the Huaxia people." Suemo's parents had been fervent in their pursuit of real estate during their lifetimes. Although their estate was now merely a fraction of what it once was, they were still considered among the upper echelons of wealth in America. Coupled with the current downturn in the real estate market, they had acquired properties in major cities across the United States. This villa was one such acquisition. Wanda's eyes sparkled as she shook her head. "No, this is beautiful, precisely the embodiment of my dream home." With that, she stepped into the yard. That moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 20s who stepped outside. Standing about 5 feet tall, with flowing golden hair and a fair complexion that accentuated her slightly voluptuous figure, she exuded an alluring aura that stirred the hearts of men. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, she donned nothing but a lightweight cotton t-shirt on her upper half, paired with denim shorts, radiating youthful vitality. Casting a glance toward the exterior of the villa, her gaze briefly lingered on the red Ferrari before finally settling on Suemo. "Are you the owner of the house?" "Sue, hello. I am Sonia Simonson, the caretaker of the villa. You may call me Sonia." After introducing herself, she extended her hand to Suemo for a handshake. "Your secretary, Ms. Averill, informed me that you would be arriving in the coming days." Given the multitude of properties purchased by Sumo's parents, neglecting them for an extended period could lead to decay, particularly as most of them were wooden structures. Furthermore, American law stipulates that if a house remains unattended for a prolonged duration, it could become a matter of dispute if vagrants occupy it for a certain period. Hence, his parents employed a local individual to oversee each property. Sonia was evidently in such a position. "Please, follow me." Sonia beckoned the two as they made their way into the villa. Observing the tidy living room, Suemo silently nodded in approval. It appeared that Sonia had managed the property well. Seizing the opportunity while Suemo ascended the staircase to assess the rooms, Sonia hesitated and pulled Wanda aside. "Actually, I haven't yet found a suitable place to stay. So," she continued, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "Of course, I realize this request may be somewhat excessive, but if it comes to it, I can offer compensation." As she spoke, Sonia suddenly grasped the implications, her face reflecting disbelief. Initially, she had approached this request with a mere sense of trial. It seemed rather audacious, especially since she had been notified a month prior, giving her ample time to secure accommodations. However, the house she had previously arranged for fell through at the last moment. "What, you mean that you agree?" Wanda smiled and nodded. "Absolutely. Not only for these few days. You can stay here indefinitely. My husband will not remain, and I would rather have you here with me." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sonia quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. But do you need to consult your husband first?" Although Wanda had already consented, she was reluctant to create any discord between them. "Rest assured, my husband will not oppose." Despite her assurances, Wanda ascended the stairs to relay the situation to Suemo. "I have no objections," Suemo replied nonchalantly. The caretakers of the properties were meticulously vetted by the company. Otherwise, encountering unscrupulous individuals could lead to significant complications. Thus, it was generally understood that these caretakers possessed commendable character, which was a primary reason for Sumo's agreement. He would have outright refused if it had been a stranger. Wanda rewarded Sumo with a joyous smile. "I knew you wouldn't refuse." Sumo instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, feeling it necessary to discuss this matter further. While kindness is a virtue, excessive benevolence can often invite misfortune, my dear. While being helpful is commendable, I would appreciate it if you could consult me on such matters in the future. This Sonia is someone I felt comfortable allowing to stay due to her file in the company. Living with a stranger in the same house could be exceedingly perilous. They may harbor ulterior motives. After hearing Sumo's concerns, Wanda realized her impulsiveness. She promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand now, and I won't act so rashly again." She fully comprehended that Sumo's cautions were intended for her safety. Observing her downcast expression, Sumo gently patted her head. "All right, just be mindful next time. Come, let me show you something extraordinary." After greeting Sonia as they descended the stairs, the two exited the villa. Sumo instructed the movers to transfer all their belongings into the villa before driving the Ferrari towards a nearby lake marked on the map. Half an hour later, they parked at a secluded spot by the lake. After turning off the engine, Sumo extended his right hand, producing a red box. "Open it and see." He handed the box to Wanda. Upon seeing it, a smile spread across her face. "What is it, wrapped in such mystery?" As she opened the box, a dazzling diamond ring came into view. "Wow!" Wanda gasped, her face lighting up with surprise. "What day is it today? Why are you giving me a ring?" Without hesitation, she replaced her original wedding band, pressing a drop of blood from her fingertip onto the new ring. "Wait, is this not some sort of sorcery from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wanda questioned, her face a mix of confusion and intrigue as she observed Sumo's peculiar actions. "Of course not." Sumo shot her a sidelong glance, bemused by her thoughts, as the blood touched the ring. It appeared to come alive, absorbing the drop as if it possessed its own consciousness. Wanda's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yet, before she could inquire further, she felt a vast space open up around her. Due to her unawakened abilities, Wanda could not project her mental energy outward. To utilize the storage ring, she had to resort to this blood-dripping method. "Wait, what is this?" Instantly, a blue suitcase materialized in Wanda's grasp. With a mere thought, the suitcase vanished from her hand. "Oh my, this is simply extraordinary." Wanda reveled in her newfound abilities, eventually placing her hand on the car, causing it to vanish in an instant. The two, momentarily seated in the Ferrari, found themselves abruptly on the ground, as the low height of the car's seats meant they were only a little over half a meter from the grass below. Sumo remained still, allowing their bodies to fall onto the soft grass. "Sorry." Wanda hurriedly apologized. Sumo waved it off nonchalantly. "So, do you like it?" He jangled the ring on his left hand, and of course. "As long as it's from you, I adore it." Cleverly, she refrained from asking about the origin of the ring, fully aware of its significance. After a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed crimson as she stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words into Sumo's ear. His expression darkened with frustration upon hearing her request. However, recognizing that his efficiency in certain matters paled in comparison to Kunzi's, he realized that responding with equal fervor might lead to them spending the night here. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of their visit today. Instructing Wanda to retrieve the armor that could transform into a suitcase from the ring, he guided her to press her right index finger on a button in the center of the suitcase. Within mere seconds, a voice echoed from the box. "Owner identity verified. Dio, you wish to activate the armor?" After acquiring the armor, Sumo had exchanged points in the marketplace for a control system akin to Jarvis. This rudimentary system was obtainable for a mere 300 points. With a command from Wanda, the armor disassembled and, in under 5 seconds, enveloped her completely. Encased in the armor, Wanda could hardly contain her excitement, her voice ringing out in awe. After a brief lapse of several minutes, Wanda finally calmed down under Sumo's soothing words. In the following hours, she began to practice maneuvering the battle armor in the sky, guided by the control system. Initially, she either crashed into trees or plunged into the lake. Fortunately, the armor provided complete protection, shielding her from any harm. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she gradually mastered the art of flying. After circling a few times in the air, Wanda descended before Sumo's. The helmet retracted. Her exhilarated face was revealed, flushed with excitement. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wanda, still feeling the thrill, released the armor, which transformed back into a suitcase and was stored in her storage ring. In the future, whenever you have time, you should come here to practice. This way, you can protect yourself in case of danger. Wanda, moved, stepped forward to embrace Sumo. Thank you, she exclaimed, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her face. The previously vanished vehicle reappeared beside them, and she opened the door, playfully pushing Sumo inside. Chapter 49. The Ascension of the Psychic Master. The Disappearance of Annie? In the training room of the Star Tower, Sumo sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. Within his consciousness, the last vestiges of psychic energy, refined through the divine forging technique, became ever more concentrated. As all of his psychic energy was finally condensed, a tremendous tremor resonated throughout his mind. An immense amount of energy then converged toward the very center of his consciousness. The highly concentrated mist-like psychic energy gradually transformed into a liquid state. In a short while, a minuscule water sphere slowly formed within his mind. At the moment of its formation, the suction force surged dramatically, and the attracted psychic energy began to swirl into a massive vortex around the water sphere. As more psychic energy flowed in, the water sphere size increased considerably. Only after more than half an hour had passed was the psychic energy within his mind nearly fully absorbed by the water sphere. Sumo understood that the next step was the most critical in becoming a planetary-level psychic master. To compress the water sphere to create a solid planetary core, condense, Sumo silently commanded, controlling the psychic energy surrounding the water sphere, which swiftly shrank toward the center. While in liquid form, this psychic energy still belonged to Sumo and was under his command. The water sphere's volume diminished drastically in a remarkably short time, shrinking to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Sumo gritted his teeth, realizing that the current compression level was still inadequate for solidification. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to exert further pressure on the minuscule water sphere. The outcome rested on this pivotal moment. Boom! At what seemed like an instant, the water sphere solidified rapidly, transforming into a sky-blue polygonal crystal. Once the crystal fully solidified, an inexhaustible energy burst forth from within, causing Sumo's consciousness to expand at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, it swelled to over 100 times its original size. At that moment, Sumo's soul felt as though it had undergone a transformative leap in existence. His mind became exceptionally clear, and he slowly opened his eyes. The jubilant voice of the Star Maiden echoed in the training room. Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to planetary-level Psychic Master. No sooner had she finished speaking than an array of colorful ribbons and confetti floated throughout the training room. These decorations vanished the moment they touched the ground. Witnessing the scene orchestrated by the Star Maiden, Sumo was left speechless. Who taught you this? Online, Master. Isn't this how celebrations occur in your world? Oh, right. There's also, suddenly, bottles of champagne appeared in the training room, and a series of pop sounds erupted as the champagne sprayed everywhere. Stop. Sumo swiftly stepped outside the training room, his expression dark as he glared at the Star Maiden standing opposite him. Don't do this nonsense again. Of course, Master. Master, you must be tired from training. Let me massage your shoulders with that. The Star Maiden stepped behind Sumo, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading. Simultaneously, her body pressed against his back. Feeling her astonishing talent, Sumo found it somewhat overwhelming. Though he had previously attempted to retaliate, she always chose to escape at the crucial moment. In simpler terms, the Star Maiden was adept at igniting the flames but entirely indifferent to extinguishing them. After several frustrating encounters, Sumo could only attempt to avoid her. I'm leaving. Sensing the Star Maiden's antics again, Sumo decisively chose to exit the Star Tower. Upon pressing the answer button, Avril's voice came through. Boss, something has happened to Annie. Sumo's expression shifted at this news. Among the girlfriends he had over the years, Annie was the one he had spent the longest time with. They had become a couple when she was still a student. Yet, Annie understood Sumo's character well enough to know he would not be easily ensnared. And her dream had always been to become an actress. They were a perfect match, one greedy for wealth, the other for beauty. After several years, it was impossible for there not to be some feelings between them. Avril was also aware of this, which was why she had called him despite knowing Sumo was already married to Wanda. Upon hearing about Annie's predicament, Sumo could not remain indifferent. From Avril, He learned that Annie had suddenly gone missing during filming a few days prior. Her parents had already reported it to the police, yet there had been no news of her since. Suemo hesitated for a moment before retrieving a number from his phone and dialing it. Moments later, he heard the voice of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Sue. It seems you're in trouble. I want to know about Annie. According to Sumo's nature, he preferred to limit his contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there was no other choice. If there was any organization that was most knowledgeable about everything happening within America, it was undoubtedly them. Suemo had considered how to establish an intelligence system. The most suitable method was to purchase an intelligent life form within the system. Not to mention intelligent life forms, even semi-intelligent ones defined by the system would surpass Jarvis by several levels. If he had such a being, the entire network of Earth would become his private garden. Unfortunately, even semi-intelligent life required a staggering 60,000 points. For now, he had no means to exchange for it. Of course, the Star Maiden in the Star Tower could likely achieve this much more easily. However, given his current strength, he could not control the Star Tower, and the Star Maiden, as its spirit, could not leave her consciousness. For now, he could only seek help from S.H.I.E.L.D. at S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up the phone, Hill hurried to Nick Fury's office. Ever since witnessing Sumo's abilities last time, his status in Nick Fury's eyes had notably risen. He had specifically instructed Hill to report on Sumo's information at all times. After hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury displayed little surprise. He casually handed Hill a dossier. Inside was the information he sought. Hill's expression shifted as he took the dossier and opened it. You knew he would call? Indeed. Nick Fury wore a mysterious expression. I received a report about the Annie incident this morning and have already dispatched Natasha to protect her. This is a great opportunity to befriend him. Chapter 50. The mutant Annie. Minutes later, Suemo received the information that Hill had sent over. After reviewing the contents, he waved his hand, and a portal slowly opened beside him. Suemo gazed at his hands in astonishment. Upon casting magic, he realized that after ascending to planetary-level Psychic Master, while his total psychic energy had not increased significantly, its quality had multiplied several times. Executing magic had become much easier than before. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Suemo. Age: 20. Strength: 1,425,320 kilograms. Speed: 1,360 ms. Psychic power: 1,260,000 kilograms. Special ability: Space Freezing. Points: 23,420. Level: Planetary level 1st tier. The increase in psychic power was approximately 20%. He wondered if he could successfully cast the dream walking technique now. Suemo muttered to himself. However, this was not the time to ponder. He needed to rescue Annie first. With that thought, he stepped through the portal before him. In Palm Bay, Florida, within a dilapidated motel on the edge of a crumbling street, two silhouettes stood by the window, surveying the scene outside. Confirming that their pursuers had not followed them, the two finally sat down on the bed in the room. The two individuals were none other than the missing Annie and seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Natasha. What exactly were those things, and why were they trying to kill me? Annie asked, her voice trembling as she looked at Natasha. Natasha reloaded her firearm and holstered it on her thigh. Those are called Sentinel robots. They are specifically designed to capture mutants. Annie's expression shifted in surprise. Haven't humans already reached a peaceful coexistence with mutants? Why would this happen? Do you really believe everything those politicians say? Natasha replied nonchalantly, wiping a wound on her face. Fine. Annie sat on the bed, extending her right hand. The moisture in the air rapidly gathered toward her fingertips, forming a large block of ice in no time. This mutant ability is simply incredible. The reason for her disappearance was that just a few days prior, she had unexpectedly discovered her ability to conjure ice out of thin air. A power she could not yet control, prompting her to go into hiding. During those 2 days, everything she touched turned to shards of ice, rendering her unable to even contact her family. Fortunately, her abilities were not feeble. And at a crucial moment, the individual before her who claimed to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came to her rescue. Natasha rose and lay on the bed, offering a word of caution. As her words fell, her expression suddenly changed. She hurried to the door and peered through the crack. The inn was situated by the sea. Stepping outside the fenced backyard, one could reach the beach in less than 100 meters. At that moment, 3 sentry robots, each towering over 5 meters, were slowly descending from the sky. This was dire. They needed to flee. Natasha rushed to the window and opened it. "Follow me," she exclaimed, leaping out. Their room was on the second floor, only 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Upon hearing her, Annie swiftly approached the window as well. Thanks to her experience filming action movies, she landed gracefully. Once on the ground, the two did not linger and immediately jumped into a car parked by the roadside. Accelerating towards the intersection, the robots behind the inn emitted an alarm. Detecting mutant presence, instantly, 3 figures took to the air again. Thanks to the mutant detection devices, the sentry robots soon spotted Annie's figure within 2 minutes. At that moment, Natasha was driving along a coastal road in another direction. The 3 sentry robots showed no regard for bystanders, accelerating directly towards the car, their arms crashing heavily onto the vehicle's hood. The car nearly took off from the ground. The sudden deceleration almost sent the 2 inside, flying out of the windows. Luckily, the seatbelts served their purpose. Moments later, the 2 emerged from the car, rubbing the marks left by the seatbelts. "Shit, I nearly got choked to death." Natasha greeted the sentry robots with a sarcastic comment. The robots, however, paid her no mind, their attention entirely focused on Annie as they approached her position. "Run!" Natasha yelled to Annie, drawing specialized handguns from her thighs and firing at the robots. The bullets ricocheted off the robots' bodies, inflicting no damage. Nevertheless, her actions drew the sentry robots' attention. "Come over here, you fools!" She was acutely aware that the 2 of them alone were no match for the sentry robots. Her only option was to buy time while awaiting rescue. The 3 sentry robots, observing the 2 fleeing in different directions, ultimately decided to split up. One pursued Natasha, while the other 2 dashed towards Annie. After all, capturing mutants was their primary duty. Annie glanced back at the 2 pursuers and quickly turned towards the beach. The reason they had chosen to rest at a seaside inn was due to Annie's powers. Although she could conjure ice, she required sufficient humidity in the in the inland. Releasing her powers could deplete the surrounding moisture. However, by the sea, she was undoubtedly in her element, significantly amplifying her combat capabilities. Having run less than 50 meters, the robots were already within 5 meters of her. Upon realizing this, a flash of icy blue flickered in Annie's eyes. The surrounding moisture rapidly condensed around the robots, transforming them into 2 ice sculptures within mere seconds. However, before Annie could breathe a sigh of relief, cracks began to appear on the ice sculptures. Noticing this, Annie did not hesitate and activated her powers again, draining the moisture from a 100-meter radius. The thickness of ice enveloping the 2 sentry robots reached nearly a meter. Despite this, Annie remained vigilant. Enduring the fatigue coursing through her, she continued to flee. Meanwhile, Natasha, while escaping, occasionally fired a few shots backward to divert the robot's wrath. Unlike Annie, she always chose narrow alleyways. Although the sentry robots wreaked havoc upon the buildings flanking the streets, causing pedestrians to scatter in fright. This allowed her to evade them for the time being. However, as Natasha emerged from a narrow path, her expression froze as she encountered 3 sentry robots once more. In a way. Chapter 51. You will regret this. Just as Natasha contemplated retreating, she spotted the pursuing robot emerging from the rear entrance. Her expression shifted dramatically. "Ms. Natasha, due to your obstruction of the Sentry Special Operations mission, we are now authorized to arrest you." A male voice emanated from the robot standing at the forefront. "Go to hell." Natasha completely disregarded the robot's words and charged towards the pursuing sentry. Although the sentry robots were manufactured by Triskelion Group, they were actually controlled by the government-established Sentry Special Operations. This department was on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. in theory. Both organizations were special authority branches of the government. As she closed in on the robot, Natasha executed a slide tackle, slipping beneath its legs. During her pass, she affixed a circular device onto the sentry robot. Zzz. The device emitted a crackling sound. The sentry robot convulsed before crashing to the ground. The 3 robots on the other side, witnessing this, ceased holding back. A needle-like object shot forth from the central robot, almost instantaneously piercing Natasha's shoulder, a thin wire connecting it to the robot's arm. Natasha felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Overcome with numbness, she fell to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, Annie dashed out from a nearby street, promptly removing the device implanted in Natasha and helping her to flee. Elsewhere, the sentry robots trapped in ice attempted to break free through brute force, but their surfaces began to glow red as they emitted extreme heat. The ice encasing them quickly melted away. At this stage, the Sentry robots had not yet reached their later invincible form, capable of copying others' abilities upon mere contact. Each Sentry robot possessed only one fixed ability. After discovering Annie's ice-based power, the Sentry robots dispatched by Triskelion Industries were all imbued with fire-based abilities. Once free, they bolted in the direction Annie had fled. Minutes later, 5 Sentry robots cornered both women in a dead end. Observing the blocked path ahead, Annie's face turned anxious. This is bad. Natasha's numb body was gradually regaining its strength. She drew 2 retractable batons and charged at the pursuing robots. All her high-tech weaponry had been exhausted. The recent pulse bomb had been her last resort. Swinging the batons, she rained down strikes upon the robots, but to the all-metal beings, it inflicted no harm. It seems my combat skills are ineffective against them. It's up to you. Hearing this, Annie shook her head anxiously. No, I've exhausted my powers. I can't use them right now. Upon hearing this, Natasha retracted her batons. Then we can only pray that your ex-boyfriend and the director have the means to rescue us from the Sentry Special Operations. She was acutely aware that Nick Fury had sent her to protect Annie with the ulterior motive of recruiting S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, there was also the possibility of wanting to recruit Annie. Considering her newfound powers were anything but weak, as they found themselves with nowhere to escape, a group of soldiers emerged from behind the Sentry robots, led by a middle-aged man. Miss Annie, we need you to come with us. The man disregarded Natasha entirely. Of course, but I must ask, what crime have I committed? Do you have an arrest warrant? Annie remained calm, fully aware that they likely lacked a warrant. Her question was merely a ploy to buy time. The man's face curled into a disdainful smile upon hearing her words. That is of no consequence. What matters is that you are quite valuable to our research, without waiting for a response. He subtly gestured to the soldiers behind him. Upon seeing this, the soldiers retrieved a mutant power suppression collar, preparing to place it around Annie's neck. Wait, Natasha intervened. The man's expression shifted to one of irritation upon hearing her. Natasha, your repeated interference with our operations allows us, out of respect for your director, to overlook your actions. But we hope you do not overstep your boundaries. Natasha smirked nonchalantly. I merely wish to remind you that Ms. Annie's boyfriend is no ordinary person. Should you provoke him, you may soon find yourselves regretting it. Following the incident with Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D. had naturally launched an investigation into his whereabouts, setting their sights on Genosha. In light of the conflict between Sumo and Magneto, along with the fact that Magneto was taken away, it is rather easy to infer that Sumo has subdued Magneto and relocated him to Death Island. Following this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Sumo's strength rose several notches, categorizing him as one of the most formidable entities to be reckoned with. After all, the destructive potential unleashed by someone like Magneto, when driven to madness, is almost on par with that of a nuclear explosion, as long as these individuals refrain from causing trouble. Would not dare provoke them lightly. Of course, Sumo had intentionally made these circumstances known. When S.H.I.E.L.D. learned of the recent events, their immediate response was to protect Annie. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, the man snorted derisively. Regret? It seems that no one has been born who could make us, the Sentinel Special Operations, feel regret. Is that so? No sooner had he spoken than a portal slowly opened before him, and Sumo's figure emerged from within. Seeing him, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, casting a surprised glance at the slowly closing portal. I thought you had abandoned your little girlfriend. Annie, beside them, leapt into his embrace. Chapter 52. This must all be an illusion. It was not until half a minute later that Annie reluctantly released herself from Sumo's arms. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's all right. Noticing Annie's expression, Sumo offered a comforting word. It seemed he rarely witnessed such a demeanor from her, and no matter the circumstances, she always wore a smile. Appearing carefree, after all, with Sumo as her boyfriend, she had not faced significant setbacks in the entertainment industry. It appeared this incident had indeed frightened her. Only then did Annie notice Sumo's mode of arrival. Wait, how did you get here? I think I saw a sparking hole. Are you a mutant too? I suppose you could call it a form of magic, Sumo explained. Magic? You're a wizard, and you never told me after all these years. A hint of disappointment crossed Annie's face. Actually, upon saying this, Suemo glanced at the group of soldiers and several Sentinel robots opposite him. Initially, Suemo had intended to wait until he broke through to the planetary-level telepath before seeking trouble with them. But unexpectedly, they had come to him first. Upon witnessing Sumo's peculiar entrance, the soldiers, including their leader, felt a twinge of unease. Yet, seeing the 5 Sentinel robots standing behind him restored a measure of confidence in the man. They were familiar with such mutant abilities, having previously encountered a mutant subject with similar capabilities in their base, codenamed Red Devil. Moreover, this individual's powers seemed somewhat inferior to those of the Red Devil. The Red Devil's abilities were instantaneous, catching one off guard before they could react. In contrast, the abilities displayed by Suemo clearly exhibited a significant delay. Bastard. We are fighting for the future of humanity. Beings like you should not exist. Faced with the man's brazen demeanor, Suemo could hardly be bothered to engage in further dialogue. With a casual flick of his right hand, a massive portal opened beneath the soldiers. They had no time to react before plummeting through on the other side of the portal, positioned thousands of meters above. Soldiers clad in camouflage fell freely from the sky, akin to paratroopers. The only distinction was that these soldiers did not have parachutes on their backs. Only the 5 Sentinel robots activated their propulsion systems, hovering in place. Naturally, the middle-aged man at the forefront was also supported by a Sentinel robot, thus avoiding disaster. The man observed the soldiers descending from the sky. He commanded the Sentinel robots behind him, save them. The other 4 robots, having received their orders, attempted to ascend into the sky. However, Suemo clearly had no intention of granting them that opportunity. Planetary-level telekinesis descended upon the robots. Almost instantly, all the robots fell lifeless. The remnants of the Sentinel robots that had previously besieged the White Queen had already been entrusted to the researchers under Baron Strucker. Although they had yet to replicate the technology, they had thoroughly analyzed the construction of these Sentinel robots. Suemo understood precisely where the control center of these robots was located. By destroying that control center, he could render the robots mere heaps of scrap metal. The incapacitated robots floated slowly to Sumo's feet, where he collected them into his storage ring. These robots could become his loyal guardians once their control centers were replaced. The middle-aged man, cradled by the robot, watched Suemo perform these feats helplessly. Once the robots vanished, he fell to the ground, jolted awake by the intense pain. An illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion you cast. I won't be fooled. Sentinel, attack with that. The man cleverly shut his eyes. As long as he was unaffected by Sumo's powers, the Sentinel robots would surely overwhelm him, for they were not intimidated by psychic abilities. Witnessing this scene, Suemo and his companions couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought you would be so easily deceived? Stepping forward, Suemo swung his hand sharply against the man's face, sending several teeth flying. How does that feel? Not painful at all, I presume. He then brutally stomped down on the man's groin. The man let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, an illusion. This can't be real. Clutching his groin, he howled through a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the soldiers that had fallen from the sky finally landed successfully, the sound of thuds echoing as blood blossomed on the ground. Sumo's gaze shifted towards the distant sky, where silhouettes appeared like flies on the horizon. Moments later, they flew before the group, more Sentinel robots, this time numbering 17 or 18. The foremost robot bore a young man clad in a white lab coat. Once the youth landed, he hurriedly approached to assist the middle-aged man up. Captain Wayne, how are you? Lyle. Upon seeing the young man before him and the Sentinel robots coming to his aid, disbelief washed over the man's face. How could this be? Only now did he realize that everything that had transpired was not merely an illusion. Gazing at the pools of blood on the ground, Wayne's eyes turned cold as he glared at Suemo. Kill him. Before the Sentinel robots could react, Suemo took the initiative. Before he destroyed the control centers of these robots, collecting them into his storage ring. Once done, Suemo smiled at Wayne and said, "Within the illusion I conjured, how could you possibly harm me?" Upon hearing Sumo's words, Wayne nearly lost his mind. An illusion? No, this is reality. Yet, it is Captain Wayne, a seemingly normal individual, was driven to madness by Sumo's series of manipulations. The young man, Lyle, also changed countenance. Have we entered an illusion? After all, he was quite familiar with the combat capabilities of the Sentinel robots. The scene of Suemo dispatching them was indeed too absurd. Even Natasha and Annie, standing behind Suemo, were uncertain whether what they witnessed was real or illusory. Natasha regarded Sumo's back from a distance, feeling a sense of complexity wash over her. No wonder Nick Fury had gone to such lengths to recruit him. With such enigmatic abilities, being his enemy would surely lead one to the brink of despair. Chapter 53. The Sentinel's special operations sunk to the seabed. Observing the others break down, Sumo lost interest in further tormenting him. A vast portal materialized beneath their feet, and they all plunged downward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Annie and Natasha. However, almost instantly, Sumo caught each of them in his arms. Emerging from the portal, they found themselves hovering above an island. "This is," Natasha exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the buildings below, her eyes wide with surprise at the proximity of Sumo. Indeed, this was the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations, situated on a small island of less than 1 square kilometer adjacent to Manhattan. The entire island belonged to the Special Operations. "What do you intend to do?" However, Annie had entirely clung to him, and it took considerable effort to pry her away, which only earned him a look of longing. Wayne and Lyle, however, were less fortunate, plummeting directly into the top floor of the island's main building. This structure served as the office of the Sentinel Special Operations, and the top floor contained a vast conference room. At that moment, the conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from the Special Operations, and a massive screen on one wall displayed information about Annie. The meeting clearly revolved around how to apprehend this mutant. The sudden crash of 2 figures into the conference room startled everyone present. As the dust settled, the attendees cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, only to recognize the 2 sprawled bodies on the floor as the very agents they had dispatched. "This is bad." Everyone in the office turned pale at the sight of the 2 on the ground. "It appears I have arrived at the perfect moment. Everyone is present." A familiar voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. It was only at this moment that they realized a figure had mysteriously taken position by the window. Natasha and Annie, standing at the periphery of the small island, witnessed the main building at the center, a towering structure of over 10 stories, begin to tremble violently before it slowly began to levitate. Subsequently, it accelerated upward into the sky. In mere moments, the edifice had transformed into a mere speck in their sight. In the top-floor conference room, the onlookers felt the building's ascent, their eyes widening in astonishment. At this point, the structure had reached several thousand meters in altitude, causing the air to become exceedingly thin. After a brief pause, a middle-aged man, seemingly the highest-ranking official, steadied himself against the table and stood up. "What do you intend to do?" He naturally comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by the young Chinese man before him. "That, of course, I plan to utterly dismantle your organization." "No, you cannot do this. We are a department under the government, and your actions will make you a criminal in the eyes of the nation." Upon hearing Sumo's declaration, the leading man warned with a facade of bravado. "Is that so? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you are about to embark on a thrilling journey." As Sumo's words fell, the ascending structure gradually came to a halt, only to then begin its free fall toward the ground. To ensure sufficient speed, Sumo even applied a downward thrust. In less than 10 seconds, the building's descent reached over 100 meters per second. The intense sensation of weightlessness forced everyone in the room to cling tightly to the ceiling, their mouths erupting with piercing screams. They could never have imagined that in the prime of their lives they would experience such an extreme sport. Several older individuals succumbed to shock under the rapid acceleration. "I wish you all a delightful time." Sumo raised his gaze, offering the crowd a benevolent smile before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. On the island, witnessing the rapidly descending building, the remaining staff within the other structures were thrown into a panic, hastily driving towards the bridge connecting to the mainland. Natasha and Annie, wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, suddenly felt a tight grip around their waists. Sumo had somehow appeared behind them, grabbing both of them and swiftly passing through a portal. When the trio re-emerged, they found themselves atop a high-rise building. The 2 women gazed towards the familiar island in the distance, instantly realizing they were now in Manhattan. Gazing across the water at the island, in the sky above the island, the structure's descent was nearing the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the building crashed down onto the island. With a tremendous roar, a mushroom cloud billowed from the site. Sumo's mind was flooded with notification sounds. Defeated villain, earned 142 points. Defeated villain, earned 156 points. The notifications continued for a full 3 to 4 minutes before finally ceasing. Several minutes later, as the dust settled, Natasha exclaimed in shock at the sight of the island, now fragmented and slowly sinking under the immense impact. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office. Nick Fury leisurely sipped his coffee, observing the sinking island on the monitor before him. Director, if we allow this to unfold unchecked, will it not provoke the ire of the Department of Defense? Coulson, standing beside him, wore a look of concern. Of course, there will be discontent, especially since the Sentinel program has the Department of Defense's backing. Nick Fury's dark visage broke into a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. But that is of no concern to me. The White House has explicitly decreed that mutants and ordinary humans possess equal rights. It is these individuals who continuously tarnish the government's reputation. Otherwise, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. would not find ourselves without a single competent high-level combatant. Clearly, Nick Fury was opposed to the Department of Defense's establishment of the Sentinel Special Operations. It is well known that the abilities of awakened mutants are varied and formidable. If these individuals were to be integrated into S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization's strength would undoubtedly multiply, making the handling of unnatural cases far more efficient. However, due to the existence of the Sentinel Special Operations, mutants harbor a deep-seated aversion to government institutions. To this day, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been unable to recruit a single powerful mutant. Nick Fury found this situation rather unfortunate. In his view, the actions of those mutants were entirely justifiable. Even if he were in their position, upon hearing of the Sentinel Special Operations, he too would hesitate to expose his identity to a government entity. This predicament has led S.H.I.E.L.D. to collaborate with the X Academy for assistance with particularly challenging issues. On the rooftop of the Manhattan district, gazing at the increasingly silent island, Suemo turned to Natasha. Although he was acting under the orders of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, I must still thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, Annie would certainly have faced considerable hardship. With that, Suemo extended his right hand, producing a small booklet. Consider this a token of gratitude. However, this token is solely for you. Please remember to incinerate it after perusal. Without further ado, he thrust the booklet into Natasha's hands and, with Annie in tow, stepped through a portal. Chapter 54. New skills unlocked. Natasha watched as the two vanished from her sight. Picking up the booklet, she glanced at the cover, where the characters for Thunder Blade were unfamiliar to her. Opening the book, she found the contents written entirely in English, much to her relief. After a cursory glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. The text detailed only the first 5 levels of the Thunder Blade technique, which promised to quintuple one's physical prowess upon mastery. Additionally, this practice was said to enhance one's physical constitution, albeit at a slower rate than consuming beast meat. Nevertheless, Natasha was overwhelmed with excitement. Her various combat skills had nearly reached perfection. Her only shortcoming was her physical condition. If her physique could be enhanced tenfold. She held no doubts regarding the exaggerated claims within the booklet. She had just witnessed Sumo's enigmatic abilities firsthand. He was certainly not the type to waste time concocting fabrications. With this in mind, Natasha regarded the booklet as a treasure, tucking it into her chest before descending the stairs. Suemo and Annie traversed the portal, emerging atop another skyscraper. The reason he had chosen to gift the Thunder Blade manual as an expression of gratitude was that it was exceptionally suited to her needs. Moreover, the primary advantage was that it incurred no cost. He could reproduce as many copies as he desired. The reason he only provided her with the first 10 levels was not due to stinginess, but rather because his storage ring contained only this version. He had replicated over 100 copies. Soren and his associates had been thoroughly brainwashed under the influence of the White Queen's psychic abilities. Even if Suemo commanded them to perish, they would not hesitate in the least, by distributing the manual to them. Once their powers were enhanced, it would significantly accelerate the rate at which he could accumulate points. Annie gazed at the massive letters emblazoned before her. Trask Industries. This is the company that manufactures those robots? Having some knowledge of the history of mutants and Sentinel robots, Annie confirmed, indeed. Suemo nodded. Now that he had made his move, he would leave no room for the enemy. At that moment, inside the building below, a deafening alarm blared throughout the structure. Within Trask Industries, devices capable of detecting mutants were activated. Any mutant entering within 100 meters of the building would be detected. Standing on the rooftop, Suemo and Annie heard the sirens blaring from within. Yet Suemo remained unfazed, calmly descending towards the lower levels. In an instant, the surveillance equipment throughout the building was obliterated. As they entered the top floor, a squad of armed soldiers burst around the corner. Upon spotting Suimo and Annie, the leading officer aimed a device resembling a compass at them, which emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Confirming their identities as the invading mutants, the soldiers swiftly trained their weapons on the duo. "Get down and cover your heads," the officer barked at Suimo. However, remained unperturbed, continuing to walk towards them. Observing this, the soldiers did not hesitate and simultaneously squeezed their triggers. After a barrage of gunfire, the soldiers were left aghast as the bullets fired from their weapons hovered in midair. "This is bad. Everyone take cover," the officer shouted in terror, scrambling towards a nearby room to evade. Despite the soldiers' quick reactions, they were still far too slow compared to the bullets. After a cacophony of screams, only the leading officer emerged unscathed. This was not due to his quick reflexes, but rather because Suimo had intentionally spared him. Before the officer could revel in his fortune, Suimo materialized before him. "Where is your mind-shielding device?" In order to protect against psychic intrusions, this building of Trask Industries was equipped with a mind-shielding device. Within its range, the abilities of psychic mutants would be suppressed. As he began to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The severed right arm fell to the ground, and a glinting flying knife materialized in the air beside Suimo. Untouched by a single drop of blood, the man let out a harrowing scream. Suimo gazed calmly at him. "I'll give you another chance to articulate your thoughts." "I'll speak," the officer stammered in terror. Moments later, Suimo and his companion had vanished from the room, leaving behind only a colossal ice sculpture. In just a few days, Annie's worldview had undergone a profound transformation. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she felt no affection for those who persecuted mutants. In her first act of killing, she felt no fear, but rather a faint thrill. In the basement of the building, Suimo surveyed the enormous device towering 6 to 7 meters before him, guarded by 2 Sentinel robots. Upon their sudden appearance in the room, the Sentinel robots emitted a synthetic electronic voice. "Identity card information not detected." Before the words could fully escape, the red light in the robot's eyes extinguished. Suimo glanced at the device, which instantaneously converged into a massive metallic sphere. As the mental shielding device failed, a spatial portal opened nearby. On the other side, Emma, who was showering, looked at Suimo by the portal with a hint of exasperation. Calmly, she wrapped a towel around herself. "Boss, next time you have business, could you at least give me a call first?" Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment crossed Sumo's face. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you would be showering at noon. Women don't adhere to a schedule for showers." Annie's eyes darted between the two, and with her feminine intuition, coupled with their calm demeanor, she sensed there was more to their relationship than met the eye. A moment later, as Emma emerged from the spatial portal, dressed and claiming her territory, she directly embraced Sumo's arm. Emma's gaze swept over Annie's neck, which was held high like that of a proud rooster, and she chuckled nonchalantly. Then a glimmer of silver flickered in Emma's eyes as her mental prowess surged outward. "The Triskelion group? Huh?" she murmured softly, then turned to Suimo and asked, "Boss, what should we do?" "Take all the technicians and data." "Simple," Emma nodded. Within the building, the researchers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before methodically organizing their materials. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Triskelion group stood frozen, while those deemed inconsequential, like cleaners, exited under Emma's command. A few hours later, as the spatial portal closed, a thunderous roar erupted from the base of the Triskelion Tower, which began to crumble slowly. Back on Death Island, after a phone call to her family, Annie nestled into Sumo's embrace. "Darling, thank you," to her. It seemed Suimo had obliterated these 2 organizations for her sake, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Suimo wrapped an arm around her soft waist. "You know, what I need is not just verbal thanks." Hearing this, a different smile graced Annie's face. "Would you like to experience something cool and refreshing?" Chapter 55, Dreaming Through Parallel Universes. S.H.I.E.L.D. "What? Sue did this?" Nick Fury exclaimed, rising from his seat, his eyes fixed intently on Natasha. "Of course, I was right beside him." Natasha nodded. From the moment Suimo had taken her to the island, she understood he intended to showcase this to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, she had not concealed this from the director. "Don't joke around, Natasha. This isn't funny. Agent Hill, arms akimbo, clicked a few times on the screen in front of her, her expression one of disbelief. The signal you sent out was still in Florida half an hour before the incident. How could it possibly reach the Sentinel's precinct in New York in just a few minutes? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Sue simply waved his hand, and a passage appeared before us. As she spoke, Natasha mimicked Sumo's gesture. I know it sounds a bit fantastical, but it's indeed the truth. As she continued, Natasha felt her words lacked conviction. I believe you. I once came across a secret file that documented such magic. Exactly? Natasha's face lit up with excitement. At that time, the claim was that it was a form of magic. It seems I've made yet another correct choice. In her allocated single dormitory, Natasha took out the booklet detailing the Thunder Blade from her pocket and began studying it earnestly. The more she delved into it, the more her excitement grew. After more than half an hour, she headed to the training room on the lower floor of the dormitory. Having trained in combat since her youth, she had achieved near perfection in controlling her body. Approaching the punching bag she usually practiced with, she slowly clenched her right fist and struck it powerfully. No, that's not it. In the moment of impact, she realized her technique was flawed. After retracting her fist, she continued to experiment based on her instincts. 3 hours later, after throwing hundreds of punches, Natasha was on the verge of giving up. Frustrated, she randomly punched the bag again, subconsciously applying the technique from the manual. 2 layers of force converged instantaneously. Boom! The punching bag exploded under the tremendous force. Natasha stared in disbelief at her hands. I really did it. Excited, she took out her phone, wanting to call Sumo to express her gratitude, but then realized she did not have his number. Determined, she resolved to thank him in person in a few days. Remembering Sumo's earlier instructions, she recited the contents of the booklet before promptly destroying it. On Death Island, Sumo sat in the training room of the Star Tower. Yesterday, many had perished at his hands, yet they were merely ordinary individuals. The total points he earned barely exceeded 50,000. To him at this moment, those points were but a drop in the bucket. However, having broken through to become a planetary-level psychic, he felt ready to successfully perform the dream-walking technique. He summoned the Dark Grimoire before him, which slowly flipped to the page on dream-walking. Sumo closed his eyes. The dream-walking technique, which had troubled him for a long time, was surprisingly easy to perform. As the spell reached completion, Sumo felt his soul leave his body. The Dark Grimoire transformed into a stream of black light, entering his soul's brow and forming a magical sigil there. Soon after, his soul was drawn into a vortex. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar space. Gazing ahead, the breathtaking vista compelled an involuntary gasp from him. Eventually, the original beam of light had splintered into countless threads. These threads varied in thickness, resembling branches splitting off from a great tree, gradually spreading outward. From the records in the Dark Grimoire, Sumo learned that each thread represented a parallel world, and the stronger the extraordinary power of a world, the thicker its corresponding thread. The thinnest threads signified worlds devoid of extraordinary power. Looking towards the thread of the world he inhabited, it was notably thick, like the trunk of a tree. Seems my world stands as the pinnacle of combat power among these parallel universes. Sumo mused. According to the dream-walking records, touching those threads would allow entry into the corresponding parallel world. As the first test of the dream-walking technique, Sumo decided to select a world devoid of extraordinary beings to practice. He directed his ethereal form towards the thinnest thread. As he approached, he felt a gentle pull. The force was not overwhelming. He could easily resist it, yet he chose to yield, allowing himself to be drawn into that world. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in a room. Beside him lay a blonde woman with cascading waves of hair. The peculiar scent in the room, along with crumpled tissues strewn about, indicated a recent tumultuous encounter. At that moment, the blonde woman stood up, unconcerned as she displayed her figure before Sumo. I have to hurry. Jim has asked me to go to the movies tonight. Who is Jim? Sumo mumbled instinctively. The dream-walking technique essentially occupied the host's body without absorbing its soul, so naturally, he had no memories of this body. However, judging by the name, it seemed to be a man. Going to the movies with another man? Yet, given that she spoke so casually in front of him, it seemed their relationship was uncomplicated. Upon hearing his question, the blonde woman's dazed eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Jim is obviously my boyfriend. What? Sumo's face filled with confusion, but he quickly realized, marveling at the fact that his parallel self still upheld the legacy of a certain statesman. Upon witnessing Sumo's astonished expression, I exclaimed, "Enough with the pretense. I declared my intention to break up, and you opposed it." At these words, Sumo's pupils dilated in shock. What the hell? Chapter 56. The Zombie World. A few minutes later, Sumo observed the blonde girl staggering away, feeling utterly speechless. Sitting on the bed, he contemplated his own strength. During his recent training, he had already discovered that in this world, his physique was considerably robust compared to ordinary individuals. Otherwise, his endurance wouldn't have surpassed an hour. Yet, that was the extent of it. His mental powers could still be utilized, albeit limited by his physical strength, currently allowing him to exert the capabilities of a mid-tier warrior. If he pushed beyond that, his body would likely collapse under the strain. Conversely, black magic remained unaffected, as it relied on drawing power. As long as his soul was sufficiently strong, its execution posed no challenge. It seemed that after employing the dream-walking technique, his greatest reliance was indeed black magic. Sumo concluded that, of course, under the nourishment of his mental energy, his physical strength was gradually increasing, at the current rate. If he remained in this world for a year, his body could reach the pinnacle of a war god. However, he hardly believed he would linger in this ordinary world for that long. Retrieving his phone from the nearby cabinet, he checked the time. September 6, 2008. The temporal disparity between this world and his original one was minimal. He rose and approached the computer playing a film, beginning to search the web for news in an effort to comprehend this unfamiliar world. A few minutes later, he closed the web page. Indeed, this was merely an ordinary world, devoid of Iron Man or Stark Industries. Everything appeared to follow the trajectory of his former life. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Sumo donned his clothes, puzzled, and approached the door, opening it. Standing outside was a somewhat overweight young white man, around the same age as Sumo, with short hair and a freckled face, displaying an expression of urgency that "Sue, come with me now." Upon seeing Sumo, the chubby man unceremoniously grabbed him and pulled him toward a pickup truck at the yard's entrance. "Wait!" Sumo discreetly extracted himself from the man's grip. "You need to tell me where we're going." Although he didn't recognize the individual, his demeanor suggested he was likely a friend. "There's no time for explanations. Just get in the car." Sumo hesitated but ultimately refrained from resisting. Regardless of whether the man was a friend or foe, given his strength, he had little to fear in this world devoid of supernatural powers. Observing his surroundings, he quickly deduced that the villa he resided in was situated in a suburban area. The road in front of him rarely saw any vehicles passing by, yet, within mere minutes, he had seen a dozen cars speeding past. What on earth was happening? His perplexed gaze turned toward the chubby man. The rapidly moving vehicles seemed to provide him with a sense of security. Gathering his thoughts, the man finally spoke. "Rabies virus. The city is overrun with people infected with rabies, and they bite anyone they encounter. Even the police can't stop them. Moreover, I've heard through the grapevine that all of Boston has fallen." Rabies virus? Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be zombies? Zombies? The chubby man looked puzzled. "What are zombies?" Just then, a staggering figure emerged from the vehicle. Could it really be a zombie? Sumo's heart raced at the sight of the individual's gait. As the vehicle approached, he realized he might have overthought it. The staggering figure was none other than the blonde girl who had departed from his house moments ago, her peculiar gait a result of his actions. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar from a distance. As the truck drew nearer, the blonde girl spotted the duo and waved frantically at them. Seeing this, the chubby man maneuvered the vehicle to a halt beside her. Sumo and the chubby man exited the truck. The blonde girl rushed forward, grasping Sumo's arm, and explained, "I wasn't speeding. He crashed into me, but he seemed to lose consciousness during the collision, and I couldn't open the door to rescue him." Fear flickered across her face. Sumo paid her no heed, instead fixating on the interior of her vehicle. Although he couldn't see inside due to the glass, his mental powers allowed him to vividly picture the scene within. The blonde girl should be grateful she hadn't opened the door. Inside the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a grotesque visage convulsed violently, his gaze fixed on them, emitting low, guttural growls. The genuine zombie. Sumo's heart surged with elation. For someone with the ability to fly like him, zombies posed no danger, if slaying zombies could yield points. Then accumulating them would become exceedingly effortless. With this thought, Suemo was eager to test his hypothesis. Focusing his mind, a screw dislodged from the vehicle, propelled by tremendous force, and shot into the zombie's skull. Hitting the forehead of a zombie was almost a matter of common knowledge. As the zombie's convulsing body stilled, a notification resonated in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a foe, earning 1 point. There are indeed points. Sumo's face lit up with delight. Though it was only 1 point, in a world overrun by the zombie virus, how many zombies could there possibly be? Conservatively estimating, there might be 2 to 3 billion. If he could eliminate them all. Of course, these were just Sumo's fanciful musings. Given his current strength, cleansing the entire world of zombies would likely take an eternity. However, even if he managed to slay just 1% of them, he would amass tens of millions of points. With these thoughts, Sumo's smile widened impossibly. Noticing the upward curve of his lips, the blonde girl anxiously thumped his arm. Stop smiling and help save the person. My apologies, but what was your name again? Upon hearing this, the blonde girl froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of disbelief, her chest heaving in anger. You scoundrel! I'm still in your arms, and you dare ask me my name? Chapter 57. The Forbidden Arts of Black Magic, Necromancy. Observing the scene, the chubby man, Harry, hastily intervened. Eliza, don't be like that. Sue is just joking. Clearly, he was also acquainted with Eliza. Upon hearing this, she refrained from arguing but continued to glare at Suemo in indignation. Listen to me. The priority now is to leave this place. The city is extremely perilous, Harry urged, and no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of noises erupted from down the street, sounding like some form of roaring. In the blink of an eye, a throng of figures materialized within the trio's line of sight. Harry's expression changed as he beheld the figures at the end of the road. The frantic running style was all too familiar to him. They were the monsters infected with the rabies virus. In mere moments, the first 2 individuals were tackled to the ground by the pursuing zombies, while the remaining horde charged toward the trio. Not good. We must flee with that. He dashed toward the driver's seat. Eliza stood frozen, staring at the unfolding scene, while Suemo remained fixated on the racing zombies. Unlike the sluggish, shuffling zombies he had seen in films, this group sprinted with the speed of world-class sprinters. At such velocity, escaping them on foot seemed utterly hopeless. Eliza finally snapped back to reality. Ignoring the driver in the crashed car, she rushed toward the pickup truck, not forgetting to pull Suemo along, who had been standing still. Surprised by her thoughtfulness in that moment, Suemo regarded her with newfound appreciation. Without warning, he gently nudged her, causing Eliza to tumble through a suddenly opened portal, finding herself seated in the back of the pickup truck. You two go ahead, Suemo declared nonchalantly, strolling toward the approaching horde of zombies. Harry, now behind the wheel, was aghast at the sight. Sue, are you out of your mind? He shouted, his head protruding from the vehicle. Yet, seeing Sumo's unwavering stride, Harry slammed his fist on the steering wheel, gritting his teeth, ready to reverse the vehicle and intercept Suemo. However, before he could press the gas pedal, he was met with a shocking sight. Suemo raised his hand and lightly waved. From the right side of the road, nails from the wooden fence of a nearby villa all dislodged simultaneously, over 100 of them converging before him. With a flick of his finger, these iron spikes hurtled toward the horde of zombies in the distance. Considering the material of the iron nails, Suemo skillfully manipulated them to pierce through the nostrils and eyes of the zombies, obliterating their brains before shooting back out. Within a mere 5 seconds, hundreds of zombies on the road collapsed in their frantic run. Harry, seated in the vehicle, widened his eyes in astonishment. What the hell? Sumo's display of prowess had profoundly shaken his worldview. He opened the car door, leapt out, and rushed to Sumo's side, gazing at the vast expanse of fallen zombie corpses before them. You duck just in his excitement, he pointed at Suemo and then at the lifeless bodies on the ground. Suemo turned around. This was hardly an appropriate place for conversation. Oh, right? Harry quickly realized that his earlier shout might have attracted even more of these creatures. It was best to leave this place at once. With a roar, the vehicle sped away. However, as they drove, Harry occasionally glanced toward Suemo in the passenger seat, while Suemo fell into deep contemplation. In just those few seconds, he had amassed over 800 points. Logically, the rate of point accumulation was not slow. Yet, given his current physical condition, he could not sustain the use of telekinesis for an extended period. Unless he spent points to exchange for some treasures to enhance this body's capabilities, he would be wasting points and expending time and effort in exterminating zombies. Wait. Suemo suddenly conceived an idea. The Dark Grimoire shot forth from his brow, flipping wildly before settling on a few pages near the end. These pages contained knowledge of a dark magic branch, necromancy. Necromancy was arguably the most sinister subset of black magic. In the main universe, protected by Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, casting necromancy would easily attract their attention, leading to significant trouble. This was also the reason such magic had not emerged in the main world. Even Suemo had only skimmed through it previously to avoid attracting unwanted attention. However, this world was different. It was merely an ordinary realm, lacking both the Ancient One and the dominion of Doctor Strange. Thus, utilizing necromancy posed no issue. Soon, the Dark Grimoire landed on a page adorned with a hexagram. This was it. Sumo's face lit up with an excited smile. The spell inscribed on the page was called Necromantic Catastrophe. It could create a massive magical circle within a specified range. Upon activation, it would transform all living beings or corpses within that area into undead creatures. Suemo could easily set up a magical array that enveloped the entire city, converting all the zombies into a legion of the undead. At that point, the immortal undead army could effectively cleanse the world of zombies on his behalf. However, arranging this array required special materials, which needed to be placed at the 5 corners of the city. Next, he had to gather the materials necessary for the formation. Stowing the grimoire away, Suemo raised his gaze to the 2 individuals in the car who were fixated on him. After witnessing the peculiar book vanish from Sumo's sight, Harry finally mustered the courage to speak as that magic. Indeed, Suemo nodded. There was no need to conceal this from them, judging from Harry's previous actions. It was evident he was a trustworthy ally. Not to mention, he had braved danger to come and fetch Suemo from his home, and when Suemo had intended to confront the zombies, Harry had unhesitatingly driven to rescue him. These 2 points alone indicated that he was undoubtedly a friend worth having. Likewise, Eliza, despite their limited acquaintance, had not forgotten to pull him along during her escape. It was only then that Suemo noticed Eliza in the back seat, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. "What's with you? Do you think I'm suitable to learn magic?" "Not at all. You're a muggle." Suemo promptly rejected her assertion. If he were to truly entrust her with such knowledge, it would likely endanger her life. Without the Dark Grimoire and the ability to borrow magical power, she would soon become a puppet of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait. He suddenly realized that if S.H.I.E.L.D. could lend magic, perhaps he could lend the power from the Dark Grimoire as well, with S.H.I.E.L.D. serving as an inexhaustible source of energy. The issue of magical supply would be resolved. In that case, those who borrowed his power would likely allow him to claim a portion of the points from any villains they defeated. After all, he was contributing effort as well. No, he had to find a way to test this out. Suemo silently resolved himself. Chapter 58. No worries, just be cautious in your next life. Upon hearing Sumo's words, a look of disappointment crossed Eliza's face. Suemo ignored her and turned to Harry, who was driving. "Where are you planning to go?" From the route Harry was taking, it was clear he had a destination in mind. There was at most another hour until darkness fell. Suemo also intended to find a place to rest while gathering the materials needed for the auxiliary array. To the seaside, as he spoke. Harry tapped a few times on the vehicle's screen, indicating a location on the map. Based on previous information, the safest place at present was indeed the sea. I have a yacht docked at that location. Once we board it, we'll be safe for the time being. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. The fact that Harry could afford a yacht suggested he was quite well off. According to the map, they were still a 10-minute drive away from that spot, and conveniently, there was a large supermarket along the way where they could gather some food. This body was still that of an ordinary person. Since his arrival, he had experienced 2 battles, resulting in significant physical fatigue and a growing hunger. Without Suemo needing to remind him, Harry parked the vehicle directly in front of the large supermarket. Clearly sharing the same thought, at that moment, the area outside the supermarket had descended into chaos. A throng of people pushed carts filled with goods as they fled from the store. "You stay in the car." Suemo instructed Eliza in the back seat before jumping out and rushing into the supermarket alongside Harry. Inside, the shelves had been knocked askew by the panicked crowd, with items strewn across the floor. Fortunately, the supermarket was sizable, and despite the mayhem, there remained a fair amount of goods on the shelves. The two of them each grabbed a cart at the entrance and joined the frenzied shopping spree. Minutes later, they emerged, each pushing a cart brimming with food. Harry glanced at the parking area and his expression changed. Something's wrong. Without his prompting, Suemo had already noticed the scene unfolding in the distance. A man pushing a cart, firearm in hand, aimed at their car window and pulled the trigger. However, the anticipated sound of shattering glass did not occur. Instead, the firearm exploded in the man's hands, blowing off several of his fingers as he let out a pain scream and slowly sank to his knees. This was, of course, the result of Sumo's handiwork. In an instant, the two approached. Sumo kicked the man aside, and they hastily dumped the contents of their carts into the bed of the pickup truck, including the cart that had been pushed by the kneeling man. Thankfully, the truck's bed was spacious enough to accommodate the 3 carts full of food. Seeing this, the incapacitated man attempted to resist. Harry pulled out a handgun from his possession and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. It was evident that this was likely Harry's first kill. After firing, his breath quickened, and his hands trembled. Nevertheless, he took a few deep breaths and soon managed to suppress the anxiety that accompanied his initial act of taking a life. Once they were in the vehicle, Eliza, seated in the back, looked at Suemo with excitement in her eyes. "Was that you're doing just now?" Upon receiving Sumo's confirmation, her admiration for the mage deepened further. "That's truly remarkable." Soon, the vehicle arrived at a yacht harbor by the seaside. Following the path etched in his memory, Harry quickly parked beside a pristine white luxury yacht. Observing another vehicle parked beside the yacht and glimpsing several figures moving about within, Suemo sighed. "It seems someone got here before us and has claimed your yacht as their own." Harry, however, remained unfazed. "Don't worry, this yacht is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, they won't be able to budget an inch." With that, he retrieved another handgun from the vehicle's glove compartment and handed it to Suemo. "While magic is certainly useful, this might come in handy." Suemo accepted the handgun without hesitation. The 3 of them exited the car. The individuals inside the yacht had likely noticed the commotion. A man poked his head out from the yacht and shouted, "Hey, this is our territory. I suggest you leave at once." Simultaneously, several dark gun barrels emerged from the yacht's windows, clearly showcasing their strength to intimidate the trio into retreat. Upon hearing this, Harry shouted back, "Listen, I am the rightful owner of this yacht. You thieves need to vacate immediately." The response from the yacht was a stir of activity, and soon the man who had first spoken reappeared. "How do you prove that this yacht belongs to you?" Harry refrained from any superfluous chatter and pressed a button on the key in his hand. The 3 glass panes of the yacht's deck descended directly downwards, revealing the scene within. Upon witnessing this, the man's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Almost instantaneously, gun barrels protruding from the cabin erupted with tongues of fire as they brazenly opened fire on the group. Suemo sighed at the sight. The bullets that had been shot towards them hovered midair. "I just told you. There's no need to show mercy when dealing with these individuals." With that, he gently waved his right hand, and all the firearms aboard the yacht soared out, landing in his grasp. With the weapon in hand, Suemo pointed towards the hiding spots of the adversaries. "Come out." Suemo and his companions, guns drawn, slowly approached the yacht. "Disembark." Upon hearing Sumo's command, the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This thought made them regard him with slightly less contempt. Even at this juncture, they were still showing leniency. Eliza, observing Suemo allow the others to leave the yacht, hurried to his side and whispered, "We cannot let them go. They just attempted to kill us." However, her words were overheard by the leading man, who promptly turned around and waved his hands anxiously. "No, we didn't mean that." The glass window suddenly descended, causing us to accidentally pull the trigger. A gentle smile graced Sumo's face. "It's all right. Just be more cautious in your next life." With that, he pulled the trigger of his weapon, the automatic rifle unleashing a fiery volley as nearly 50 rounds were expended in an instant, turning the distant figures into mere riddled corpses. His intent in allowing them to disembark was not to spare them, but rather to avoid soiling the yacht, as they would need to reside aboard it that evening. A ship drenched in blood would surely be a source of discomfort. Chapter 59. World War Z. The group transferred all the supplies from the vehicle onto the yacht. Moments later, the yacht slowly departed from the harbor. That night, within one of the yacht's bedrooms, Suemo was diligently searching on his computer. The materials required for crafting the auxiliary magical array were not numerous. primarily consisting of mithril. This substance was relatively straightforward, being silver forged through a special arcane method. However, to inscribe a magical array capable of encompassing an entire city, an enormous quantity was required, several hundred tons of silver. While smaller quantities could be procured more easily, amassing such a vast amount of silver necessitated the plundering of several large silver storage facilities. Clearly, the exact locations of these repositories could not be found online. He would need to consult an expert in this field. That moment, a knock echoed from outside. Eliza entered, locking the door behind her. "Darling, do you require special services?" "How special?" Suemo tucked away the note in his hand. Surveying her attire, she had somehow procured a costume reminiscent of an angel, akin to that of old Ma's ex-girlfriend, and spun around before him. "It's a complimentary upgrade service for angels, capable of enhancing your magical staff to a purple-grade weapon." The following morning, Suemo awoke to a series of knocks. Blinking open his eyes, he glanced at the still-sleeping Eliza before rising to answer the door. Outside stood Harry, sporting dark circles under his eyes. "I just received a broadcast over the radio. They reported a location claiming to be the official fleet site, calling for nearby vessels to join their ranks." "What do you mean?" Suemo inquired. Regarding him curiously, "I'm not going." Suemo nodded in agreement. Their thoughts were aligned. With the supplies aboard, they could sustain themselves for at least a month. Furthermore, if he wished, Suemo could fill the entire ship with provisions. There was no need to join the fleet. In this apocalyptic environment, it remained uncertain who truly controlled these fleets. Acting rashly could easily place them in peril. Although Suemo possessed the capability to handle threats, there was no need to seek trouble. Nevertheless, he intended to investigate the ship. Given the circumstances from the previous day, it appeared the zombie virus had only just erupted, and the official organizations would likely possess the most accurate understanding of the situation across various nations and cities. It was possible that there existed cities not yet fully overrun by zombies. If such cities were found, he could trace the locations of silver repositories from local silver shops. However, if all else failed, he would have to resort to the tedious method of visiting each silver shop individually. 200 nautical miles from New York, a vast fleet floated upon the ocean. A flotilla, more aptly described. At the heart of the fleet lay an aircraft carrier, flanked by several cruisers and destroyers, with the remainder consisting of various civilian vessels and yachts. Within the carrier, in the quarters of the fleet commander, a short-haired Caucasian man in his 40s savored his breakfast. Despite the onset of the apocalypse, Kevin, who commanded the aircraft carrier fleet, experienced no decline in his quality of life. He relished a perfectly cooked steak. He closed his eyes to savor the explosion of flavors. Upon reopening them, he found himself face to face with a short-haired Asian man. Kevin's expression shifted. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" He began to call for soldiers. Suemo placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Simultaneously, a dark flash flickered in Kevin's eyes, rendering his expression momentarily vacant. "Soul captivation," a minor spell recorded in the Dark Grimoire. Suemo calmly took a seat beside him. "What is the current situation across various nations? Where did the virus originate, and how did it spread?" After a brief moment, Suemo exhaled deeply and stood up. From Kevin's account, the military remained oblivious to the virus's origins or its mode of transmission. Since yesterday afternoon, nearly half of all cities worldwide, including Sumo's Boston, had succumbed to the apocalypse. Furthermore, this morning, the remaining cities began to witness the emergence of zombies. Judging by the current trajectory, by midday, nearly all cities would transform into havens for the undead. Upon receiving this information, Suemo wasted no time and stepped through the spatial portal. In a secluded street in New York, Suemo emerged from the portal, with the famed Fifth Avenue at the end of the road. Before his arrival, he had researched online, discovering that this street housed the largest silver jewelry store in all of New York. Just as he stepped through the portal, he was met with the sound of anguished cries emanating from Fifth Avenue. Approaching the intersection, he found the street crowded with vehicles. Countless zombies were pursuing and tearing at the drivers who had exited their cars. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted to the right, where the silver store lay approximately 100 meters away. He hadn't to run far when several zombies locked onto him, roaring as they lunged forward. Suemo, witnessing this, waved his right hand gently. Countless steel nails materialized around him, swiftly darting through the air. Before the zombies could close the distance, they were pierced through the brain by the nails, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Not far away, a family of 4, in the midst of their escape, observed the flying nails surrounding Sumo, their faces reflecting astonishment. Realizing Sumo was relatively safe, the man, accompanied by his wife and child, rushed towards him. "Save us. My daughter has asthma. If you can take us with you, I am willing to give everything." Sumo had no intention of acknowledging their plea. Yet upon catching a glimpse of their faces, he hesitated momentarily. This family bore a striking resemblance to someone he recognized, particularly the man with medium-length hair, whose features bore a remarkable similarity to Brad Pitt. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Sumo. Zombies, aircraft carriers, Pitt, a daughter with asthma. The title of a movie emerged in his mind. World War Z, Chapter 60, The Fall of New York after more than 20 years. His memories of this film had largely faded. He recalled only that the protagonist's family was taken aboard an aircraft carrier, subsequently dispatched to various locations in search of a solution to the zombie virus. Ultimately, the protagonist discovered that zombies did not attack individuals with certain ailments, leading to the development of a vaccine that masked the symptoms of such conditions, allowing ordinary people to remain safe from zombie attacks. However, it mattered little. Whether or not he was aware of the plot was irrelevant. Upon seeing the protagonist's family standing before him, Sumo hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Following me is safe, but whether you can keep up depends on yourselves." With that, he disregarded them and sprinted toward the nearby silver store. Inside, the silver store had descended into chaos. Several zombies were preying upon a female employee who was pinned beneath them and clearly beyond salvation. Sumo's telekinetic abilities surged forth, extending like a tide into the surroundings. With his current mental prowess, he could encompass an area of about 50 meters. Though the silver store was spacious, it clearly did not exceed the range of his telekinetic grasp. In an instant, he spotted 2 women dressed in work attire in a nearby restroom point. One of them was visibly distinct from the others. "It appears that the proprietor is here." Sumo gently waved his hand, and several steel nails pierced through the zombie's forehead, causing the entirety of the shop, including the silverware in the small backroom, to soar towards him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he stored them in the storage ring on his finger. Unsure of whether he would be able to locate a storage site for the silver, he felt it prudent to collect everything since he was already in the shop. This ring was one he had exchanged for earlier that morning. Identical in size to his previous one, possessing a generous space of 1,000 cubic units. Given the density of silver, a ton occupies less than 0.01 cubic meters. Thus, this storage ring was more than sufficient to accommodate several hundred tons. The Ryan family, trailing behind Sumo, stood in awe at the spectacle before them. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Where did all those items go?" His wife and daughter gasped in astonishment. Ryan motioned for silence. As a federal investigator, he had long discerned that these creatures possessed remarkably acute hearing. Even the slightest noise could attract them. Although these monsters were as easily crushed by the extraordinary Asian youth before them as one would squash an ant, their survival depended on one another, and he was unwilling to burden Sumo further. Sumo paid no heed to the individuals behind him and instead approached the restroom door. It swung open automatically. The 2 individuals hiding within let out a simultaneous scream upon seeing the door open. "Silence," Sumo admonished sharply. The pair, who had their eyes tightly shut, finally comprehended that the figure entering was not one of those creatures. Upon recognizing Sumo, they both exhaled in relief. Sumo's gaze fell upon the Asian woman with a ponytail among the 2. She stood approximately 1.60 meters tall, her skin luminous and fair. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Sumo inquired. The woman, looking bewildered, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." She then recalled her manners and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Jean Minchi, a South Korean?" Sumo expressed mild surprise. However, it was evident that this was not an appropriate setting for conversation. "Follow me." He turned and walked toward the wall, which gradually opened to reveal a spatial portal. Upon witnessing this, Jean Minchi gasped but quickly covered her mouth. Through the portal, she could see what appeared to be a forest on the other side. Cautiously, she approached and extended her finger towards the portal, confirming its reality before stepping inside. Once she successfully crossed over, the remaining members of the Ryan family and another female shop assistant followed suit. The spatial door gradually closed once all had passed through. Sumo regarded the others, excluding Jean Minchi. "This place is temporarily safe. Whether you survive thereafter depends on your own capabilities." Hearing this, Ryan hurried forward to express his gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, his phone rang. After exchanging an apologetic glance, he stepped aside to answer it. Suemo turned his attention to Jean Minchi, directly inquiring, do you know where a large quantity of silver can be found? Silver? Of course, I do. My family has been in the silver jewelry business. Facing the individual who had rescued her from peril, she held nothing back. However, could you first explain what those monsters were that charged into the store and what that portal you just opened was? Suemo recounted the grim reality that the world had succumbed to a zombie apocalypse. What? Impossible! Jean Minchi, as well as the other shop assistant and Ryan's wife, displayed disbelief upon hearing the news. Believe it or not, Sumo's expression conveyed indifference. The others hastily retrieved their phones. Given that the outbreak of the zombie virus had only recently occurred, communication networks and signals remained intact for the time being. They each dialed numbers frantically. Only the other shop assistant's call connected. However, before she could rejoice, the sounds of growls and gnashing teeth from the other end of the line transformed her expression into one of horror. No, no. Her face paled, clearly indicating that the person on the other end was a close friend. Jean Minchi's complexion shifted as well. He isn't wrong. A friend of mine working at the White House has confirmed this. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Suemo. My friend will send a helicopter tonight to take us to an aircraft carrier. It is currently the only secure location. Would you like to accompany us? No, thank you. Suemo decisively refused her offer. He then turned his attention back to the anxious Jean Minchi. Where is the silver stored? In Newark. There is a silver jewelry company there that supplies nearly a third of the American silver jewelry market. Despite her growing anxiety, she answered Sumo's inquiry without hesitation. She then provided him with another address. Observing her phone's inability to connect, a look of despair crossed her face. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked at Suemo with hopeful eyes. Could you take me with you? Chapter 61. The Devil's Contract, the Arcane Link. Jean Minchi's father had passed away when she was young, and her mother had succumbed to illness several years prior. The only family she had left was her younger sister, who was attending university in South Korea. After countless attempts to reach her sister, the calls had consistently failed to connect. Her heart was resolute. Despite the terrifying creature she had witnessed, she refused to abandon hope. Even if her sister had become a zombie, she yearned for one last chance to see her. Clinging to Suemo was her best option. She was acutely aware of her allure, having experienced the attention of men throughout her life. However, she did not anticipate Suemo shaking his head in response to her plea. I saved your life. You will tell me the location of the silver vault, and our debts will be settled. With that, a spatial door opened beside him, and he prepared to step through. Seeing Suemo unmoved, Jean Minchi urgently implored, if you help me survive, I would be willing to give everything. The Ryan couple, standing nearby, displayed no signs of shock at her statement. To them, making such a choice for survival was entirely understandable. Suemo paused, a look of contemplation crossing his face as he scrutinized her. Are you truly willing to give everything, including your soul? Jean Minchi, upon sensing Sumo's serious demeanor, hesitated for a moment before nodding resolutely. Absolutely. Having witnessed Sumo's remarkable abilities, she did not doubt the sincerity of his words. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. The dark emblem of the Book of Shadows on his forehead emanated a gray light. And a contract formed from this light appeared before Jean Minchi. If you agree, simply touch the contract and silently affirm your consent. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to touch the contract before her. Instantly, a beam of light shot from her forehead into the contract, which then transformed into a flowing light that entered the Book of Shadows within Sumo's soul. Suemo closed his eyes and sensed the connection. He felt as if he could effortlessly extract her soul, meaning her life and death were now entirely under his control. This so-called devil's contract was indeed remarkable. Just yesterday, he had contemplated how to develop a network and lend his powers to others. The magic contained within the Book of Shadows required communication with the underworld before one could borrow its powers, akin to seeking permission to access the authority of dark magic. Most practitioners of magic adopted this method, including the Ancient One, who had borrowed power from the Vishanti. Besides this approach, there was another method, similar to the demons like Mephisto, who bound contracts to lend their strength to humanity. The Book of Shadows possessed the means to forge such contracts. Suemo had merely approached this with a trial-and-error mentality, never expecting it to succeed. Of course, in reality, It was the energy from the Book of Shadows he was harnessing, and with practice, she would eventually be able to wield dark magic. The moment Jean Minchi touched the Devil's contract, she grasped its essence. Unexpectedly, a smile of excitement blossomed on her face. Is this real? Will I be able to become like you? After all, if she were to consider the situation from his perspective, she wouldn't assume he would risk his safety to rescue someone merely because she was a woman. It was a matter of taking one step at a time. She had not anticipated that the contract he proposed would be so extraordinary. From the terms of the contract, it seemed she would gain the opportunity to learn magic. She reveled in her elation. Sumo's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Follow me," he commanded, stepping through the spatial door. Since she had successfully signed the contract, she was now considered one of his OWN. As for the others, they no longer bore any significance to him. He was no saint, and having brought them this far was more than sufficient. His decision to bind himself to Jean Minchi was motivated by ulterior motives. Even with the presence of the Undead Legion, purging this world of zombies is not a task that can be accomplished in a short span of time. Since one cannot remain in this world indefinitely, a trustworthy individual is required to command the local army of the dead. Currently, the contracted Jean Minhi is exceedingly suitable for this role. Upon hearing this, Jean Minhi promptly followed Sumo through the spatial portal. She watched the portal gradually fade from view. Envy flickered in the eyes of Rain and the others. With such teleportation abilities, even in this monster-ridden apocalypse, one could likely lead a rather comfortable existence in Newark. Within a warehouse in the suburbs, Sumo emerged from the spatial portal alongside Jean Minhi. Despite having encountered such a scene before, a hint of curiosity still danced upon Jean Minhi's face. She even contemplated reaching out to touch the sparks surrounding the portal. "If you don't wish to become disabled, I advise you to rein in that damned curiosity." Sumo's voice resonated before her. She surveyed her somewhat familiar surroundings. She was astonished to realize that this was indeed the area outside the silver jewelry factory she had mentioned. Having visited here several times previously, she recognized it instantly. "What a marvel!" she exclaimed. She wondered if the other party could teleport directly to South Korea. Seeing Sumo stride towards the factory, she hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, the factory floor was devoid of any zombies, except for pools of blood. However, as they ventured deeper into the premises, the distant echoes of growls resonated from within a certain workshop. After rounding a corner, the entrance to the workshop came into view, its doors firmly shut. Sumo effortlessly pried the door open with telekinesis. Peering inside, they beheld a multitude of zombies within the threshold. A female zombie clad in blue overalls was hunched over a corpse, tearing into it. The body was already mangled beyond recognition from her ravenous assault. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps nearby, the female zombie turned her head. Sumo cast a fleeting glance at her. If one were to disregard the bloodstains on her face, she could be considered a beauty. The beautiful zombie, however, showed no regard for her appearance. Lunging towards Sumo with her gaping maw, Chapter 62. Summoning the undead in a warehouse situated at the far end of the factory, two burly black men observed Sumo as he opened the workshop doors. John's expression shifted dramatically. "Shit, that damned bastard. After all the effort to lure the zombies into the workshop, now he's about to release them," Jim remarked with a derisive grin. "What a pity for that woman," he leered, casting a lecherous glance at Jean Minhi, who was following Sumo. Although the distance prevented him from clearly seeing her features, her figure and fair skin were enough to stir his base instincts. They were currently hiding in the warehouse with ample supplies, but being just two men, the prospect of waiting and hiding for an indefinite period was rather dull. Having a woman around would undoubtedly add much-needed excitement. Alas, it was too late. Given the number of zombies in the workshop, their chances of survival were non-existent. Inside the workshop, Jean Minhi's expression shifted as she beheld the oncoming zombie. Although she believed Sumo could handle these creatures, an instinctual fear gripped her. Sumo remained unfazed, calmly raising his hand. A steel nail shot forth, piercing the female zombie's forehead. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Jean Minhi barely registered the flying steel nail. She only saw Sumo gesture, and the female zombie fell silent. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of all the zombies within the workshop. The vast space stretched for several thousand square feet, lined with orderly rows of machinery. Among the gaps between the machines stood a sea of blood-soaked zombies, conservatively estimated to number in the thousands. Suemo displayed no surprise. He had already sensed the situation within before opening the door. As the horde surged toward them, countless steel nails materialized before him, swiftly launching into the mass of zombies. Under the rapid barrage of nails, the zombies fell in droves. Within a minute, not a single zombie remained standing in the workshop. Jean Minhe's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief. Sumo paid her no mind, advancing deeper into the workshop toward a machine. "Come forth," he commanded. Moments later, a gap appeared in the machine's casing, revealing a single eye peering out, followed by the entire shell opening up. A figure, smeared in oil, crawled out. The opening had been quite narrow. Had the man not been slender, he might not have fit through at all. "Are you an employee here?" Sumo inquired, observing the man as he took in his surroundings. The employee, astonished, nodded in affirmation. Just moments before, he had been secretly assessing the situation within the workshop, where the zombies had been lively, relentlessly pounding on the machine's exterior. Had it not been for the strength of the casing, he would have undoubtedly become a meal for the undead. Though his shock, in the span of mere minutes, all the zombies had been eliminated. Clearly, it was at the hands of these two individuals standing before him. "Take me to the warehouse where the silver materials are stored." This workshop produced silver products, and the man undoubtedly knew the location of the material storage. "Understood," he replied without hesitation, fully aware that he had no right to refuse a person capable of dispatching so many zombies in an instant. Moreover, given that this individual had effectively saved his life, he would not deny such a modest request. "You two, wait outside the workshop for me," Sumo instructed the pair. Watching them exit, he moved to the center of the workshop. The book of dark sorcery materialized before him, and his body began to levitate. Waves of dark energy surged from the book, transforming into a grayish hue as it spread toward the corpses on the floor. Upon contact, the gray energy permeated the bodies, and as more energy seeped in, the corpses began to undergo a transformation. The flesh and blood of the zombies gradually converted into energy, infusing the skeletons within. As time passed, the flesh of the closest zombie to Suemo completely vanished, revealing glistening white bones beneath. These bones became translucent, akin to jade, and not only did their size increase by a third, but various bone weapons also sprouted from their hands: swords, guns, shields, and even bows. The gray energy continued to coalesce and compress within the skulls of the skeletons, until, at a certain moment, the compressed dark energy imploded, rapidly contracting inward until, at last, a flicker of red flame ignited in its place. The skeletons, as if imbued with life, scrambled to their feet using both hands and feet. Summon the undead. This was one of the dark sorcery spells recorded in the Book of Dark Sorcery. Casting this spell allowed one to summon various undead creatures to fight on their behalf. Unlike the cataclysmic undead, this magic could only be performed on corpses that were utterly lifeless. However, its advantage lay in the absence of a need for auxiliary magic circles. There were two methods to cast this spell. One could summon undead beings directly from the Netherworld's realm, or, like Suemo, cast it directly upon a corpse. The latter was comparatively easier, and since the undead were created by the caster, issues of loyalty did not arise. Nevertheless, these newly created undead often boasted lesser combat prowess compared to those from the Netherworld. The two individuals standing at the entrance stared in horror at the chilling scene unfolding within, their hairs standing on end. Animated skeletons, once relegated to the realm of film and television, had manifested before their very eyes. This was far more fantastical than the zombies, which could still be attributed to some form of virus and explained through science. How could one possibly explain this phenomenon? They certainly did not believe that a virus could animate a mere skeleton. It defied all logic. As they watched in trepidation, a voice rang out nearby. "Hey, Belle, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Turning to the source, they spotted two men standing several dozen meters away, each wielding a fire axe. It was none other than John and Jim, who had been hiding in the warehouse. Upon seeing them, Belle's face flushed with anger. "You two bastards, how dare you appear before me with that?" He charged toward the duo in a fit of rage. However, reality proved harsh. His slender physique was no match for the two men, especially when they wielded weapons. In less than 10 seconds, Belle was brought down to the ground, with Jim stepping onto his bloodied face. "Looks like you're eager to meet your deadbeat father." Chapter 63. Skeleton cavalry from their position, The two men could not witness the events within the workshop. Initially, they had remained concealed in the warehouse. But upon seeing the two emerge outside, they were filled with astonishment. They were acutely aware of the number of zombies within the workshop. It was unfathomable that the two could safely escape. Until John proposed a hypothesis, could it be that all those zombies had perished? In their eyes, these zombies were likely the result of a virus akin to rabies, where the host, upon infection, would swiftly succumb to death within a short span. The two grew increasingly convinced of this supposition. Once certain, their gaze turned toward the fair and beautiful Jean Minchi. Under normal circumstances, a woman of such beauty would be beyond the reach of two ordinary workers like them. However, the situation had changed. Though they were not entirely aware of the external circumstances, they possessed some knowledge, at the very least. This city was now overrun with these infected monstrosities. Not to mention, societal order had already collapsed, with no one left to oversee these matters. Even if this virus were to confine itself to this city, the military would soon return to restore order. The two figured that after indulging themselves, they could eliminate each other and shift the blame onto these creatures, thus avoiding any repercussions. Regardless of how one assessed the situation, neither would bear any consequences. With these thoughts in mind, they rushed out of the warehouse. Bale lay on the ground, still bearing a hint of defiance on his face. "You two bastards, I lured all the zombies here for you. So why must you kill my father?" Jim, upon hearing this, wore a sardonic grin. "What use is that old fool? Just wasting our limited supplies, right? Besides, he knows you died in the factory because of us. Your dear old dad must hate us to the core. If we hadn't been on guard, that old man might have already stabbed us in the back. You scoundrels!" At this, Bale's fury nearly erupted. A rage born of helplessness. John chuckled softly, raising the fire axe in his hand. "Go on, accompany your deadbeat father with that." He swung the axe down toward Bale. "Stop." At this moment, Jean Minchi, who had followed, grasped the situation. It was evident that these two had coerced Bale into luring all the zombies into the factory, only to murder his father afterward. After calling out, she mentally reached out to Suimo inside the factory, gradually retreating. Utilizing the power of the demonic contract, she could convey messages through their bond. She was not foolish enough to charge in. Given the disparity in size and strength between the two sides, it would be tantamount to delivering herself to them. Upon hearing her shout, Jim's face twisted into a lewd smile. "Don't worry, you won't escape." He then began to chase after her. Inside the factory, Suimo was at a critical juncture in his spellcasting. Among the thousands of skeletal soldiers that had emerged, fully half disintegrated, turning into a field of white bones, which, under some unseen force, began to rise and reassemble. Moments later, the outline of a skeletal cavalryman materialized. At this moment, Suimo, receiving Jean Minchi's message, felt a stir in his heart. The flames in the skulls of dozens of skeletal heads near the door blazed fiercely. Subsequently, these skeletons, armed with swords and bows, marched toward the exit. Of the nearly 500 skeletal soldiers, only 36 would ultimately form the cavalry. From the emerging silhouette, the skeletal cavalry stood an impressive 3 meters tall, wielding bone swords over 2 meters in length, exuding an air of oppression. The souls within the scattered skeletons were gradually merging. Outside, due to Jean Minchi maintaining a safe distance from her pursuers from the outset, it was evidently impossible for Jim to catch up to her instantly. However, he remained unperturbed. Given their respective speeds, it would not take long for him to close the gap. Just then, a group of armed skeletal soldiers emerged from the factory door. Upon seeing this, Jean Minchi's face lit up with a gleeful smile, while Jim's expression soured, halting abruptly in place. "What the hell is that?" After only a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and fled toward the warehouse. Though he was unaware of what manner of creature this was, it was clear that it was not one he could befriend. In the distance, John, who was about to finish off Bale, also noticed the unfolding scene. Seeing the walking skeletons, he was utterly taken aback. "Shit!" He discarded the fire axe and turned to flee toward the warehouse. Once the skeletal soldiers approached, they formed a protective barrier around Jean Minchi. Gradually, she recovered from the initial shock of encountering these beings and even poked at the arm of one of the skeletal soldiers. However, it showed no reaction, emboldening her further. With her assailants now scared off, she dashed toward the prostrate Bale, followed closely by the surrounding skeletal soldiers, who kept her safely ensconced in their midst. as she approached. Bale was slowly rising from the ground, appearing somewhat miserable, covered in dirt, his face bruised, and blood trickling from his head, rendering his visage somewhat ghastly. "Are you all right?" Bale asked, wiping the blood from his face. His voice low, "I'm fine," yet the hatred in his eyes was unmistakable. He picked up the fire axe that John had discarded and walked calmly toward the warehouse. However, after taking a couple of steps, he halted. The warehouse storing the silver bricks is located in the southeastern corner of the factory. With your capabilities, the lock shouldn't pose a problem. After glancing at the surrounding skeletons, he turned and resumed his course toward the distant warehouse. Jean Minchi observed the resolute look in his eyes. It was clear he was determined to confront those two. Watching him depart, her expression shifted. Yet upon noticing the skeletal soldiers around her, she felt a spark of inspiration and attempted to issue a command to the nearest skeleton. "Crouch down." Chapter 64. Can the skeletal soldiers evolve? Upon hearing her command, the skeletal soldier promptly crouched down. Jan Minchi's face broke into a smile of astonishment. "It really works? All of you, crouch down." The surrounding dozen or so skeletal soldiers uniformly crouched down. Seeing this, Jean Minchi called out to the retreating Bale, "Wait." She then led the skeletal soldiers in pursuit. Neither Bale, the aggrieved party, nor Jean Minchi harbored any fondness for those two scoundrels. In fact, the latter had even attempted to take advantage of her. Soon, under the protection of the skeletal soldiers, Jean Minchi reached the door of the warehouse. The two inside, peeking through the gap in the door to assess the situation outside, simultaneously paled upon seeing the skeletal soldiers encircling Jean Minchi. An ominous premonition gripped them. It was now evident that the appearance of these skeletal soldiers was closely tied to this woman. However, they found solace in the fact that the warehouse contained only finished silver items. Devoid of windows, and even the entrance was constructed of metal, exceeding 150 millimeters in thickness. Sufficiently sturdy, it would be no easy feat for ordinary firearms to penetrate, let alone the bone blades wielded by these skeletal soldiers. Jean Minchi knocked on the metal door, her expression revealing concern. From the sound, it was clear the metal door was quite thick, making it challenging to open. Yet having made it this far, she felt compelled to attempt it. She turned to a nearby skeletal swordsman. "Break it down." Upon receiving the command, the skeletal soldier approached, raising its bone sword and striking the metal door with great force. With a resounding bang, a 2 to 3 centimeter deep groove appeared on the door, and the powerful recoil sent the skeletal soldier stumbling back 2 steps. The two hiding within the warehouse exhaled a sigh of relief, their previously anxious hearts now calmed. Despite knowing the door was robust, they lacked confidence in facing such legendary beings and had remained on edge. It appeared that they need not worry any longer. Initially filled with hope upon seeing the skeletal soldiers, Bale's expression darkened. "You two bastards, come out!" He stepped forward, his fire axe raining blows upon the door. However, apart from numbing his hands, it had little effect. The two inside, witnessing this, exchanged smug smiles. "Don't waste your energy. You can't open that door from the outside." Jean Minchi, hearing their mocking laughter, felt her teeth grind in frustration, yet she remained unperturbed. Once Suimo emerged, entering would be a breeze. After all, there was a considerable amount of silver within, and she believed Suimo would not abandon it. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the skeletal soldier, after being knocked back, paused momentarily before advancing once more. This time, it did not raise its sword to strike directly, but instead lifted its bone sword high. The flames of the soul within its skull surged, and a flicker of fire shot from its hollow eye sockets, igniting the bone sword. It was only then that they noticed the peculiar transformation of this skeletal soldier. Without a hint of hesitation, it thrust the flaming bone sword into the door, as if piercing through tofu. The sword easily penetrated the metal door. Within the storage room, the two individuals, upon witnessing the blade abruptly thrust through the door, felt their hearts plummet once more. In their gaze, the bone knife danced menacingly upon the door, carving an oval shape taller than AMAN. To this sight, their expressions transformed drastically, and they spun around, fleeing deeper into the warehouse. However, after merely 2 steps, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive chunk of metal was violently hurled inside, knocking Jim to the ground as he attempted to escape. Outside the gaping hole in the door, the skeletal soldier lowered its foot with deliberate slowness. With a sizzling sound, the searing hot metal seared into Jim's back like an iron plate. After a blood-curdling scream, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside, Jean Minchi and Belle watched in astonishment as the skeletal soldier discarded its charred bone knife, retreating slowly. They had not anticipated that the skeletal soldier possessed such abilities. Yet, Jean Minchi quickly regained her composure, gesturing towards the skeletal soldier behind her, commanding, "Capture the two inside." A group of towering skeletal soldiers, each standing over 2 meters tall, lowered their heads and crawled through the opened hole. Moments later, Jean Minchi and Belle entered, finding John and Jim hoisted like mere chicks by 2 skeletal soldiers. Jim, having fainted from the ordeal, awoke amidst the commotion. Faced with the encircling skeletal soldiers and the approaching Belle and Jean Minchi, terror painted their faces. "Please, let us go." "I apologize," Jim shouted towards Jean Minchi. "Apology? What use is an apology? What need have we for the police then?" She dismissed the need for further discourse, directing Belle, "It's all yours." She understood that Belle yearned to personally exact vengeance upon these two. Upon hearing this, Belle thanked her and strode towards them. Jean Minchi turned and exited the door. The ensuing scene would be rather gruesome. Having just entered the apocalypse, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to such brutality. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from within the warehouse, lasting a full 10 minutes. When the cacophony subsided, Jean Minchi re-entered. On the ground lay 2 large pools of blood, at the center of which were the mutilated forms of Jim and John. "Dispose of these two," Jean Minchi commanded. The remaining skeletal soldiers did not move, save for the one that had incinerated the bone knife, which approached and plunged its left hand into one of the corpses. As a flicker of soul fire coursed into its hand, the body rapidly dissolved under the searing flames of the soul fire, ultimately reducing even the bones to liquid, absorbed by the skeletal soldier. With the complete disappearance of the corpse, the skeletal soldier's right hand manifested a new bone knife. The process was repeated with the second corpse. After absorbing both bodies, the skeletal soldier's form grew larger still, its bones now sturdier than before. "This creature can evolve." Jean Minchi marveled at the spectacle. Yet, she did not dwell on it for long. She waved her hand at the skeletal soldiers, commanding them to gather all the silver items in the storage room. To ensure they understood, she demonstrated the action herself. In an instant, the warehouse buzzed with activity. Chapter 65. From cavalry to infantry within the factory, the assembly of undead cavalry had reached its final moments, as the last flicker of soul fire merged into the head of the undead knight. A tangible black mist began to spread across its form, coalescing into a solid black armor that enveloped both the knight and its steed. Sumo's body gradually descended from the sky. Observing the more than 30 undead knights and nearly 500 skeletal soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. The intricate process of inscribing the auxiliary magic array required total immersion. With the protection of this undead army, he could focus on the array without fear of being disturbed by the zombies. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him. While casting magic does not impose significant demands on the body, in such circumstances, the dense concentration of undead energy inevitably resulted in some of it clashing with his being. This was a characteristic of necromantic magic. Otherwise, necromancers would not appear as ghastly specters. However, thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, the dissipating undead energy was minimal, and after a brief moment of adjustment, he quickly recovered. He leapt forward, kicking one of the undead knights from its mount before claiming the steed for himself. These undead knights were his creations, entirely under his control, as the necromantic energy within them was supplied by Sumo. A mere thought from him could reduce them back to mere bones. Thus, the moment he raised his foot, the knight was rendered immobile, separated from its undead steed. Otherwise, with his strength, even a broken limb would not budge them. The fallen undead knight instantly regained control of its body. Bewildered as it stood up, turning to see Sumo, it realized the cavalry had become infantry. However, the undead knight could not grasp the truth that infantry are always more favored than cavalry. Mounted atop a massive warhorse, slightly under 2 meters in height, Sumo led the charge towards Jean Minchi and her companions. Before reaching the warehouse, Jean Minchi and Belle emerged. The commotion from the cavalry was significant enough that the ground trembled beneath their feet. Upon seeing the row of knights resembling a towering wall, Jean Minchi felt a wave of pressure wash over her. Yet, upon spotting Sumo at the center atop the undead horse, She breathed a sigh of relief. Suemo, sensing that bringing so many undead creatures was somewhat cumbersome, allowed the dark tome on his forehead to shimmer, causing these undead beings to vanish in an instant, absorbed into a space he had opened within the tome. After casting the necromantic summon, he had discovered that this artifact had spontaneously created a compartment for storing the undead as the undead vanished. Both Jean Minshi and Jack felt an immediate lightness. Having faced the undead, particularly the knights, they had felt an inexplicable pressure, as if a great weight pressed upon their chests. Sumo's mental energy swept through the warehouse, and upon seeing the mountain of silver artifacts piled in the center, he praised, "Well done," before stepping into the warehouse. With a gentle wave of his hand, he collected the silver piled on the ground. Though it appeared substantial, it likely weighed no more than 100 tons. After Jean Minshi and Belle entered, they noticed the vanished silver artifacts, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Under Jack's guidance, Suemo quickly made his way to the rear storage room housing the raw materials. Effortlessly unlocking the door, the three ventured inside. The room was meticulously organized, filled with specially crafted boxes made of metal, each featuring a mesh structure with coin-sized holes. Peering through the small openings revealed blocks of silver bricks, each nearly 40 centimeters long, marked with weights of 15 kg. Rough estimates indicated that the room contained over 1,000 tons of silver, more than sufficient for Sumo's array. After collecting the silver bricks, Suemo turned to Jack, stating, "My objectives have been achieved. In light of your cooperation, I shall grant you a parting gift." A portal opened beneath Jack's feet, and before he could react, he fell through with a startled cry. Los Angeles, the second most populous city in America, naturally became one of the cities most infested with zombies following the apocalypse. Given the circumstances, Suemo deemed this city most suitable for his purposes. Logically, New York, being the most populous city, would have been ideal for array placement. However, considering geographical factors, he dismissed it. Although New York boasts the highest population, its irregular shape made it challenging to envelop in a circular array. Of course, this was a minor reason. The primary concern was the excessive water bodies within New York, which could lead to wasted space. Suemo planned to transport more zombies into the array through spatial gateways. Thus, Los Angeles, with its nearly completely terrestrial layout and circular form, was the most fitting choice. In the southwestern part of Los Angeles, at Canary Park, Suemo and Jean Minshi emerged from the portal. "Where did you send him?" Jean Minshi inquired, perplexed. "To a deserted island in the Pacific, rich in resources, perfect for wilderness survival." Jean Minshi felt somewhat speechless at this. Nonetheless, during this time, the safest places indeed were those uninhabited islands. Suemo had no intention of leaving him to start from scratch, having also provided him with a bone knife. With such a weapon, he should fare well on the island, the only drawback being potential loneliness. At worst, he could send a companion later. As they conversed, dozens of wandering zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, surged toward them with guttural roars. Sumo's forehead shimmered, and a gray vortex materialized before him. With a resounding crash, a battalion of undead knights burst forth, scattering in all directions, crushing the surrounding zombies. The zombies displayed no inclination to resist against these undead beings. Even the chicken frames possess a hint of flesh. Yet these skeletal remains consist solely of white bones, devoid of any intrigue for the zombies. Following closely, nearly 500 skeletal warriors of various types surged forth. Suemo gestured around him. "Clear the area." Upon receiving Sumo's command, the skeletal warriors and undead knights commenced their sweeping efforts in all directions. This location had been chosen by Suemo as the first site for the deployment of auxiliary magical formations on the map. Considering the scale that enveloped the entirety of Los Angeles, each auxiliary formation had a diameter of no less than 300 meters. To inscribe a formation with mithril within this range, the ground naturally had to be devoid of any obstructions. Under Sumo's direction, these undead creatures began their frenzied demolition work. Throughout the park, all obstacles, including trees, were cleared away. Sumo observed the undead beings rampaging around him, raised his right hand, and reached into an adjacent spatial portal. Upon emerging, he held a tome that was approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. The dark symbol of the divine book on his forehead flickered, and a surge of black energy enveloped the tome, transforming its exterior. The original contents of the book were entirely erased, replaced instead by various magical incantations and release methods. Moments later, energy began to permeate into the tome. At this juncture, the tome bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Divine book. He casually tossed the book to Jean Minchi beside him. This tome contains some dark magic. Give it a try. He added, "Oh, and if you have any questions, think for yourself and don't disturb me." After speaking, Suemo disregarded her reaction and settled down in a nearby open space, intending to transmute these silver bricks into mithril through secret methods. Upon hearing this, Jean Minchi's eyes brightened. She hurriedly accepted the book Suemo had tossed her, eagerly flipping it open. Upon seeing the name of the spell on the first page, spatial teleportation, a look of delight instantly graced her face. Jean Minchi murmured excitedly to herself, then quickly composed her racing heart and began to study earnestly. Meanwhile, Suemo lightly waved his hand, and a large assortment of silver ornaments appeared before him on the ground. A purple flame shot from his hand, hovering in the air. Subsequently, the silver ornaments, under his telekinetic control, gradually flew into the purple flame. The entire day passed with Suemo tirelessly repeating the process of refining mithril. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Suemo stored the last portion of liquid mithril in his spatial ring and exhaled deeply. The repetitive motions had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He turned to glance at Jean Minchi, who seemed completely absorbed in her fervent magical training. From Sumo's perspective, Jean Minchi appeared as a welding girl, with flashes of light constantly dancing around her, occasionally punctuated by several purple sparks shooting forth. While she murmured to herself, Suemo chose not to disturb her, instead scanning the surroundings. The area within a radius of several hundred meters had been thoroughly cleared by the undead beings. Fortunately, this location was on the outskirts, and there were not many zombies nearby. The few that existed had already been attracted and dealt with due to the commotion. The debris cleared from the park was piled up by the undead, forming a natural barrier. The undead now stood scattered within the confines of this barrier, vigilant against any potential incursions by zombies. The undead creatures had the advantage of not requiring rest. Success! An excited low shout came from behind. Suemo turned to look, seeing Jean Minchi nearly leap with joy as a spatial portal began to slowly open before her. Realizing this, Suemo hurried over and pulled Jean Minchi away from the portal. Simultaneously, the 10 or so undead knights stationed at the perimeter rushed towards them at his command. With his experience, he understood that opening a spatial portal without proficiency could lead to deviations. Who knew where her portal might lead? If it opened directly into a horde of zombies, Jean Minchi, being so close, could very well become the first victim of her own magic. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. As the portal opened to a height of over a person, the two could see the scene on the other side. It appeared to be a classroom. Judging by the words on the classroom walls, it was evidently a school in South Korea. Moments later, Jean Minchi excitedly pointed at a specific spot on the wall. Seoul University, Suwon campus. This is my sister's school. Without hesitation, she attempted to rush into the portal. Feeling a painful constriction in a certain part of her body, she became aware of her recklessness. Although she had learned a spell, her combat ability was not much different from that of an ordinary person. If she wished to save her sister, she would still need Sumo's assistance. With this in mind, she quickly relayed the situation regarding her sister, cautiously requesting, "May I borrow a few of those skeletal warriors? Just for one night?" Understanding the terrifying nature of zombies, she realized that the longer they delayed, the slimmer her sister's chances of survival became. Suemo nodded. "It's possible, but there are conditions." "I'll agree to any conditions," Jean Minchi replied, her face resolute. After this, Suemo waved his hand, and 50 skeletal warriors rushed towards them, taking their positions behind the two. Among the undead knights surrounding them, 3 stepped forward, with one dismounting from his steed. Ultimately, Jean Minchi mounted an undead warhorse, followed by 2 undead knights and 50 skeletal warriors, as they entered the spatial portal. Given her ability to successfully cast a spatial portal in less than a day, it was evident that she possessed a commendable talent for magical training. Moreover, this would provide an opportunity for her to hone her skills, as Suemo would rely on her to command the undead army in combating the zombies after his departure. If she could not manage such a task, how could she expect to control those undead? As he watched the portal slowly close, Suemo emerged, finding Alicia lazily sprawled on the bed. Upon seeing Suemo walk out of the portal, she immediately sprang up with excitement, approaching him with a curious gaze fixed on the portal closing behind him. "What is this?" Suemo numbly nodded in response. After a busy day, his physical condition was nearing its limits. Observing this, Alicia approached with a cheerful smile. "What are you doing?" The next morning, Suemo emerged from his room, supporting his waist. He finally understood why this world's version of himself was reluctant to let Alicia break up with her boyfriend. Beyond fulfilling his peculiar quirks, there was this underlying reason. This woman was truly captivating. Maintaining a friendship was manageable, but as a girlfriend, given the original body's condition, he would likely not survive a year. On the deck of the yacht, Harry was staring blankly at the surrounding sea. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see Suemo approaching. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" As the original's best friend, Harry had quickly discerned that the person before him was no longer his dear companion. Sumo's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the question. He was not surprised to be recognized. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he had not intentionally concealed his identity. "Who I am is not important, but you should know that I have no intention of harming you." Seeing Sumo's lack of denial, a hint of melancholy crossed Harry's face. His willingness to risk his life to rescue Suemo clearly indicated that he genuinely regarded the original as his best friend. "Could you do me a favor?" Harry hesitated before speaking again. "Can you take me to a deserted island?" Given Sumo's ability to appear and disappear without a sound, Harry surmised he might possess such a capability. This yacht had enough fuel to travel only a few hundred nautical miles, and to his knowledge, there were no suitable islands nearby. Of course. Suemo nodded. In this situation, living on a deserted island was indeed the safest choice. With that, Suemo snapped his fingers, and a spatial portal slowly opened beside them. On the other side, Belle, wielding a white bone knife to chop wood, turned upon hearing the noise. Spotting Suemo, a smile spread across his face. "Hey!" It was evident that he was quite satisfied with life on the island. Half an hour later, the spatial portal gradually closed. Suemo had just learned from Harry that his parents had passed away a year prior. And with no relatives left in this world, he chose to live on an island. Suemo had ensured that all useful supplies aboard the yacht were left for them. Just the food alone would suffice for their consumption for months. And perhaps by the time they ran out, the zombies would have been dealt with. After sending Harry away, Suemo found himself in a quandary regarding what to do with Alicia aboard the yacht. Abandoning her was clearly inappropriate. Such a callous act was not in his character. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. He would sign a demon contract with her. Remaining here could prove useful. The sound of the door opening abruptly roused the other party from slumber. Alicia gazed at Suemo, who stood at the entrance, her form draped alluringly across the bed. "Darling, care for a morning workout?" Suemo gently brushed his forehead, observing her demeanor, which resembled that of a succubus rather than a source of magical material. "Sit tight. I have something serious to discuss." Suemo then recounted the details of the demonic contract to her. "The initial signing of the contract lies within your discretion." Upon hearing this, excitement danced across Alicia's face. "Yes, of course. Hurry, darling." I can hardly contain my anticipation. As the demonic contract merged into Sumo's brow, the pact officially took effect. After a brief wait of several seconds, Alicia began to scrutinize herself in confusion. "Is that all? What more do you desire?" "At least something dramatic like an outfit explosion." Suemo, speechless, tossed her a tome filled with dark magic. "Study it at your leisure. I must take my leave." With that, Suemo opened a spatial portal and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Alicia paid little mind. Promptly delving into the book in her hands, upon discovering the skill of spatial teleportation, she licked her lips. Wow, this is a splendid self-entertainment skill. In Kamali Park, the Undying had stood vigil throughout the night without exhibiting the slightest signs of fatigue. Diligently executing Sumo's commands, the dark tome appeared before him, quickly flipping to the page detailing the auxiliary array necessary for the Undead catastrophe. Studying the intricate lines, Suemo first sketched an enlarged outline on the ground, then manipulated the liquefied secret silver he had previously refined to trace along these contours. To successfully draw the array, not a single error could mar his efforts. For the entirety of the morning, Suemo remained wholly absorbed in inscribing the formation. It was not until nearly noon that the final line seamlessly connected with its predecessors, completing the auxiliary array at last. The moment the array was finished, a surge of violet light began to flow along its patterns, and once the entire formation illuminated, the brilliance faded into obscurity, A faint smile graced Sumo's face, signifying that the array had been thoroughly realized. At this pace, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to complete all the formations. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sumo decided to rest and check on Jean Minchi's situation. Closing his eyes, he immediately sensed 2 luminous points within his consciousness. This was yet another function of the demonic contract, allowing him to observe the surroundings of the other party at any moment. Clearly, these 2 points represented Jean Minchi and Elisa, both bound by the contract with him. Attempting to connect with the more distant point, an image materialized in his mind, in the southern region, over 100 kilometers west of Suwon City. Jean Minchi sat astride a skeleton steed towering over 2 meters, trailed by 50 skeletal soldiers. At this moment, these skeletal warriors had nearly increased in size by 1/3, their bones gleaming like white jade. Radiating a crystalline luster, exercising utmost caution in controlling the skeletal horse beneath her, she endeavored to minimize any noise. After arriving in this area the previous night, she had commanded the skeletal soldiers to cleanse the entire university of zombies. Fortunately, the university was not situated within the bustling city of Suwon, allowing her to avoid attracting a horde of zombies due to noise. After the cleanup, she scoured the corpses, relieved to find no sign of her sister, Jenny. Following this, she conducted a thorough search around the campus. From the bloodstains left by a vehicle at the campus entrance, she surmised that someone had driven away from the university towards the west following the outbreak of the zombie virus. Traveling in that direction for 2 to 3 hours would lead to the seaside. She speculated that these individuals were likely aiming for the ocean. With no trace of Jenny in sight, she could only pray that her sister had managed to leave with those in the vehicle. Without time to rest, she promptly pursued the trail. Fortunately, there was only one road circumventing the city en route to the seaside, alleviating any concerns about veering off course. However, even now, with less than 30 kilometers to the coast, she had yet to discover any signs of the vehicle. An unsettling anxiety began to creep into her heart. At that moment, in the outskirts of Tianan City, approximately 10 kilometers from the seaside, a bus had broken down at the roadside. A short yet exceptionally robust man stood before the flat rear tire, delivering a kick to the deflated rubber. Damn it! Why must the vehicle fail at this moment? Just then, several university students clad in uniforms disembarked from the bus. Teacher Key, what's the situation? The vehicle has broken down. We need to walk the remaining distance. Situated in the wilderness, finding another vehicle was evidently implausible. Teacher Key frowned as he checked his phone. We are less than 10 kilometers from the seaside. We must board a vessel to ensure our safety. The students nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the zombies' keen sense of hearing and smell. The slightest noise could attract them. During their night spin in the bus, none had managed to sleep soundly, each plagued by anxiety, fearing that zombies might pursue them by scent. Thankfully, they had all survived the night unscathed. Living in such a state of tension could lead to their undoing even before facing the zombies. At this moment, a male student in the crowd noticed the worried expression on another female student's face. Licio, don't worry. I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Licio glanced at his gaunt figure and rolled her eyes in exasperation. You should focus on protecting yourself, and from now on, please call me Jean Licio. Zhao Dongshu cast a dark glare at Licio, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. He had pursued her for 2.5 years, yet she had never acknowledged him. You vile creature, you forced my hand. A thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, Teacher Key stepped off the bus with a backpack. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Hurry and gather your essentials. No one will share the hard-earned supplies with you. On their journey to this location, the bus had passed a gas station. After clearing out a handful of zombies, they had stocked up on a significant amount of food and water from the gas station's convenience store, nearly filling the bus to capacity. However, it was now impossible to carry everything. They could only take as much as their strength allowed. Hearing this, Zhao Dongshu quickly donned a smile. Understood, Teacher Key. He turned to head toward the bus door, but once out of Teacher Key's sight, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Go execute his plan. He first needed to eliminate this bothersome individual. In this group, only he and Teacher Key were men. Without the latter, he could act freely. However, he needed to devise a method to dispose of him, as he had witnessed Teacher Key effortlessly dispatch 3 zombies barehanded. Minutes later, 7 or 8 students followed behind Teacher Key, trekking towards the seaside. Though 10 kilometers may not seem far, on foot, It would take nearly 2 hours, especially with each person burdened by heavy packs of food. After just over half an hour, the students were already panting heavily. Zhao Dongxiu, lacking physical fitness, struggled to catch his breath. At that moment, they spotted the shadow of a small town in the distance. "Look, there's a vehicle," a female voice exclaimed. Following her gaze, the group observed a car with its door ajar. Yet it was too far to discern the interior. The girl continued, "Teacher Key, we should check it out." Teacher Key hesitated for a moment. "No, that location is too close to town. If any zombies come rushing out, we won't stand a chance." The students nodded in agreement. Indeed, with less than 2 hours to the seaside, there was no need to take such a risk. Understanding this, they pressed onward, gritting their teeth as they continued towards the coast. Only Zhao Dongxiu, intentionally lagging behind, had a glint in his eye as he gradually slowed his pace. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he slipped away from the group, stealthily making his way towards the vehicle at the edge of the town. Minutes later, he arrived beside the car, and upon peering inside, a smile crept across his face. The vehicle was devoid of any zombies, and the keys were conspicuously inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongxiu placed his backpack on the car and attempted to start the engine. With the apocalypse having begun only a day prior, the vehicle started smoothly. He turned the car around, and instead of driving away, he took a deep breath and slammed down on the horn. Instantly, the small town erupted into chaos. The cacophony of zombie howls filled the air, and within 10 seconds, zombies began to appear at the end of the road behind the car, rushing towards its direction. As the horde grew in number, Zhao Dongxiu drove the vehicle straight towards his companions. The moment the car horn blared, chaos ensued. The weary crowd, struggling to take each step, came to an abrupt halt. Their gazes drawn towards the direction of the blaring horn. In this serene environment, the sound stood out with alarming clarity. It was only at this moment that a girl let out a terrified scream. "Teacher Jizha, Zhao Dongxiu is missing." Upon hearing this, Jizha's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." He instantly realized that Zhao Dongxiu must have gone to start the vehicle, and the direction from which the honk had emanated confirmed his suspicion. "You all hurry up, I'll go take a look." After issuing the command, he intended to investigate from a distance, naturally unwilling to abandon anyone if there was a chance to save them. However, before he could make a move, he spotted the pickup truck appearing at the end of the road. Not far behind the truck, a horde of zombies was in pursuit. The pickup truck swiftly caught up to the group, coming to a halt right beside Lixiu. "Get in quickly!" Zhao Dongxiu feigned an anxious expression. Upon witnessing this, Jizha shot him a fierce glare. "I'll settle the score with you later." With that said, he remained composed and approached the few girls, assisting them into the back of the truck. Once everyone was aboard, Jizha prepared to climb in himself. At this moment, the zombies were still 60 to 70 meters away from them. They had ample time. However, Zhao Dongxiu, who had been keeping an eye on the rearview mirror, did not afford him that opportunity. Slamming down on the accelerator, the truck roared in anger and sped away, knocking Jizha to the ground in the process. "You bastard!" Jizha shouted in fury from the ground. It was evident that this was a deliberate attempt on Zhao Dongxiu's part to ensure his demise. Rising from the ground, he frantically chased after the vehicle. Chapter 69. The devious Zhao Dongxiu seated in the passenger seat. Lixiu glared angrily at Zhao Dongxiu. "What are you doing? Teacher Jizha hasn't he gotten in yet?" "Oh, my apologies, I wasn't paying attention," Zhao Dongxiu replied with a brazen smile. Seeing that expression, Lixiu's understanding dawned. "You did that on purpose." Her face betrayed her disbelief. It was well known that their escape from the school, including Zhao Dongxiu, had been made possible thanks to Teacher Jizha. She could hardly fathom how he could betray the very person who had saved their lives. At the rear of the truck, it was clear that Jizha could not catch up to the speeding vehicle. Soon, the truck vanished from his sight. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, discarding his backpack and sprinting at full speed. A glance over his shoulder revealed that he had indeed increased the distance between himself and the pursuing zombies, but he felt no joy. Although the gap widened, he knew he could not maintain this pace for long. While the zombies could relentlessly pursue him until death, he surveyed his surroundings. On either side of the open road, there was only a single willow tree, about 10 meters high, less than 100 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the tree. Upon reaching it, he nimbly climbed up the trunk to its top. Soon, the zombies followed, swarming and attempting to scale the tree. However, it seemed that in just a few minutes, the sheer mass of zombies would reach his height. Jija was out of options. His energy was nearly depleted, and if he continued to run, he would likely be caught within a minute. At that point, he would have no chance of survival. As he watched the horde of zombies steadily ascending, a flicker of despair crossed his face. At that moment, in the distance, a group of white figures approached. They halted 100 meters away from the tree, led by Kim Tae-hui, who was mounted on a skeletal horse. Observing the scene, she saw a man squatting atop the tree like a gorilla, occasionally using a stick to push the zombies attempting to climb down. Although the sight was somewhat amusing, it was clear that he would soon be overwhelmed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the skeletal soldiers surged towards the zombie horde. Like a hot knife through butter, within minutes, they had felled the hundreds of zombies surrounding the base of the tree. Jija, crouching atop the tree, felt a shift in his expression upon seeing the skeletal soldiers for the first time. What on earth is this? Not only do the dead walk, but now even skeletons wielding weapons. However, noticing Kim Tae-hui seated atop her horse, it became evident that these skeletons were under someone's control. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Humans were far preferable to these incomprehensible monsters. Moments later, Kim Tae-hui rode her skeletal horse to the base of the tree and looked up at Jija perched atop. "Did you escape from the university?" she asked directly, her face betraying a hint of hope. On her way here, she had spotted the abandoned bus. The proximity to the bus led her to this assumption. Upon hearing her words, Jija's eyes lit up as he hurriedly descended from the tree. "Indeed, I am a teacher from Seoul University, and you are? Among those who escaped with you, is there a girl named Licio?" Kim Tae-hui quickly inquired, adding, "I'm Licio's sister." Jija understood now and nodded. He recounted the events that had transpired and pointed in a specific direction. That bastard took them away in that direction. Hearing that Licio was safe brought a sigh of relief to Kim Tae-hui, but it became evident from his words that Zhao Dongshu had sinister intentions. Without hesitation, she gestured to another skeletal knight beside her. The skeletal knight advanced and effortlessly lifted Jija from the ground, placing him behind it. Under Kim Tae-hui's guidance, they sped towards the direction of the vehicle, by the seaside. The pickup truck screeched to a halt at the dock. The ground of the dock was stained with blood, yet there were no signs of zombies. It appeared that for some reason, they had all been lured away. The group disembarked from the truck. The girls who had been sitting in the back began to chastise Zhao Dongshu as he emerged from the driver's seat. "How could you leave teacher Jija behind?" "Exactly, there was still time." "I think he did it on purpose." Listening to their outcries, a frenzied expression crept onto Zhao Dongshu's face. "Shut up," he shouted, advancing and knocking down the two loudest girls to the ground. "If you dare speak again, do you believe I want to throw you off this place?" Seeing his menacing demeanor, the other girls fell silent, intimidated. Satisfied with having cowed them, Zhao Dongshu turned to confront Licio. However, just as he pivoted, a bloodied baseball bat swung toward him. With a resounding thud, it struck him on the head. Stunned by the blow, Zhao Dongshu fell to the ground, clutching his head. Yet, in a moment of reflex, he managed to grasp the bat as it came swinging back at him. Wresting it from Licio's grip, the impact caused Licio to stumble back. "Damn it!" Zhao Dongshu stood up, glowering at Kim Licio. "You little bitch, how dare you?" Seeing this, Kim Licio quickly turned to flee. She seemed to have overestimated her strength, as her full-force swing had not incapacitated him, and the bat she had picked up was now in his possession. The inherent physical disparity made it all too easy for even this feeble man to overpower an ordinary woman. As Licio attempted to escape, Zhao Dongshu swung the bat forcefully at her leg. With a cry of pain, she toppled to the ground. The other 5 or 6 girls, witnessing this scene, scattered in fear. In their eyes, Zhao Dongshu had lost his mind. Unperturbed by the fleeing girls, Zhao Dongshu's original target had always been Kim Lixiu. In comparison to her, those other girls, with their pancake-like faces, held no interest for him. Gazing at Kim Licio's youthful yet alluring visage, he licked his lips. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Although there were currently no zombies in sight, one could never tell when a horde might emerge. Spotting a fishing boat not far away, he disregarded Kim Licio's struggles and dragged her towards the vessel. Chapter 70. The awkward Kim Minhee. Just as Zhao Dongshu took a couple of steps, he heard a faint sound of running from afar. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see a horde of skeletal figures racing towards them from the direction they had come. Leading the charge were 3 skeletal warhorses. Zhao Dongxiu and Kim Lixiu's expressions shifted simultaneously. Zhao Dongxiu hastened his pace. Fortunately, he was not too far from the boat. In just a few breaths, he reached the vessel at that moment. A wave of relief washed over him. His family was somewhat well off, and he had learned a bit about operating boats during past vacations. Although this fishing boat was different, the basic controls were similar. He felt confident in his ability to start the engine. In the distance, Jizha, mounted on a skeletal horse, noticed Zhao Dongxiu heading towards the boat, and his expression changed. This is bad. The distance between them was still a good 300 to 400 meters. If Zhao Dongxiu managed to start the boat, he could very well escape. After all, from any perspective, these skeletons lack the capability to engage in combat on water. Once submerged, they would likely sink to the bottom in an instant. He was nearly brought to his demise by that rascal, and his resentment toward Zhao Dongxiu was profound. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to tear that brat to shreds. Witnessing the other party preparing to flee only intensified his frustration. Seated atop a skeletal steed, Jean Minchi also observed the scene with great delight. Although the distance was considerable, she could still faintly recognize that the young girl was her own sister, Jean Lixiu. As long as she was alive, it was the best news imaginable. As for her being taken away, Jean Minchi harbored no concern. With the ability to teleport, she could effortlessly reach the ship and rescue Lixiu. However, there was no need for such trouble at the moment. She waved her arm toward the skeletal soldiers behind her, conveying a thought. This was the precise method of controlling undead troops as recorded in the Dark Grimoire. As long as the commands were not overly complex, these undead would execute them accurately. Of course, this applied to low-level undead. Some high-level undead possessed intelligence that rivaled that of humans, or even surpassed ordinary humans. Making such meticulous commands unnecessary, a skeletal archer, in mid-stride, suddenly accelerated. In front of it, two skeletal soldiers stacked their hands together. The archer leaped, using their hands as a springboard, and soared into the air, propelled by their strength. Upon reaching its apex, the skeletal archer drew its bow and released a bone arrow toward the distance. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. In mere moments, it traversed several hundred meters, piercing through Zhao Dongxiu's abdomen and pinning him to the deck. Zhao Dongxiu let out a wretched scream. Beside him, Jean Lixiu seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp and darted into the ship's cabin. She watched the terrifying creatures approaching from afar, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Unlike Zhao Dongxiu, she had no knowledge of sailing. Her only escape route was to leap into the water. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly dashed out of the cabin, heading toward the side of the ship. However, before she could jump off, a familiar voice called out from the distance. Turning around, she was astonished to see her sister, Jean Minchi, riding a skeletal horse among the approaching monsters. Wani? Before long, Jean Minchi had reached her. Dismounting from the skeletal steed, she rushed forward and embraced Jean Lixiu tightly. Moments later, they parted, and Jean Lixiu looked at her sister in disbelief. Jean Minchi began to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Kijia approached the writhing Zhao Dongxiu, clenching his fists. You little brat, now that you've fallen into my hands, you'll learn the consequences of attempting to harm my teacher. With that, his fists, as large as a cooking pot, rained down relentlessly upon Zhao Dongxiu's head. By the time Jean Minchi and her sister arrived, he had already breathed his last. Seeing Zhao Dongxiu's pitiful state, Jean Lixiu felt no compassion and approached to kick him a few more times. Bastard, trying to take advantage of me, Lixiu. Observing her sister's stern expression, Jean Lixiu stuck out her tongue. Wani, I was wrong. I promised to watch my words from now on. Ever since their parents passed away, it had always been her sister caring for her, and she felt both love and fear toward her. Jean Minchi then expressed her gratitude to Kijia and instructed the skeletal soldiers to scour nearby stores for supplies, stacking them in the ship's hold. After all, without him, her sister might have perished in the school. Looking at the slowly departing vessel, Jean Lixiu inquired, Where are we headed next? Jean Minchi cast a mysterious glance at her. Just follow your sister. With that, she extended her right hand and made a gentle gesture. A portal slowly opened before them. Having just acquired this ability, she was eager to showcase it to Lixiu. Indeed, upon witnessing this spectacle, Lixiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jean Minchi, noticing her sister's expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. Returning in glory is akin to wearing splendid attire in the night. With this ability, How could I not make a show of it before familiar faces? However, as the portal gradually opened, her expression froze upon seeing the scene on the other side. The portal had opened above an endless ocean. Licio also beheld the sight and looked at her sister with confusion. "Wani, will we be fed to the fish if we go over?" Gianminci hastily closed the portal, feigning calmness as she replied, "I stayed up all night searching for you. Perhaps fatigue has caused some errors. Let us try again." After steadying herself and taking a deep breath, she made another gesture with her right hand. Once more, a portal opened before them. Upon gazing at the icy landscape on the other side, along with several penguins staring blankly at them, Licio could no longer contain herself and looked at her sister with skepticism. "Wani, are you really capable of this?" After 2 consecutive mishaps, Gianminci felt her composure slipping, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Just then, another portal opened within 2 meters of the Antarctic glacier she had just created, leading directly to the square where Suimo was located. Licio exclaimed in surprise. Observing this, Gianminci paused momentarily before regaining her composure. This was undoubtedly Suimo assisting her in alleviating her embarrassment. She returned to her calm demeanor, wiping away the sweat that had just appeared due to her anxiety. "Of course, I saw you were too warm, so I thought I'd help cool you down." With that, she stepped confidently toward the portal. As she crossed through the portal, clad only in a thin garment, a shiver ran down her spine. Chapter 71. Is this how space teleportation works? Sumo smiled as he watched Gianminci emerge from the portal. Noticing his smile, Gianminci felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment. As Licio approached, her eyes curiously scanned the surroundings. She caught sight of Suimo, who was rising from the ground, and a hint of curiosity glimmered in her gaze. "Is this the man who bestowed special abilities upon my sister?" Suimo noticed her gaze and turned to look at her. The fearless Licio, realizing she was under his scrutiny, quickly lowered her head. After all, he was the legendary demon. Gianminci had already detailed the matters concerning the contract to her. Naturally, Suimo could have stopped her from revealing everything, but he chose not to. His intention was clear. Licio must also enter into a contract with him. This had been his plan all along regarding the conditions for borrowing the Undead. It wasn't about what he coveted from her, but he understood Licio's significance in Gianminci's heart, even surpassing her own. This posed a potential instability for Suimo after all. If Gianminci was willing to sacrifice herself for Licio, when the contract's constraints conflicted with her sister's safety, she would undoubtedly choose Licio. There was no need to eliminate her. Instead, he needed to ensure Licio's soul was under his control. This way, Gianminci would follow his commands unconditionally. It was a matter of billions of points. There could be no room for error. Suimo conveyed his conditions through the power of the contract. Upon hearing this, Gianminci's expression shifted. She could accept the contract for herself, but she did not wish for Licio to sign such an agreement. However, after pondering for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Setting aside her reluctance, she knew refusing would only provoke Sumo's wrath, and both of them would face dire consequences, even if he spared them. She could never overcome the internal conflict. After all, if it weren't for Suimo, neither of them would have survived. Licio could have easily become someone else's plaything, living a fate worse than death. In comparison, surrendering her soul to him seemed trivial. After contemplating, she turned to Licio and pulled her aside, intending to persuade her. "Is this truly acceptable?" Surprisingly, Licio's face lit up with eager excitement at the suggestion, as if she considered it a tremendous opportunity. "No, you need to understand. You're giving up your soul. From now on, with just a thought, he could make you suffer immensely." "So what?" Licio replied with a nonchalant expression. "To gain something, you must pay a price. If not, why would he lend you his power? Do you think it's because of your looks? Don't be ridiculous. With his abilities, he could have any woman in the world. Even if he were to force you, what could you do?" Hearing this, Gianminci suddenly realized. Her thoughts had been stuck in the past, and she hadn't considered that Licio was far more perceptive than she had imagined. "All right, perhaps I was being somewhat shallow." Moments later, the same contract was finalized. "As for the magic, make a copy of that book for him," she instructed. "Also, both of you should practice the teleportation spell. Strive to master it within a few days. As for her, we'll see how her talent develops." With that, Suimo ceased to engage with the two, making his way to the pile of zombie corpses outside. Undead summon. He was preparing to set up a magic array at the next location. After several minutes, over 1,000 skeletal soldiers and 30 undead knights stood neatly in front of him. Opening the portal, he led these undead soldiers inside. For the next 3 to 4 days, S.H.I.E.L.D traversed various parts of the city. Until that day, as a brilliant light flickered, the last auxiliary magic array was finally completed. After leaving a group of undead to guard it, S.H.I.E.L.D made his way to the Wilshire Center in the heart of Los Angeles. The tallest building in the city. The top-floor hotel suite. The two sisters, Jean Minchi and Jean Licio, were temporarily residing. That moment, they were seated cross-legged on the balcony of the living room, practicing spatial teleportation against the backdrop of the open sky. This way, even if the other end of the spatial door was teeming with zombies, they need not worry about their safety being compromised. The talents of Jean Licio and Jean Minchi were nearly indistinguishable, and they had both successfully executed spatial teleportation on the very first day. While it was conceivable for an individual to possess such high aptitude, the fact that all three of them exhibited similar abilities led S.H.I.E.L.D to conclude that it likely had little to do with innate talent. He speculated that it might stem from some peculiar characteristic of their contract or the nature of this different world. He instructed the two to vacate the building, and then S.H.I.E.L.D soared out of the window, hovering at the edge of the rooftop. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a colossal teleportation portal manifested atop the building. On the other side of the portal lay a massive cruise ship. Since a third of the spatial door opened beneath the water's surface, the sea surged toward it, propelled by the incoming tide. The cruise ship rushed toward the spatial door. Moments later, the vessel burst forth from the portal, crashing violently onto the rooftop. The tremendous impact embedded the ship's bottom into the top of the building. With the majority of its structure extending outwards, due to the slope of the ship's hull, there was little chance for zombies to ascend from the exterior of the building to the deck of the cruise ship. Standing on the rooftop of an adjacent building, the two sisters were left utterly astonished by the spectacle. "Can the portal really open this wide?" Licio queried, gazing at her sister. "It should be able to." Though they had been engrossed in practice all day, their mental prowess could only manage a spatial door with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, a stark contrast to the over 50-meter portal before them. After completing the task, S.H.I.E.L.D instructed the sisters to approach the edge of the enormous yacht's deck. "You two continue your practice. Aim to open the spatial door in areas densely populated with zombies." With that, S.H.I.E.L.D entered the yacht where Elisa was located. Upon stepping into the room, S.H.I.E.L.D was greeted by a scene that even he, with his peculiar inclinations, found overwhelming. Elisa, upon noticing S.H.I.E.L.D's entrance, hastily shut the portal she had been wedged between, approaching him like a child caught misbehaving. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at her in silence. He had advised her to diligently practice spatial teleportation, and she had been obedient, albeit in a rather explosive manner. Chapter 72. The Undead Cataclysm descends. After tossing Elisa onto the cruise ship resting atop the building, S.H.I.E.L.D proceeded to the United States Department of Defense. To ensure a thorough cleansing of zombies by the undead, he needed to address one significant threat. Nuclear weapons. It was imperative to prevent any high-ranking officials from perceiving the undead as a menace and resorting to nuclear arms while transforming the undead or clearing zombies. These nuclear weapons had to be dismantled first. Though many cities had lost internet connectivity, satellite networks remained operational. The launch of nuclear weapons relied on the communication facilitated by various nations' satellite systems. Of course, a significant portion of the weapon launch systems were not connected to external networks, requiring S.H.I.E.L.D to systematically dismantle them. To assist in this endeavor, he had even exchanged for an intelligence system akin to Jarvis. Over the course of a day, S.H.I.E.L.D traversed countries equipped with nuclear weapons. By nightfall, he stood on the deck of the cruise ship atop the building, glancing at his watch. It should be about time. No sooner had he spoken than several white streaks shot skyward within his line of sight. Upon reaching outer space, these white streaks culminated in bursts of light. This spectacle unfolded across various nations possessing nuclear weapons. From that moment onward, nuclear arms ceased to exist on Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D turned to the three individuals standing behind him. "Now, let us commence." As his words fell, the trio positioned themselves at the edges of the deck, donned the headphones hanging around their necks, and gestured to cast their spells. A spatial door, several meters in diameter, gradually opened. S.H.I.E.L.D ascended into the air, and with the emergence of the Dark Divine Book, 3 enormous spatial doors, each approximately 50 meters in diameter, materialized in the distant sky. Initially capable of summoning only one portal of such magnitude, S.H.I.E.L.D, bolstered by the Dark Divine Book, managed to open 3 simultaneously. Furthermore, these portals all led to some of the most populous cities worldwide. Once the portals were fully established, S.H.I.E.L.D pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. A resounding horn blared from the cruise ship. On the other side of the spatial door, all the zombies within the city of Los Angeles surged frantically toward the building. Meanwhile, the 9 portals of varying sizes in the sky acted like floodgates, unleashing an unending torrent of zombies. However, since the portals were suspended in midair, the zombies tumbled downwards upon emerging. Before long, the ground transformed into a veritable ocean of undead. Countless zombies clawed their way up the exterior walls of the skyscraper. But the building's facade, composed entirely of glass, offered no leverage for the zombies. As their numbers swelled, the undead began to pile up around the structure, quickly reaching heights of over 10 meters. Yet, this elevation was trivial compared to the towering height of the building, which exceeded 300 meters. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed down at the frantic horde of zombies below, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. This was arguably the most disheartening zombie scenario for ordinary humanity amid all zombie-infested worlds. These creatures possessed heightened hearing and smell, and were tireless. Once drawn by sound, they would pursue relentlessly. Hardly any obstacles could impede their advance. Their only conceivable flaw being an inability to swim within the American Pacific Fleet. Admiral Wells sat gravely in the conference room. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Just moments ago, every nuclear weapon within the nation had been launched into space. Originally intended as the last line of defense against the zombie threat, for reasons unknown, these weapons had been deployed. At that moment, a soldier approached him and whispered something in his ear. What? His expression shifted dramatically, and he gestured with his hand. The soldier nodded and returned to a nearby computer, swiftly operating it. Soon, an image was projected onto the large screen at the front of the conference room. The attendees turned their gazes toward the display. The screen showcased the scene outside the Wilshire Center. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the conference room. Oh my God, am I seeing this correctly? How on earth did that cruise ship end up on the rooftop? It's incredible. What is that portal? Simply unbelievable. Upon hearing the astonished murmurs, Admiral Wells clapped his hands, silencing the room. Several other cities are also experiencing similar portals, and intelligence suggests that these portals function like teleportation gates, drawing all the zombies from various cities to Los Angeles. As he spoke, additional smaller images appeared on the screen, revealing other cities where countless zombies surged toward the portals. The camera then zoomed in, capturing the silhouettes of several individuals atop the rooftop, though their features remained indistinct. What should we do? Admiral Wells inquired. After a moment of contemplation, an officer spoke up. I believe this presents an opportunity for us. Once he had garnered everyone's attention, he continued, while we may not understand their intentions, from our perspective, this could be advantageous. The ship is currently laden with a significant population, and food and water supplies are dwindling. One of the cities from which the zombies are being drawn appears to be New York. If they are attracting the zombies from New York, it clearly presents a prime opportunity for us to gather resources. He paused for a tactical sip of water. Moreover, I suggest we avoid provoking them and treat them as if they do not exist. The room nodded in agreement with his proposal, and Admiral Wells concurred. Very well, send a message to all remaining fleets within the country. No one is to provoke them without cause. A similar meeting transpired across nations equipped with satellites, and remarkably, all countries reached decisions mirroring that of Admiral Wells. The portals persisted for an entire day. S.H.I.E.L.D observed the zombies now stacked beneath the ship's hull, releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the structural combination of the vessel and the building prevented the undead from ascending. That should suffice. The number of zombies in Los Angeles is conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million, nearly 4 to 5 times the original population of the city. Uncertain of whether necromantic magic like the undead cataclysm would yield points, he decided not to continue. After all, the corpses of zombies could also be transformed post-mortem. An army of over 10 million undead was already sufficient, considering that such an army only grew stronger with each battle. With that thought in mind, S.H.I.E.L.D turned and transported the nearly exhausted trio outside the boundaries of the magic array. It was essential to note that within this magic array, there was no distinction between friend and foe. All beings would be affected by the energies of the undead. The portals he had opened gradually began to close. Simultaneously, his body commenced to levitate slowly, hovering approximately 50 meters above the cruise ship. Incomprehensible incantations flowed from his lips, and the energy from the dark tome before him began to surge violently as the final incantation was uttered. A tidal wave of energy erupted from the dark tome, manifesting as a pitch-black beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Concurrently, 5 magical arrays surrounding the city were activated, each generating a corresponding beam of light. The entire city was enveloped in a shroud of gray-black energy. The cataclysm of the undead was upon them. Chapter 73. Lich, the Return of the End. As the magic circle reached completion, a colossal black energy shield, delineated by the auxiliary arrays, engulfed the entire city. Subsequently, boundless gray energy began to radiate from the dark tome, spreading furiously outward, soon saturating the city. Outside the city, the 3 women gazed in astonishment at the magnificent spectacle before them from their vantage point. All they could perceive was a hazy shield, obscuring the specifics within. They could vaguely see several zombies near the protective barrier, their flesh and blood melting away like snow upon contact with the gray energy. A hint of concern crossed Jinshi's face. Will the boss be all right in there? After signing the contract, they had intended to address him as master, but Suemo had declined, insisting they refer to him as boss. After all, calling him master would seem rather peculiar, even though the reality was not far removed from it. Only Eliza would occasionally refer to him in such a manner. Rest assured, Eliza said with a charming smile. Patting her innate talents, upon hearing this, Jinshi's cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Jean Minshi shot her an irritated glance, though she refrained from commenting further. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Eliza's character, and the term perverse barely scratched the surface of her true nature. In comparison to the events of the past few days aboard the ship, this behavior was already remarkably restrained. Within the protective shield, the city had descended into complete silence under the gray energy. All the zombies lay motionless on the ground as if they were utterly lifeless, their flesh and blood having vanished without a trace as far as the eye could see. The streets were littered with mountains of bones. Once each zombie's flesh had completely melted away, a barely perceptible wisp of essence would seep from the remains, coalescing in the sky. Gradually, it formed a swirling gray sphere in the air. The gray energy continued to permeate into the bones below. This process enduring for over an hour, eye in the sky at the center of the city, Suemo felt a growing chill enveloping him, causing his expression to darken. He had somewhat overestimated his mental fortitude. The sheer magnitude of energy was beyond his complete control. Fortunately, the assistance of the Dark Tome allowed him to maintain a rough grasp on the energy's trajectory. However, without precise control, a portion of the energy had begun to dissipate, gradually eroding his body. This outcome was, in truth, unavoidable unless one possessed a sufficiently powerful mental capacity to mitigate such effects. Otherwise, it would explain why nearly all necromancers resembled dried-up mummies, a consequence of being eroded by necromantic energy. Suemo could only grit his teeth and endured that moment. The pile of bones strewn across the streets seemed to have absorbed sufficient energy. Flame-like wisps of soul ignited within their skulls, and nearly half of the skeletons began to rise from the ground. Armed with various weapons, they began to march toward the city's periphery. The remaining half of the skeletons, however, disassembled entirely, reconstituting into various formidable undead beings. Countless bones gradually coalesced in different regions. Undead knights, skeletal kings, bone dragons. In truth, the variety of undead creatures was immense. Phantoms, corpse mages, liches. Yet, these undead beings were born of transformed souls. The zombies, clearly devoid of souls, resulted in the emergence of only skeletal undead. Nonetheless, these physical attackers were more than sufficient to deal with the zombies. As time elapsed, the gray energy in the space began to wane, with most having been absorbed by the skeletons. The transformation of various undead beings was now complete. The city was now teeming with skeletal soldiers, with close to 100,000 undead knights and several hundred skeletal kings towering nearly 30 meters high at the center. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons, exceeding 100 meters in length, flapped their membranous wings as they circled above. Sumo's condition, however, appeared dire. His body had become emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton draped in a thin layer of flesh. Devoid of any sensation, exuding an air of lifelessness. Only his eyes retained a glimmer of vitality. He understood. however, that the spell was not yet complete. The remaining energy within the magical array began to surge toward the swirling gray energy sphere in the sky. As the energy accumulated, the sphere gradually split apart, ultimately forming 10 spheres of similar size to the original. In an instant after the division completed, the shape of the spheres began to undergo violent transformations. In no time, they morphed into humanoid entities. These beings appeared to lack a physical form, being composed solely of pure energy. The head, 2 crimson eyes emitted an otherworldly glow. After the 10 figures emerged, they autonomously floated before Suemo, suspended in the air. Master. Upon witnessing their forms, the name of a type of undead creature sprang to his mind. Lich. According to the Dark Tome's records, liches could be divided into 2 categories. One type involved necromancers who transformed themselves into undead beings through certain means, while the other was the kind before him, born solely from resentment. This type of lich possessed a greater affinity for necromantic magic compared to those transformed from necromancers. It could be said that they were inherently destined to become necromancers, capable of casting virtually any form of necromantic spell. With the presence of these liches, he could continuously cast necromantic summoning spells upon the corpses of zombies, thereby bolstering this undead army. As the 10 liches came into existence, the glow of the magical array enveloping the entire city gradually diminished until it finally vanished. Sumo's figure slowly descended from the sky. The moment his body made contact with the ground, it disintegrated into ashes, scattering into the ether. Boss. The 3 women approached. As his body dissipated, Sumo's luminous soul appeared in the same spot. He had not anticipated that casting this spell would result in the destruction of his physical form. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the magic had been successfully completed. The remaining tasks could now be handled by the 3 women and the 10 liches. Furthermore, should the need arise, he could return to this world at any time. Although his counterpart in this parallel world had perished, he could still utilize the power of the contract, entering the body of any one of the 3 women as a medium to manifest in this realm. Of course, this meant forcibly occupying their bodies. While an incompatible body would hinder his strength, the presence of these undead troops negated the necessity for him to intervene personally. He turned to the 3 women, relaying his instructions before gradually fading from sight. Chapter 74. Millions of points, Tier 3 Original Force Battle Armor. Within the Star Tower, Sumo's body floated, slowly opening his eyes. He then descended to the ground. System. Open the attribute panel. During the recent casting of the spell, he had to concentrate fully on controlling the energy, and having muted the notification sound for acquiring points, he was now uncertain whether the undead he had transformed counted towards his points. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a transparent attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Suemo, age: 20 years, strength: 1,495 tons, speed: 1,410 ms, telekinesis: 1,280 tons, special ability: space freezing, points: 115,38200, level: Planetary Tier 1. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in the points column, Suemo felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, nearly jumping for joy. Over 10 million points. The total points he had acquired previously had scarcely exceeded 200,000, not even enough to account for the decimal of this sum. Now, having amassed such a staggering amount at once, he felt as though he had struck it rich overnight. Eager to access the shop, he suddenly sensed someone entering the room outside the Star Tower. Suemo abandoned his plan to redeem items, swiftly vanishing from the Star Tower. He appeared in the villa, immediately spotting Annie sitting in the living room with a forlorn expression. Sensing movement behind her, Annie turned abruptly, and upon seeing Suemo standing behind the sofa, a radiant smile broke across her face. Leaping from the sofa, she dashed over and threw herself into his embrace, her voice tinged with emotion as she spoke. Suemo sensed something was amiss with her demeanor and gently stroked her head. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Annie shook her head, freeing herself from his embrace to scrutinize his face seriously. A smile replaced her earlier sadness. "Nothing, I just missed you a bit." Upon hearing this, Suemo let out a sigh of relief, grinning as he replied, "It's only been a few days. Look at how anxious you've become." "A few days?" Annie murmured in confusion. As Suemo beheld the expression etched upon the other person's face, an ominous premonition stirred within his heart. He lifted his gaze towards the clock mounted on the living room wall. Scrutinizing the date inscribed upon it, October 28, 2008, Had more than 2 months elapsed? A look of astonishment graced Sumo's features. He recalled vividly that Wanda's university commenced in August, coinciding with the time he had employed the dream-walking technique. His sojourn in that alternate realm had barely spanned a week. "How long have I been gone?" Sumo inquired of Annie, nestled in his embrace. 73 days. This implies that time in the two worlds is approximately 10 to 1. Sumo mused inwardly, simultaneously relieved that he hadn't lingered excessively in that realm. "Why, dear?" Annie roused Sumo from his contemplative state. "After 2 months apart, is there nothing you wish to do?" Sumo, upon hearing her words, noticed the glimmer of desire in her eyes, feigning a look of sudden realization. He adopted a fierce expression, exclaiming, "There are more things in need of watering than just the flowers at home." With that, he unceremoniously pushed her onto the sofa. How splendid it is to be in one's own body. Feeling invigorated, Sumo stepped outside the training room. His physical prowess was unmatched by any counterpart in that other world. According to Captain America, he could endure a prolonged contest with anyone. Just as he was about to enter the training room, Shang-Chi appeared beside him, beaming with a smile. "Master, wouldn't it be a tad dull to be alone in the training room? Would you like a sparring partner? One with customizable outfits? No less." With that, she twirled a few times, her attire shifting continuously. Everything from black stockings and office lady attire to sailor suits and nurse uniforms. The array left Sumo utterly speechless. "You should refrain from indulging in such absurdities online during your free time." With that, he turned on his heel and entered the training room. Shang-Chi gazed at the closed door, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "But I've seen that many people online seem to enjoy this sort of thing." Once inside the training room, Sumo suppressed the restless emotions bubbling within him. Having an excessively strong physique was not without its drawbacks. For instance, he had completely lost the ability to enter the sage time. After a brief moment of calm, he opened the shop to earnestly search for items to enhance his strength. First and foremost, he sought items to elevate his power. Before achieving immortality, there was no need to squander time accumulating energy gradually. The number of treasures capable of enhancing planetary-level strength was indeed vast. After a brief search, an array of treasures appeared before him. Qianlong grass, crimson flame fruit, star leaf cold dew. The sheer variety dazzled Sumo. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an item named the Planetary Nutrient Chamber. Planetary Nutrient Chamber. Equipped with a special spiritual liquid, it can elevate a planetary-level first stage to the 9th stage within 1 month. Required points for exchange, 500,000. With only 1 month, required to ascend from the 1st to the 9th stage of planetary level. This was the shortest time expenditure among all the treasures he had encountered. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Sumo resolved firmly. Purchase. Possessing over 10 million points, Sumo was indeed affluent. After exchanging for the nutrient chamber, he continued browsing the shop. The nutrient chamber would enhance his physical capabilities, but he also needed to elevate his mental power to planetary level 9. In the end, Sumo selected a spiritual liquid named Azure Wave Marrow. Each drop of this liquid cost 100,000 points. To ascend from planetary level 1 to 9 required a full 10 drops. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Azure Wave Marrow 10, consuming 1 million points. After exchanging for both items, Sumo did not rush to use them but continued to browse the system shop. Enhancing combat power encompassed various aspects. Besides personal strength, another factor was weaponry and equipment. Soon, a notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tier 3 Origin Force Battle Suit, Feather God Armor, consuming 2,600,000 points. The Feather God Armor, akin to the Black God set, could change its appearance at will. It was not that he was unwilling to exchange for a higher-grade battle suit. Rather, with his planetary-level Origin Force, he could only utilize up to Tier 3 armaments and weapons. With a thought, a white, feather-like object over 50 centimeters long materialized in Sumo's hand. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto it. In an instant, the enormous feather transformed into a viscous liquid, adhering to Sumo's form. It then spread across his body, and in no time, under his command, it morphed into a suit that enveloped him entirely. Chapter 75. Fair competition? The battle suit shifted its shape according to his thoughts, ultimately transforming into a tailored suit adorning his frame. Much like the Black God set, the Feather God Armor could reduce incoming force by 90%. The only difference was that the Feather God Armor had a higher threshold. It could still diminish the attacks of Domain Lord-level adversaries by 90%, whereas the Black God set's defensive limit was merely against stellar-level assaults. Having familiarized himself with the Feather God armor, Suemo did not hasten to exchange further items. He decided to wait until all points from the apocalyptic world were credited before considering which treasures to acquire. Given the ever-increasing number of undead legions, it was likely that within a month, he could eradicate all the zombies in that world. Even with the tenfold time disparity between the two realms, it would only amount to roughly a year in this world. Pennsylvania State University, a certain academic building. Wanda descended the stairs, clutching several books. "Wanda, wait up!" Just as she was about to reach the bottom, a man hurried down from above. Upon hearing the voice, Wanda's face darkened momentarily. She quickened her pace down the stairs, seemingly ignoring him. Despite her efforts, a figure swiftly caught up and blocked her path. The man wore a checkered shirt and denim pants. After pausing, he retrieved 2 concert tickets from his messenger bag. "Wanda, I have 2 tickets to a concert. Would you like to join me tonight?" As she gazed at the man obstructing her way, a flicker of annoyance crossed Wanda's eyes. "Scott, I have reiterated this countless times. Please address me by my surname. We are not familiar enough for that." In America, addressing someone typically involved using their surname, with first names reserved for those with whom one had a close relationship. Furthermore, I am married, and I love my husband dearly. I have neither the interest nor the inclination to attend any concert with you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future, or I will have no choice but to contact the authorities. With that, Wanda disregarded Scott's displeased expression, grasped the arm of a nearby classmate, and maneuvered around him as she proceeded downstairs. Scott watched her retreating figure, inhaling deeply, and his demeanor returned to normal, accompanied by a faint smile. He pursued her once more. From the moment he first spotted Wanda stepping out of a red Ferrari, he had resolved to win her affection. After all, he believed that during his university years, he might never encounter a woman so beautiful and wealthy again. As for her claims of marriage, he dismissed them entirely. He had already investigated and discovered that Wanda was a freshman this year, at such a young age, and with her wealth, how could she possibly have entered matrimony? It was merely an excuse to reject him. He was convinced that if he persisted, he would eventually win her over. The momentary embarrassment he experienced was of little consequence. Should all else fail, he would resort to more desperate measures. Downstairs, as Wanda stepped outside, she noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Her face lit up with surprise, and she sprinted a few steps, leaping into his embrace. "Darling, what brings you here?" Suemo handed her the flowers he held. Regardless of age, every woman's mood would elevate several notches upon receiving flowers. This was a lesson he had learned over the years. "Of course, it's because I missed you," Suemo said, gently stroking her hair with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Wanda pecked him lightly on the cheek, then, as if remembering something, she pulled in the girl beside her. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Sky." With that, she also introduced Suemo to her friend. At that moment, Suemo turned to face the girl, and in that instant, their expressions shifted simultaneously. It was. Sky instantly recognized that this was the very person who had peered at her while she bathed through a peculiar portal in her bathroom. "Indeed, I am Wanda's husband." At that moment, Sky also came to a realization. Although she had been taken advantage of during their last encounter, she could surmise from his expression that it had not been intentional. After all, they had never met before, and who would make a peeping hole large enough for just one person? Wanda noticed the peculiar expression on Sky's face and inquired with confusion, "What's this? Do you two know each other?" "Not at all. I just thought your husband looked somewhat familiar." Wanda chuckled awkwardly at this, casting a sidelong glance at Suemo, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. "Indeed, my dear, my husband was once a frequent guest of the magazine Flower Boy." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Suemo did not engage in a rebuttal, but rather shifted the topic with great directness. "Well, let's refrain from discussing these unpleasant matters. The hour is late. Let us first indulge in some food." Wanda and her companion nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure hastily approached from behind. As Scott drew nearer, his gaze fell upon Suemo and the flower-bearing Wanda, his expression shifting dramatically. "Who is this?" Wanda, noticing Scott's relentless pursuit, displayed a flicker of anger on her face. "What business is it of yours? Are we familiar in any way?" With that, she clung to Sumo's arm, preparing to depart together. Suemo cast a cold, piercing glance at the man. The events that had transpired upstairs were vividly etched in his mind through his telepathic abilities. Initially, he had intended to send someone to deal with Scott, but he was taken aback by the man's audacity. With this thought, he turned to Wanda and said, "Should you encounter any such troublesome matters again, please do inform me, or you may call Avril. She will assist you in resolving these issues." Upon hearing this, Wanda quickly offered an explanation. "I merely felt it unnecessary to trouble you, and I assumed that after rejecting him, he would relent." Suemo reached out to soothe her, then approached the man. Seeing Suemo stride forward, Scott's face momentarily betrayed a hint of panic, though he soon regained his composure. "Brother, let's compete fairly." At this, Suemo couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He had no intention of allowing such an unstable element to remain close to Wanda. "If you relish competition so much, I shall grant you the opportunity to compete for soap in prison." With that, a peculiar purple glimmer flickered in his eyes. Scott's expression faltered, and he turned away, dazed. Chapter 76. Planetary Level 9. Wanda and her companion breathed a sigh of relief as Scott departed. However, she was surprised that Suemo had let him go so easily. After all, he appeared to be such an accommodating person during their previous encounters. After bidding farewell to Scott, Wanda drove her Ferrari away from the villa. Once the car was out of sight, she inquired, "Do you know Scott from before?" "No, I certainly do not," Suemo refuted. This was not a lie, as he truly did not recognize Scott. Had he not sensed the man's unusual demeanor, he would not have identified him at all. Wanda seemed somewhat unconvinced, but she refrained from pressing further. After dinner, within the confines of the villa, Suemo produced a palm-sized black glove, extending it towards Wanda. "What is this?" Wanda asked, her face a mask of confusion as she accepted it, gazing curiously at Suemo. "Just drip a drop of blood onto it." Upon hearing Suemo's words, Wanda's eyes brightened with recognition. The last time she had needed to draw blood, it was for a storage ring still adorning her finger. Clearly, this was yet another artifact of a similar nature. Without hesitation, she retrieved a dagger from her storage ring and made a slight incision on her finger. As she winced slightly, a drop of blood fell onto the black glove, which absorbed it. In an instant, the glove transformed into a liquid form that flowed over her, and soon after, a crimson trench coat adorned her frame. "My dear, this is simply marvelous." After spending 2 days in Wanda's company, Suemo finally took his leave. At the villa's entrance, Sonia watched Suemo depart, rubbing her darkening eye circles, and sighed with relief. After much persuasion from Wanda, she had ultimately decided to stay. It was only later that she discovered Wanda was a student at the same university. However, over the past couple of days, she had endured considerable torment at night, struggling to sleep amid the persistent sounds from next door. Coupled with the need to wash bed linens in the morning and attend classes during the day, she felt fortunate that the visitor had left after just 2 days. Otherwise, she feared she might soon reach her breaking point. Noticing Sonia's dark circles, Wanda blushed and apologized. "I'm so sorry for causing you to lose rest these past couple of days." Sonia quickly waved her hand dismissively. "No, it's only fair. After all, this is your home, and it is I who have intruded upon you." After speaking, Sonia glanced at Wanda's now rosy complexion and couldn't help but wonder if there was indeed something extraordinary at play. As a dedicated artisan, a sense of curiosity began to bloom within her. Sonia harbored a secret. She was, in fact, a mutant, possessing the ability to read and alter the memories of others. She had even adopted a moniker for herself, akin to Magneto and Mystique, calling herself the Dreamweaver. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she promptly dismissed it. No, Wanda had kindly taken her in. She could not simply pry into the privacy of another. While Sonia was lost in her thoughts, Wanda suddenly exclaimed, holding her phone up excitedly. Before Sonia could inquire, Wanda thrust the phone before her. "Take a look at this." Sonia glanced at the news on the phone. A freshman named Scott from the State University has been arrested for bank robbery and is expected to face 25 years of incarceration. "Is this the same person who has been bothering you?" Sonia asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Wanda had mentioned this during their casual conversations, and thanks to her remarkable memory, she immediately recognized the name. Wanda nodded in affirmation. Death Island. Returning to the training chamber, Suemo accelerated time tenfold and retrieved the nutrient pod. The pod was a sleek, silver structure, over 3 meters long. exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. After studying the manual for a while, Sumo comprehended how to utilize the nutrient pod. Pressing a button on one side of the pod, the door opened. Inside, approximately 50 centimeters deep, was a pale green liquid that held the key to elevating him to planetary level 9. Stripping off his clothing, Sumo reclined within. As the door sealed, the liquid inside the pod seemed to activate, surging into his body. Sumo closed his eyes, commencing his training with the Divine Demon Codex. A year and a half swiftly passed on Death Island. A dramatic transformation had taken place. A vast array of buildings had emerged at the island's center. However, the population had significantly dwindled a year prior. Soldiers who completed their training had ventured under Soren's leadership to various corners of the world, hunting to earn Sumo points. After more than a year of diligent training, the 9 of them had all ascended to the rank of battle general, while their subordinates had all reached at least the level of novice warriors. After all, daily consumption of beast meat had dramatically enhanced their capabilities. Even a teacup dog could now overpower a tiger. At present, only a handful of mutants, including White Queen, remained on the island, along with the researchers. All security had been replaced by sentinel robots in the training chamber of the Star Tower. Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Although only a year had passed in the outside world, due to the accelerated time within the Star Tower, he had experienced a full 15 to 16 years. In just 2 months, both his mental and physical prowess had reached planetary level 9. However, after years of relentless effort, his Thunderblade had advanced to the 20th layer, while the Divine Demon Codex had reached the 40th layer. Yet, he remained ensnared at the pinnacle of planetary level, unable to break through. This was to be expected. According to the Devouring method, relying solely on external forces for enhancement would lead to such a predicament. The transition from the 9th tier of each level to the next was exceedingly arduous. And being stuck for decades was not unusual. Upon reaching stellar level, it was likely that he would never break through to cosmic level without unforeseen circumstances. The reason Lord Luo could swiftly advance through the nutrient pod was due to the existence of his Golden Horn doppelganger. With the Golden Horn as the core, as long as the inner world of the Golden Horn flourished, the growth of his human body would face no bottlenecks. Sumo had anticipated this situation long ago and had devised a similar countermeasure. After over a year, the zombies in another world had all been eradicated. With this thought, Sumo mentally called out, System, open the attribute panel. Chapter 77. 6 billion points, cultivating the beast god avatar. As soon as he uttered the words, the familiar attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Sumo, air age, 21 years, strength, 300,000 tons, speed, 100,000 ms, mental power, 300,000 tons, special ability, space freezing, points, 6,003,538,200, level, planetary level 9, gazing at the points column. Sumo's face registered shock. 6 billion points, far more than he had anticipated. According to the information obtained from that world, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, the global population was roughly around 67 billion. This meant that after the outbreak, 6 billion humans had succumbed to the virus and transformed into zombies. Initially, he had been concerned about not having enough points to exchange for the abilities he had set his sights on. But now, that worry dissipated. With that in mind, he opened the marketplace and sought the abilities he had long coveted. Innate ability, clones. Ignoring all rules, it allows the creation of 5 clones, each equivalent in level to the original. As long as one clone survives, the others can be rapidly reconstituted. Points required for exchange, 5 billion. This extraordinary innate ability demands a staggering 5 billion points. Such a sum could almost be exchanged for a common supreme treasure. However, in Sumo's eyes, this capability far surpasses those ordinary treasures. The crux lies in its ability to disregard any rules. Whether it be flesh, energy, or the embodiment of rules, all can be nurtured as clones. Though the Golden Horned Beast possesses a cloning ability as well, it pales in comparison to this. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo chose to exchange for this ability. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate skill, clones, consuming 5 billion points. In an instant, a peculiar wave manifested around Sumo, dissipating almost as quickly as it appeared. Yet, he sensed deep within that he had gained the power to nurture clones. After this exchange, Sumo did not pause, but instead sought out a genetic sample within the marketplace. Time-Space Beast God Genetic Sample. The time-space beast god is one of the innate beast gods. A fusion of the laws of time and space. Points required for exchange, 1 billion. This was a combination he had long envisioned, utilizing this cloning ability to nurture one of the innate beast gods. The time-space beast god. Upon reaching the stellar level, he could begin to comprehend the laws. Coupled with the time and space gems within this world, Suemo did not hesitate to embark on the path of merging the two laws. Though this path is relatively the most arduous, it is also the most powerful. If one cannot achieve the utmost strength even with a cheat, what is the point of having it? It must be noted that the time-space beast god is the natural embodiment of the laws of time and space, inherently the master of the universe. Although the being nurtured through innate ability would be akin to himself, merely planet level, it is likely that the affinity for the two laws would remain unchanged. Furthermore, with this unique life form in the universe, boasting a perfect genetic tier of 10,081 times, even at the planet level, it could likely contend with cosmic-level beings based solely on its divine body. The reason for prioritizing the cloning ability was also to facilitate the cultivation of the tome that enhances genetic tiers, 9 Calamities Secret Tome. It is known that the 9 Calamities Secret Tome can break the genetic tier limit of less than 100 times below the Realm Master level, making its cultivation exceedingly challenging. Moreover, each failure in cultivation results in the collapse of the body's genes. Without the cloning secret, even possessing hundreds of lives would not suffice for consumption. After consuming another 1 billion points, Suemo gazed at the mere 3 million points remaining, shaking his head in resignation. A total of 6 billion points had been nearly depleted in an instant. However, every sacrifice was worthwhile. He beheld a test tube containing a strange liquid in his hand. Is this the beast god genetic sample? Without a hint of hesitation, Suemo extracted the sample and activated his innate ability. In an instant, countless streams of light began to rapidly converge around the liquid's center. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal cocoon of flowing light, 2 meters in diameter, appeared before him. As the cocoon continued to expand, Suemo hastily contemplated summoning Xing-Ji. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xing-Ji materialized beside him. As the spirit of the Star Tower, no movement could escape her notice. The moment Suemo began nurturing the clone, she had already sensed the commotion. Xing-Ji gazed at the massive cocoon with a look of astonishment, instantly discerning its essence. Nurturing clones? Innate beast god. Even she, unaware of the extent of her own powers, found herself somewhat astonished. While she had witnessed the usurpation of an innate beast god, it was her first time seeing one nurtured through cloning secret arts. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. The giant cocoon had expanded to the size of a room, and any further hesitation would cause it to touch the walls of the training chamber. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding scenery transformed instantly. The two of them, along with the cocoon, found themselves amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, where ample space existed for it to grow. Hours later, the cocoon had expanded to over 30 kilometers in diameter, only ceasing its growth at that point. Once the expansion was complete, the cocoon stabilized, though streams of light continued to flow into it. After waiting for half an hour, the cocoon showed no signs of further change. It seemed that this nurturing process was not something that could be completed in a short time. However, Xing-Ji, beside him, inquired, "How did you achieve this?" Her gaze was filled with surprise. "A secret." Suemo smirked, relishing the moment of surprise. Returning to the training chamber, Suemo glanced at the remaining 3 million points. Without hesitation, he consumed another 3 million points to exchange for a third-tier top-grade psychic weapon, the Qianji disc. The Qianji disc is a nearly 1-meter diameter metallic disc, entirely assembled from 10,081 pocket swords. It possesses 3 layers of forms. The first layer, the Rift Sword, requires a psychic amplitude of over 20 to utilize, capable of enhancing the base amplitude of psychic energy by 5-fold. Given his current psychic energy of 300,000 tons and an amplitude of 40, the total impact could reach 12 million tons, and with the Rift Sword's amplification, it could soar to 60 million tons. The second layer, Star S.H.I.E.L.D, requires a psychic amplitude of 35 or higher for cultivation. The final layer, Qianji, necessitates an amplitude of 80. As Suemo delved into the Qianji disc, in the very center of Death Island, a training hall bore witness to Raven casting a menacing look at Magneto. At that moment, Magneto, Eric, lay bruised and battered upon the ground. As part of his joining conditions, Raven would thrash Magneto once a month. Without the use of his powers, Magneto's combat skills fell far short of Raven's. At this moment, as Eric gasped on the ground, he noticed a spatial door slowly opening not far from them. A man with purple skin emerged from within, followed by a woman clad in a purple bodysuit with a red belt. Her long black hair tied back. Upon seeing this, Raven halted her poised kick and eyed the two with suspicion. "Who are you?" The man smiled slightly upon hearing her question. "Me? I am here to save you." Chapter 78, Apocalypse and Psylocke. Seeing this, Eric managed to rise from the ground. Unlike Raven and the White Queen and others, who were mutant beings with bodily mutations that slowed their aging, he still appeared as if he were in his 20s or 30s. His body, however, had aged like that of an ordinary human. If not for Raven's restraint moments before, he might not have been able to stand at all. Despite this, merely standing took him a good 10 seconds. Observing Magneto's state, the man stepped closer. "It seems we shall return disappointed this time." Just then, Emma strode in from outside. With her current telepathic abilities, she sensed their presence the moment they appeared on the island. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" Emma asked cautiously, feeling the powerful energy emanating from the man's body. After searching her mind for some time, she found no information on this man. However, she was familiar with the woman behind him, Psylocke, another mutant with telepathic powers, albeit with a focus on the materialization of psychic energy into weapons. Upon seeing Emma enter, the man's eyes brightened. "I can feel your power. It is astonishingly strong." "Stop the theatrics," Emma responded with an impatient expression, perceiving the man as a lunatic rambling nonsensically. A glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes as she activated her telepathic abilities. At the same moment, Psylocke, standing behind Apocalypse, also activated her psychic powers. Although their focuses differed, Psylocke's abilities could still withstand the White Queen's control. Of course, this was before the White Queen practiced the secret techniques S.H.I.E.L.D provided. Upon contact, Psylocke's expression shifted. The telepathic powers enhanced by Apocalypse were beyond her capacity to resist. She could barely hold on for less than half a minute before her countenance became vacant. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, the oldest of the mutants, was momentarily stunned. In the realm of the mind, he regarded the White Queen's imposing presence with immense pressure. "These nonsensical words, save your explanations for my superior." With that, silver threads began to wrap around Apocalypse. Seeing the disdain in the man's gaze, Apocalypse felt his authority had been disdained. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You foolish mutant! It seems my authority has been forgotten over the years." Before he could finish, the silver threads ensnared him completely, yet Apocalypse remained unfazed. "You know nothing of my power." With that, his body began to swell in an attempt to break free from the restraint of the threads. The White Queen, upon hearing such familiar words, thought back to the last one who had said something similar. If it weren't for their remaining usefulness, their ashes would have been scattered long ago. However, the ancient being known as Apocalypse, having existed for thousands of years, clearly relies not merely on boastfulness. As his physical form grew stronger, the threads entwined around him gradually began to rupture. Emma, witnessing this scene, displayed a hint of surprise upon her features. After over a year of training under the illusionary magic techniques imparted by S.H.I.E.L.D, she could rightfully be regarded as the foremost telepath among her peers. Even in the presence of Professor X, she was confident in her ability to control him within a mere 3 minutes. Yet, this mutant before her managed to break free from her grasp. Despite the apparent lack of finesse in his escape, relying solely on overwhelming mental strength, Emma's expression turned serious. In contrast, Apocalypse appeared even more astonished. As the first mutant, he had encountered countless telepaths over the years. While he possessed similar abilities, his strengths lay primarily in mind reading and consciousness alteration. Nonetheless, he prided himself on his proficiency in manipulating others' consciousness, rivaling any mutant specializing in that domain. Yet, this was the first time he felt genuinely threatened by a telepath. As he observed the multitude of threads surging toward him once again, a flicker of retreat crossed his mind. It was crucial to note that while his consciousness was ensnared here, his physical form remained outside. Surrounded by adversaries, trapped within this mental space, unless he expelled the opposing force, he would be unable to regain control of his body. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in his gaze. He explosively channeled a portion of his mental energy, sacrificing his own mental fortitude to expel the White Queen from his mindscape. Upon regaining his senses, Apocalypse wasted no time in activating his teleportation ability. A portal opened, and he swiftly leaped into it. Emma's expression shifted as she watched him vanish, letting out a sigh. Her training time had evidently been too brief, in the face of his vastly superior mental power. She found herself unable to fully subdue him. Observing the still dazed Blink, Emma instructed the two staff members behind her. They nodded and promptly approached, fastening a black collar around her neck. Additionally, she ordered them to restrain her limbs. Acknowledging that this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, just as she was about to exit, the White Queen reiterated her instructions before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, Apocalypse had the capacity to enhance other mutants. However, from their recent encounter, she sensed that this time was different. Soon after, the two individuals burdened with the mutant suppression collars were tossed into an adjacent room and secured. The hall was left with only Raven and Eric. Raven, gazing at the silver-haired Eric, found herself lacking the will to engage further, and thus turned to exit. A day later, Suemo emerged from the Star Tower. After about 10 days of practice, he had become adept at wielding the first layer of the Shinji disc and had even begun to demonstrate the second layer. In an instant, he appeared several kilometers above the sea, gazing at a small island roughly 1 square kilometer in size. As the Shinji disc materialized beside him, he channeled his mental energy into it. The disc swiftly transformed into 10,081 miniature swords, which then reconfigured into a colossal sword over 3 meters long. With his mental energy fully activated, the patterns on the sword's surface ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a resounding explosion echoed from the distant island. Under Sumo's watchful gaze, the island was obliterated into fragments, which gradually sank into the depths over a 5-kilometer radius. Chapter 79. Slave Chip. This commotion instantly stirred the inhabitants of Death Island. However, under the White Queen's soothing presence, they gradually regained their composure. The sheer scale of the destruction, unnoticed until now, led the White Queen to surmise that Suemo was the architect behind it. Suemo, on the other hand, had not anticipated such immense power. The first layer of the Rupture Sword possessed 2 distinct methods of attack: impact and penetration. Each method emphasized different aspects. The impact, as demonstrated earlier, involved the colossal sword's smaller swords aligning like fish scales upon contact, increasing resistance against the target and dispersing mental energy outward, creating a significant shockwave. This method primarily focused on area damage. The other method, penetration, maintained a streamlined sword body, concentrating force at the blade's tip for maximum single-target damage. However, against larger targets, it would inflict piercing damage. Satisfied, Suemo nodded. Moments later, he found himself in the White Queen's chamber on the island. Emma, holding a wine glass, regarded Suemo with a languid tone. By the way, yesterday, a man and woman intruded on the island, she said, handing Suemo a file. The other is also a mutant, yet I could find no information on them. Their power is formidable. Even I couldn't contain them. Suemo opened the document, gazing at the blue face depicted in the photograph. Apocalypse. In Egypt, within the ruins of a pyramid, Apocalypse wore an expression of existential doubt. A faint sense of weakness still coursed through his mind, the result of being confined beneath the pyramid for millennia. It was only due to a team of archaeologists that he had the chance to see the light of day once more. Initially, he had anticipated reassembling the 4 horsemen and staging a triumphant return, yet he found himself ensnared, unable to gather the horsemen. The once mighty progenitor of mutants, seemingly invincible among his kind, now felt the weight of vulnerability. In this world, only the White Queen, who had mastered the illusionary magic, seemed capable of subduing him. Unfortunately, upon his emergence, he had inadvertently sought her out first. It was not a matter of incompetence, but rather an unfortunate twist of fate. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Recognizing her formidable telepathic abilities, he could devise a counter-strategy. In the laboratory on Death Island, Suemo observed Blink, restrained by several collars, clad in a purple outfit reminiscent of a ninja's garb. She certainly caught the eye of any man at first glance. Suemo had no inquiries to make. According to the narrative of the X-Men, Apocalypse was supposed to be unearthed by an archaeological team after the timeline was reset, subsequently reuniting with Storm, Blink, Angel, and Old Man Logan to form the 4 Horsemen anew. However, It appeared that he had emerged prematurely for some unknown reason, seeking to recruit Blink before being repelled by the White Queen. Regrettably, she had swiftly produced a slave chip, extracting a drop of Blink's blood and allowing it to merge with the chip. Slave chip, a product of mechanical technology. Upon fusion, the subject is entirely controlled while retaining all memories. Wholeheartedly devoted to the master. Required points for exchange, 1,000. Watching the slave chip integrate into her body, Suemo gestured to the two laboratory staff members who promptly approached to remove the suppression collar from her neck. Blink stood, stretching her limbs, and bowed respectfully to Suemo Master. Witnessing this scene, Emma, who had been following Suemo, displayed a look of astonishment. She could sense Blink's genuine loyalty to Suemo, evidently a result of the chip's effects. Suemo confirmed her suspicions, and upon entering, the White Queen eagerly inquired, "What did you just integrate into her?" "Slave chip," Suemo replied casually. Emma's expression shifted as she processed the information. Just from the name, she grasped its implications. She marveled at Suemo's array of peculiar artifacts. After a brief hesitation, she softly asked, "Then why not install such a device on me, given that I control the entire faction? Do you not trust me?" Suemo chuckled lightly at her serious demeanor. "Yes, my woman, of course, I trust you." The primary reason, however, was that in comparison to Suemo, her strength was considerably lacking. Moreover, due to his resistance to telepathic abilities, she posed no threat to him whatsoever. Emma's expression momentarily flickered with emotion. 2 hours later, as Suemo exited the room, he spotted Annie standing a short distance away, her face displaying a hint of displeasure. "I knew it wasn't that simple between you two," Annie muttered. Yet, she chose not to press further. After being Sumo's girlfriend for several years, this was hardly her first encounter with such situations. Besides, they had clarified these matters before becoming a couple, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Suemo refrained from offering explanations and instead asked, recognizing that now was not the time to delve into such discussions. It was better to shift the topic. Annie smiled and replied, "Although you were in seclusion, you still emerged about once a month. After all, under a 20-fold acceleration, almost a year passes outside for each month you spend inside. You need to interact with others occasionally." Once Annie discerned his routine, their relationship flourished. Upon returning to the villa, Suemo assisted the other party in recognizing a set of Black God attire. After Annie experimented with the myriad capabilities of the Black God ensemble, a look of astonishment illuminated her face. "How wondrous!" she involuntarily gasped in amazement. Chapter 80. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is situated within a private estate on Staten Island, New York. The estate spans over 300 acres, featuring a central main building surrounded by lush gardens and verdant lawns. At the far eastern edge lies an artificial lake covering thousands of square meters. As the school bell rang, students of various ages emerged from the classroom building, books in hand, making their way towards the shaded areas by the lake. At that moment, a spatial portal materialized in the courtyard before the building, from which a man donned in a helmet with dark purple skin stepped forth. He was none other than Apocalypse. Having departed from Death Island, to mitigate the influence of the White Queen's telepathic abilities, he had crafted a helmet designed to block mental powers. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive and resolved to seek additional subordinates for assistance. The existence of the X-Men and Xavier's Academy was not regarded as a significant secret in the world. Naturally, he gravitated towards this location. The students regarded Apocalypse's sudden appearance with little surprise. As the majority were mutants, and peculiar-looking mutants were not uncommon, at this juncture, a male teacher noticed the situation and approached. "Hello, may I ask whom you are looking for?" Apocalypse cast a brief glance at him. "An ordinary person." Although the students at Xavier's Academy were mutants, a considerable portion of the faculty, aside from those instructing them in the mastery of their abilities, were ordinary humans recruited by Professor X. Realizing the man's ordinary status, a trace of contempt flickered across Apocalypse's face. With a mere thought, the man in his 30s found himself sinking into the ground, leaving only an arm protruding above the surface. After struggling momentarily, his arm fell lifelessly to the ground. The surrounding students gasped in shock, scattering in all directions. In the principal's office, located on the top floor of the estate, Professor X sat in his wheelchair behind his desk, conversing with Aurora. Suddenly, his expression shifted. As one of the most powerful mutants, he could sense the students' emotions within the academy. Maneuvering his wheelchair to the window, He gazed downward, locking eyes with Apocalypse. The latter's face lit up with excitement. Sensing that the professor's abilities bore some resemblance to those of the woman he had previously encountered. Should he possess this mutant, leveraging his vast mental strength to overcome her would be a trivial matter. Though the helmet shielded him from her influence, for one who fancied himself a god, relying on such a device to defeat her was a humiliation. Inside the office, Aurora glanced at Professor X. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Is something amiss?" she inquired, moving toward the window. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a spatial portal opened beside her, and Apocalypse emerged. Startled, Aurora quickly turned and approached Professor X, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "Who are you?" Apocalypse turned to her, stating, "I am someone who can help you unleash your true potential." With that, his eyes turned white, a harbinger of his impending powers. Aurora's expression changed as she felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, compelling her to float uncontrollably into the air. Professor X's face paled at the sight. Apocalypse's helmet rendered him incapable of influencing Aurora. As the energy surrounding her intensified, he attempted to maneuver his wheelchair forward to intervene, but the tempestuous energy enveloping her thwarted his approach. Regaining her composure, Aurora's face reflected shocked in just over a minute. She perceived her powers had doubled in strength. Staring at Apocalypse in horror, she demanded, "Who are you, truly?" Hearing this, Professor X urged his wheelchair closer. "No, this world belongs to all humanity." Apocalypse ignored him, his gaze shifting as he manipulated Professor X's wheelchair. Causing it to levitate, a spatial portal opened behind him. "Come with me," he commanded Aurora, guiding her and Professor X towards the portal. However, he evidently overestimated his charisma. A bolt of lightning struck before him, blocking his path. Startled, he turned to see Aurora, now transformed from the naive girl he had once manipulated post-enhancement. "Release the professor," she declared, her body rising once more, arcs of lightning flashing around her as she erected a barrier of electricity between them and the portal. Enraged, Apocalypse seethed. "Ah, it seems that after all these years, you mutants have become mere pawns for humanity. It is time for you to awaken." With that declaration, the walls of the room shattered into fragments. Hurtling towards Aurora and sending her flying, at that moment, Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman arrived, alerted by the commotion. Recognizing the unfamiliar Apocalypse and the professor in his grasp, they swiftly grasped the dire situation. Wolverine, Logan, clenched his fists, adamantium claws extending from his fingertips, and without hesitation, charged alongside Colossus. Yet, before they could close the distance, a cascade of debris struck them, sending them sprawling. Iceman's icy projectiles were similarly deflected by Apocalypse's protective barrier. Provoked by their attempts, Apocalypse's fury surged, the humiliation of his prior defeat at the hands of the White Queen flooding back to him. "Prepare to face the wrath of a god," he bellowed, sweeping his arms as the entire structure began to disintegrate into sand, which swirled around like blades. The sand sliced across Wolverine's neck as he propelled himself forward, causing him to emit a raspy gasp as his throat was lacerated. Though the wound rapidly healed, fortunately, the students had already escaped in light of the chaos. Moments later, the entire building had transformed into a tempest of sand under Apocalypse's power. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine found themselves unable to approach the center. As the swirling sand converged upon them, after dodging multiple times, they were ultimately enveloped in sand, leaving only their heads exposed. The swirling yellow sand above gradually settled. "Damn it, let us down," Logan shouted at Apocalypse. "Rest assured, I shall do so. Once you have become my loyal servants." His intentions were clear. After seizing Professor X's abilities, he would dominate them through his mental prowess. Just then, a flash of purple sparks illuminated the scene as another portal opened nearby. "Looks like things are getting lively." Suemo stepped through the portal. Chapter 81. Capturing Apocalypse. Knowing that Apocalypse had set his sights on Death Island, Suemo could not afford to ignore the situation. Should the prepared adversary strike while he was absent, the White Queen and the others on the island might not withstand the assault. The only one capable of counteracting him, the White Queen, could easily find a way to neutralize his powers. After all, he was well aware that Apocalypse possessed the ability to forge helmets that immunized against telepathic abilities. Locating him would not be arduous. Aside from the pyramid ruins in Egypt where he had shifted forms, the most probable location for him to appear was Xavier's academy. Indeed, upon arriving, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing the helmet upon Apocalypse's head, Suemo donned a knowing expression. Professor X initially felt a surge of hope upon seeing the portal, but his expression turned anxious when he realized only Suemo had emerged. Quickly, find Daniel the Guardian. Possessing the ability to read memories, Professor X was acutely aware of the existence of a group of sorcerers in the world. He had personally visited Daniel, the Guardian of the New York Sanctum, and had marveled at the wonders of magic. Seeing this familiar method of arrival, albeit with a slightly different hue of the portal, he instinctively associated the two, though he had never encountered the young sorcerer before him. He assumed that, generally speaking, the mastery of magic deepens with age, and thus this 20-something youth could not possibly be a great sorcerer. Hence, he called out. Apocalypse turned at the sound, and upon seeing Suemo, he immediately sensed that the latter was not one of the mutants, a lowly ordinary human, not even worthy of becoming my servant. With that, Apocalypse manipulated the yellow sand at his feet, directing it towards Suemo's throat. As the sand approached, Suemo remained motionless, prompting a shift in Professor X's expression. This is bad. According to the current circumstances, it was evident that this sorcerer would not escape. A trace of scorn crossed Apocalypse's face. Upon initially encountering the composed demeanor of the other individual, I had presumed them to be a person of considerable significance. Little did I anticipate that they were, in fact, a mere wastrel. With this realization, Tianchi turned to enter the spatial portal behind him. However, as he pivoted, he was taken aback to find Suemo already standing directly in front of him, causing a sudden jolt of alarm within him. When had the other party arrived? It is worth noting that among his acquired abilities was dynamic vision, which allowed him to perceive movement. Yet he had failed to detect Suemo's trajectory. A foreboding sensation crept into his mind, prompting him to hastily retreat. Alas, it was evidently too late. Before he could fully comprehend Suemo's actions, the latter's fist had already reached him. Fortunately, in the final moment, he managed to conjure a violet protective shield. Suemo's fist struck the shield with such force that it shattered instantaneously, and the fist, imbued with the might of 10,000 tons, slammed into his shoulder. Boom! Tianchi's body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a crater of several dozen meters in diameter. This was merely due to Suemo exerting 1/3 of his strength. Had he unleashed 300,000 tons of force, a single blow could have easily dispatched the opponent. Even with just 1/3 of his power, the 10 tons of force, after being mitigated by the shield, was still sufficient to render Tianchi unconscious. As Tianchi fell into the great pit, Suemo effortlessly lifted the already unconscious figure. The armor that had adorned him had mysteriously vanished upon shattering. Thankfully, the other possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability. Otherwise, this strike could have cost him his life. So fragile. Suemo mused, observing the disheveled state of his opponent. In his view, this being, as the progenitor of mutants endowed with a plethora of abilities, should have been more resilient, if not capable of matching him in combat. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat from a mere casual blow. To be fair, Tianchi's exhibited powers seemed astonishing, as he could effortlessly manipulate sand to erect a colossal pyramid. Yet, such abilities, akin to those of Magneto, were of a specialized nature and bore no relation to physical strength or durability. Much like Magneto, who could maneuver the enormous Golden Gate Bridge with magnetic prowess, he would still succumb to physical confrontation from the shapeshifter Raven. Despite possessing super speed and strength, Tianchi was already a formidable opponent, with physical prowess that could rival the Hulk in direct confrontation. Surviving under such force was a testament to the opponent's strength, not a reflection of his inadequacy. It was simply a matter of Suemo's overwhelming might. After all, in the early stages of the Devourer, he excelled at direct combat. Meanwhile, the fallen Professor X and his companions exchanged glances upon overhearing Suemo's mutterings. The ground had been transformed into a meteorite crater. Yet they were to blame the opponent for lacking resilience? Even Wolverine, known for his sharp tongue, refrained from voicing his thoughts upon hearing Suemo's seemingly pretentious remarks. He could not be certain whether he could withstand such a blow himself. Professor X stared blankly at the unfolding scene, recalling how the Guardian Daniel had mentioned that these sorcerers were not adept in close combat. Was this what they termed a lack of proficiency in close-quarters combat? If a legendary dragon were to arrive, it would likely endure a few slaps as well. Suemo retrieved a slave chip, tainting it with a trace of blood from Tianchi. The latter's recovery speed appeared to be quite rapid. Within moments, his chest began to swell anew, as Suemo watched the chip transform into a streak of light and enter Tianchi's forehead. He let his grip on the opponent's neck slacken and turned to face Professor X. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Professor X promptly maneuvered his wheelchair closer. "Thank you for your assistance. Please extend my regards to Guardian Daniel." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Sumo's face. Earlier, he had caught mention of Daniel from Professor X, and now the latter was urging him to convey greetings to this individual, Daniel, the Guardian? The New York Sanctum. In an instant, Suemo comprehended that Professor X must have mistaken him for one of the sorcerers from Kamartaj. This was understandable, as to an outsider, his spatial portal bore nearly no distinction from that of Kamartaj, save for its color. With this thought, Suemo chose not to refute the notion. Casting a glance at the chaotic surroundings, he concluded, and with Tianchi in tow, stepped into the portal. Chapter 82. Lies do not harm. Truth is the true blade. New York. A private yacht harbor. The vehicle carrying Suemo and Tony came to a gentle halt. Upon spotting a short-haired woman waiting by the yacht, Sumo's expression shifted. The woman was none other than Black Widow, Natasha. Noticing Sumo's gaze upon Natasha, Tony proudly proclaimed, "This is my newly hired assistant." What do you think? However, from my experience, I advise you not to entertain any notions about her. Assistant? Sumo's face broke into a faint smile. It seemed that the plot of Iron Man 2 had already commenced. Natasha's eyes lit up as she caught sight of Suemo descending from the car. For over a year, he had seemingly vanished, making it impossible to find him. Upon hearing of a task from Stark Industries, she had taken it upon herself to see if she could locate Suemo. Little did she expect to encounter him here. Under Tony's guidance, the two approached the luxurious yacht docked at the harbor. As they passed by Natasha, Tony introduced them to one another. Sumo was well aware that at this juncture, Nick Fury was already planning the formation of the Avengers. Natasha's decision to conceal her identity and work at Stark Industries was primarily to assess Tony's potential as a candidate for the Avengers, and there was no malicious intent behind it. Thus, he had no intention of exposing her true identity. As their handshake gradually loosened, Natasha took the initiative to inquire, "May I have the honor of sharing dinner with you this evening?" Before Suemo could respond, Tony interjected, "What? Why? Ms. Natasha, I've asked you out 3 times, yet you never accepted. You choose to invite Sue instead?" Tony, momentarily questioning his existence, reflected on how he had effortlessly charmed countless actresses and models with his abilities, yet found himself thwarted by this new assistant. He pondered, "What is it about him that makes me inferior? After all, I was building circuit boards at 4, engines at 6, and earned 2 doctoral degrees by 17. His confidence shaken, Tony stared at Natasha, incessantly rambling. Natasha regarded him with a calm demeanor. "Dio, you need me to spell it out for you?" Hearing her composed response, Tony fell silent, lowering his hands. "Fine. I wish you both a delightful dinner. But we currently have no time." With that, he unceremoniously seized Suemo and led him aboard the yacht. Observing Tony's crestfallen expression brought Suemo to the brink of laughter. Even as the yacht departed the harbor, a trace of indignation lingered on Tony's face. "I must say, her taste in aesthetics is rather questionable." Although he begrudgingly acknowledged that he and Suemo had some disparity in appearance, he would never admit it aloud. "Is that so?" Suemo remarked, holding a glass of champagne with a hint of amusement. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Lies do not harm, but the truth cuts like a knife'?" Tony. As the yacht glided into open waters, Tony's spirits lifted considerably while he surveyed the deck filled with women in bikinis. They sat on the observation deck of the yacht, where around a dozen 20-something models were laughing and frolicking. A yacht, naturally, complemented the sight of bikinis. Despite their playful banter, the models intentionally and unintentionally showcased their figures before the two men, well aware that they were among America's elite. They did not aspire to be their girlfriends. Merely spending a night with either of them would significantly alter the course of their lives. If one were to catch the eye of either, they could rest easy for the rest of their days without financial worry. Suemo and Tony leisurely admired the scenery while engaging in light conversation. By the way, next month, I will be heading to Morocco for an F1 race. Care to join? Tony casually suggested. Not interested. Suemo replied, shaking his head. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was likely the race where he would be attacked. Although he knew Tony would ultimately be unharmed, as a friend, he felt compelled to offer a cautionary remark. That race seems rather perilous. I believe it would be prudent for you to don your armor. Tony paused, astonished. Are you joking? Setting aside whether it's even allowed during the race, do you think I cannot handle a mere car? Tony perceived Sumo's words as a challenge to his abilities, questioning his professionalism. After all, he could maneuver a suit of armor, infinitely more complex than a racing car, with the utmost finesse. A car would pose no challenge to him whatsoever. Seeing Tony's animated reaction, Suemo shook his head. All right, since you insist, let's change the subject to something else. Upon hearing Sumo's suggestion, Tony settled back down. If I remember correctly, your will names Pepper Potts as the beneficiary. Right? At this, a wary expression crossed Tony's face. Why are you asking this? Oh, it's nothing really. I just think how fortunate you would be if something were to happen, marrying someone like Pepper. Not only would you be spending your money. Stop. Upon hearing this, Tony hurriedly interrupted Suemo. All right. He shrugged his shoulders. You've successfully moved me. When it comes to persuasion, you certainly possess a unique talent. Hearing this, Suemo chuckled softly. Can I interpret that as a compliment? Certainly. Throughout the morning, the yacht floated upon the open sea. According to the plan, the yacht was to remain at sea for an entire day. Aside from a dozen young models aboard, only a few crew members remained to operate the yacht. Whether it was intentional on Tony's part or not, there was not a single male on board, apart from the two of them, including the crew. After noon, the deck was devoid of any figures. As for the afternoon, it was, of course, time to indulge in seafood. The life of the wealthy is indeed so refreshingly uncomplicated. Chapter 83. The unyielding Natasha in a Western restaurant in Manhattan, New York. Ivy already stated that this is a token of gratitude for your protection of Annie. You need not go the extra mile, Suemo nonchalantly remarked as he stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Absolutely not, Natasha replied with a serious expression. I am being paid by S.I.E.L.D to protect Annie. This is entirely a different matter. Moreover, your gift is far too extravagant. The more she practiced the secret technique Suemo had taught her, the more she could sense its immense power. With her current strength, she found it effortless to deal with her previous 10 selves. As an agent, this undoubtedly significantly enhanced her survival capabilities. Upon hearing this, Suemo remained noncommittal. The first 5 levels of the Thunderblade technique he had imparted did not include the cultivation methods for guidance and gene origin energy. Of course, merely relying on the techniques of the Thunderblade could slowly enhance one's strength. But the extent was limited. It was likely that achieving the level of a junior warrior would be considered a remarkable talent. Even with the amplification of force, one could at most rival the strength of a mid-level warrior. Encountering a soldier who had just entered the ranks of mid-level warriors could potentially spell defeat. After all, techniques for force amplification are ultimately just that. They may amplify several times during an attack. But maintaining such an amplified state would quickly overwhelm the body. A junior warrior's physical strength could hardly endure the combat intensity of a mid-level warrior for long. Taking a sip of red wine, Suemo tentatively inquired, Have you ever considered changing jobs? Natasha was momentarily taken aback. A smile then graced her face. I assume you're not referring to the position at Stark Industries, so you mean to suggest I quit S.H.I.E.L.D and work with you? Suemo nodded. Of course. The reason he provided her with the Thunderblade secret technique was undoubtedly to recruit her. Although she was currently just an ordinary person, her ability to infiltrate the technologically advanced and mutated Avengers indicated a significant point. If she were to receive the super soldier serum, Captain America would certainly not stand a chance against her. Similarly, the Black Widow, endowed with Spider-Man's abilities, could easily overpower the young Spider. After all, the inhumane training conducted in the Red Room had transformed them into natural killing machines. Seeing Suemo's earnest demeanor, Black Widow began to contemplate seriously. Her decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D was largely influenced by her bond with Hawkeye, who had become like a sibling to her and had rekindled a sense of home within her. After a moment's thought, Natasha shook her head. I'm sorry, I truly appreciate your invitation, but I have no plans to leave S.H.I.E.L.D for the time being. If she were to agree so readily, she would no longer be the Black Widow. For now, he was merely planting a seed in her mind. Once S.H.I.E.L.D was disbanded, she would naturally consider this option. After dinner, as they stepped out of the car. Natasha glanced at Suemo, who was seated in the driver's seat, and after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Would you like to come down for a bit? Is it convenient? Suemo feigned hesitation. Of course, I'm home alone. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Glancing at the watch, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Faced with such an overt invitation, Suemo had no reason to refuse. Currently, she was essentially living in Tony's vicinity. Thus, she couldn't stay in the S.H.I.E.L.D. dormitory anymore. Hence, she had rented a small apartment in Manhattan. As Suemo surveyed the tidy surroundings of the room, Natasha had already retrieved a bottle of red wine from the side. Would you like to drink a bit more? Certainly. An hour later, after consuming 2 more bottles of wine, Natasha's face had taken on a slight flush, and her gaze towards Suemo carried an inexplicable meaning. Rising to sit beside Suemo, she asked, So, are you interested in me? Suemo regarded her with a teasing gaze. Natasha chuckled softly. There is indeed a flicker of interest, but merely a flicker, as she spoke. She brushed her fingers across Suemo's face. Suemo would not allow such provocation to go unchallenged. He swiftly pulled her onto his lap. No worries, after tonight, it won't just be a flicker. A sleepless night ensued. It wasn't until the sun began to rise that they finally fell into a deep slumber. However, their sleep was short-lived, as a phone rang nearby. Groggily, Suemo answered the call. Who is it? Suemo? Tony's voice exclaimed from the other end. At the top of Stark Tower. Tony stared incredulously at the number displayed on his phone. He hadn't dialed incorrectly. It was indeed Natasha's number. Suddenly, Tony realized that Suemo and Natasha must be together, and judging by her voice, it was clear she had been roused from sleep. Without a doubt, Tony knew exactly what had transpired the previous night. He had initially intended to call and inquire why Natasha hadn't reported to work at this hour, but never expected to encounter such a situation. In his mind, he could vividly imagine the wildness of the previous night. For they were still asleep at this hour. With these thoughts, Tony felt envy and jealousy bubbling within him, nearly spilling over to Sue. You are utterly outrageous. There are still your shares in the company. How can you let personal matters interfere with the employees' work? This is a serious disruption to the company's normal operations. Before Tony could finish, he heard the dial tone on the other end. Incensed, he nearly hurled his phone across the room. On the other end, Suemo hung up the phone and looked at Natasha, who had now awakened. Natasha's face was etched with fatigue. She glanced at her phone and saw that it was indeed already 10 o'clock in the morning. From last night until now, she had barely slept for 2 hours. Had it not been for her years of training and the enhancements from practicing the Thunderblade technique, she would have likely fainted by now. Observing Suemo, who appeared refreshed and energetic, Natasha's frustration flared. Her unyielding spirit compelled her to pin Suemo beneath her. What are you doing? Suemo asked, watching as she struggled to keep her eyes open. Since you taught me the technique for force amplification, you must be quite adept at it. Seeing Suemo nod, a mischievous smile crept onto Natasha's face. Then you shall personally experience it and see if my method of amplification is correct. Chapter 84. An invitation from Kamartaj. When Suemo left Natasha's home, it was already well past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He drove directly to the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. Suemo's Fox Film and Television Company's New York branch was located within this very building. After taking over the company, Suemo had relocated the headquarters to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at the designated floor of the company, he was greeted at the front desk by an Asian girl, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long silver hair tied in a ponytail cascading down her back, exuding an air of competence mixed with youthful exuberance. Upon noticing Suemo's entrance, the girl stood up. Sir, whom are you looking for? Are you new here? The girl nodded in response, looking at Suemo with curiosity. Who are you? He is our boss, a voice called from inside. Dressed in a sharp business attire, Avril emerged from within, seemingly ready to head out. Hearing Avril's words, the girl quickly turned to Suemo and apologized. I am so sorry, boss. As the front desk attendant, she had inadvertently barred the boss from exiting, and her face turned beet red with embarrassment. Suemo waved his hand dismissively. No worries, you did well. You re diligent and responsible. After saying this, he proceeded inside. As he walked through the office, his employees greeted him warmly. Upon entering his office, Suemo plopped down into the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Exclaiming with a sigh, Avril, Hearing this, retorted with annoyance, "You haven't been to the company in nearly 2 years. Aside from the receptionist, everyone else has been here for at least a year. Has it truly been that long?" Suemo's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment upon hearing this. It seemed that since awakening the system, he had hardly visited the company, delegating all responsibilities to Avril. Although he had previously visited the company occasionally after it got on the right track, he hadn't been back in over a year. It was a stark contrast to his previous visits, where he would drop by a few times a year. In a wonder, Avril's tone carried a hint of resentment. Avril and Sumo were college classmates. After graduation, Avril joined the company as Sumo's assistant. In the workplace, the other party is remarkably meticulous. However, in private, the two share a camaraderie akin to that of good friends, occasionally exchanging harmless jests. This is also the reason why Sumo feels at ease in trusting the company to him. While they were engaged in casual conversation, the receptionist at the front door knocked and entered. "Boss, there's someone outside who claims to be Daniel looking for you." "Daniel? That name sounds oddly familiar." "Wait, the individual is most likely from Camartage. After all, it seems that all the mages in this world, except for dark wizards like himself, hail from Camartage." A few minutes later, in the company's reception room, Sumo encountered the mage named Daniel, a muscular black man with a shaved head. He donned a sleeveless gray robe, revealing his robust arms. Looking at Daniel's well-defined biceps, Sumo found it difficult to associate him with the image of a mage, as most people envision a refined, elderly gentleman with a white beard when they think of mages. Interestingly, it appears that mages in this world often possess a strong physique. This might be related to the nature of mages here, compelling them to engage in physical combat rather than relying solely on magical prowess. Even the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, is no exception. Only the later Doctor Strange seems to differ in this regard, possibly due to his late start in the field and lack of combat skills. Of course, this is merely Sumo's conjecture, yet he believes this possibility is quite substantial. After all, who would prefer to engage in physical skirmishes when they could simply extinguish their foes with a mere gesture? Once the imposing figure of Daniel settled in front of Sumo, he extended his hand. "Daniel, from the Sanctum in New York, a guardian of the Sanctum." Sumo shook his hand. He held no distinct recollection of this individual, as his memories of films from many years ago had long since faded. It did not surprise him that the other could locate him. During his visit to Xavier's Academy, he had not concealed his identity. Given the capabilities of Professor X and his peers, it would not be difficult for them to ascertain his identity. "Professor X is my closest friend. I appreciate your assistance to him last time." Daniel expressed his gratitude. "Think nothing of it. It was merely a fortuitous encounter." Sumo waved his hand dismissively and got straight to the point. Surely, a guardian of the Sanctum wouldn't come solely to express gratitude? He surmised Daniel's intentions, which were likely related to his use of dark magic. Since Daniel had acquired accurate information about him from Professor X, he could not be unaware that the space portals he conjured were not of Camartage magic. "Indeed," Daniel smiled, "that I am here on the orders of the Supreme Mage to invite you to Camartage." "Oh?" Sumo regarded him with a hint of surprise. Given Ancient One's character, it seemed unlikely she would send someone else to convey a message. There was no need to have someone relay an invitation regarding the matter of a mere space portal. Sumo, with a playful smile, inquired, "Does Ancient One require a guardian of the Sanctum to invite me?" At his skepticism, a fleeting look of unease flickered in Daniel's eyes, yet he quickly suppressed it. "Of course not. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you in person." "Is that so?" A glimmer of amusement danced across Sumo's face as he easily detected the hint of anxiety in Daniel's gaze. He was almost certain that Daniel was lying. "Very well, I shall accompany you to Camartage." With a shift in tone, Sumo readily accepted the invitation, intending to discern Daniel's true motives. Given his current strength, he had nothing to fear. Even if Ancient One were to intervene personally, she would not be able to detain him. Even the arrival of Dormammu posed no threat to him. In fact, he would welcome a confrontation, as hiding within the Star Tower would likely incite a response from the entity, leading to a potential opportunity to acquire 2 more volumes of the Dormammu tome, crafted from materials sourced from Dormammu himself. Moreover, he was curious to witness the magical sanctum of Camartage. Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, a flicker of excitement illuminated Daniel's face. After Sumo's initial skepticism, he had anticipated a refusal, yet was pleasantly surprised that Sumo consented to the invitation despite his doubts. "Right this way." Daniel revealed a suspended ring in his hand, and with a flourish, a portal appeared in the room. Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D followed him through. Minutes later, a secretary clad in black entered the empty room, carrying coffee. Where is everyone? Chapter 85. The Supreme Mage's request. Stepping through the space portal, S.H.I.E.L.D found himself in a courtyard adorned with traditional Chinese architectural style, perched atop a mountain. Surrounding him were similar structures. And in a slightly lower courtyard, individuals clad in robes were practicing magic, conjuring golden magical arrays that appeared and vanished before them. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind. Master Daniel, have we received guests? Turning to look, S.H.I.E.L.D saw a bald woman in a yellow robe, holding a small wooden fan, smiling broadly at the two of them. Clearly, she was the Supreme Mage, Ancient One. Upon hearing this, Daniel promptly bowed to Ancient One, then stood beside her, addressing S.H.I.E.L.D. Master Ancient One. This person is a practitioner of dark magic. Ancient One gestured for him to cease speaking. As the Supreme Mage, she was well aware of Daniel's actions and had been waiting for the two of them. Master Daniel, I would like to speak with him privately. Upon hearing this, Daniel hesitated momentarily, bowed to Ancient One, shot S.H.I.E.L.D a piercing glance, and turned to leave. However, S.H.I.E.L.D would not allow him to depart so easily. In a flash, he intended to teach Daniel a lesson. Although coming to this place was his intention, it did not mean he would remain passive in the face of deceit. Wait, Ancient One interjected. A look of apology on her face. I apologize on his behalf. If apologies were effective, then what need would there be for the police? S.H.I.E.L.D remained unmoved, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Ancient One shook her head, refraining from further interference. After all, Daniel had indeed erred in this matter. She pivoted, adopting a battle stance, with golden rings resembling magical arrays appearing in each hand. However, this was of little consequence to S.H.I.E.L.D. Before he could react, his fist had already struck Daniel's abdomen. Daniel vanished in a blur, only to reappear embedded in a mountainside 100 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth, and subsequently lost consciousness. Seeing Daniel in such a pitiful state, Ancient One waved her hand, and his body flew from the mountainside, landing in a distant room. I trust your anger has subsided now. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. Initially, he thought Ancient One might intervene. Although the fault lay with Daniel, he had anticipated the Supreme Mage would protect her subordinate. To his surprise, she allowed him to vent his frustrations. One could only commend the Supreme Mage for her composure. Given her leniency, S.H.I.E.L.D did not press the matter further. His earlier punch would have surely incapacitated an ordinary person. It was fortunate that he had not encountered a betrayal akin to that of Caecilius, who aligned with Dormammu. A few minutes later, S.H.I.E.L.D and Ancient One sat across from each other in a room. She poured tea into his cup. Please, sample this. It hails from your homeland, thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D accepted the cup and took a sip. For someone who typically abstained from tea, it bore little distinction from a low-cost bottled beverage. Over a year ago, the presence of Shumagorath manifested on Earth. It must be related to you, correct? Ancient One set down the teapot, not lifting her gaze as she inquired. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, realizing that Ancient One had sensed Shumagorath's aura when he first appeared with the Darkhold. Now it seems you have not been affected by his dark magic. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at her. Neither have you. Ancient One's hand trembled, causing tea to spill from her cup. She had to draw energy from the dark dimension to sustain her life and resist its encroachment. Strictly speaking, she and S.H.I.E.L.D were not dissimilar. Setting her cup down, Ancient One took a deep breath, her demeanor regaining its calm. Although I sensed your extraordinary nature, I did not expect you to be aware of this. Can mages observe my past and future? S.H.I.E.L.D asked, astonished. Previously, he had inquired with the system, which indicated that under the influence of the Eternal One, all traces of his past had been erased from the timeline. Logically, no one should be able to perceive his past. Not quite. Ancient One shook her head. But therein lies the crux. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, with the Time Stone, Master Gu can observe anyone's past and future. Yet, she remains unable to discern his. This fact alone signifies that he is extraordinary. He pondered why the Master had summoned him to Camartha. A hint of perplexity flickered across Guyi's face. In truth, are you not already aware? It was Daniel who deceived you into coming here. The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted slightly. Master, You should know I am the owner of a film company. With your acting skills, you fall short even compared to the background actors we sign. Given that Gui could peer through the timelines and was aware that Daniel would trick him, if she wished to intervene, it would be effortlessly achievable. Although she could not foresee his subsequent reactions, it was easy to deduce that he would not let Daniel off easily. The other party, risking his own life, had allowed himself to be deceived. Suemo did not believe it to be an act of carelessness. Gui, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile. You are far more astute than I had anticipated. I indeed have matters for which I seek your assistance. Pray tell. Gui filled the teacups of both individuals. Through the time stone, I have foreseen that in a few years, this world will face an invasion from the dark dimension. However, due to the impending end of my life, I am unable to utilize the stone to ascertain future events. Should we fail to prepare adequately, it could lead to the utter destruction of this world. At this juncture, Gui regarded Suemo earnestly. Thus, I hope that if you possess the capability, you could intervene. Hearing this, Suemo was taken aback. Are you saying you cannot observe what occurs after your death? Gui, somewhat resigned, looked at Suemo, whose focus seemed rather peculiar. Indeed, the observational ability of the time stone is not without limitations. It can only perceive matters that are related to oneself. Theoretically, if one wishes to observe a particular individual, that individual must already be connected to oneself. While this may appear as if nothing is beyond reach, in reality, one cannot observe events following their own demise. Everything that transpires thereafter is no longer associated with oneself. Chapter 86. The shock of Master Gui. Such matters need not concern you, Master. I also inhabit this world and, naturally, cannot allow it to be destroyed. Master Gui shook her head. No, safeguarding this world is the responsibility of every supreme sorcerer. Since you have consented, I naturally must offer an appropriate reward. Speak. Is there anything you desire? Gui regarded Suemo earnestly. Upon hearing this, Suemo felt a twinge of unease. It seemed slightly off. Gui appeared rather eager to bestow something. Nevertheless, Suemo was disinclined to concern himself with her intentions. With his strength, as long as he did not wish to undertake a task, no one could compel him. Anything is possible? Sumo's eyes glimmered as he sought confirmation. Let us hear it. I require the time stone. Having resolved to pursue the path of temporal and spatial laws, acquiring the space and time stones was imperative. These two gems would significantly aid him in comprehending the laws. Upon hearing this, Gui showed no hesitation. Certainly, however, it will take a few years. As compensation, you may freely enter and exit Camartage, perusing all the magical tomes within the library. Upon hearing this, Suemo scrutinized Gui thoughtfully. Was she not planning to flee and leave him to bear the consequences? After all, in the original narrative, she had met an untimely demise, passing the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer to Doctor Strange. The esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, brought down in such a manner, who would believe it? Surely, she would not attempt such a ploy against him. After all, even the core artifact, the Time Stone, was being casually offered, which inevitably fueled Sumo's suspicions regarding her motives. It seemed rather unlikely. He practiced dark magic, and should this become public knowledge, at least half of the sorcerers in Camartage would oppose him. Gui would likely consider this. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Suemo felt reassured. Whatever her intentions, as long as the Time Stone ultimately fell into his hands, that sufficed. Even if she truly harbored such designs, he could always pass on the position, or in dire circumstances, feign death to escape. With this in mind, Suemo nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. After all, he was not yet capable of grasping the laws. Apart from those exceptional individuals, achieving a preliminary understanding of the laws required at least reaching cosmic level, let alone the upper-tier laws of time and space. Upon seeing Sumo's assent, a look of relief washed over Gui's face. She rose from her seat. Come, I shall take you to the library. Soon, under Gui's guidance, the two arrived at a structure located at the far end of Camartage. This was the Library of Camartage, housing all its tomes. As they stepped into the room, Gui explained, the chamber appears somewhat dimly lit. On either side are rows of bookshelves, each tome enveloped in chains. At the center stands a wooden table. Presently, a somewhat portly middle-aged Asian man is seated behind the desk, engrossed in a book. Such a distinct feature allowed Suemo to deduce that this individual must be the librarian Wang. Upon hearing the sound at the entrance, Wang looked up, and upon seeing Master Gu-Yi, promptly rose and bowed. Supreme Sorcerer, Gu-Yi nodded and pointed to Suimo, introducing him. This is Suimo. He will have unrestricted access to the tomes in the library from now on. Wong, upon hearing this, cast a curious glance at Suimo and nodded. Naturally, he had no grounds to dispute the Supreme Sorcerer's decision. Suimo approached the bookshelf and casually pulled out a volume titled The Book of Pietro, which documented many powerful spells derived from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gu-Yi elaborated from the side. Suimo was quite familiar with this name. I and Dr. Strange. Kaecilius had used a spell inscribed on a page within to commune with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, precipitating the invasion. Flipping through the pages, he discovered spells wielded with the Eye of Agamotto, including one on a particular page detailing the Mirror Dimension spell, which piqued his interest. This spell was arguably the most spectacular of all, capable of generating a mirrored space where the caster could manipulate the terrain and rules within at will, albeit limited to simpler rules, such as the direction of gravity and gravitational forces. After finishing the page, Suimo closed the book, waved his right hand lightly, and released the cosmic energy within him. Subsequently, he drew Gu-Yi and Wong into a mirrored space. The environment within this space bore no distinction from that of the library outside. However, Suimo could manipulate the gravity and terrain at will. Gu-Yi stood frozen in place, astonished. Whose disciple is he? Wong, equally astonished, inquired of Gu-Yi. In his eyes, the ability to adeptly wield the mirror dimension indicated that Suimo had reached the level of a master sorcerer, ranking among the elite in Kamar-Taj. This must have been his first attempt at casting such magic. What? How is this possible? Wong's astonishment morphed into shock. Even individuals like Mordo, Gu-Yi's disciples, could only cast such spells after extensive practice. Yet, this person had succeeded in his first attempt. No wonder he was personally brought here by the Supreme Sorcerer. His magical aptitude was simply extraordinary. Gu-Yi shook her head. This is not the crux of the matter. Have you not noticed that he does not possess a sling ring? Upon hearing Gu-Yi's remark, Wong finally grasped the implication. How can it be? It is common knowledge that casting spells requires borrowing magical power from the Vishanti. The sling ring serves as a token for this borrowed power. Only those like Supreme Sorcerer Gu-Yi, who are well known to the Vishanti, need not rely on a sling ring to cast spells. Yet this individual was clearly not in such a situation. Gu-Yi was aware that he could draw power from Shumagorath, but the power acquired from there could not be used to cast spells from the Book of Vishanti. How had he achieved this? In that moment, even the adept master of the mystic arts, Gu-Yi, was taken aback by this deviation from the norm. Chapter 87. Amplifying mutant abilities. Suimo was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. After all, the consensus among all sorcerers in this world is that casting spells necessitates borrowing magical power from the dimensional gods. However, Suimo was an exception. The cosmic energy within him was, in essence, a form of energy. Moreover, it does not resemble the repulsive energies wielded by Vishanti and Shumagorath, which can be employed to cast any form of magic, including both white and black magic. Typically, Suimo refrains from utilizing such energies for his black magic, primarily because he possesses borrowed infinite magical power, using it without any cost to himself. It would be foolish to exhaust his own inner energies. However, when it comes to casting white magic, it is evident that Suimo does not intend to borrow power from Vishanti. After all, borrowing energy invariably incurs a price. How did you accomplish that? Wong, recovering from his astonishment, inquired with a look of shock. Realizing that such a direct inquiry into another's secret might be inappropriate, he quickly added, of course, if you prefer not to divulge, consider my question unasked. At that moment, with a creak, the door swung open, and two figures stepped inside. Upon entering, they first bowed respectfully to Gu-Yi, teacher. Upon hearing their address, Suimo immediately deduced that they must be Gu-Yi's disciples, Mordo and Caecilius. Their contrasting skin tones, one dark and one light, made them easily distinguishable. After their greeting, the two cast hostile glares at Suimo. This is the individual Daniel spoke of, the one who practices black magic? How could such a person be allowed to enter Kamar-Taj? Enough? Gu-Yi admonished the two. The last individual who spoke so boldly, Daniel, had nearly faced dire consequences, yet these two dared to provoke. Power knows no morality. It is the individual that defines it. As long as one maintains their core, all powers are equal, Gu-Yi explained to the two. Teacher, seeing that they still wished to protest, Gui waved her hand to silence them. Enough, you may leave now. I have my own judgments. She had already witnessed Suemo's earlier actions. Without the aid of the Eye of Agamotto, she had no confidence in being able to stop him. To prevent further conflict in the infirmary, Gui decided to dismiss them. Turning back, Gui noticed Suemo observing Caecilius as he exited the room, a contemplative expression crossing her face. She had been considering whether to incapacitate the two outright, given that they would undoubtedly become trouble in the future. However, since they had not yet committed any wrongdoing, killing them would likely yield no benefits. Moreover, Gui had consistently promised Suemo advantages, and their interactions had been quite amicable. It seemed excessive to eliminate her only two disciples on the spot. Very well, I shall wait until they have caused trouble before removing them that way. I can gain points, and Gui will have no grievances, perhaps even expressing gratitude towards me, while Caecilius and his companion can live a few more years, a win-win situation. As the two exited the library, they remained blissfully unaware that they had just narrowly avoided a dire fate. Suemo also felt a twinge of confusion. Given Gui's ability to perceive timelines, she should have known that Caecilius was a rebellious character. Why had she not dealt with him in advance? Unable to fathom it, Suemo chose to dismiss the thought, waving the book in his hand towards Gui. This book, may I borrow it? Feel free, Gui replied with a light chuckle. However, I hope you remember your promise. With that, she turned and walked out. With her consent, Suemo did not hesitate and began selecting books. Although Gui permitted him to borrow, he remained judicious, only taking a few dozen before stopping. After Suemo departed, Wang gazed at the now nearly empty bookshelf, a grimace forming on his face. The volumes taken were all tomes detailing profound magic. On Death Island, within the central main building, Suemo entered. The mutant research laboratory was located in this structure, typically bustling with activity, but today it was eerily quiet. A fleeting look of puzzlement crossed his face before he extended his mental energy, sweeping it across the surroundings. His expression shifted as he swiftly made his way to the expansive experimental area on the lower level. All the researchers and mutants were gathered there. Seeing the White Queen and Apocalypse at the center of the crowd, Suemo immediately grasped the situation. At this moment, the restored Apocalypse was assisting Firestar in enhancing his abilities. Surrounding researchers monitored the data displayed on various instruments. The White Queen, noticing Suemo lurking in a corner, hurried over. Wait, why do you look younger? Suemo scrutinized the White Queen before him, puzzled. Despite her mutant abilities preserving her youthful appearance over the years, she seemed to have transformed into a woman in her late 20s. Yet now, she appeared almost as though she had regained the vitality of 18 or 19, her skin radiant with collagen. Upon hearing this, Emma's face lit up with excitement. This black, bald-headed fellow's power is practically tailor-made for mutants. In just half an hour, my abilities have increased by a third or more. This transformation is all thanks to the enhancement. Indeed, mutants with physical enhancement abilities age significantly slower than ordinary individuals. The White Queen, Mystique, and Psylocke all appeared to be under 30. Following this further enhancement, Emma naturally appeared even more youthful. No woman desires to see her youth fade, and even someone like the White Queen is no exception. Her tone indicated that the prospect of regaining her youth thrilled her even more than a substantial boost in power. As Apocalypse completed the final enhancement for a mutant, he approached Suemo with respect. Master! The White Queen, having learned of the slave chips, had long since grown accustomed to such situations. Good job. Suemo nodded, then turned to Emma. Where are Annie and Eric? Upon hearing this, Suemo's eyes flickered. Emma was indeed quite cunning, controlling Old Man Logan while attempting to recruit his daughter to serve her. In light of this, he could only commend her. Well done. After dismissing the others, Emma seized Suemo's arm and led him upstairs. Where are you taking me? Suemo inquired, pretending not to understand the expression on her face. Emma shot him a flirtatious glance. Shouldn't you be applauding my return to youth? Chapter 88. The Second Journey Across Time. Days later. Within the Astral Tower, Suemo closed the book in his hands. Time accelerated, and he had finished reading all the borrowed tomes. The magic contained within them, as he had anticipated, did not significantly enhance his power. During these past few days, he had been monitoring the development of his avatar. From his observations, the cocoon had shown no signs of change. It was to be expected. Beings like the beast god, embodiments of primordial laws, would not be easily birthed. With his avatar unable to manifest for now, he could not elevate his strength to the stellar level. Thus, he would have to rely on external means to augment his overall power, such as exchanging for various technological weapons, laser cannons, spacecraft. AC-9 level laser cannon could obliterate an entire city with a single shot. Naturally, Suemo could also achieve this through cunning means. However, the laser cannon was not intended for stationary targets, but for moving ones. Once a target was locked, its energy traveled at light speed, leaving little chance for evasion. The optimal strategy would be to cultivate a plant life form. Plant life forms excel in combat prowess, often overpowering ordinary cultivators of the same level. A more formidable plant life form could even take on 100 foes. Moreover, with ample resources, it could be nurtured to cosmic or even domain lord levels in a short time. Of course, such an endeavor would require an astronomical amount of points. Opening his attribute panel, he observed that his current points stood at around 870,000. The rate of point acquisition was not slow, yet it paled in comparison to the cost of his desired items. Just the most basic C9 level laser cannon required over 300,000 points. Relying solely on the Special Forces personnel to earn points would take at least 2 or 3 months. Thus, he resolved to embark on his second journey across time. Seated in the training room, Suemo gradually levitated as his soul instantaneously arrived before the magnificent time tree. From the outside, one could not discern the world within. Suemo decisively chose a branch that appeared somewhat thicker than the previous world and delved into it. Judging by its robustness, this world should possess supernatural forces. After a brief moment of disorientation, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Regaining his senses, he found himself in a cramped, dimly lit space. Observing the garments hanging nearby, Suemo paused in surprised a wardrobe. Before he could process this, a woman's voice drifted in from outside. The moment he heard the conversation, Suemo instantly realized the scenario unfolding. Caught in an affair. The most critical detail was that he was the illicit lover? Damn it. Suemo's face darkened. What was wrong with the alternate versions of himself in these parallel universes? The previous one involved seducing someone else's girlfriend, and now it was even more outrageous, entangling with someone else's wife. Damn it. None of them are decent people, unlike myself. After reflecting on his actions over the past 2 decades, Suemo was compelled to accept a rather disheartening truth. Well, it seems I am not a saint either. Coming to terms with his current situation, Suemo promptly resolved to depart. For the time being, it would be prudent to ascertain his identity and basic circumstances. The woman in the room should possess some knowledge about his existence in this world. Having made this decision, Suemo was about to open a spatial portal to leave when a sudden realization struck him. The wardrobe was overflowing with clothes, leaving insufficient space to create a teleportation doorway. In order to proceed, he would need to first clear away some garments. With that thought in mind, Suemo began to shift the hanging clothes aside while simultaneously extending his mental probing outward. The moment he did so, his expression grew noticeably grim. At that instant, a man was standing in front of the wardrobe, his hands resting on the handles. Clearly, he was on the verge of opening the cabinet door. Behind him stood a blonde woman clad only in a purple nightgown, wielding a baseball bat. In the next moment, she swung the bat downwards towards the man's neck. Startled, the man, who was just about to open the wardrobe, froze momentarily and then collapsed, unconscious. Good grief. Witnessing the woman's actions, Suemo felt a jolt of alarm. This certainly did not seem like the behavior of a virtuous individual. Not only was she engaging in an affair, but was she also contemplating the murder of her husband? After incapacitating the man, the woman hurriedly opened the wardrobe door and called out to the stunned Suemo inside. Come out quickly. After appraising the woman's appearance, Suemo couldn't help but admit that, although the counterparts in this world were far from exemplary, they possessed exceptional allure. This mature woman bore a striking resemblance to Eliza from his previous life. Judging solely by her looks, she scored above 90, with her golden, shoulder-length hair, large eyes, high-nose bridge, and fair skin. Coupled with a height nearing 1.7 meters and a slightly ample figure, she exuded an undeniable charm. Once he emerged, the woman wasted no time and handed him his clothes that she had retrieved from the wardrobe. Hurry up and leave. If he wakes up and sees you, it will be a disaster. Listening to her incessant urging, Suemo sighed. A flash of purple light glimmered in his eyes as he unleashed a tendril of dark energy that infiltrated the unconscious man's mind. Before he departed, He needed to ascertain his address. Life in America was not like in Huaxia, where one had an identification card. If he didn't inquire properly, he wouldn't even be certain if his name was truly Suemo. The moment their gazes met, the woman's expression froze. "What is my name?" "Suemo." Half an hour later, Suemo stepped out of the house. From the woman's account, he had already gleaned the essentials about his circumstances. To his astonishment, he discovered that he resided directly across from this very house. Upon receiving this revelation, Suemo was taken aback. Even a rabbit wouldn't graze near its burrow. Yet this audacious fellow dared to seduce the neighbor's wife. If the husband found out, who knows what might happen? Moreover, he learned that this body belonged to an orphan college student who had just graduated the previous week from Pennsylvania State University, the very institution where Wanda studied. Chapter 89. A Strange World. Not in a rush to uncover the intricacies of this world, he first needed to establish the time differential between the two realms. If time flowed significantly slower here than in his original world, he would have no choice but to abandon this realm. Otherwise, before he could gather enough points in this world, the snap of Thanos' fingers from his original world may have already occurred, leading to an unsatisfactory outcome. Fortunately, upon comparison, he confirmed that the time flow between the two worlds was 1-to-1. Suemo then breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately began searching online, hoping to find information about this world. However, the results were disappointingly mundane. Much like his previous world, the internet yielded no extraordinary revelations. It appeared that this realm was as ordinary as his last life. As he pondered, his phone began to ring. Pulling it out, he saw the name flashing on the screen, Jason. Upon answering, a youthful male voice greeted him. Sue, Carl mentioned he found an abandoned town online that has a reputation for bizarre occurrences. We've all agreed to explore it for our graduation trip. Are you in? A strange town? Suemo's eyes flickered with interest. Indeed, he recalled the name of the town. What was it again? At this point, Jason's voice faded momentarily, as if he was asking someone for the name of the town. After a brief pause, his voice returned to normal. Yes, it's called Silent Hill. What do you think? Sounds cool, right? Silent Hill? In an instant, Suemo grasped the crucial implication behind that name. Understanding the nature of this world, he replied, Hello, Sue, are you listening? Are you going or not? Jason's voice jolted him from his reverie. Of course I'm going. Great, we'll meet at the school gate tomorrow. Just like that, with that, Jason hung up. The world inhabited by strange spirits. A look of intrigue crossed Sumo's face. This was precisely in line with his expertise as a mage. That evening, after ordering takeout and hastily consuming dinner, he intended to retire for the night. This body was merely that of an ordinary individual. After expending considerable energy at his neighbor's house during the day, he was now feeling quite fatigued. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a blood-curdling scream from outside jolted him awake. Before he could step outside to investigate, a voice tinged with panic rang out from beyond the door. Sue, open the door. Recognizing the voice as belonging to the woman from across the way, he opened the door to find her clad in only a nightgown, apparently having run in haste, her chest heaving with exertion. Upon seeing Suemo, she threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Witnessing this scene, Suemo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Surely, this wasn't a result of the earlier incident. Did a confrontation erupt between her and her husband? If so, he truly didn't know how to navigate such a situation. After all, this was merely a mess left behind by the original owner. Nevertheless, the matter needed resolution. They couldn't linger in this limbo indefinitely. What happened? He asked her. It was at this moment he recalled that, while preoccupied with his own inquiries earlier, he hadn't even learned her name. Gradually, as she calmed down, she revealed her identity. However, her next words sent Sumo's mind reeling. Paul is dead. What? Sumo's expression froze. Did you kill him? This thought immediately flashed through his mind. Of course not. The woman hastily denied, a flicker of terror crossing her features. Half an hour later, outside the villa, several police cars were parked, and a crowd of awakened neighbors had gathered beyond the police tape. Shortly thereafter, a group of officers emerged from the house, carrying a swollen body bag. Suemo and the blonde woman sat beside a police car as an officer took their statements. Given that the man had died in their shared residence, the woman was undoubtedly a primary suspect. Through their earlier conversation, Suemo had also learned her name. Balika. Watching the police car disappear from sight, Suemo fell into deep contemplation before the police arrived. He had already taken a look outside the villa. Combining Balika's account with his observations, he pieced together the sequence of events. The man had succumbed to excessive blood loss from 3 deep gashes across his chest. According to Balika, she had been startled awake by a sound, and upon exiting her room, she found him lying lifeless on the living room floor, his shirt saturated with blood. Fearing the assailant might still be lurking within the house, she had fled. Strangely, during her escape, she encountered no obstacles. However, Suemo had a hunch. While probing the area with his mental powers, he had sensed a trace of gray energy emanating from the man's body, reminiscent of the vengeful spirits of legend. Given the existence of Silent Hill, it was not hard for him to deduce that the man had likely fallen victim to a supernatural event. Vengeful spirit? A smirk crept across Sumo's lips. Upon discovering the presence of Silent Hill in this world, he had conducted a preliminary search online for related information. Although he found no specific reports of supernatural occurrences, he did stumble upon some statistics that piqued his interest. In the entirety of America, the annual number of accidental deaths reached a staggering 3 million. This figure was decidedly abnormal. Even in the Marvel Universe, where formidable villains abounded, the number of accidental deaths barely exceeded 500,000 per year. The mortality rate in this world was 6 times greater. Adding in deaths from illness and natural causes, the annual total surpassed 5 million. Given the consistent rise in death rates, it was likely that the number of malevolent spirits was also experiencing an explosive increase. At this rate, if the trend continued for a century, America could very well transform into a realm of vengeful spirits. However, in Sumo's view, the more evil spirits there are in this world, the better. The greater the number of malevolent entities, the more points he can accumulate. Naturally, it is preferable for the quantity of evil spirits and humans to remain in a state of equilibrium, ensuring a continuous influx of points. Given that Balika was able to safely escape from the room, coupled with the dissipated resentment within the house, it is evident that this vengeful spirit harbors a specific objective and will not extend its wrath to others. Of course, even if the opponent belongs to a category of indiscriminate, random killing evil spirits, Suemo would harbor no concern whatsoever. It is important to note that Zisoan governs the realm of the dead. Although there is still a significant gap between himself and Zisoan, possessing the Dark Divine Book means that if he were to be harmed by these malevolent spirits, he might as well end his life by crashing headfirst into a wall. Chapter 90. Departure to Silent Hill. Early the next morning, Suemo drove his second-hand Ford pickup towards the school entrance point. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. At this time, 2 vehicles were already waiting there. One was a Lexus, and the other was a dazzling Ferrari Sports C-A-R-D. As his vehicle came to a halt, a bespectacled man, standing at under 1.80 meters, descended from the Lexus, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached. "Hey, Sue, you've finally come around. There's no need to rush into job hunting." Suemo chuckled lightly upon hearing this. From the decorations and items in yesterday's room compared to his own second-hand Ford, it was apparent that his current self in this world was not in a particularly good financial situation. Evidently, according to the original plan, he had opted not to join them for a graduation trip, but rather sought employment. However, as the man drew closer, Sumo's expression shifted. He sensed a wave of resentment emanating from him. This was a telltale sign of being targeted by an evil spirit. Immediately, Suemo extended his mental energy to envelop the surroundings. Unsurprisingly, the 2 individuals in the Lexus, as well as the 2 in the Ferrari, also bore this ominous aura. Has the proliferation of evil spirits in this world reached such an alarming extent? Among the individuals he had encountered from yesterday until now, a staggering 6 had been marked by malevolent forces. The probability seemed excessively high. The man before him was unmistakably Jason, the one who had called him the previous night. After waiting a few more minutes, the final vehicle arrived, a red Subaru. With everyone present, the convoy officially set off. Jason chose to ride in Suemo's vehicle. Throughout the journey, the 2 engaged in casual conversation. It was evident that Jason was filled with excitement, completely oblivious to the nature of the world they were about to face. From Jason, Suemo indirectly gleaned information about the entire group. There were a total of 7 individuals in the party. Besides Suemo, Jason, and Carl, who drove the Lexus, Carl's companion was his sister, Lena. On the Ferrari were their classmates, Dana and her affluent boyfriend, Blake. The last vehicle contained a girl, Julie, who was also their classmate. Several hours later, the reckless expedition team halted at a lonely gas station along the highway. While refueling, they also needed to procure some supplies from the supermarket. After all, their destination, Silent Hill, was a remote and abandoned town. Furthermore, they planned to stay in the town for several days, so it was essential to prepare necessary food and water. After parking the vehicle in front of the supermarket, everyone disembarked. Carl, towering at nearly 1.90 m with a robust physique, clearly appeared to be a fitness enthusiast. In stark contrast, his sister Lena, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, stood at approximately 1.60 m and had a slender build. The juxtaposition of their appearances made it hard to believe that this stunning beauty and her beastly brother were indeed siblings. Dana, standing nearly 1.80 m with fair skin, was accompanied by her boyfriend Blake, who sported dreadlocks. Both of them bore expressions of irritation, likely stemming from a previous disagreement. However, Suemo quickly sensed that Blake's gaze towards him was tinged with hostility. Suemo quietly contemplated asking Jason about it later. Lastly, there was Julie, with her flowing black hair and striking features, particularly her full, slightly upturned lips, which bestowed upon her a unique charm. According to Jason, Julie was not only the most captivating woman in their class, but also an academic achiever, with countless suitors throughout her university years. Yet, no rumors of her having a boyfriend had ever surfaced. From Jason's praises, it was clear that he was one of her many admirers, but his introverted nature confined him to merely fantasizing in silence. In summary, the reckless little team consisted of the Beauty and the Beast siblings, a black couple, the campus beauty, and himself and Jason. After Lena hopped out of the vehicle, she rushed over to Suemo and the others. "Sue, why didn't you answer my call yesterday?" I was probably in the shower and didn't hear it." Suemo concocted a vague excuse. However, calculating the timing, it was likely that the original owner was hiding in the neighbor's closet. With no time to attend to her, upon hearing Sumo's fabricated reason, Lena was clearly skeptical. Just as she was about to say something further, her brother Carl approached. "All right, Lena, stop being unreasonable. Hurry up and buy some essentials. We need to set off quickly. We must reach the last town leading to Silent Hill before nightfall." With that, he nodded at Suemo and took Lena towards the supermarket. Suemo and Jason, seeing this, followed suit into the store. However, Suemo noticed that Julie had hardly interacted with anyone since the beginning, only exchanging a brief greeting with Carl during the morning assembly. This prompted Suemo to turn to Jason and inquire, "Did Julie actively propose to join the team?" "Of course. She has always been very interested in these supernatural explorations." As Jason continued to explain, Suemo understood that Carl was also one of Julie's admirers, and his suggestion to explore Silent Hill was likely an attempt to catch her attention and create opportunities for interaction. Jason's tone carried a hint of jealousy as he spoke. "Goodness, this is classic." To get closer to a woman who loves paranormal adventures, he brought along a few good friends and his sister to court death. Suemo could easily imagine that had he not traversed into this world, none of the team members would likely survive an expedition into Silent Hill. Among the current group, only Julie seemed untouched by this ominous energy. On the way here, he had subtly inquired whether they had engaged in any reckless activities before, such as visiting ancient houses or haunted places. Jason had confirmed that they had not. Perplexed, Suemo chose to ponder no longer. A fleeting glimmer of an eerie light flashed in his eyes, lasting barely 2 seconds. When it faded, the malevolent aura surrounding Jason and Carl had shifted onto himself. Thus, as the one now burdened with the deepest resentment, he would undoubtedly become the prime target for the evil spirits. All he needed was for them to unwittingly deliver themselves to him. Chapter 91. The importance of persona. Upon entering the supermarket, the group quickly selected large bags of food. Suemo was no exception. However, when it came time to pay, he awkwardly discovered that all his cards displayed insufficient balance. Although he was aware of the original owner's precarious financial situation, he had not anticipated it would be this dire. Observing the meager funds in his account, Suemo was left speechless. This amount would barely suffice for a single meal. No wonder the original owner had no intention of joining them on this adventure. With such limited funds, he would likely starve in the town. Yet, Suemo couldn't help but admire the original owner's audacity. Even in such a predicament, instead of attempting to secure a bit of money, he had found time to flirt with the neighbor's married woman. Remarkably, he had even succeeded in winning her over. Suemo stood there with a credit card, looking innocently at the cashier. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Years of comfortable living had caused him to gradually overlook the matter of finances. After all, given his wealth in the Marvel Universe, he hadn't experienced the sensation of spending money in quite some time. Reluctantly, he reached into his backpack. To onlookers, it appeared as if he were rummaging through it, but in reality, his hand had passed through a spatial portal, appearing in a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf of a certain American congressman. He was aware of this congressman's secret stash due to the existence of the same individual in the Marvel Universe, and he had previously interacted with him over matters concerning the film industry. It was through the congressman's wife that he had learned of this hidden vault's location. As for why she divulged such information, that was a matter best left unmentioned. Last night, while browsing information online, he had fortuitously stumbled upon details regarding this congressman. With a sense of experimentation, he had decided to give it a try. To his surprise, the same habits appeared to exist in this world's counterpart. Suemo idly wondered if the congressman's wife bore a similar birthmark on her thigh. After depositing the cash into his backpack, he retrieved several bills and handed them to the cashier. With everyone gathered, Carl, now serving as the leader, declared, "Let us move out." Subsequently, everyone made their way back to their respective vehicles. However, as Suemo approached his car, he noticed that the flamboyantly dressed girl Dana from the Ferrari was trailing closely behind him. Upon catching the gaze of Suemo, Diana spoke up, "I want to ride in your car." Her boyfriend, Blake, turned visibly pale, stepping forward with a dark expression as he glared at Suemo. "You are Sue?" In truth, Blake was not well acquainted with the members of their group. He only accompanied Diana on this expedition because she was participating. He harbored no belief in the supernatural. Suemo sensed the hostility radiating from Blake, as if he had been accused of infidelity. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck Suemo, causing his heart to race. Could it really be that way? To be honest, given the actions of the counterparts in these two parallel worlds, such a possibility did exist. At that moment, Diana stepped in front of Suemo, blocking his path. "What do you intend to do?" Observing Diana's movement, Suemo sighed inwardly. It seemed there was at least a 60% chance that his suspicions were correct. Blake, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain his fury, which was now glaringly apparent on his face. "It appears I was right about you. You truly have a connection with him. What nonsense are you spouting?" Diana retorted angrily, "If I'm spouting nonsense, then how did you end up calling his name after dozing off in the car?" In a fit of rage, Blake shouted. Everyone, including Suemo, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Diana's expression shifted dramatically, as if she were enraged and humiliated. "Indeed, we have a relationship. Not only have we slept together, but it has happened more than once. In my heart, you are worth less than a mere finger of his. And from this moment on, we are breaking up. There will be no further ties between us." With that, she ceased her chatter and directly seated herself in the back of Sumo's car. Blake, momentarily stunned, found it hard to accept. After over a month of dating, she wouldn't even let him hold her hand. Yet she had. Carl hurried over upon hearing this. "Blake, you might be misunderstanding. Diana was merely speaking out of anger. She used to be Sue's girlfriend, and perhaps the memories he left her with were simply too profound." Suemo shot Carl a shocked glance. "Dude, if you're going to counsel someone, at least don't do it clumsily." He understood that the original owner had not joined this team purely for monetary reasons. What man would be comfortable witnessing his ex-girlfriend flaunt her new relationship right before him? Unsurprisingly, Blake's fury intensified upon hearing Carl's words. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist and charged at Suemo. Suemo, however, was not one to stand idle and take a beating. Although he was uncertain of the truth, he realized he was merely a scapegoat in this situation. With a swift kick, he sent Blake crashing to the ground. Suemo refrained from delivering further blows. After all, until the situation was clarified, he couldn't be sure he was being wronged. With such a turn of events, he had no intention of lingering and drove away immediately. Watching Blake's vehicle vanish from sight, Suemo understood that Blake would likely harbor resentment against him. And judging by the type of car he drove, it was evident that his family held some influence. Yet Suemo felt no concern, choosing instead to suppress his own frustrations. Given the intensity of Blake's anger, it was reasonable to suspect he might not see the light of another day. In light of this, the others remained silent, granting Suemo and Diana the space in the car. The vehicle roared back to life. Suemo glanced at Diana in the passenger seat. Curiously, she appeared remarkably calm, devoid of any visible anger. He even detected a hint of delight in her eyes. Taken aback, he momentarily struggled to process the scene. Noticing Sumo's expression, Diana revealed a sickly smile, uttering unexpectedly, "Do you know who Blake's father is? He is a member of the most powerful gang in America, holding a significant position." Upon hearing this, Sumo suddenly grasped the situation. "So everything you did earlier was all an act?" Chapter 92. Terrified, Diana beamed at Sumo, her smile radiant. "You remain as astute as ever. However," she pondered, "I cannot fathom why you did not deny it, but instead chose to play along with my charade." At this point, Diana's bewildered gaze fixated on Sumo's face. Sumo sighed, realizing the truth. There was no infidelity. It was merely her scheme. After their breakup, Diana had harbored resentment, deliberately seeking a boyfriend like Blake. The son of a gangster, she had then feigned vulnerability to instigate Blake's jealousy, leading him to believe Sumo had betrayed him. In such circumstances, no man could endure it, especially someone like Blake. Raised in a criminal family, naturally, Blake would resort to any means to retaliate against Sumo. It must be said, this woman was ruthless. Moreover, had she not been forthright, Sumo, without the original's memories, might have fallen for her deception. Sumo chuckled, shaking his head. "Why go to such lengths?" Hearing this, Diana's face twisted into a maniacal grin. "Of course, it's to see you perish. Why should I be the one to end the relationship? You had no right to discard me first." Sumo was taken aback. "Is that truly the reason?" This woman is deranged. With that thought, he regarded her with a look of patronizing sympathy, originally anticipating to witness Sumo's fury and fear. Diana became enraged upon seeing his placid expression, which was akin to looking at someone intellectually challenged. She had invested considerable time in feigning affection toward Blake, solely to seek revenge on Sumo, hoping to see him filled with regret and despair. Each time this occurred, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Sumo's indifference and patronizing gaze only served to further infuriate her. Glaring fiercely at Sumo, she declared, "Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to mention. How does it feel? Are you enraged? Are you furious?" With that, Diana looked at Sumo triumphantly, eagerly awaiting to see the fury etched on his face. Yet Sumo remained unfazed, calmly steering the vehicle, stealing a sidelong glance at her. "From what I gather, you must be rather bored." Sumo recalled Jason mentioning that Diana's father was a state senator. Given her father's influence, achieving her stated goals wouldn't be particularly challenging. Impossible. You should be seething with rage. I've left you destitute and entangled you with the son of a powerful gang leader. Sumo chose not to respond, instead turning to her. "Are you not afraid that I might decide to eliminate you right now? After all, entangling with a gang means I might not survive either. It would be convenient for me to take you down with me. Do you dare?" Diana gazed at Sumo with a smug expression. "Now that you know all this, if you simply keep a low profile and hide, you can survive. Those gangsters aren't so easy to find. But if you kill me, you'll be wanted by the government, and no matter where you hide, it'll be a dead end for you." Her intent was not to eliminate him, but to ensure he lived in perpetual fear and paranoia. It must be said, this woman was not only idle but also exceedingly vindictive. With that thought, Sumo smirked. "Your analysis is quite astute. However, it seems you still do not comprehend me fully." At this, Sumo paused, glancing out the window. The vehicle was now traversing a narrow path along a cliff edge, where a roaring river lay below. "Tell me, if we were to fall from here, would we survive?" Upon hearing this, Diana's expression shifted dramatically. "What are you planning?" While she was somewhat insane and obsessive, it did not mean she was unafraid of death. Sumo's words, combined with the manic smile on his face, sent shivers down her spine. "And of course, I'm taking you to see the little goldfish." With that, Sumo yanked the steering wheel violently, veering the car toward the precipice. Witnessing this, Diana was momentarily stunned, her demeanor shifting to sheer panic. "No, please. I can convince Blake to spare you. Don't do this." Sumo, however, paid no heed to her pleas, as the right front tire of the car began to lift off the ground. Diana's pupils constricted, and she emitted a piercing scream. She clutched the handle above the window tightly. The car swerved violently. Of course, Sumo was utilizing his mental powers to achieve this, which was why he dared to play such a dangerous game. After all, it was well within his capabilities to levitate the car using his psychic energy. With a screeching halt, the vehicle came to a stop. Turning to glance at Diana, he found her disheveled, her expression vacant, as if she had yet to recover from the adrenaline-inducing stunt. A dripping sound emanated from beneath the passenger seat. Following the sound, Suemo discovered a large wet stain on Diana's jeans, with drops still trickling down, forming a small puddle beneath the seat. What a stroke of bad luck. I'll have to wash the car later. Shut up, Suemo snapped. Startled, Diana jumped, her voice abruptly silenced. Get out and take off your pants. Upon hearing this, Diana hastily exited the vehicle and quickly removed her pants, clearly shaken by Sumo's earlier actions. As the daughter of a city council member, she grew up accustomed to a life of luxury and entitlement, developing a habit of issuing commands. No one had ever dared to reprimand her loudly, which led to her character being blindly confident. Otherwise, a person with even a modicum of sense would never have spoken about past events in a vehicle occupied solely by two individuals. Now, having witnessed Sumo's ferocity, she appeared as docile as a chick. Glancing at the pair of pants in her hands, Dana timidly requested, I only have this one piece of clothing. Could I possibly have a bag to store it in? The garments she had been carrying were left in that Ferrari. Her intention had been to purchase new attire upon reaching the final small town before Silent Hill, yet it was evidently too late for that now. She could hardly venture out like this, especially since her last piece of clothing was sheer. Minutes later, the vehicle resumed its journey. However, at the moment the engine roared to life, Suemo transferred the resentment within him into Dana, temporarily concealing it with dark energy. Intentionally lagging behind, Suemo ensured that the two vehicles ahead remained oblivious to their situation. Chapter 93, The Vengeful Spirit Strikes. As twilight approached, the group finally arrived at the last small town leading to Silent Hill. The location of Silent Hill was exceedingly remote. Even the nearest town was a good 2-hour drive away. The plan was to rest for the night at the town's only inn and set off for Silent Hill early the next morning. The vehicle halted in front of the inn, and reluctantly, Dana slipped back into her jeans. After checking in, she bore the odd gazes of her companions and hurried off towards a nearby supermarket. Given the town's seclusion, there were indeed enough vacant rooms in the inn for each person to have their own. The team leader, Carl, after completing the check-in, exited the inn, taking along Lena, who had been clinging to Suemo. Meanwhile, Julie studied the map on the wall. Only Suemo and Jason, each holding their room keys, ascended to the upper floors. The inn boasted only 3 stories, with their rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Jason nudged Suemo. Hey, do you want to go out for a bit? I just obtained a gun license and noticed a gun store not far off. I plan to buy a weapon for self-defense. Excitement flickered in his eyes behind his glasses. After all, what man doesn't appreciate such things? I think I'll pass, but remember to buy plenty of ammunition. It might come in handy tomorrow, Suemo reminded him. Acknowledging that he too should prepare some weaponry. The underworld was unpredictable. It seemed that firearms could resolve the monsters of the outer world. Given his current limitations of spirit energy due to his physical state, preparing some weapons was indeed wise. During dinner, the group reconvened. Carl began to explain the information he had gathered regarding Silent Hill from the townsfolk. I spoke with many residents today, and they were all tight-lipped about Silent Hill. However, I managed to uncover some useful tidbits. What kind of information? Jason inquired. Carl cast a discreet glance at Julie, noting her keen interest, and a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. After clearing his throat, he continued, decades ago, a major fire occurred in this town. In the month following the fire, dozens of townspeople mysteriously vanished. Vanished? Julie's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Indeed, Carl nodded. They disappeared without leaving even a trace of their bodies. Suemo felt a stir of recognition within him. He was aware that these individuals had participated in the burning of a little girl and were subsequently drawn into the outer world by the empowered child. He had watched this film quite some time ago and had nearly forgotten its plot, though he recalled it involved a distinction between the outer world and the inner world, reminiscent of the mirror space in White Magic. At this point, Dana had changed into a different outfit. Since arriving in the town, she had been in a daze, her gaze occasionally flickering towards Suemo after a long day of travel. Fatigue settled over the group. Just as Suemo finished his shower, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Dana standing outside in a trench coat. Her heavy makeup had been washed away, replaced with a subtle look that made her appear nearly as alluring as Julie. It was no wonder she had caught the attention of his counterpart. "May I come in?" Dana asked, her tone unexpectedly meek. Suemo was taken aback by her demeanor, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Upon receiving his permission, she stepped inside. As soon as he closed the door, Suemo turned to find Dana had shed her trench coat, revealing a tantalizing black maid outfit beneath. Stunned by her attire, he wondered what she was up to. Before he could react, Dana leaped into his arms. "What are you doing?" Suemo pushed her away, a look of disdain on his face. Seeing his reaction, Dana hastily explained, "Don't worry, I haven't let Blake touch me. And what of that? Did you not wish for my demise earlier today?" Suemo remained unmoved. "But I thought you looked incredibly handsome today. Shall we reconcile?" "I can agree to anything." Observing her expression, Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Had she perhaps awakened some peculiar attribute? 2 hours later, Suemo sat on the couch by the window while Dana diligently tidied up. He couldn't help but concede that she was rather intriguing. With that thought in mind, Suemo waved her over, and Dana hurriedly approached. A black energy emanated from Sumo's brow, gradually forming a demonic contract in midair. "Sign this." After explaining the signing process, Suemo addressed Dana coolly. Dana stared in astonishment at the scene before her. What is this? "Once you sign it, you will be my servant, and your entire existence, including your life, will be under my control." Suemo clarified, fixing his gaze upon her. If she refused to sign the contract, he would have no choice but to let her fend for herself. But given the resentment within her, her fate would likely be far from pleasant. To his surprise, Dana's eyes lit up at his words, "I'll sign." Without hesitation, she reached out to touch the contract. Seeing her eagerness, Suemo began to question whether he had explained everything clearly enough. "So, from now on, I belong to you." Dana's face radiated excitement. Observing her reaction, Suemo rubbed his forehead. Indeed, her peculiarities were evolving in an odd direction. Around 10 o'clock at night, the small town had sunk into a profound silence. In such a remote location, evening entertainment was scarce, and the townsfolk, influenced by the aura of Silent Hill, tended to retire early. In Sumo's room on the second floor of the inn, he discerned varying concentrations of resentment among the group while absorbing their negative energy. He speculated that this concentration would dictate the order in which the vengeful spirits would strike. Among them, Blake possessed the highest level of resentment, perhaps even having succumbed already. As Suemo dispelled the energy concealing the resentment, the lights in the room began to flicker ominously. Sumo's expression hardened. The vengeful spirit was coming. Chapter 94. The Midnight Bell. Sadako. Observing the peculiar phenomena in the room, a weary Dana struggled to sit up in bed, her face betraying a hint of fear. "Don't move." Upon hearing Sumo's command, excitement flickered in Dana's eyes, momentarily suppressing her fear as she nodded eagerly. "Understood." Suemo shot her a glance, internally lamenting, "This perverse individual." His gaze then returned to the television. He could clearly see that the room was gradually being engulfed by a wave of resentment emanating from the television opposite the bed. It was an old-fashioned box television, a rarity in this remote inn. As the resentment coalesced within the screen, the previously darkened television sprang to life, revealing a flurry of static. "No. This scene feels so familiar." Moments later, the static cleared to unveil a dry well. Sumo's expression froze. "The ring, Sadako?" The image was so iconic and memorable that he recognized it immediately. Only then did Suemo realize that this world seemed to encompass more than just the Silent Hill he was familiar with. The images on the television began to shift rapidly, yet Suemo felt no fear. He simply approached the television and unplugged it from the wall. To his surprise, the screen remained unaffected, continuing to display the same haunting scenes. "I should give this to Tony. He would be thrilled," Suemo mused. During their conversation on the yacht, he had heard Tony mention his research on renewable energy, which he referred to as an electric arc reactor. The entity known as Sadako possesses the remarkable ability to power a television without an external electricity source, clearly indicating its potential as a source of energy. With a mind filled with various thoughts, Suemo settled beside the television, patiently awaiting Sadako's arrival. Meanwhile, Diana, nestled in bed, observed the unfolding scene with an expression of astonishment. The television, despite the power outage, continued to play. an occurrence that evidently exceeded her comprehension. However, upon witnessing Sumo's calm demeanor, she found solace. Following the strange contract he had previously conjured, she had come to realize that he was no ordinary individual and could likely handle such a situation. In less than 2 minutes, the flickering images on the television screen ceased, shifting back to the image of a desolate well. Suddenly, a pair of filthy hands emerged from the depths of the well. Startled by the scene she was intently watching, Diana gasped but quickly covered her mouth, stifling any sound. After all, the commands of her master were absolute. Suemo, too, noticed the unfolding spectacle and rose to his feet. In a fleeting moment, a figure clad in a tattered white dress, with disheveled hair and a grimy appearance, crawled out of the well, inching towards the screen. The television's image gradually blurred. Sadako's upper body emerged from the screen. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of feet before her. Slowly lifting her head, Sadako's gaze traveled up her legs, ultimately landing on Sumo's handsome visage. He greeted her with a standard smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. However, in Sadako's eyes, this smile sent a chill coursing through her being. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Sumo's right hand, emanating a faint purple glow, seized her long hair and yanked her from the television. Sadako's body was instantly ensnared by a surge of dark energy, rendering her unable to move an inch. The intense pain radiating from her scalp elicited a pitiful cry from her lips. Although Suemo had merely undergone a day's worth of telekinetic enhancement, his strength rivaled that of a trained Special Forces soldier. Grasping her hair, he lifted her and unleashed a barrage of punches upon her face. Despite Sadako's usual immunity to pain, the strikes infused with purple energy inflicted agony upon her, driving her to the brink of madness. After an unrelenting 5-minute assault, Suemo halted. Panting heavily, he conjured a purple rope. Binding her and suspending her from the ceiling, Diana, observing the entire ordeal from her bed, felt her eyes sparkle with growing intensity. Battling the malevolent spirit appeared as effortless as a father chastising his child. Once Sadako was hoisted up, Suemo regarded her as she frantically clutched her neck, struggling against her restraints. At that moment, he discerned her features more clearly. She possessed a distinctly Western European visage, indicating that this was indeed the American version of Sadako. Furthermore, she was quite striking, with delicate features. Gradually, Suemo formed a purple whip in his hand and fixed his gaze upon the suspended Sadako. "Will you cooperate willingly, or will you be compelled to comply?" Half an hour later, as he watched Sadako's form gradually dissipate, Suemo waved his hand, causing the rope to vanish. It appeared that this Sadako was capable of communication. Yet her intellect seemed rather limited. Nevertheless, within that half hour, Suemo gleaned some information from her. Firstly, her name was Morgan, not Sadako. Moreover, from her words, he inferred that killing this body would not result in her disappearance. It was merely one of her countless incarnations. Suemo had anticipated this outcome. According to the lore, anyone who viewed the cursed videotape would be visited by her at 10 o'clock on the 7th night. If enough people watched it, she would be overwhelmed by her obligations. Thus, it was likely she possessed the ability to create duplicates. Suemo speculated that only by destroying her true form could she be eliminated entirely. Regrettably, no matter how he pressed her, she refused to divulge the location of her true self. Even as Suemo struck her down, she remained silent. However, he was unfazed. Since this Sadako had fixated on him, it was evident that Jason and his companions had previously viewed the tape. Locating her would not be a simple task. Yet with the tape in hand, luring her to him would be effortless. Turning to Diana, he noted that, whether by Sadako's own volition or due to some rule, the malevolence within Diana seemed to dissipate. Upon meeting Sumo's gaze, she revealed a glimmer of eagerness in her eyes. "Master, I wish to give it a try as well." Chapter 95. Arrival at Silent Hill. Entering the otherworld the next morning, the group gathered at the hotel entrance. Carl surveyed the scene, noting only 5 figures present. "Where's Diana? Why hasn't she come down?" Suemo shook his head. "She is waiting for us at the hotel." It had never been his intention to have her accompany them. Additionally, she was currently confined to her bed and unable to join them. In Sumo's view, she was typical of someone who was both inept and overly playful. Hearing Sumo's words, Carl refrained from further inquiry. After all, the wooden structure offered little in terms of sound insulation. A few minutes later, 3 vehicles roared to life, heading towards Silent Hill. Naturally, the vehicles had been delivered and cleaned the previous day. You and Diana have reconciled. Suemo shook his head. No, then you. Jason began to inquire but thought better of it. Swallowing his words, however, a hint of envy flickered across his face. While others were continuously finding companionship, he had yet to even hold a woman's hand, which was rather disheartening. After more than an hour, the convoy gradually ascended into the mountains. Upon turning onto a fork marked with the Silent Hill sign, the outline of a small town emerged within Sumo's view in less than 10 minutes. As they approached, the town's appearance became clearer. The streets appeared remarkably tidy, starkly contrasting with the anticipated desolate town. Sunlight bathed the weathered walls of the buildings, imparting an air of nostalgia. These structures appeared to have existed for several decades. Observing the quiet and empty streets, Jason's face lit up with excitement. Wow, it looks quite nice. For the next few days, we shall be the lords of this small town. Upon hearing his words, Suemo shot him a glance. I hope you can maintain this cheerful demeanor. Before long, the three vehicles halted before a building on the outskirts of the town. From the faint traces on the sign above the entrance, it was evident that this had once been an inn. The Carl siblings disembarked from their vehicle. Why don't we use this place as our base? According to their plan, they intended to stay in this abandoned town for several days, during which they would sleep in their vehicles at night. Parking in this vacant area near the town's edge was clearly a wise choice. Julie stepped out of the vehicle, surveyed the surroundings, and nodded in agreement. Suemo made no objections. To him, it mattered little where they stopped, as they wouldn't linger for long. Next, the group each shouldered a backpack filled with provisions and water, ready to explore the town. Leading the way, Julie hesitated for a moment before retrieving several small vials from her bag and distributing them to everyone. Keep these safe. They could save your life in critical moments. Carl accepted a vial, opening it to take a whiff. What is this? Holy water. Carl and Jason solemnly tucked the vials away. They were indifferent to the contents. Their only thought was that this was a gift from Julie. Although each of them had one, it did not deter them from treating it as a treasure, keeping it close. Lena, however, casually stowed her vial in her pocket, murmuring, just as the rumors said, a little witch. Suemo toyed with the holy water in his hand, glancing at Julie's retreating figure. Clearly, she must know something, or else she wouldn't have prepared such items. Suemo sensed a faint energy emanating from the holy water. Reminiscent of the power of the Wayshandy IT would likely have some effect on lower-tier monsters, though the extent of its efficacy remained uncertain. As they entered the vicinity of Silent Hill, Suemo felt the presence of a hidden layer of space. Within Silent Hill existed a realm akin to a mirrored space, constructed based on the town itself. This space had two states, referred to as the outer world and the inner world. The outer world was perpetually shrouded in mist, generally considered safer, inhabited by only a few weak monsters that even firearms could scarcely deter. Essentially feeble entities. In contrast, the inner world would see the mist dissipate, revealing a multitude of monsters born from the fears of those who entered. The two realms alternated like day and night. Although Suemo sensed the existence of this space and was confident in his ability to navigate it, he refrained from doing so. From what he understood, the outer and inner worlds of Silent Hill were birthed from the hatred and malevolence of a girl named Alessa, intertwined with dark spirits. If he were to draw too much attention to himself, these malevolent entities might choose to flee. Thus, what he must do is to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. To that end, he has prepared an assortment of firearms. His enormous backpack is already filled with various weapons, all of which he borrowed through the spatial portal earlier that morning. Jason gazed at the substantial pack on Sumo's back, a look of surprise crossing his face. He then shook his own lightweight backpack. Revealing its emptiness, Suemo opened his backpack. If that's the case, then help me carry some of this, he said, extracting 2 boxes of ammunition and several grenades to stuff into Jason's pack. Jason stared in astonishment at Sumo's actions. Wait, we're here for exploration, not counter-terrorism. Is it really necessary to bring so many weapons? Enough chatter, just strap it on, Suemo replied, zipping up his backpack before setting off. Jason could only shake his head in response. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to equip the handgun he had purchased the day before, and then hurried after Suemo. The group wandered aimlessly through the small town. Julie furrowed her brow, fixated on an object in her hand that resembled a compass. Following behind, Lena wielded a camera, frequently stopping in excitement to capture photographs, as if she were on a leisurely sightseeing trip. Carl, however, surveyed the surroundings with a cautious expression. Given the residents' attitude towards Silent Hill, he had an unsettling feeling about the town. Suemo walked silently alongside Jason at the back. Soon, they arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned school building. Julie assessed the structure before stepping inside, with the others following closely behind. The moment Suemo crossed the threshold, he felt a familiar wave of energy, reminiscent of his previous encounters within the mirrored space. Indeed, he observed the interior suffused with white mist, a smile creeping onto his face. At last, are we drawn into the true world? Chapter 96. Ghost Hunter Julie. Suemo took a few steps back. Jason, who had entered the building right behind him, noticed Sumo's peculiar behavior and followed him outside. What are you? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. No, this can't be happening, Jason exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the scene outside. The previously bright sunshine had vanished, replaced by shadowy outlines of buildings shrouded in dense fog. Flakes resembling snow drifted down from the sky. Jason reached out to catch one, only to discover it was akin to ash from smoldering objects. It was clearly sunny just a moment ago. No, I must have not slept well last night. This has to be a hallucination, he muttered to himself. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still enveloped in fog with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Observing Jason's incredulous expression, Suemo patted him on the shoulder before stepping back into the room. Suemo had considered whether to advise them against venturing into Silent Hill. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the notion. What grounds would he have to persuade them otherwise? He understood that until they witnessed the truth for themselves, these individuals could not fathom the existence of such eerie phenomena. There was a near certainty they would disregard his counsel, and his attempts to deter them might breed resentment. Why should he exert himself to earn their displeasure? Ultimately, Suemo chose to respect their destinies. Julie and Carl exchanged bewildered glances as they surveyed the fog-laden room. Just then, a still startled Jason rushed back in, calling out. Upon hearing his shout, both Carl and Julie wore expressions of confusion. What happened? Jason recounted the situation outside, prompting a collective change in demeanor among the group, who then emerged from the doorway. As they gazed upon the fog-enshrouded landscape, the expressions of Carl, Lena, and Jason mirrored each other, while only Julie bore a look of grave concern. This is bad, Julie. Do you know something? We need to leave here, now. With that, she took the lead towards the parked vehicles. However, a sudden sound of footsteps and growls echoed ominously from the mist. Growing ever closer, moments later, 3 staggering figures emerged from the fog. Upon recognizing these silhouettes, the other members of the group, save for Suemo and Julie, let out terrified screams. The figures' grotesque bodies lacked faces and arms, their forms seemingly ensconced in a thick layer of membrane, twisting unnaturally as they moved. Run! Julie shouted urgently, swiftly retrieving a shotgun from her backpack. The others quickly snapped into action, following her lead. Just as Julie was about to fire, another figure moved even faster. Without a hint of panic, Suemo calmly drew a Glock 17 from his pack at the first sign of danger. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, the 3 monsters collapsed to the ground, green blood spurting from their wounds. However, Suemo had already anticipated this outcome and deftly evaded the chaos. As the group, having taken only a few steps, heard the gunfire behind them, they paused, turning back to see the 3 monsters already dispatched by Suemo. Upon witnessing this, Julie scrutinized Suemo anew. It seemed that throughout their years as classmates, she had not retained a significant impression of him. Yet now, in such a dire situation, he had reacted with far greater speed than her, displaying no sign of fear in the presence of such creatures. Could it be that he was one of her kind? Julie pondered silently. The remaining 3, trembling, gazed at the lifeless bodies of the monsters, finally exhaling in relief once they confirmed their defeat. They then looked at Suemo, who held his gun with an air of confidence, in awe. Sue, when did you become so bold? Jason asked, incredulity etched on his face. He vividly recalled the last time they ventured to the haunted house, where he had to pull Suemo out. People change, Suemo replied. Lena, resembling a starstruck admirer, rushed forward to give him a big hug. Unfortunately, the thick layers of clothing rendered Suemo impervious to any sensation. Follow me, Suemo commanded, making his way toward the church at the center of the town. Without hesitation, Jason and Lena trailed him. Julie hesitated for a moment, but seeing Sumo's composed demeanor, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Carl, realizing he was the only one left behind, quickly joined them. "Do you know something?" Julie inquired, keeping pace with Sumo. Sumo glanced at her. "Before you ask, perhaps you should introduce yourself." Given the circumstances, it was evident that Julie was aware of the potential for such unforeseen events. Otherwise, she wouldn't have carried holy water with her. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Julie tentatively asked, "Are you also a ghost hunter?" Sumo's expression shifted. "What is a ghost hunter?" Upon hearing this, Julie appeared taken aback. "Aren't you one?" After a brief pause, she began to explain. From the current situation, it was clear that this was not merely a typical malevolent spirit. The ability to manifest such a realm was unfathomable in terms of the spirit's power. If someone were to act recklessly without understanding the circumstances, it could very well lead to their demise. It would be prudent to inform them beforehand. As Julie narrated her tale, Sumo and the others gradually pieced together the story. According to her, she considered herself a ghost hunter. Due to the frequent supernatural occurrences in this world, the authorities established a clandestine organization to combat these malevolent entities. However, as incidents proliferated, the official body became overwhelmed, leading to the formation of a secretive organization. This organization disseminated reports of supernatural events occurring in various locations, offering bounties for their resolution, which were substantial. Consequently, the unique profession of ghost hunter emerged, with individuals specializing in taking on such tasks. Naturally, the lucrative bounties came with significant risks. By a twist of fate, Julie found herself drawn into this line of work. 2 months prior, she accepted a mission related to Silent Hill, one of the highest rewards listed on the task board. During these past 2 months, she had been investigating the town but had uncovered little information. By chance, Carl learned that she was seeking information about the town and thus organized this expedition. Despite Julie's repeated hints for him to abandon the idea of visiting Silent Hill, Carl, intrigued by her interest in the place, refused to let the opportunity slip away. He superficially agreed to her requests while secretly arranging the adventure. Julie, upon discovering this, felt compelled to join them, recognizing that she could not stand by and watch them walk into danger. Her presence would offer some measure of safety. Upon hearing Julie's account, Carl stood frozen in place. Chapter 97. The Arrival of the Inner World. Julie's ally. After listening, Sumo cast a discerning glance at Julie, failing to detect any trace of energy emanating from her. A look of surprise crossed his face. "You a ghost hunter, tasked with confronting malevolent spirits? And you rely on that holy water you just revealed?" It is not that Sumo holds contempt for her. Rather, ordinary individuals relying solely on that kind of holy water, which poses but a faint threat to malevolent spirits, would only find it effective against those that are mere bluffs. Otherwise, its efficacy is virtually non-existent. Of course, that is not all. I have my own methods. At this point, Julie, with an expression devoid of emotion, began to explain. Each ghost hunter possesses their unique exorcism techniques, typically kept as closely guarded secrets, rarely disclosed to others. Sumo nodded in understanding. "From your words, it seems you are quite formidable in your field. To dare take on one of the most lucrative assignments, it appears you are not of the dim-witted variety." Sumo deduced reasonably. "Not bad," Julie replied, yet a glimmer of confidence flickered in her eyes, betraying her composure. Though the town is remote, its expanse is not insignificant. After running for quite some time, they finally reached the outskirts of the town center. Observing the direction, Julie could not help but inquire, "Where exactly are we headed?" As the alarm sounded, the surroundings began to undergo a dramatic transformation. First, the fog enveloping them gradually dissipated, and then, under Sumo's gaze, the plaster from the buildings began to peel away, revealing walls stained a deep crimson as if soaked in blood. The ground morphed into a reddish-brown hue, and even the sky transformed into a fiery spectacle reminiscent of burning clouds. In mere seconds, the world shifted from a mist-shrouded town to a blood-red realm. Witnessing this scene, a hint of unease manifested on the faces of all but Sumo. Even Julie surveyed her surroundings with a serious expression. "This is the most terrifying malevolent spirit I have ever encountered. It possesses the ability to create worlds. This cannot be termed world creation," Sumo remarked calmly, his gaze fixed on a nearby street corner. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of spider-like creatures with human heads emerged from the street he was observing. Upon seeing these monstrosities, the others' expressions changed dramatically, and they retreated hastily. Only Lena remained rooted to the spot, her face a mask of terror as she stared at the human-faced spiders, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to obey her commands. From childhood, she had harbored an intense fear of spiders. Carl took 2 steps back and then noticed Lena, who stood frozen in place. He cast a fearful glance at the spiders before rushing to Lena's side, pulling her in an attempt to flee. However, paralyzed by overwhelming fear, Lena could not run normally. After merely 2 steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Suemo and Julie had already trained their weapons on the creatures. The air filled with the sound of gunfire. Julie watched as the shotgun pellets struck the monsters, small wounds emitting puffs of white smoke on their bodies. Yet, these wounds almost healed instantaneously. The bullets had been soaked in holy water, capable of inflicting significant harm on malevolent spirits. However, it appeared to be of little effect against these spiders. Turning to Sumo's side, she observed him firing his handgun. Each spider that was hit by his bullets disintegrated into pools of blood, seeping into the ground within mere breaths. How is this possible? Julie's expression froze in astonishment. The power of this handgun seems rather exaggerated. At this distance, based on its strength, her Remington shotgun should be at least 7 or 8 times more potent than his handgun. Yet, the damage inflicted on the spirits was worlds apart. This can only imply that his bullets are not ordinary projectiles. Suemo remained oblivious to Julie's expression, methodically taking down the human-faced spiders. Within 20 seconds, they had all vanished, leaving only pools of blood in their wake. His bullets were, indeed, extraordinary. He had already tested this during the first shot. Ordinary bullets had no effect on these creatures. Subsequently, he infused his bullets with a trace of dark magical energy. Indeed, the spiders could not withstand the energy-laden bullets. Upon penetrating their bodies, the energy spread, disintegrating them into puddles of blood. At this moment, Lena, with Carl's assistance, managed to stand. Noticing the gazes directed at her, Carl explained, in truth, Lena is not as timid as she appears. However, when she was very young, she was bitten by a venomous spider, which led to a 2-week hospital stay. She nearly lost her life. Thus, she has harbored an intense fear of spiders ever since. Hearing this, Suemo felt a stir within him. So, these spiders manifested as monsters after absorbing Lena's fear. If he recalled correctly, Silent Hill possessed a unique characteristic. It could materialize the fears of those within it. Just like Lena, whose deepest dread lies in spiders, in that case, Silent Hill would create an atmosphere or employ other monstrous entities to instill fear in her. Simultaneously, Silent Hill would absorb the fear within her, subsequently manifesting her most dreaded spider creatures. With this realization, Sumo's eyes sparkled with clarity, and a notion took root in his mind. He opened the system panel to check. After eliminating these spiders, there were indeed point rewards. Although each yielded only a few hundred points, it indicated that his idea was indeed feasible. Seeing that Lena was gradually regaining her composure, Suemo promptly exclaimed, "Let us hasten to the church at the town center. That place is relatively safer. After all, these monsters cannot enter the church, and while the individuals inside may not be virtuous, armed with firearms, they can easily intimidate any adversaries." At that moment, various monsters surged from the street corners. Witnessing this, the group rushed towards the town center. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed around them, with Suemo and Julie providing cover. They navigated swiftly through the streets. Within minutes, the church came into view. The church stood in a clearing at the center of the town, surrounded by several barren trees, imparting a sinister ambience. At the entrance, a triangle-headed monster wielding a large blade seemed to await their arrival. Upon sighting this creature, Julie's expression shifted. She gritted her teeth, retrieved a leather pouch over 30 centimeters in diameter from her backpack. As she ran, she opened the pouch, and a sacred aura emanated into the surroundings. Just as Suemo was about to act against the triangle-headed monster, he felt the surge of this aura and displayed a trace of surprise. Is this her trump card? Chapter 98. Entering the church in Julie's hand appeared a small silver crossbow, radiating an aura akin to that of the holy water. The energy emanating from it seemed to inherently counter the spirit's essence. Without hesitation, Julie grasped the crossbow and fitted a short bolt onto it, aiming at the distant triangle head before pulling the trigger. The ordinary short bolt, upon being released, became imbued with a holy power. The triangle-headed monster raised its blade, positioning it defensively across its chest. When the bolt struck, a sound akin to metal clashing rang out, and the bolt was deflected. However, the holy energy had already infused the blade. Gradually, the blade began to corrode from the point of contact, disintegrating into ash. Fortunately, the triangle head reacted swiftly, discarding the now damaged weapon. Otherwise, it would have sustained injury. Seeing its weapon destroyed, the triangle-headed monster let out a furious roar. Charging at the group with bare hands, Julie quickly readied another bolt and fired. The triangle head's massive frame hindered its ability to evade. It could not dodge the incoming bolts. Two bolts struck its body, leaving behind 2 sizable wounds. Though these injuries rendered it a pitiful sight, they were not fatal. Moreover, as it continued to charge, the triangle head approached the group. Observing from the sidelines, S.H.I.E.L.D estimated the weapon's potency. It could easily dispatch ordinary malevolent spirits with a single shot. Even against entities like Sadako, a couple of bolts would likely suffice. However, against a triangle-headed monster, which relied on the entire world as its foundation, the inflicted damage was considerably limited, unable to resolve the encounter swiftly. Realizing this, S.H.I.E.L.D decided against hesitation. The creatures pursuing them were drawing near. He raised his handgun and pressed the trigger. A bullet infused with tenfold energy shot forth, embedding itself into the triangle head's body. The creature paused momentarily before, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated. In an instant, a colossal metallic triangle head plummeted from the sky, rolling twice before the group. They gazed at the metallic head on the ground, then turned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Is that a handgun? Jason swallowed hard, muttering. The power of this weapon rivals that of a rocket launcher. At that moment, Julie began to question her life choices. She had painstakingly acquired her sacred silver crossbow, which had propelled her into the ranks of the top 10 ghost hunters within just 2 years. Yet, this prized possession of hers paled in comparison to his handgun. Despite knowing that his firearm was likely modified, she still found it hard to believe. After all, it was a universally acknowledged truth among hunters. The formidable treasures designed to combat malevolent spirits are indeed ancient artifacts. This holds true. The foremost ghost hunters among them have achieved such prowess by wielding items of immense lethality against these evil entities. However, Sumo's handgun is clearly a modern creation. This implies that the adversary possesses methods to contend with malevolent spirits. If the first weapon could be modified, then so too could a second. If one could procure such a weapon from the enemy, the chances of successfully confronting that immensely powerful evil spirit would surely exceed 60%. As this thought crossed her mind, a peculiar glimmer shone in her gaze directed at S.H.I.E.L.D. Unperturbed by the stares of others, S.H.I.E.L.D strode directly towards the church's entrance, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Upon ascending the steps to the church door, S.H.I.E.L.D pushed against it, only to discover it had been firmly locked from within. The individuals inside could not possibly be unaware of the commotion occurring outside. How could they not hear the gunfire so near at hand? Yet, these people showed no intention of opening the door, clearly acting with intent. Contemplating this, S.H.I.E.L.D activated his mental prowess to probe the room beyond. Within the church, which housed over 100 people, a dozen or so stood resolutely at the entrance, bracing the door shut. A middle-aged woman with short hair stood behind them, directing their efforts. Prevent them from entering. We must keep them out. They are all embodiments of demons. Should they breach our defenses, none of us shall survive. Her inciting words rallied more individuals to step forward, united in their resolve to block the entrance. The rest stood behind, shouting encouragement. Witnessing this, the middle-aged woman's face lit up with satisfaction. She was Crispella, the bishop of this church's cult, Alessa's aunt, and the very orchestrator behind Alessa's horrific demise by fire, which had precipitated the calamity in Silent Hill. After catching a glimpse of the scene outside through the window, she felt a surge of crisis. They had all been hastily drawn into this world by Alessa, leaving them devoid of any firearms. Consequently, their numbers determined the strength of their combat capability. Having incited nearly all the residents, she undoubtedly held a position of leadership in this realm. However, if these armed individuals were allowed entry, the outcome would be uncertain. After all, although these people were swayed by her rhetoric, they were not blindly obedient. Under the threat of death, she could not be sure how many would remain loyal to her. Thus, The optimal outcome would be for them to all perish at the hands of the monsters outside. Everything within the church was vividly apparent to Sumo's mental perception. The individuals inside were all complicit in the incident that led to Alessa's burning, and none were innocent. Sumo felt no need for courtesy towards them. He turned aside to a window and shot through the glass, then retrieved a grenade from his backpack, pulling the pin before tossing it inside. The others behind him observed his fluid and seamless actions. Expressions of surprise crossing their faces, silently marveling at Sumo's hidden talents. Inside the church, Bella, who had been contently surveying her followers, was suddenly jolted by the sound of a gunshot, followed by a spherical object that landed with a thud at her feet. Upon realizing the nature of the orb, Bella's expression shifted dramatically, and she stumbled back in alarm. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the church. In the aftermath, chaos erupted as those sheltering in the back screamed and scrambled for cover, while the group barricading the doors suffered the closest casualties, falling into pools of blood. The others were either injured by shrapnel or struck down, their cries of agony filling the air. Bella was fortunate to only lose a foot to the blast, escaping immediate death. All those who had braced against the door lay prostrate on the ground. Sumo used his mental force to swing the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 99. The miserable Bella following closely behind Sumo. Julie gazed in astonishment at the injured sprawled on the floor. "Are these humans?" she questioned. The others, upon entering, shared her surprise. They had assumed the room was devoid of life, or at most, inhabited by monsters, never anticipating the presence of so many humans. Nevertheless, they felt no compassion for these individuals. After all, they had just been vigorously attempting to kick down the door moments prior, fully aware of the reasons behind their failure. The positioning of the bodies near the entrance revealed the truth. Sumo had deliberately adjusted his approach, targeting their wounds. Observing Sumo's actions, the others hesitated not and gradually approached Bella, who lay on the ground, shrieking in pain as she clutched her leg. Sumo crouched down, addressing her. "You spoke a truth. Upon my entry, none of you shall be spared." Bella, witnessing the gentle smile on Sumo's face, was gripped by terror and began to crawl backward. "A demon. He is a demon. Kill him." Strangely, none of the residents, who usually obeyed her every command, rushed towards Sumo as she had expected. They were not foolish. The handgun remained firmly in Sumo's grasp, and charging him would be akin to seeking death. Noticing their inaction, Sumo rose, his smile widening. He closed the distance to Bella and placed his foot upon her severed leg. "Where is Alessa?" Upon hearing Sumo's question, Bella's expression shifted, momentarily forgetting her pain as shock overtook her features. "You seek that demon? What is your connection to her?" Sumo's response was to apply more pressure with his foot. "That is not your concern. Simply tell me where she is." Bella let out a pained wail, hastily pleading. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." With those words, Sumo lifted his foot from her leg. Witnessing Sumo's ferocity, the congregation shrank back, their gazes downcast, fearful of drawing his attention. Even Jason and the others who had entered alongside Sumo regarded him as if seeing a stranger. They speculated amongst themselves about Sumo's clandestine endeavors. Could he be a terrorist? At that moment, taking advantage of Sumo's distraction, several injured figures sprang up from the ground, lunging at him. Concurrently, a dozen others from the crowd surged forward. "Watch out!" Jason shouted, raising his weapon to fire at one of the assailants. Click! The anticipated gunfire did not sound, and he suddenly recalled that his magazine had been emptied outside. Stunned, Jason discarded his firearm and prepared to tackle one of the figures. Meanwhile, Julie and Carl reacted swiftly, stepping in to intercept the attackers, fully aware that their survival thus far had been thanks to Sumo. However, before they could act, Sumo, endowed with mental prowess, was quicker than them all. The moment the assailants moved, he sensed it. The fragments of shrapnel that had scattered and embedded themselves in the attackers' bodies were drawn out by his mental force. With a synchronized chorus of agonized screams, dozens of shrapnel pieces, varying in size, floated in the air before darting towards the foreheads of the rushing figures. In mere moments, those who had charged at Sumo collapsed, their bodies limp. The entire sequence, from their advance to the fatal penetration of their skulls, transpired in less than 3 seconds. Julie and the others were still processing the events when Jason, reacting the fastest, lunged at one of the fallen figures, pinning him beneath him. Upon sensing the lack of resistance from the body, He was taken aback and flipped the man over. It was only then that he noticed the irregular blood hole in the center of the man's forehead. Due to the swiftness of the incident, most had failed to comprehend what had transpired. They had merely seen figures rush at S.H.I.E.L.D, take a few steps, and then collapse to the ground. After all, the small fragments under S.H.I.E.L.D's control moved with a speed comparable to bullets. Gradually, the remaining individuals began to retreat, perceiving S.H.I.E.L.D as a demonic presence. Only those who bore shrapnel within them could vaguely discern the truth. Julie regarded those clutching their wounds with a contemplative expression. Just then, the air raid siren blared once more. S.H.I.E.L.D and the others turned their gaze outside. The crimson hue enveloping the town began to fade, and the various monsters that had surrounded them vanished from sight. The town reverted to its previous pallor, shrouded in mist. Observing this, S.H.I.E.L.D scanned the crowd and pointed at two relatively sturdy-looking men. "You two, step forward." The men's faces paled, and with a thud, they dropped to their knees. "It's not our fault. It was this witch who commanded us. We had no part in it. Yes, it's all her fault. They were too many. We couldn't resist." The two began to hurriedly shift all blame onto Bella. "Silence," S.H.I.E.L.D barked. Upon hearing the words, the two individuals fell silent, kneeling on the ground, their lips sealed in fear. Once they had quieted, S.H.I.E.L.D pointed at Bella, who lay on the floor, and commanded, "You two, lift her up and follow me." Upon realizing that S.H.I.E.L.D did not intend to trouble them, the two breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly moved to pick Bella up. S.H.I.E.L.D then turned to Julie and the others. "You all stay safely within this church. It is secure here, as long as you remain vigilant against these individuals." "Where are you going?" Julie inquired. Stepping forward after hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's instructions, "I am going to resolve the issues plaguing this town once and for all." With that declaration, S.H.I.E.L.D strode towards the church's exit. The two individuals, who had been singled out by S.H.I.E.L.D, obediently followed behind him while carrying Bella. Julie, without a moment's hesitation, decided to accompany him. "I will go with you." "That won't be necessary." S.H.I.E.L.D firmly rejected her proposal. Nevertheless, Julie promptly positioned herself behind him, resolute in her stance. "Though my strength may not match yours, I can still be of some assistance." "I too," Jason chimed in, stepping forward as well. He brandished his loaded handgun. "While I may not be able to help you directly, I can keep an eye on these two to prevent their escape." Chapter 100. Not bad legs. Standing at the back, Carl hesitated, glancing at Lena beside him. Ultimately, he chose not to step forward. "What are you doing?" Lena glared at Carl as he helped her up from the ground. "Are you just going to cause more trouble?" At Carl's words, Lena huffed in annoyance. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Carl was right. She had been protected the entire way here, and should she follow, they would have to expend energy to protect her. Rendering her presence more of a hindrance than a help, Carl stepped forward, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, Sue, but I can't accompany you." S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hand dismissively, a look of exasperation crossing his face. "What are you all doing? It's as if you're preparing to accompany me to my grave. Just stay put in the church. I truly do not need your assistance." Though his words were somewhat harsh, he recognized that their presence would merely be a burden. Nonetheless, Julie and Jason insisted on following him. "Fine, whatever." S.H.I.E.L.D sighed inwardly. If they wished to accompany him, so be it. Thus, they ventured into the mist together. Half an hour later, guided by Bella, the group arrived at the entrance of a hospital. Upon entering, Bella, whose face had turned pale from blood loss, pointed towards a door in the first-floor lobby. "The demon you seek is in room 115 on the basement level." Hearing this, Jason stepped forward and opened the rusted door. Inside appeared to be an elevator. Strangely, the elevator was functional and had power for some unknown reason. S.H.I.E.L.D was not surprised. He had already confirmed yesterday at the inn that there was no science to be spoken of regarding the malevolent spirit. The group entered the elevator. Upon realizing she was also being taken down, Bella's face turned frantic. "What are you doing? I don't want to go there. Let me down." As she spoke, she began to struggle violently. She was acutely aware of Alessa's hatred towards her. It was under Alessa's instruction that she had nearly burned her to death. Though she had survived, the extensive burns left her in constant agony. It could be said that Alessa's most despised individual was certainly Bella. If she were to enter Alessa's territory, death would be a welcomed relief, a mere fantasy. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, but the two men carrying her became annoyed. Having already borne her weight, They were nearly on the verge of collapse, and her struggles only heightened their exertion. One man, unable to contain himself, raised his hand and struck her twice. Settle down. The two slaps ignited rage on Bella's face. Previously, these men had been as docile as lambs before her. Now, they dared to strike her. The audacity was outrageous. She began to struggle even more fiercely. After striking her, the man cautiously glanced at Suemo. Seeing that he did not intervene or display any displeasure, he felt reassured. Sensing Bella's continuous thrashing, he freed his right hand and delivered a series of over a dozen slaps. Only after Bella's eyes began to roll back did he finally cease. From excessive blood loss, combined with the impact of those nearly 20 slaps, Bella finally complied. Sumo's reasoning for bringing her along was primarily due to his fear that Alessa would refuse to see him. This place was her constructed mirror space. Should she choose not to meet him, finding her would be quite challenging unless he destroyed the space. At the very least, given Sumo's limited experience with magic, he had no means of extracting her without obliterating the space. Although it resembled a mirror space, it differed significantly from a traditional one. Consequently, the only way to ensure Alessa would meet him was through Bella. Alessa's hatred for Bella was profound. Although this space was predicated on Alessa's essence, it was not entirely under her control. Only the inner world fell under her dominion, while the outer world did not. This was also why these individuals felt emboldened to roam the town freely while in the outer world. However, before entering the inner world, they would seek refuge within the church. This church, too, was a place not under her jurisdiction. As long as they remained within the church, Alessa could not harm them. Thus, despite her deep-seated hatred for Bella, Alessa had never had the opportunity for revenge. It was likely that Alessa was more than pleased that Suemo had brought Bella into the depths of the hospital. A space entirely under her control. With a clang, the aging elevator came to a halt on the basement level. The group exited the elevator. Jason held a structural map of the second floor, which he had taken from the first floor wall, and led the way in a particular direction. The basement was cloaked in darkness. Thankfully, Suemo had prepared, as each individual held a large flashlight. Under the illumination of 4 or 5 flashlights, the entire corridor was as bright as day. After turning a corner, Jason, upon witnessing the scene before him, was momentarily dumbfounded. "It's enormous." "What is enormous?" Julie asked, glancing in the direction of his gaze. Upon seeing the faceless nurses, each clad in exceedingly short nurse uniforms, her expression shifted. At that moment, Suemo also laid eyes on the infamous long-legged nurses. One could not deny. They were long and fair. The faceless nurses, drawn to the light, emitted a chorus of cries and charged towards them. Seeing this, Suemo halted Julie, who was about to shoot with her silver crossbow. Observing the approaching nurses, he gently waved his right hand. Tendrils of purple light emerged from the walls, wrapping around each nurse's neck. As the ropes tightened, the faceless nurses were suspended against the walls of the corridor. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 5 individuals, including the barely conscious Bella, widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this?" Julie stared in disbelief. While the firearms could be rationalized, this was decidedly more fantastical. "We'll explain once we're outside." Upon hearing this, they refrained from pressing further. The current situation was not conducive to explanations. Suemo did not linger, recalling that the end of this corridor should lead to Alessa's chamber. As he advanced, a recovering Jason quickly followed. As they passed by the faceless nurses, he scrutinized their faces, which appeared as if burned. Their features had melded into a singular mass. "How ugly," he thought. However, he let his gaze drift downward. "Not bad legs." With that, he reached out to touch one and then hurried after the others. Chapter 101. Mastering Alessa, the church's anomaly. At the end of the corridor, Suemo gazed at the door marked 115. This was the place. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. A blinding light streamed from the room. Once his eyes adjusted, Suemo looked inside. The room was exceptionally bright, resembling an ordinary hospital ward. In the center stood a bed, completely enveloped in white curtains. In the corner, a nurse dressed in a red top and a white form-fitting skirt had her back to the entrance, seemingly unaware of the door opening, her hands busy with some task at a cabinet. Upon witnessing this, Suemo felt a sense of certainty. It appeared his gamble had paid off. With Bella in his grasp, Alessa had not chosen to evade him. His gaze shifted towards a specific spot behind the bed. Moments later, a little girl in a purple dress, with disheveled hair, emerged from behind the curtain. "Who are you?" the little girl asked, regarding Suimo with a wary expression. Suimo gazed at the figure of Alicia across from him, and through the energy fluctuations emanating from her, he effortlessly discerned that she was the embodiment of both the malevolent spirit and Alicia's dark intentions, as well as the very source of Silent Hill. A faint smile graced his lips. "Soon, you shall understand." Now that she had made her appearance, there was no longer any need for Suimo to conceal his presence. A beam of light erupted from his forehead, striking Alicia before she could react. A surge of black energy enveloped her entirely. Alicia's expression shifted dramatically. She felt as though she had been reduced to an ordinary human, her connection to this world severed in an instant. Warily, she regarded Suimo, her body subtly retreating. She had sensed unease when Suimo ensnared the nurses with his magic, yet the temptation to personally slay Bella was too great to resist. After all, it had been 3 or 4 years since she had drawn Bella and others into this world, and she had never found the opportunity to eliminate them. If she were to miss this chance, she could not fathom when another would arise. Little did she know, Suimo had exploited this very thought to allow her to bring them into her domain. Gray energy continuously seeped from Alicia's body, attempting to expel the black energy that engulfed her. However, after several futile attempts, she failed each time. In her fury, she glared at Suimo. "What is your true intention?" Throughout this process, Suimo permitted her struggle. Fully aware that she would not escape the constraints of the dark energy, he disregarded her inquiry, his gaze emitting a violet glow as he raised his right hand and waved it gently. An intricate rune began to form before him. In that fleeting moment of its creation, Suimo directed the rune towards Alicia with a subtle gesture. The rune surged forth, piercing her forehead. Dark shackles. A spell from the realm of black magic that could directly enslave malevolent spirits. Unlike a demonic contract made with humans, this incantation could be enforced upon malevolent entities. It bore a resemblance to a soul imprint, compelling the subject to submit entirely to the caster while maintaining their consciousness. Naturally, this type of spell was only effective against malevolent spirits in a similar soul state. Alicia let out a piercing scream as torrents of black energy erupted from her being. In mere moments, her form began to levitate, cocooned in the darkness. Observing this spectacle, Julie and Jason, who stood behind Suimo, exchanged alarmed glances. They instinctively deduced that Alicia was likely the ultimate antagonist of Silent Hill, the very root of the unfolding events. After all, Bella had often muttered about demons along their journey. Yet, seeing the current situation, it appeared as though Suimo himself was the true mastermind. However, they merely entertained these thoughts without questioning Sumo's motives. At that moment, Alicia's screams subsided, and her body gradually descended from the air. Her eyes had transformed entirely into pools of inky blackness. She stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Suimo Master. Suimo nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Now, let me assist you in taking complete control of this realm." Initially, when Suimo learned of Silent Hill's existence, his intention was simple: to eradicate the malevolent spirits and nefarious individuals, reaping a bounty of points in the process. However, upon witnessing the manifestation of monsters born from human fear and realizing that he could also gain points by vanquishing these creatures, he altered his approach. If a continuous influx of humanity were to enter this realm, it would signify a steady supply of monsters ripe for harvesting. Thus, the key to achieving this lay in subduing Alicia and enabling her to fully govern this world. Now that Alicia had become his ally, the remaining task was to facilitate her complete dominion over this realm, which posed no challenge for him. Sumo's forehead flickered as the Dark Grimoire materialized before him. A colossal beam of black energy surged forth, infusing Alicia with its power. Her skirt and hair billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and her body began to levitate with the continuous influx of energy. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Julie, Jason, and the 2 men carrying Bella all found themselves nearly toppling over, compelled to lean against the walls of the room for stability. The tremors intensified, and when they reached a certain threshold, the entire ward began to ascend from the depths below. In a short time, the room emerged from the shrouding mist of the outer world. At that moment, the flow of energy from the Dark Grimoire ceased. Alicia's figure gradually floated into the sky above the town. An endless surge of dark energy radiated from her, beginning to infiltrate the world. As the darkness spread, the town began to transform into an abyssal hue. The rate of this corruption was astonishingly swift. Within 5 minutes, the entire town, except for the central church, had fallen under Alicia's control. In a sense, it was also akin to being under Sumo's dominion. The dark energies of S.H.I.E.L.D possessed a peculiar attribute, the characteristic of recognizing their master. All dark energies borrowed from his being retained their highest control privileges with him. Naturally, there were exceptions for those energies absorbed into the Dark Grimoire after being transformed by the Star Empress. Such energies, once absorbed by another, remained subject to the original owner's control, akin to a backdoor left in a program, with the highest privileges still belonging to the original master. Thus, empowered by the dark energy Sumo provided, Alicia had completely seized control of this small world. However, fundamentally, it was the dark energy that governed this realm, and she merely manipulated it to indirectly wield her influence. This meant that, should Sumo desire, he could revoke her authority at any moment. The same principle applied to the undead spawned from the Lich in the zombie realm. These undead existed through the energy within Sumo's Dark Grimoire, rendering him capable of commanding them at will. As Alicia directed the dark energy towards the church, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from within the church, halting the advance of the dark energy. With the emergence of this force, a voice echoed throughout the town. "Who dares to disturb my faithful?" As the words fell, a shadowy apparition took form above the church, resembling the head of some monstrous entity. Bella, lying on the ground, felt a surge of hope at the sight. Forcing herself upright and kneeling before the apparition in the church's sky, "My lord, you have finally revealed yourself." Initially, upon witnessing Alicia address Sumo as her master, despair had consumed her. Given the actions she had taken, it was clear that Alicia would not spare her. Yet, the emergence of the deity she worshipped rekindled her hope for survival. Could these malevolent spirits and humans truly contend with a god? The answer was evidently no. As he had anticipated, with the appearance of the apparition, Alicia's expression contorted with strain. Even with the energy Sumo had infused her with, she was still no match for the projection of this malevolent deity. Observing this, Sumo moved, appearing in the sky near the church. He had long suspected that this church was under the protection of some malevolent god. Otherwise, how could it remain unscathed from the monsters Alicia commanded? He glided toward the apparition. A lesser malevolent god dares to be so audacious. Sumo felt not a trace of pressure emanating from the entity. Within the church, he had already learned the name of this malevolent deity, Samuel. He was somewhat familiar with the notorious deities of this world, and Samuel's name was notably absent from such discussions. Clearly, this was merely an obscure character. As soon as he spoke, the Dark Grimoire reappeared. Hovering above the head of the malevolent god's projection, a beam of black light shot forth from the tome, enveloping the apparition as if constructing a prison around it. The malevolent entity, sensing a grave threat, began to thrash violently, desperate to escape the confines of its prison. Yet, it was all in vain. In a matter of moments, the prison began to constrict. No. Within half a minute, the projection of the malevolent god was shattered with a scream. The prison absorbed the remnants of energy and vanished into the Dark Grimoire. With the disappearance of the malevolent deity's projection, the dark energy under Alicia's command swiftly enveloped the church. Thus, the entire space. Both the outer and inner realms fell entirely under Alicia's dominion. On the ground, Bella watched in disbelief as the malevolent deity was obliterated. How is this possible? This must be a deception. Ha ha ha. After her fleeting hope was once again extinguished, Bella, overwhelmed by consecutive blows, succumbed to madness. Alicia and Sumo descended beside her. With the entire world under her control, a cruel smile emerged on Alicia's face, signifying that none of those drawn into her realm would escape. She cast a venomous glance at the deranged Bella before respectfully approaching Sumo. "Master, this one is yours to deal with," Sumo interjected before she could finish her sentence. Understanding the story between them, Sumo naturally comprehended the depth of the animosity that existed. Moreover, Bella's sole purpose for him was to serve as a conduit to Alessa. Now that this objective had been fulfilled, she had become expendable. At this juncture, the world had reverted to a state of fog reminiscent of the outer realm. Having gained complete control over this world, Alessa was now adept at manipulating the transitions between the inner and outer realms. Upon hearing Sumo's words, A flicker of excitement graced her visage. Subsequently, tendrils of iron wire surged forth from the hospital behind her, ensnaring Bella and drawing her directly into the subterranean depths of the hospital. Of course, the two men who were carrying Bella were not spared either. These individuals were all residents of the town who had participated in her fiery demise. To eliminate them outright would be an undue mercy. Alessa intended to torment them sufficiently before allowing them to perish in agony. Suimo waved a hand, signaling her to attend to her own matters first. The entire world was now under his dominion. The remaining task was to ponder how to facilitate the influx of a multitude of humans into this town. His vision was to transform it into a place akin to a haunted house. By leveraging authenticity, he anticipated that it would soon attract a throng of visitors. However, this undertaking could not be accomplished in haste. It required a gradual, step-by-step approach. My goodness, this is simply unbelievable, Jason exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Suimo. Don't tell me you're the legendary recluse hidden within the city. Is this what they call a half-pig catching a mouse? Is that how you say it in Huaxia? On the other hand, Julie appeared to maintain her composure, though the spark in her eyes betrayed her. If I'm not mistaken, you just flew in the sky, didn't you? And that book is the legendary grimoire. Are you, perchance, the fabled sorcerer? Suimo, upon hearing this, simply nodded in silence. Given that they had already concocted their own rationale, he saw no reason to refute it. He did not wait for further inquiries from the two. Of course, if you wish to experience a few more days of this extraordinary life, I can arrange that for you. Upon hearing Suimo's proposition, both of them waved their hands in unison. No way. While we know Suimo is here and there's no need to fear these monsters, no one desires to face such things day in and day out. After all, these creatures share a common trait. They all appear rather grotesque. If we see too much of them, we might even lose our appetites. Suimo chuckled lightly at their reaction. With a gentle wave of his hand, the surroundings began to transform rapidly. The fog enveloping the entire town gradually dissipated, and the clouds in the dim sky swiftly parted, allowing the afternoon sun to shine upon them, as though they had instantaneously ascended from hell to heaven. Oh, right. What about Carl and the others? Jason suddenly exclaimed. Rest assured, they will be here shortly. Wonderful. You all made it out safely. Upon seeing the three individuals waiting by the car, a smile graced Carl's face. He turned to Suimo, asking, shall we leave now? Or, first, have something to eat and take a rest? We can set off in about 3 hours. After speaking, Suimo approached Carl and said, let me borrow your sister for a moment. Hearing this, Carl's expression darkened. However, Sumo's next words relieved him. Lena seems to be studying photography. Could you have her help me shoot a video? Suimo had gleaned this information during their journey, primarily from Jason, of course. But you need to seek her consent, Carl replied, somewhat speechless. Lena, who was standing behind him, naturally overheard their conversation. At the mention of the first sentence, she felt a twinge of delight, but upon realizing it was merely to film a video, her expression fell. Yet, her demeanor quickly recovered, and she flashed a smile that, of course, I'll go grab the equipment from the car. Since they were going out for fun, she had brought along her professional photography gear. However, as these items were rather heavy, she originally planned to scout the area first before bringing the equipment for filming. Given that the plan was to transform this place into a haunted house attraction, essential promotion was indispensable. Suimo intended to shoot a simple video first and post it online. He was confident that once the initial batch of visitors arrived, the place would inevitably thrive. After all, no haunted house could boast of having real ghosts as NPCs. After a light meal, Suimo re-entered the inner world with Lena, at first. When Lena beheld the reappearance of this realm, especially the triangular-headed creature standing not far from her, she was understandably startled. However, after Suimo's explanation and witnessing the triangular head perform a ballet upon his command, her fear dissipated entirely. The subsequent proceedings were far smoother. These monsters were certainly more obedient than celebrities. Asking them to perform simple tasks was no trouble at all. After over 2 hours, Lena had filmed nearly 20 minutes of promotional footage, showcasing various creatures from Silent Hill, acidic monsters. The triangular head, the butcher, the holy beetle, the faceless nurses. Complemented by the eerie atmosphere of Silent Hill, it was akin to a horror blockbuster. Naturally, the segment featuring the faceless nurse occupied the bulk of the video. as her physique was undeniably captivating. Without her head covering, she resembled a world-class model. By the time the two emerged from the inner world, dusk was approaching. As before, Jason occupied the passenger seat beside Suemo. Noticing Jason's repeated hesitations to speak, Suemo inquired, "What is it that you want to say? Just speak your mind." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Jason's face. It's nothing. Really, I just wanted to ask if you have control over the monsters in that world now?" Suemo nodded. Indeed, there was no reason to conceal this. They could easily deduce it. Upon hearing Sumo's confirmation, Jason's face lit up with delight. After a moment of biting his lip, he inquired, could I possibly purchase one of those nurses from you?" Startled, Suemo nearly swerved the car into the mountainside. Jason braced himself against the handle, stabilizing his posture as he caught Sumo's incredulous gaze. "Please don't misunderstand. I plan to join my father's biotechnology company after graduation. I simply wish to acquire one for research purposes." Suemo was not swayed by his flimsy excuse. "Did you not just tell me yesterday that you intended to start your own business rather than join your father's company? Am I mistaken?" Caught in his own contradiction, Jason's face flushed. "Changed my mind." "All right," he retorted defiantly. Observing his unwavering stance, Suemo sighed. Seems those of similar ilk tend to congregate. No surprise that he became friends with the original host. Ultimately, Suemo did not acquiesce. While these entities were manifestations of Alessa's resentment, and he could conjure as many as he desired, who could predict what might transpire if Jason were to come into contact with one? Granting him one would be akin to putting him in peril. Upon returning to the inn, Dana lay on the bed just as she had when she left in the morning. Having overindulged the previous night, she was only just beginning to regain her strength. Upon noticing Sumo's entrance, she leapt from the bed and clung to him, disregarding her disheveled state. Afterwards, under Dana's attentive care, Suemo enjoyed a comforting hot shower. Just as they were about to engage in a game of cops and robbers at Dana's suggestion, a knock echoed from outside. Suemo gently pushed Dana, clad in her police uniform, aside and approached the door to open it. Do you have a moment? Could we step outside to talk?" Initially inclined to decline, Suemo hesitated, considering the impending plans for Silent Hill. Eventually, he nodded in agreement. If Silent Hill truly materialized, it would require an administrator. Couldn't he possibly expect Alessa, a mere child, to manage it? Julie, standing before him, frequently dealt with malevolent entities and seemed a suitable choice. In a private booth of a CAF not far from the inn. Suemo sipped his coffee. "What is it? Speak freely." Julie gazed intently at Suemo, and after a brief pause, she finally spoke. "I wish to learn magic from you." Suemo did not display any surprise at this declaration. He had surmised that her invitation to meet was likely related to the abilities he had demonstrated. Were he in her shoes, encountering a legendary sword immortal, he too would yearn to apprentice under such a figure. Suemo scrutinized her closely. "Why should I teach you magic? Give me a reason." Unfazed by his question, Julie remained composed. Unlike those superficial women, she understood that Suemo would not impart magic without cause. I could become your woman, without strings attached." Prior to arriving, she had conducted her research on Suemo during his time at school. He had been somewhat of a recluse, with his only claim to fame being his relationship with the affluent and attractive Dana. However, their relationship had quickly fizzled out. Through her investigations, she had gleaned one crucial piece of information. He was quite the libertine. Upon absorbing this information, Julie hesitated for a moment before finally resolving to take action. After all, she could always use herself as a bargaining chip. She harbored a modicum of confidence regarding her appearance and physique. Moreover, throughout her life, she had never had a boyfriend, remaining untouched and in pristine condition, which she believed should suffice to sway the other party. After uttering these thoughts, she gazed at Suemo with utmost seriousness. To her surprise, Suemo did not exhibit the joy she had anticipated. Instead, he spoke with an air of indifference, declaring, "This is insufficient." Chapter 104. Julie, the deal is sealed. Upon hearing Sumo's rejection, Julie hastily sought to clarify. "Rest assured, I have not been touched by anyone." Suemo raised his hand to silence her, his eyes momentarily flashing with a violet light, as a demonic contract manifested in the air between them. "Take a look at the contents above. If you agree, signing this contract will enable you to commence your studies in magic." After speaking, Suemo disregarded her, focusing intently on savoring his coffee. Julie lifted her gaze to the contract, which appeared to be composed of black luminescence. The contents materialized clearly before her eyes. Unconditional obedience? The control of life in your hands? As she read through the ominous terms, her expression grew increasingly grim. In essence, this contract was akin to a servitude agreement. Once signed, her entire being would fall under the other's dominion. His mere thought sufficient to extinguish her life. Momentarily, she furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Yet Suemo remained unperturbed by her demeanor, continuing to relish his coffee. He was in no rush. While she was indeed suitable as the overseer of Silent Hill, he knew there were others who could fulfill the role just as well, albeit with a slight delay. Furthermore, the stipulations of the contract were entirely dictated by him, the harsh terms entirely of his own devising. Of course, he could choose to lend her his powers without any conditions, but why should he? Although this power bore no cost to him and was inexhaustible, he was not a philanthropist, nor did he have any reason to grant her his abilities without reciprocity. Moreover, if she were to assist him in managing Silent Hill, she must be someone he could trust implicitly. He had never hesitated to view others with the utmost suspicion. Relying on her character? Apologies, but he found that unfeasible. Only after he could exert complete control over her would he consider trusting her. Trust in character was something he had long since abandoned in his previous life. After a lengthy pause of over 10 minutes, Suemo had refilled his coffee twice. After all, he had a little policewoman in black stockings to contend with that evening, and a few extra cups would certainly help him stay alert. Just as he was about to pour a third cup, Julie finally lifted her head, her eyes glinting with indignation. "I'll sign." Observing her expression, Suemo shook his head and waved his hand, causing the contract to vanish. "Your demeanor makes me reluctant to sign. It seems as though I am coercing you into this." With that, he stood to leave. This contract did not possess the coercive capability to alter her thoughts like a soul imprint. Simply put, the difference was that a soul imprint would lead her to genuinely acknowledge him as her master, fundamentally altering her mindset, while this contract merely placed a collar around her neck, allowing him to command her actions without affecting her internal contempt. Seeing the reluctant expression on her face, Suemo felt it necessary to make a point. He wanted her to comprehend that it was she who sought this contract, not he who forced her into it. There was a fundamental difference. Psychologically, the former would engender gratitude, whereas the latter, despite the existence of a contract, would undoubtedly foster some degree of resentment within her. Witnessing this, Julie was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing her misstep. This matter was inherently one where she needed something from him, yet she had harbored a trace of resentment. Recognizing her error, Julie quickly rose, her face a mask of apology as she addressed Suemo. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior." Perceiving the change in her demeanor, Suemo understood that his intention to admonish her had been achieved. Furthermore, he had no intention of departing. While there were indeed more suitable candidates, he lacked the inclination to search leisurely for another. However, he did not immediately forgive her. The contract reappeared before them, but with an additional stipulation. Through the power of the contract, Suemo could directly manipulate her body, akin to a puppet, allowing him to position her in any manner he desired. Julie noticed this new clause, but did not hesitate. She promptly signed the contract. As the document split into two, merging into their foreheads, the terms became officially binding. Julie hurriedly closed her eyes to absorb the experience. "Why do I feel nothing? What sensation do you seek? Is this what you desire?" As Sumo's words faded, Julie's body instantaneously stiffened, her control over it vanishing. Her complexion shifted as she realized the gravity of the situation. After a brief period, regaining control over her body, she exhaled in relief. Yet this also made her acutely aware that the terms of the contract were indeed genuine. With this thought, she quickly looked up, her gaze fixed on Suemo with fervor. "When will you teach me magic?" "Teach? No need for that at all." With those words, Suemo reached into an open portal, and when he emerged, he held a thick tome in his grasp. After recording a portion of the content from the Dark Grimoire onto its pages, he casually tossed it to Julie. Watching this remarkable display, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this also magic from that book?" "Indeed, the first page contains it." Upon hearing this, Julie eagerly flipped open the book to its first page. After reading the description of the space portal, sheer elation spread across her face. Doesn't this mean you can access anything in this world at will? Suemo nodded. You could say that. Very well, from here on, all you need to do is practice diligently. In no time, you will be able to cast this spell. Also, do not disturb me unless necessary. I will notify you if something arises. Wait. As Suemo prepared to leave, Julie hurriedly approached, handing him a business card. Here are my phone number and address. Just a friendly reminder, I live alone. Having just witnessed the wonders of magic and knowing she would soon wield it herself, she felt remarkably optimistic, especially since Sumo's words indicated that he did not intend to treat her as a mere slave. With a playful spirit, she sought to tease him. Suemo accepted the card. Glancing at it before pocketing it, if you feel lonely, I can send Alisha over to keep you company for a few days. With that, he turned and departed. Julie watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. It appeared that this transaction had turned out rather well. Chapter 105. Nightmare Freddy. The following morning, what was initially planned as a week-long adventure concluded in just one day on the road. 3 vehicles diverged, and Julie drove off. Suemo, however, first made a trip to Harrisburg, the state capital, where he utilized soul capture to obtain ownership of Silent Hill. After all, transforming Silent Hill into a haunted town akin to a ghost house required adherence to regulations. Eventually, he would need to accommodate visitors, and legal procedures were indispensable. The remaining tasks of renovating the town were delegated to Dana, considering her father was a state senator, which would facilitate many processes. As for financial matters, that was straightforward. Suemo plundered the illicit funds of the senators, amassing over $20 billion in wealth. This sum was more than sufficient for the initial renovations of Silent Hill. After parking his vehicle, Suemo had barely entered his room when a series of knocks sounded at the door. Opening it, he found Rebecca, the young woman from across the hall. Her complexion appeared ghostly pale, her eyes bloodshot, presenting a stark contrast to the vibrant woman she had been 3 days prior. Upon seeing Suemo, she rushed into his arms, exclaiming, "Help me! I don't want to die. I cannot die." It was unclear what terror she had experienced over the past few days, but her words were somewhat incoherent, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Suemo offered her a comforting word, though he speculated about her condition. As he could distinctly sense the lingering resentment that clung to her, it was evident that she had likely become a target of the malevolent spirit responsible for her husband's demise. Once they returned to the living room, Suemo listened as she recounted her ordeal. After being taken away by the police, she had completed her statement and was released the following day. With the higher-ups swiftly burying the case, Suemo understood that they had likely classified it as a bizarre incident. However, since that night of her release, her nightmares had commenced. That night, in a nearby hotel, Rebecca had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning, having endured extreme exhaustion. After all, having just gone through such an ordeal, her anxiety rendered her condition entirely understandable. In a state of half-sleep, she seemed to be pursued by a terrifying demon. When she finally awoke, she initially thought it was merely a nightmare, until she noticed the torn fabric of her nightgown. Vividly, she recalled that while fleeing in her dream, her clothing had been slashed by the demon's wicked blade. The location of the tear matched almost precisely with the damage on her nightgown. At that moment, she believed it was merely a series of traumatic events that had muddled her memory. The following day, she visited the hospital for an examination, where the doctor diagnosed her with severe mental stress and prescribed her some sleep aids. That afternoon, unexpectedly, the same scene reappeared in her dreams. Perhaps her will to survive was sufficiently strong. Once again, she narrowly escaped death at the hands of the foe before waking up, upon noticing a similar wound on her wrist, one that she had sustained in her dream, and considering her husband's mysterious demise, she began to grasp the gravity of her situation. For more than a day, she had fought to stay awake, fearing that if she fell asleep, she might end up like her husband, never to awaken again. She contemplated seeking help from the police, but dismissed the notion as absurd. Left with no other choice, she returned home today, determined to search for any clues that might lead her to answers. She was acutely aware that if this continued, she would either perish at the hands of that demon in her dreams or succumb to a complete mental breakdown. To her surprise, while searching in vain, she happened upon Suemo after over 40 hours of sleeplessness. Her mind had begun to blur. She approached him for assistance, her closest ally at this moment. Upon hearing her account, Suemo raised an eyebrow. Freddy? He immediately thought of the dream killer from A Nightmare on Elm Street. Given the 3 distinct scratches on Balika's husband and her own experiences, the likelihood that this malevolent spirit was Freddy was exceedingly high. After all, he was already aware that this world was akin to a realm of horror, having encountered both Silent Hill and Ju-on. Adding another nightmare from Elm Street was hardly surprising. Intrigued, Suemo considered the situation. These spirits represented points for him. He gently placed his hand on Rebecca's shoulder, eyeing his gaze. The resentment emanating from her slowly flowed into him. He hoped that Freddy would be worth a considerable sum. After vanquishing numerous creatures in Silent Hill and that vile god's shadow, he had accumulated over 400,000 points. Of those, 300,000 had been contributed by the shadow of the malevolent god. Although this was no trifling sum, for Suemo, who had just spent billions of points, it was far from significant. Moreover, even the cheapest seed of a plant life cost millions of points, while the more valuable ones soared into the hundreds of millions. Not to mention, this was not even the area with the highest point expenditure. Treasures that could rapidly cultivate plant life were the true point sinks, as the resentment within Balika dissipated. Her emotions gradually stabilized. "You can rest here tonight, don't worry. That thing won't dare to come back," Suemo reassured her. Rebecca's demeanor calmed. Her mind cleared somewhat. She took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and fixed him with a serious gaze for several seconds before gently caressing his face. "Never mind. I need to leave quickly." At that moment, she realized that against these evil spirits, they ordinary people had no means of resistance. Staying here would only endanger Suemo without serving any purpose. Having said that, she rose to depart. Suemo saw through her intentions instantly. "Rest assured, I can handle that thing." Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Chapter 106. Farewell, Sadako. It was not until half an hour later, after hearing Suemo's explanation and learning that he was not an ordinary person but a sorcerer capable of confronting these malevolent entities, that she finally felt secure enough to sleep. She was utterly exhausted. In the past 3 days, she had scarcely accumulated 6 hours of slumber. Outside, dusk had descended. A knock echoed at the door once more. Suemo opened it to find Jason standing there, clutching a paper bag. He eagerly presented it to Suemo. "Are you certain your family hasn't seen this videotape?" "Absolutely sure." Jason nodded, a hint of fear still lingering on his face. After emerging from Silent Hill the previous night, Suemo had already inquired about Jason's experience. As expected, he learned that they had watched a peculiar videotape together the week before. Suemo then explained the situation regarding Sadako. Having witnessed Suemo's prowess in Silent Hill, Jason was naturally inclined to believe his words. He was terrified, his hair standing on end. "Blake is dead," Jason spoke, his voice trembling. "Is that so?" This was well within Suemo's expectations. "You are certain that those of us who also watched the tape won't be affected?" Jason asked anxiously. Hearing this, Suemo lifted his gaze, a mischievous glint in his eye as he ominously replied, "Uncertain. Perhaps tonight, Sadako will crawl out of your bedroom television." Noticing Suemo's expression, Jason let out a sigh of relief. He understood that it was merely a jest. With his anxiety somewhat alleviated, Jason pressed on, "Have you really considered selling a nurse? I could introduce my sister to you." "Get out." After escorting Jason away, Suemo made his way to the living room, inserting the videotape into the projector. After all, watching a horror film in this manner enhanced the atmosphere. The sky had completely darkened. The room, devoid of light, was enveloped in darkness, save for a faint glow emanating from the distant television, illuminating the immediate vicinity. Moments later, a dry well appeared on the screen, followed by a series of bizarre images. Suemo paused, realizing that these visuals were strikingly similar to those that had flashed on the hotel television. What a waste of sentiment, Suemo thought, losing interest in continuing to watch. Instead, he picked up a nearby landline, awaiting a call from Sadako. The footage lasted less than 10 minutes, as the final image faded. The phone in his hand rang. "Hi, Sadako. No, wait, it's Ms. Morgan," Suemo blurted out, momentarily confused. This was the malevolent spirit from the American version of Ju-on, and her name was not Sadako. However, out of habit, he had always referred to her that way. On the other end, Ms. Morgan paused, seemingly stunned into silence. "Hello, Ms. Morgan, can you hear me?" To Suemo's surprise, the call abruptly ended, leaving him listening to the beeping tone of disconnection. "Did she remember me?" he mused. From Jason, he had learned that when they answered the call, The spirit had uttered the words 7 days before hanging up. Yet, when it was his turn, she had not said a single word. Clearly, she possessed the intellect of a human and could discern who was on the other end based solely on the voice. S.H.I.E.L.D was merely curious whether she was bound by some predetermined rules or if she possessed autonomy. Even if she could choose not to come, he had numerous methods to ensure their meeting. Worst case, he could find someone else to view the tape. He only needed to extract the resentment targeting her and draw it into himself. As the call ended, a wave of resentment began to manifest within S.H.I.E.L.D. Does she have to act according to some rules? He pondered. Once this resentment entered his body, he sensed it gradually expanding. At its current rate, it would perfectly coincide with the level of resentment he had extracted from Jason and the others after 7 days. 7 days. S.H.I.E.L.D had no intention of waiting that long. In that instant, he drew a strand of dark energy from the Tome of Darkness. Under his control, this energy approached the resentment within him, slowly merging with it. The dark energy infused. The rate at which the resentment grew surged exponentially. After all, dark energy represented the purest and most potent form of shadow energy. For any malevolent spirit, it was akin to a significant boon. Previously in Silent Hill, he had empowered Alessa with dark energy, enabling her to master the entire realm. Now, this dark energy held the same implications for the resentment. After absorbing this strand of dark energy, the resentment swelled to a magnitude greater than when he had gathered it from several individuals before. In S.H.I.E.L.D's view, Sadako's method of killing was fundamentally a curse, with the intent of planting a seed of resentment within her target. This resentment gradually grew within the host's body. It was akin to a leaderboard. The higher the concentration of resentment, the higher the ranking. Sadako merely needed to harvest her victims sequentially, according to their positions on this list. I must be at the top of Sadako's killing order now. S.H.I.E.L.D mused. After all, under normal circumstances, even after the passage of 7 days, the resentment within those individuals could not possibly reach such a magnitude. Therefore, when the clock strikes 10 tonight, it is most likely that Sadako will seek me out first. I assume the other victims would not mind my cutting in line. Glancing at my watch, it is just past 8 o'clock. Tonight, I have 2 engagements, one with Sadako and another with Freddy. I must replenish my energy. After dinner, S.H.I.E.L.D comfortably settled onto the sofa in the living room, contemplating how to attract more malevolent spirits while awaiting Sadako's arrival. The clock's hands pointed to 10. The television across from him flickered to life. S.H.I.E.L.D's face lit up with joy upon witnessing this. Finally, she has come. Chapter 107. The tormented Sadako seeing this, S.H.I.E.L.D rose and approached the television. As before, familiar images played on the screen, ultimately freezing on a desolate well. With the flickering lights in the room, Sadako emerged once more from the well, slowly crawling toward the camera. Moments later, half of her body crawled out of the television. Bowing her head, she immediately spotted a pair of familiar shoes in her line of sight. Sadako's expression momentarily froze, and when she looked up to see the owner of those shoes, she was met with S.H.I.E.L.D's smiling face. This scene was so familiar that it took her a few seconds to register. That smile had been deeply etched into her memory. We meet again. S.H.I.E.L.D greeted her. It was only at this moment that Sadako reacted. However, it was evidently too late to retreat. S.H.I.E.L.D reached out, grabbing her hair and forcefully pulling her from the television. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I've prepared your favorite little whip for you. Upon hearing this, Sadako trembled violently, her body struggling fiercely. Yet, in S.H.I.E.L.D's grasp, all was futile in less than half a minute. She found herself suspended in midair by a magical rope radiating purple light. Witnessing the whip in S.H.I.E.L.D's hand, which was of the same material, a look of terror appeared in her eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D did not rush to inquire about the location of her true body. Instead, he proceeded with the punishment. With cries that only S.H.I.E.L.D could hear, Sadako's avatar transformed back into resentment and dissipated into thin air. S.H.I.E.L.D had initially planned to test whether the dark chains could directly control her. But evidently, this magic had no effect on her avatar. With the disappearance of this avatar, a small portion of the resentment within S.H.I.E.L.D dissipated, as most of it had been transmuted from the dark energy he controlled. Consequently, his internal resentment remained largely unchanged. S.H.I.E.L.D remained unperturbed, continuing to sit before the television. Sure enough, moments later, the television illuminated once more. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D was finally convinced that Sadako operated under specific rules. Otherwise, after being tormented twice by him, It would be unlikely for her to return unless she were a masochist. Indeed, this time, Sadako seemed to anticipate what was about to unfold. However, bound by some unseen rule, she was compelled to crawl forward. Approaching the television screen, she tentatively extended her hand toward the outside. Just as her hand emerged, Suemo grasped it firmly. With an expression of sheer terror, Sadako was once again pulled out by Suemo. Following the familiar routine, she was once again suspended. Ignoring her attempts to negotiate, Suemo immediately resumed the punishment. Over the next hour, he relentlessly repeated the process 4 or 5 times. By the final instance, Sadako's gaze had grown vacant, as if she had transformed into a heartless machine of suffering. Only then did Suemo finally take a seat on the sofa. Now, we can discuss terms, I promise. I will agree to whatever you want. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She had finally endured through it all. Observing the tears on her face, Suemo was taken aback. Was she truly willing to agree so readily? Unbeknownst to him, although these were merely Sadako's avatars, their experiences were genuinely conveyed to her true self. Over an hour of torment had completely broken her spirit. She now held only one thought. As long as he ceased the abuse, she would consent to anything he desired. Since you agree, your true self should come here immediately. As soon as Sumo's words fell, the television flickered back to life, and yet another figure crawled out. This time, the speed of her crawling was astonishing, her limbs creating afterimages as they moved. Sensing the intensity of resentment emanating from her, Suemo realized that her true self was indeed on an entirely different level compared to the avatars. He had not anticipated that Sadako's true form would be so powerful, nearly rivaling that of Alessa. A smile spread across his face as he gazed at her. Since your true form is so formidable, why not attempt to resist? After all, while I can suppress your avatars, I may not necessarily be a match for your true self. Upon hearing Sumo's enticing words, Sadako shook her head fervently. No, not at all. It seemed Sumo's prior actions had left her with psychological scars. The look in her eyes as she regarded him bore a hint of fear. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to a top-tier malevolent spirit. Rather, she appeared to be a hapless victim who had endured immense suffering. Disappointed by her response, Suemo shook his head. It seemed she harbored some misunderstandings about him. Yet, he remained confident that with time, she would come to understand that he was not a pervert. He waved his hand, and the runes of the dark chains surged into her forehead. Sensing that she was now entirely under his control, Suemo nodded in satisfaction. By the way, do you know any other malevolent spirits? He gazed at Sadako with hopeful anticipation. Given their shared existence in the uncanny realm, she ought to be acquainted with a few other spirits. Sadako shook her head in response. No, when we encounter one another, we usually try to devour each other. Clearly, even the strange entities she had previously encountered had been consumed by her. Suemo sighed in disappointment. Very well, master. Upon hearing this, Sadako appeared as if a great weight had been lifted, her form vanishing almost instantaneously. Watching her disappear, Suemo shook his head. The reason he had refrained from eliminating Sadako was to integrate her into Silent Hill. Since it was a realm of horror, the attractions could not be too monotonous. It was absurd that he had turned a perfectly good slaughter into a simulation of management, but there was no alternative. This ensured the maximization of his points. Even if he were to eradicate all the malevolent spirits in this world, the points he would obtain would still be limited. However, this approach would yield a continuous influx of points, utilizing the spirits as tools to reap the fears harbored by ordinary people. After all, these fears were akin to harvesting leeks. Once harvested, they could be reaped again after a time. They could be considered a renewable resource. Next up was Freddy. Hopefully, he would not disappoint. With this thought, Suemo closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the span of that hour, he had expended far more energy than Sadako. She only needed to scream, while he had to whip her repeatedly. Chapter 108. The Scoring Machine. Freddy, just as Suemo felt he had just fallen asleep, he was jolted awake. However, he quickly realized that he was not in his bedroom, but rather on the floor of a boiler room. From the end of the corridor, an eerie laughter echoed. Calmly, he stood up. Is this within a dream? Suemo observed his hands, astonished to find that both his physical and mental powers had returned to their peak state. In this realm, this was evidently unrealistic. He had clearly been drawn into Freddy's dream. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, a slight smile graced Sumo's lips. Within a dream, all rules manifest according to one's subconscious thoughts. As long as he could accept it subconsciously, anything was possible. If a person subconsciously believed themselves to be a superhero, they could genuinely exhibit superhuman abilities within the dream. While this notion is simple to articulate, in reality, 99.9% of people find it unachievable. After all, no matter how much one tries to hypnotize themselves, they instinctively understand that they are merely ordinary individuals. But Sumo was different. His powers in the Marvel world were genuine. And thus, within this dream, he possessed planetary-level peak strength. That moment, the door swung open with a bang. A figure slowly entered from outside. As they moved, the blades on their gloved right hand scraped against the wall. Sumo raised an eyebrow at this sight, swiftly vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was floating in midair right before Freddy. Only then did he clearly observe Freddy's appearance. Beneath a black top hat, Freddy's face appeared as if it had been seared by fire, grotesque and terrifying. However, such a sight did not stir even the slightest tremor within Sumo. Freddy's smile faltered upon seeing Sumo suddenly appear before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, Sumo's fist crashed into his chest. Boom! Freddy's body exploded into a cloud of fragments. Meanwhile, Sumo had long since evaded the aftermath. Floating in the air, he took a moment to gaze at the disintegrated Freddy. Now reduced to an irretrievable state, he did not believe that a single strike would suffice to eliminate his opponent. Indeed, moments later, Freddy's body gradually reformed. However, at that moment, his adversary still wore a bewildered expression. Utterly unprepared for the fact that he had already experienced death without even realizing it. Upon regaining his senses, Freddy stared in shock at Sumo, who floated gracefully in the sky. How could this be? A flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Had he, once again, encountered the greatest adversary of his life, a lunatic? Ever since his return from the depths of hell, there had only been one type of person he was reluctant to provoke, and that was the deranged. Many among them were fundamentally unhinged in their perceptions. Some, particularly unique individuals, possessed the ability to wield unimaginable power within dreams, torturing him relentlessly. With this thought in mind, he regarded Sumo with utmost caution. His demeanor a far cry from the arrogance he had initially displayed. Sumo, noticing that Freddy's form had recoalesced, revealed a hint of surprise on his face. Immortal? He murmured to himself. However, when he glanced at the system panel, his expression shifted in astonishment. The reason was simple. After he had dispatched Freddy, his score had increased by an astonishing 10,000 points. How could this be? Why had his score risen if he had not truly killed his opponent? Contemplating this, Sumo's gaze once again fell upon Freddy. Let us try again. In an instant, Sumo vanished from sight. Freddy felt a sudden jolt of fear when he noticed Sumo's disappearance. Almost immediately, he felt his body shatter once more, disintegrating into particles. Sumo stood frozen in the void, his eyes fixated on the system panel. Another 10,000 points? He could hardly believe it. The system could not possibly be malfunctioning. Thus, the only explanation was that Freddy was not truly immortal, but had been resurrected through some means after being struck down by him. However, for Sumo, this was no longer of concern. What mattered was that this was a windfall for him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the revived Freddy. This was a colossal treasure. Once Freddy regained his awareness, he looked up at Sumo, now tinged with a hint of fear on his face. Though he would not truly perish, it did not mean that he would not experience pain in the moments of his body's fragmentation. He realized that he had once again encountered a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he attempted to activate his abilities to escape this nightmare. However, as he did so, his expression changed dramatically. He discovered that he could not exit the dream. Just as he was about to try again, the familiar sensation washed over him once more. No. As his body coalesced again, disbelief etched itself across his features. Though he had previously encountered those he could not resist, they had never been able to prevent his exit. Now, he found himself unable to escape, nor could he hope to withstand the relentless onslaught. Minutes passed, and after having been shattered countless times, Freddy finally surrendered. He had attempted every conceivable method, yet none allowed him to flee this dream. The continuous agony of his body fracturing etched an expression of fury tinged with madness upon his face. "Come on! I am immortal. You cannot kill me." Before he could finish his words, his body was reduced to dust once more. Sue-Mo observed Freddy's slowly reforming body with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "You'd better be unable to die forever." In these brief minutes, he had amassed over 100,000 points. This was simply exhilarating. Each time Freddy's form began to coalesce, Sue-Mo would appear before the semi-formed body in an instant. The moment Freddy's body took shape, Sue-Mo's fist would also strike him. With such an efficient method of accumulating points, Sue-Mo was determined not to waste a single second. Meanwhile, Freddy had completely given up. At one point, he had even attempted to resist. After all, within the dream realm, he too possessed super speed and super strength. However, these powers, which he had once deemed formidable, were rendered utterly insignificant before Sue-Mo. Akin to an ant, unable to extend his life even for a fraction of a second. From that moment on, he had resigned himself to his fate, recognizing the futility of resistance. The entire night passed as Sue-Mo transformed into a relentless machine of punches, ceaselessly repeating the same motion. Yet, he felt no hint of boredom. With each strike, 1,000 points flowed into his account, and he could continue indefinitely. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Sue-Mo obliterated Freddy once more. He waited patiently, but after a long while, he saw no sign of Freddy's reformation. Chapter 109, 30 million points. After waiting for a full 5 minutes without any sign of his opponent, Sue-Mo's face fell into a look of disappointment. Dead? A hint of regret crossed his features. In truth, he hoped more than Freddy himself that his opponent would never truly die. However, as reality dictated, Freddy remained absent. Sue-Mo sighed in disappointment and opened the system panel to take a look. In just that one night, he had accrued nearly 30 million points from Freddy alone, meaning his opponent had died close to 3,000 times. Although Freddy had vanished and could no longer be farmed for points, Sue-Mo felt satisfied. He never anticipated that from such a seemingly trivial specter, he would amass so many points. Initially, he had thought that even a few million would be a considerable achievement. At that moment, in an unknown realm, 3 towering demon gods loomed in the void. Before them, a minuscule figure, reminiscent of an ant, gradually took shape. It was none other than Freddy, who had become somewhat numb to his own death. Assessing his surroundings, he gasped in shock. "You useless beings! Did you think that resurrecting me would not consume energy?" The demon god at the center, adorned with 2 sharp horns, bellowed. "Resurrect?" A look of confusion crossed Freddy's face. The 3 figures before him were the ancient demon gods with whom he had forged a pact to return to the human world. "Didn't you say I was immortal? What do you mean by resurrecting me?" Freddy asked, regaining his composure. "Useless. Who would have thought you would die over 3,000 times in a single night?" The central demon god roared in exasperation. When they had initially made the pact with Freddy, they had tasked him with gathering fear and souls in the human realm, and had helped him form this spectral body. At that time, they had informed Freddy that this body was immortal. In truth, their statement held some truth, but it was also somewhat misleading. His form was not truly immortal. Rather, the 3 demon gods had utilized their power, along with a fragment of Freddy's lingering soul, to resurrect him. Given their strength, resurrecting him hundreds or even thousands of times would not pose a challenge. Saying he was immortal was not entirely incorrect. After all, in the human realm, with Freddy's capabilities, how could anyone kill him 1,000 times, even those stronger than him? They would only need to kill him a few times, and he could escape using his nightmare abilities. Yet, they had never anticipated encountering a being like Sue-Mo. Had it not been for the system's point rewards, even someone like Sue-Mo, who could easily crush Freddy, would have likely killed him only dozens of times before giving up, or perhaps resorting to sealing him away. No one would be so bored as to spend an entire night simply killing him. Furthermore, the 3 demon gods typically remained in a dormant state. The resurrection of Freddy was governed by a self-operating rule under their pact. They did not need to control it themselves. As soon as Freddy died, the contract would automatically draw energy from their beings to resurrect him. Only after having resurrected him nearly 3,000 times and expending 1/10 of their energy did they awaken to the situation. It was only then that the 3 demon gods realized the problem and hastily revived him in this world. After all, as ordinary demon gods in hell, they were far from the likes of Zysorn and even Morpheus. And if this continued, their very foundations could be jeopardized. The demon god on the right, having clarified everything, sighed and looked at Freddy with a perplexed expression. Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Freddy's eyes, and he hurriedly began to explain. Noon arrived, and Suemo was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. After a night of slaying Freddy in his dreams, he only entered genuine slumber after dawn. Upon rising, Suemo made his way to the living room, only to find Balika clad solely in a white shirt, busily tending to the kitchen. After over 13 or 14 hours of sleep, she had returned to her radiant self. Upon seeing Suemo emerge, a smile graced her face. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. A few minutes later, after completing his morning routine, Suemo sat at the dining table as Balika placed breakfast before him and took a seat across from him. It seems you slept well last night, Suemo remarked after sipping his warm milk. Balika smiled back at him. Indeed, it has been a long time since I slept so soundly. I must thank you for that. No, I should be the one thanking you, Suemo replied. Had it not been for you, I might have missed out on Freddy, this true treasure boy. After breakfast, while Balika tidied the room, Suemo went to his bedroom computer and uploaded the promotional video they had filmed the previous day online. Although construction in Silent Hill had yet to commence, it was best to start the promotion early, especially since there was hardly anything to build there anyway. The only task at hand is to erect a formidable wall, followed by the establishment of a grand ticket booth and accompanying facilities. Once these structures are constructed, the process will be remarkably swift, with a month's time proving more than sufficient. Moreover, construction can commence concurrently with operations. As soon as one steps inside, they shall be ushered into the manifested world by S.H.I.E.L.D. The appearance of this manifested realm is entirely under her dominion. Adding a ticket hall within it is but a fleeting thought. The only components that require prompt completion are the supporting restaurant and medical service station, both of which are imperative, particularly the latter, to entice visitors from across the globe. Ensuring safety is paramount. Under intense stimulation, it is all too easy for individuals to succumb to shock. While a few fatalities may be manageable, an overwhelming number would disrupt the sustainable development of the ghost town. After all, these are resources that can be repeatedly utilized. Each life lost equates to a loss incurred. Just as the video was uploaded, Balika strode in, having changed into a new outfit, a stylish stepmother dress. Exuding a youthful allure, Suemo turned to regard her ensemble, clearly noting her preparedness for this occasion. Why are you dressed like this? Suemo inquired, feigning ignorance, though his eyes roamed over her figure. Balika, with a playful smile, met Suemo's gaze. What, do you not like it? Should I change into something else? Not at all. We can playtest first and change later. Chapter 110. Departure and placement of the counterpart in Silent Hill. Suemo emerged from the spatial portal, stepping into a bustling Silent Hill. Various vehicles continuously arrived and parked outside the town. This sight astonished Suemo. He had not anticipated Dana to act with such swiftness. In just one day, work had commenced here. It is undeniable that, regardless of the nation, the privileged classes operate with remarkable efficiency. Observing the workers rushing to their respective tasks, Suemo directly entered the manifested world. In a villa located at the rear of the town, S.H.I.E.L.D, having completely seized control of the manifested realm, had taken residence in this villa. Upon entering, Suemo found S.H.I.E.L.D and Sadako adorning a warmly decorated living room. Engrossed in a television show, that moment, both appeared entirely normal. S.H.I.E.L D donned a white dress, her hair neatly styled, resembling a charming girl next door. Sadako, too, had returned to her usual self, clad in a silk nightgown. Sitting alongside Ares Head, Tio an unknowing observer, they would undoubtedly appear as two ordinary sisters. Upon noticing Suemo's entrance, both women rose from the sofa. Master. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. It would take nearly a month to complete the renovations here. After some contemplation, he deemed it more prudent to temporarily store his presence here. Furthermore, as Julie and Jason remained unaware of his identity, allowing him to roam freely could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Suemo's decision, S.H.I.E.L.D and Sadako naturally assured him they would safeguard his body. Moments later, the trio descended into a room within the basement. Suemo extended his hand, opening a portal to Antarctica, retrieving a substantial amount of ice, which he piled in the room. Simultaneously, the walls began to shift as if animated like a transformer. In a short while, the walls had thickened to over 10 meters. Ensuring the room retained its warmth, Suemo fetched a bed from upstairs and lay down. With a thought, his soul withdrew from his physical form. Observing Arshia and Sadako beside him, he realized that to fully exploit the fear of those entering, a diverse array of monsters would be beneficial. In this realm of malevolent spirits, the two of them ranked among the elite. Few entities could rival them, especially not when they joined forces. The two nodded in agreement. Suemo, seeing this, refrained from further words and prepared to depart. However, after a moment's hesitation, he waved gently at his body lying on the bed. A sealed soul soared forth, merging into the dark tome at his forehead. This soul belonged to his counterpart in this world. Once he occupied that body, he sealed the counterpart's spirit, rendering it in a state of slumber. Suemo contemplated that he would inevitably return to this world occasionally. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be prudent to keep the counterpart sealed indefinitely. It would be more beneficial to help him find a body to inhabit in a more ordinary world. As that soul entered the tome, Suemo's form flickered and vanished from sight. In a typical parallel world, Suemo gradually opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings. He appeared to be lying in a bedroom, with two attractive women beside him. Both turned away in slumber. Observing their smooth backs, Suemo sighed. He rose, donned his clothes, and proceeded to the bathroom, subsequently stepping through a spatial portal. When he emerged, he found himself in a villa in Kyoto, Japan. The villa was impressively spacious, hinting at the wealth of its inhabitants. To awaken in such a household, I imagine they will be grateful upon regaining consciousness, Suemo mused softly. The choice to assist him in transitioning to Japan stemmed from the belief that, given his talents, he would thrive in causing mischief among the locals while also bringing glory to his country. He materialized in a bedroom within the villa, where a young man was glaring intently at a document in his hands. Upon noticing Suemo's sudden appearance, the young man looked momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" Clearly, he regarded Suemo as a mere servant of the estate. Suemo ignored his query, extending his hand to gently tug the young man's soul from his body. The ephemeral figure floated mid-air, witnessing its own lifeless form collapse, a look of terror crossing its face. Before the young man could react, Suemo clenched his right hand, causing the soul to shatter. He collected the fragments of memory contained within, retrieved his counterpart's spirit, fused the memory shards into it, and then inserted the spirit into the body on the floor. With everything in place, he snapped his fingers as the young man began to awaken. Suemo turned and departed. In the villa, the counterpart gradually regained consciousness. Observing his surroundings and the memories flooding his mind, he first appeared stunned, then a look of elation spread across his face. "I've crossed over." At some point, he had drifted into slumber, only to awaken here. Piecing together the memories, he deduced his new identity as a wealthy heir in Japan. However, his situation seemed less than favorable. The original host's mother had passed away early, leaving the father to remarry a young and beautiful stepmother who bore him a half-brother. Since the arrival of the younger sibling, the stepmother had schemed incessantly to sow discord between him and his father, undoubtedly to secure her son a larger share of the inheritance. Currently, the stepmother had orchestrated a scheme that jeopardized the company he was managing. Should their father discover this, his standing in the eyes of his father would significantly diminish. Just as he was sorting through his thoughts, a knock echoed from outside. He adjusted his attire and opened the door. Standing before him was a woman clad in a long purple gown, with her fair skin and exquisite features, complemented by a long swan-like neck. She appeared to be far from the typical 30-something married woman. The curves concealed beneath her gown only enhanced her allure. From his memories, he recognized her as his father's new wife, Mizushima Misa. With her arms crossed elegantly, Mizushima Misa entered the room. "We need to talk." "Resign from the company?" "Absolutely not." The counterpart glared at the poised woman, who even in her threats exuded an air of elegance, firmly refusing her proposition. "Absolutely not. And what do you think will happen when your father learns about this loss? You may find yourself losing far more than just control over this branch." Mizushima Misa observed him calmly, her expression indicating she felt quite secure in her position. The counterpart, upon hearing her threatening words, wore a knowing smile. Is that so? Chapter 111. Before entering, could you kindly provide a warning? In the Marvel Universe, Suemo's figure suddenly materialized at a seaside villa. As he opened his phone, it rang immediately. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was Avril. He answered the call, and on the other end, Avril's voice quickly filled the air. "Oh my goodness, you finally decided to answer. Do you have any idea how many times I've called you these past few days?" Her tone brimmed with exasperation. It was clear that dealing with such an irresponsible boss was wearing on her. "I apologize. I've been traveling and had no signal." A hint of embarrassment crossed Suumo's face. "By the way, is there something you needed?" Fearing further jibes from her companion, Suumo hastily shifted the topic of conversation. Upon hearing this, Avril across from her finally restrained the resentment in her voice. Complaints aside, the moment work was mentioned, her demeanor as a formidable woman immediately emerged, devoid of any personal sentiment. "A few days ago, Ms. Potts was unable to reach you. Hence, she contacted me. The Stark Group's Industrial Expo is scheduled for next month. And as the second largest shareholder of the group, your timely presence is imperative. Additionally, Ms. Potts has asked me to convey her gratitude for your timely warning. Otherwise, Mr. Stark could have faced peril a few days ago in Morocco. He wishes for you to visit at your convenience, as he wishes to express his heartfelt thanks." A few minutes later, Suumo ended the call. Had Tony already been attacked by Whiplash? Judging by Tony's desire to express gratitude, he must have heeded her advice. According to the plot, Whiplash would soon be rescued by Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, subsequently obtaining the means to create the arc reactor, thus wreaking havoc at the expo. Suumo would evidently not permit such an occurrence. After all, Stark Industries was also his asset. To sabotage the expo would be tantamount to undermining his own property. While money had become nearly inconsequential to him, it did not imply that others could infringe upon his assets at will. Nevertheless, such matters did not necessitate his direct intervention. If he had to manage everything himself, what purpose would his subordinates serve? He contemplated sending Old Juan on this errand, as he was a natural nemesis to their armored adversaries. Eye in his hands, those metallic contraptions were little more than toys. Suumo had a vivid impression of that green-haired Polaris. Minutes later, Suumo emerged from the villa. It was now nearing evening, and the sky had darkened. He vaguely noticed two figures reclining beneath a sunshade on the beach not far away. Observing this, he made his way in that direction. As the owner of this villa, it was naturally situated in the most scenic spot on the island. Upon approaching, he discerned that the figure on the left was a fair-skinned, blonde woman clad in a bikini, none other than Mystique, Raven. The other figure, with dark hair and sun-kissed skin, was Psylocke. Seemingly alerted by the sound of his footsteps, the two turned their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Suumo, Psylocke promptly stood and bowed. "Master." Meanwhile, Raven sat up from her chair, a smile gracing her face as she regarded Suumo. "Boss, I trust you won't mind us taking a break on the beach?" Raven and Psylocke had known each other for many years. Ever since Psylocke was captured on the island by Apocalypse, they frequently found themselves together, often embarking on missions as a duo. "Of course not." Suumo shook his head, not yet so unkind as to object. He casually pulled a lounge chair from a nearby portal and reclined beside them. It must be said, lying by the seaside and feeling the ocean breeze was indeed pleasant. "Not at all," Raven countered, dismissing the notion. "Strange individuals?" Suumo inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "How strange?" Upon hearing Suumo's question, Raven's expression turned serious. "To be precise, her abilities are somewhat akin to mine. She can transform into the appearance of others. Moreover, she can glean the memories of the person she transforms into through touch. However, her combat skills are woefully inadequate, and her true appearance is far less appealing than mine. Her skin is a shade of excrement green, and she has pointed ears." As she spoke, Raven pursed her lips, seemingly finding comfort in belittling the other's capabilities. After all, the fact that this individual shared a similar ability but surpassed her in strength was somewhat irksome. Green skin and pointed ears? A Skrull? Sumo's face reflected surprise. Given the timeline, many Skrulls indeed lived on Earth at this moment. However, he was taken aback that Raven and her companions had managed to capture one. "Where did you apprehend this individual?" Suumo continued his inquiry. "She was masquerading as a government official, abusing her position for illicit gain and accepting bribes. She was targeted for assassination due to her misdeeds, and I happened to take on this task." After the soldiers completed their training, Suumo had established an online platform for accepting assassination contracts. Unlike typical assassin groups, tasks posted on this site required evidence of the target's wrongdoing, which would be verified before his subordinates could take them on. Naturally, the prices were considerably more favorable than other platforms. a portion of the soldiers on the island, was specifically tasked with taking on such contracts, allowing Suemo to accumulate points and generate additional revenue. Where is she being held? She has been sent to the lab for research. Upon hearing this, Suemo stood up, intending to consult Emma. After all, as a telepath, she should be able to extract some useful information from the individual's mind. Passing through the portal, Suemo entered the living room of Emma's quarters. That moment, Emma was languidly sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Noticing Suemo's sudden appearance, she remained composed, having grown accustomed to his unconventional entrances. "Darling, could you please give me a heads-up next time you come in?" Suemo replied, "All right, I shall do my best." He settled onto the sofa opposite Emma. After a moment, once Emma had heard Suemo's inquiries, she responded, "Indeed, I have already read through her memories. She is not from Earth but hails from a life-bearing planet in the fairy star system." Suemo's expression remained unchanged, to Emma's surprise. She had expected him to show astonishment. Unbeknownst to her, Suemo had already been aware of the Skrull's background. As Emma elaborated, Suemo gleaned some critical information. There were now over 100,000 Skrulls residing on Earth, and this number was continuously rising annually. However, these Skrulls remained hidden. Apart from their leader, ordinary Skrulls like this one were oblivious to the identities of their fellow infiltrators. Even communication with their superiors was one-sided, designed to prevent the entire group from being compromised if one individual was captured. Had they known her identity in advance, Raven could have disguised herself as this official and made contact with her liaison. However, Emma was unaware of this situation before extracting the memories. Obviously, after being missing for a day or two, this method would no longer be viable, and the individual would likely become wary, possibly discarding her as expendable. Nevertheless, Suemo was unconcerned. In the short term, these Skrulls posed little threat. More importantly, the genetic material of the Skrulls had led to groundbreaking advancements in the research of Sentinel robots. According to the researchers, Sentinel robots would soon undergo a significant upgrade. Having finished detailing the situation, Emma poured a glass of red wine for both herself and Suemo. "Are you leaving tonight?" By now, the outside world had plunged into darkness. "I'll stay for a while longer before I leave." The following morning, in a small alley behind Stark Tower, Suemo stepped through the portal. As soon as he emerged, he heard a chorus of gasps and explosions emanating from the street at the end of the alley. A look of perplexity crossed his face. He dashed to the intersection and peered down the street, where he beheld a tall, green-skinned humanoid creature wielding a car and swinging it in the middle of the road. "The Hulk!" Suemo exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, several plainclothes individuals armed with tranquilizer guns were firing at the creature. Spotting a familiar figure among them, he quickly deduced that they were all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, a figure clad in armor swooped down, unmistakably Tony, drawn by the commotion, as this was just below Stark Tower. Before Tony could make an impact, the Hulk swatted him away with the vehicle as if swatting a fly. Coincidentally, Tony's trajectory sent him careening towards Suemo swiftly. Suemo dodged, and Tony embedded himself into the wall behind him. With his palm facing backward, Tony pushed himself off the wall, as his helmet retracted. His familiar face was revealed. "Tony, do you need assistance?" Suemo teased, observing Tony's disheveled state. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Tony's face, yet he feigned composure as he replied, "Not at all. I can easily handle this. I merely underestimated him. Sit back and watch me toy with this big guy." With that, Tony's helmet sealed once more, and he soared back toward the fray. This time, Tony played it smart, refraining from engaging in close combat. Instead, several cannon ports emerged from his shoulders, and dozens of small explosives cascaded forth. In an instant, Hulk's entire form was enveloped in a tremendous blaze of explosions, as the sounds of detonation subsided. Onlookers all turned their gazes toward the dissipating clouds of smoke. A furious roar erupted from within. Before the sound faded, a vehicle soared out, hurtling toward Tony. Following closely behind, the massive figure of Hulk leaped towards Tony. The moment Tony spotted the car, his suit's advanced combat assistance system propelled him upward, narrowly averting the oncoming vehicle. However, Hulk followed closely, landing directly in front of him, faced with the armored suit mere inches away. A sinister smile crept onto Hulk's face as he swung his right hand toward Tony. "Oh, shit." Tony barely managed to utter a curse before being sent flying by Hulk's immense strength, landing once again at the feet of Suemo. "Hey, Are you really just going to stand there and watch? When did you become so amenable to my suggestions? Tony grumbled as he stood up, stretching his sore limbs. Despite the suit's state-of-the-art shock absorption system, his body struggled to withstand such colossal force. Well, it's rare to see Tony concede like this, Suemo remarked, no longer remaining a passive observer as he stepped toward Hulk. As he moved, his feathered armor began to morph, transforming into a pure black suit that enveloped him entirely. Unlike Tony's iron suit, this armor, while similarly streamlined, bore intricate designs. This was a special form stored within the feathered armor. The embellishments were not merely decorative. In its cloth-like state, the armor could dissipate 90% of incoming force. The patterns formed by these designs could absorb 95% of external impacts, albeit within a certain range, specifically from stellar to domain lord levels. Below the stellar level, even the feathered armor's defenses would falter, with nearly all force being countered. However, once one reached the domain lord realm, one could easily exceed the armor's threshold, potentially shattering it in a single strike. Although the tranquilizers could not penetrate his skin, the persistent harassment had successfully enraged him. With a powerful leap, Hulk landed before an agent, sending them hurtling into a nearby building with a single punch before charging toward his next target. Agents were sent flying like bowling pins with each of Hulk's strikes. In a corner, Agent Hill's expression changed at the sight, and she hurriedly attempted to flee down the street. Yet, after just a few steps, Hulk was upon her, his colossal fist aimed at Hill. Witnessing this, she had no time to react. The only thought in her mind as she closed her eyes was, I haven't even had a romantic relationship yet, and I'm about to meet my end. How unfair. Chapter 113. Hulk smashed to bits after waiting with her eyes shut for what felt like 5 or 6 seconds. Hill heard a tremendous crash but felt nothing unusual. Puzzled, she opened her eyes, expecting to have been flung away. Given Hulk's previous track record, he seemed to have no qualms about striking women. Upon realizing the situation, astonishment spread across her face. A dark figure stood before her. Seemingly in a standoff with Hulk, the figure encased in armor turned. Miss Hill, it's a pleasure to see you again. Hearing that familiar voice, Hill's expression froze. Sue. It seemed Sue had made quite an impression on her if she could recognize him just by his voice. Miss Hill, it appears you remember me quite well. Sue's voice echoed from within the armor. Hulk, seeing that his punch had not budged the figure before him and noticing the casual conversation with the woman behind, wore an expression of fury as he swung another fist towards Sue. Watch out, Hill shouted, fully aware of Hulk's tremendous power. Cars were mere toys in his hands, easily tossed aside. However, Sue appeared unfazed, standing still without any inclination to dodge. Meanwhile, Tony spotted the scene from a distance and rushed over, knowing Sue possessed metal manipulation abilities akin to Magneto's, making it feasible to control Hulk. Yet, he could hardly fathom why Sue would position himself in front of the raging green giant. Internally, he scoffed, "You're a sorcerer. Why engage in hand-to-hand combat with such a berserker?" Despite Sue's armor appearing robust and having withstood Hulk's previous blow, it was crucial to remember that Hulk's prior punch was aimed at an ordinary person and thus lacked overwhelming force. The next punch, however, would undoubtedly be fueled by his rage. Despite his rapid approach, Tony realized he was already too late. In the anxious gazes of both, Hulk's fist crashed down on Sue. Boom. Deafening sound erupted, sending debris flying. Hill, standing nearby, nearly lost her footing from the shockwave. Once the dust settled, she quickly turned her attention to Sue's position. Hulk's massive fist had struck Sue's shoulder, yet Sue remained perfectly upright, unyielding. How is this possible? Tony exclaimed that a punch from Hulk could easily crumple a tank, yet Sue stood undisturbed. What material was this armor made of, that it could withstand such force? The armor Tony wore was crafted from the most durable materials available, and even it had sustained damage from Hulk's previous 2 strikes. Sue, however, stood unscathed. He had not retaliated earlier to test the feathered armor's defensive capabilities, and the results confirmed that the third-tier original force suit was indeed formidable. Hulk's full force could not breach its defenses. This armor was designed to withstand attacks below the stellar level, meaning that as long as Hulk's punch did not exceed 1 million tons of force, Sue could endure the assault without a scratch. Did Hulk possess a punch capable of reaching 1 million tons? Clearly, he was far from it. Sue estimated that even a fraction of that figure would be beyond Hulk's reach. After 2 consecutive punches without injury, Hulk's rage escalated, and he bellowed at Sue, clenching his fists again to strike. However, having already tested the armor's resilience, Sue was not inclined to prolong the confrontation. He raised his left hand, palm facing forward, to meet Hulk's colossal fist. In comparison, Hulk's punch was a behemoth, yet upon contact with Sue's palm, it was effortlessly halted. Hulk tried several times, but his fist could not advance an inch. "Your turn is over, now it's mine." Sue's calm voice resonated from his helmet as he began to levitate, matching Hulk's height. His right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to Hulk's face. In an instant, Hulk vanished from sight. A tremendous crash echoed as a massive hole appeared in the wall of a building to the left. The size of the hole made it clear that Hulk had made it. Moments later, Hulk's roar reverberated from within the structure. He charged back through the opening, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat out several knocked-out teeth. With a furious roar, Hulk's form expanded once more. Visibly fueled by the loss of his teeth, bending his legs, he readied his fists and lunged at Sue, who remained steadfast, showing no intention of moving. Boom. Dust swirled around them. When the cloud cleared, a deep crater had formed beneath them. With Hulk lying unconscious at the bottom, his eyes shut tight. From a distance, Tony and Hill stood in shock, witnessing the scene unfold. Sue then turned and descended gracefully before Hill, his feathered armor transforming like liquid, reshaping into casual attire. After Hulk's rampage, the streets were devoid of any witnesses, allowing Sue to remain unbothered about revealing his identity. However, as Hill gazed at him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She gently patted her chest. "If it weren't for you, I might have needed a memorial service from S.H.I.E.L.D. I hardly warrant a fighter jet," Sue casually replied. Hill chuckled and shook her head. "However, I certainly owe you a proper debt of gratitude." Chapter 114. The prototype of the anti-Hulk armor. "However, I suspect you won't have time in the coming days." Suemo glanced at the Hulk, who had reverted to Dr. Banner lying in the pit, and the swarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents buzzing around, and teased, "Well, you guessed correctly. I'm afraid I'll be spending my nights working overtime this week." Hill sighed, brushing her forehead as she surveyed the chaotic scene around her. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter echoed in the air. Suemo looked up. "Your S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcements have arrived. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After saying that, Suemo turned and headed towards Tony in the distance. "Call me," Hill shouted after Suemo's departing figure. "What are you looking at?" Coulson's voice suddenly rang out beside her, startling Hill. "When did you arrive?" "Just now. Could you perhaps make a little noise when you walk next time?" Hill clutched her chest, shot him a glance, and then began directing the S.H.I.L.D. agents to clear the scene, leaving Coulson looking utterly bewildered. In Stark Tower, Suemo and Tony stood in the elevator. The employees of Stark Industries around them cast curious glances at Tony, who was clad in armor. Suemo quietly shuffled a couple of steps to the side, pretending not to know Tony. However, it was evidently futile. In Stark Tower, hardly anyone was unfamiliar with the two of them. Moments later, the two stepped out of the elevator. They had reached the top floor of the company, where no one else could ascend. Once he confirmed that they were alone, Tony began to grumble. "I've told you before, just fly in from outside. Why do we have to take the elevator? I felt like a display piece for those people to gawk at. What's wrong with that? After all, you didn't show your face." Tony pondered for a moment and conceded, thus ceasing his complaints. Only then did he speak up. Clearly, Tony believed Sumo's strength was due to the armor. It was understandable. Who could fathom that a mere mortal could possess such power? A single punch had created a crater over 10 meters deep in the concrete, suggesting a force of at least 10,000 tons. His armor's maximum strength was only about 50 tons, making Suemo at least 200 times stronger. From the speed displayed during the rescue, he was also significantly faster than his armor, truly invincible. "Can we discuss something?" Tony's gaze was intense as he looked at Suemo. "No." Suemo flatly rejected him. He knew that Tony was likely after the design schematics for the armor, but he relied entirely on his physical prowess. "With no relation to the armor itself, I could offer shares of the entire Stark Industries in exchange," Tony hastily explained. Suemo sighed this. He turned to Tony and said, "My armor serves only a protective function. The reason I incapacitated the opponent was due to my physical strength. Do you understand physical strength?" Tony, upon hearing this, raised his hands in surrender and sat down on the office sofa. "Fine, if you don't want to trade." "I understand. but you really don't need to use such a flimsy excuse that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe. Sue, do I look like a fool? Suemo, upon hearing this, found it rather amusing. He reached out and yanked off Tony's metal mask. Kneading it in his hands like dough, finally, he shaped it into a fist with a raised middle finger in front of Tony. "Do you believe me now?" Tony stared blankly at the middle finger before him, reaching out to touch it. Indeed, it was the titanium alloy of his mask. "What the hell? Are you some kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus?" Tony looked up at Suemo in disbelief. He finally understood why Suemo had been so lively when he disembarked from the ship last time. However, how had those girls survived? It was simply unfathomable. A few minutes later, Tony handed Suemo a chip. After some thought, he deemed this item the most fitting as a token of gratitude, considering that other items seemed of little use to Suemo. Suemo accepted the chip from Tony's hand. "What is this?" Tony's face lit up with a confident smile. Having realized that Suemo did not rely on the armor after all, he felt much better. At least it indicated that the armor he had spent years developing was still at the forefront of the world. Although it might lack resistance against Suemo, in his view, Suemo was an anomaly. Not someone to be compared with. After all, achieving a physical strength of 10,000 tons was simply insane. He pressed a button on the tablet in his hand. A holographic projection emerged on the table between them, depicting a massive device moving slowly in a satellite orbit. "I call it Veronica." As Tony pressed another button on the tablet, the image began to demonstrate its capabilities. The satellite, named Veronica, seemingly received a signal and abruptly broke away from its orbit, hurtling into the atmosphere in almost no time. It reached an altitude of less than 1,000 meters above the ground. Subsequently, various components began to detach from the satellite, flying toward the armored figure below. During its flight, these components began to morph continuously, assembling into distinct parts until they completely encased the armored figure. When the assembly was complete, the entire armor had expanded significantly, now towering over 2 meters tall. Equipped with a variety of heavy weaponry, Tony explained, due to considerations for mobility, the armor isn't outfitted with too many weapons. That's why I conceived the idea of creating a weapon supply pack. Despite its modest size, the satellite carries enough weaponry to initiate a small-scale war. Upon witnessing the satellite image, Suemo instantly comprehended. Wasn't this the prototype of the anti-Hulk armor? However, since Tony had never encountered the Hulk before, he hadn't thought along those lines. Instead, focusing on external weaponry, it was evident that this device was intended for Wanda's armor. Sure enough, after finishing his explanation, Tony pointed at the chip in Sumo's hand and said, "You simply need to insert this into that suit of armor, and you'll gain control over a weapon supply pack." Hearing this, Suemo nodded, although he felt that Wanda might not necessarily make use of it. Since Tony had offered it as a gesture of thanks, he had no reason to refuse. Suddenly, he realized, a weapon supply pack. Just how many of these did you launch? Tony, upon hearing this, revealed a slight smile. Not many, only a few hundred. However, after grappling with that big guy today, I had a new idea. I could create a massive external armor. That way, it would be much easier to deal with such behemoths next time. Chapter 115. Assistant Gina Suemo put away the chip, hesitated for a moment, and casually placed 10 pounds of beast meat on the table between them. Upon seeing the unexpected item materialize on the table, Tony was taken aback, springing up from the sofa and glancing around in confusion. "What is going on?" Suemo, noticing his anxious expression, smiled. Observing Tony's reaction, he finally relaxed and sat back down on the sofa. "What are you up to? Where did you pull this from?" Tony poked at the bag before him, confirming it wasn't some kind of sponge prop, and asked in astonishment. "You don't need to worry about that. This is for you to eat. It'll save you from needing help to disembark next time we go out to sea." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tony's eyes lit up. "Will eating this make me strong like you?" "In your dreams," Tony chuckled, fully aware that it was unlikely. If consuming this small amount could elevate his physical prowess to Sumo's level, there was no way Suemo would simply give it to him without stipulating conditions, at least a 70-30 split. Or rather a 90-10 split. Tony refrained from inquiring about what animal the meat came from, as it evidently did not resemble any creature he was familiar with. After placing the meat down, Suemo stood up and exited. Although this beast meat only cost a small number of credits, it would provide significant assistance to Tony, at least tripling his physical capabilities. Just as Suemo was about to reach the elevator, A figure approached and shoved him into a nearby single restroom. Sumo remained calm. He had sensed this presence earlier. It was Natasha from Stark Industries. Sitting on Sumo's lap after pushing him onto the toilet, Natasha asked, "Do you have time right now?" Sumo glanced at his watch in response. "I need to go to the company this afternoon, but I have about 3 hours of free time." Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile. "That's more than enough." In the afternoon, Sumo entered the company in the Empire State Building. The front desk was still manned by the silver-haired Asian girl he had seen last time. Upon noticing Sumo's arrival, the girl quickly stood up from her seat. "Boss." Sumo nodded at her and proceeded deeper into the company. The girl watched his receding figure with a conflicted expression. Then, biting her lip, seemed to make a resolute decision. Nanju, seize this opportunity. Such a favorable chance may never arise again. Zhao Nanju encouraged herself. In the president's office. Over 100 tons of silver? What do you need so much silver for? Sumo sat in the chair behind his desk. You needn't concern yourself with that. Is it acceptable if I acquire it for jewelry for my girlfriend? He rolled his eyes in disbelief. Is the number of your girlfriends measured in the millions? After a moment of sarcasm, Avril chose to refrain from further comments. After all, Sumo was the boss, and she merely needed to follow his orders. By the way, the faster, the better. Ideally, it should be settled by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Avril nodded. Rest assured, I guarantee it will be ready before noon tomorrow. With that, she hurriedly turned and walked towards the door. This task was not particularly challenging for her. She could easily contact a couple of larger silver companies to get it done. As long as the funds were in place, the company could dispatch a dedicated vehicle by tomorrow morning at the latest. Currently, the company's cash flow was exceptionally abundant. After all, Sumo had liquidated most of his assets a year prior, resulting in a substantial amount of available funds. As Avril exited, a voluptuous blonde woman named Gina entered. Gina was the assistant Avril had recruited for him. However, since she had just joined the company when Sumo's system awakened, this was only the second time they had met. Gina placed the coffee from her tray on Sumo's desk. Boss, your coffee, thank you. Sumo acknowledged without lifting his gaze, still engrossed in the company's revenue report from the past year. With the enhancement of his mental acuity, Sumo's memory and cognitive response had naturally improved. In less than 5 minutes, he had thoroughly absorbed the contents of the document. When he closed the file and looked up, he noticed Gina still standing beside him. Observing Sumazuri close the document, Gina leaned in, seemingly casually, to whisper in his ear, Boss, is there anything else you need? Sumo turned to glance at her. Noticing the inexplicable smile on her face, he immediately grasped her intent. When Avril originally recruited this assistant, she understood that, given Sumo's personality, the assistant's capabilities were not of paramount importance. Rather, appearance and physique were the primary considerations. As a longtime classmate, Avril was well aware of Sumo's preferences. The moment she laid eyes on Gina, she recognized that she was undoubtedly Sumo's type. As for her professional competence, it was of little consequence. Gina, too, was cognizant of the underlying dynamics. After all, among those recruited alongside her, there were numerous talents from prestigious universities far more capable than she. Why, then, was she the one selected despite her average qualifications and abilities? She had long been prepared to offer something in return for her position. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Since her employment began, apart from that brief encounter with Sumo a couple of days ago, he had scarcely visited the office in nearly 2 years. As an assistant, her role had essentially been to serve as a decorative piece, and Avril had never anticipated that she would contribute much. This had resulted in her spending nearly every day idly, receiving a salary of $70,000 to $80,000 annually without contributing meaningfully. Consequently, she felt a growing sense of guilt. Without providing anything in return, she truly felt uneasy. Moreover, she harbored some apprehension, fearing that she might be dismissed one day. Given her capabilities, securing even a modest monthly income of $10,000 to $20,000 would be challenging. Initially, when Sumo last visited the company, she had resolved to demonstrate her worth, but before she could, the boss had vanished from the office. Thus, this time she was determined to solidify her position as an assistant. Boss, shall we head to the lounge next door? Sumo smiled slightly. He certainly wouldn't refuse such an invitation. In this scenario, it was a mutually agreeable situation. Should he decline, it would only leave her feeling unsettled. No need. This place is quite suitable. Chapter 116. Returned to Kamartaj a little over 2 hours later, Suemo emerged from the office, thoroughly satisfied. Avril had just reported that the over 100 tons of silver would arrive at the designated warehouse by tomorrow morning. With his objective achieved, he intended to leave. As he approached the company entrance, Zhao and Zhu from the reception hurried to catch up. "Boss, I apologize for the last incident. It was my fault for keeping you outside." Suemo shook his head upon hearing her words. "I have already stated that you did nothing wrong. You acted with due diligence and needn't dwell on it. No, it was indeed my fault. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as an apology." Hearing this, Suemo sighed inwardly. Here we go again, with another woman approaching him due to his wealth. Such is the plight of the affluent. Once these women discover one's worth, they become more proactive than anyone else. The notion of an ice queen is merely a fade for those who cannot be bothered with individuals they find uninteresting. Suemo regarded Zhao and Zhu, whose eyes were filled with a palpable yearning for wealth. Naturally, Suemo held no particular disdain for these gold-digging women. Perspectives differ based on one's circumstances, in his previous life. As an ordinary person, Suemo harbored no hatred for materialistic women, yet he certainly did not hold them in high regard either. However, in this life, having become wealthy, his outlook had shifted. After all, he was now a beneficiary of such women's affections. Without these gold diggers, where would his advantages as a wealthy individual manifest? Of course, he referred specifically to those who favored the affluent while looking down on ordinary people. He excluded those who, while clearly attracted to wealth, treated regular folks as mere ATMs. Moreover, from his interactions with a significant number of materialistic women, he observed that if provided with sufficient material conditions, they could be surprisingly obliging. However, he had no desire to engage in any further in-depth conversation with her today. After experiencing 2 such encounters, although there was no cooldown for him, he did not wish to squander all his time on this. "I appreciate the kind gesture, but perhaps next time. I have other matters to attend to this evening." Suemo politely declined. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhao Nanju's face fell momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and offered a graceful smile. "Very well, then let us be sure to connect next time." With that, she produced a business card and handed it to Suemo. "This is my personal phone number." Suemo smiled and nodded, casually stowing the card in his storage ring before turning to leave. After exiting the company, he sought out a secluded corner and swiftly entered the Star Tower. Star Tower in an unknown space. Suemo gazed at the colossal egg before him, spanning over 30 kilometers in size. The beast god was still in the process of gestation. Moreover, he had learned from the Star Maiden that she had accelerated the time within the region, nurturing the beast god to 1,000,000-fold. While a single day passed outside, over 2,700 years would elapse within. However, bringing forth a naturally occurring beast god was proving to be more arduous than anticipated, especially for one that merged the 2 supreme laws of time and space. Confirming that his avatar remained inactive, Suemo exited the Star Tower. With over 32 million points accumulated, he had more than enough to exchange for some ordinary plant life seedlings. Nevertheless, Suemo was evidently unwilling to settle for merely one plant life with a maximum potential of achieving only the immortal rank. He sought plants with higher growth ceilings and greater strength. Yet, based on his current points, such an exchange was unattainable. He might be able to amass a substantial sum of points in the near future, but it was uncertain how long that would take. Naturally, Suemo was disinclined to wait idly. Subsequently, he conceived a strategy to acquire a significant number of points: the vampires of this world. It is essential to note that vampires originated from a particular spell within the Dark Grimoire. Within the Dark Grimoire, there also existed a spell capable of annihilating all vampires in one fell swoop. However, given Sumo's current capabilities, casting such a spell was still somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, he discovered a formation within the upper levels of the Dark Grimoire that could amplify his magic, as long as he cast dark magic within this formation. The spell would receive a boost of dozens or even hundreds of times, and of course, this amplification had its limits. The stronger the mage, the lesser the degree of enhancement. Nonetheless, utilizing this formation's amplification, he could effortlessly obliterate all vampires on Earth in one fell swoop. Conservatively estimating, there were no fewer than 1,000,000 vampires currently inhabiting the Earth. Slaying these vampires would yield at least over 1,000,000 points. This was also the reason Suemo had instructed Avril to procure a substantial quantity of silver. After all, silver was an indispensable material for setting up the magic formation. After exiting the Star Tower, Suemo promptly opened a space gate and stepped through. Kamar-Tajed in the library. Wong sat at the table, wearing headphones and holding an apple, diligently studying a magic tome. Just then, a space gate opened before him, and Suemo stepped through, casually placing 2 tuna sandwiches on the table. Wong's nostrils flared as he caught the scent of the sandwiches. His eyes brightened at the sight of the 2 sandwiches on the table, and he looked up to see Suemo standing before him. Is that this for me? Indeed. Suemo nodded. How did you know I liked this? A guess. After speaking, Suemo chuckled lightly and walked outside. Inside the room, Wong eagerly opened a sandwich and took a bite, his face radiating delight. He looked up at Sumo's distant figure, seemingly thinking, he isn't such a bad person after all. A few minutes later, Suemo found the Ancient One, who was brewing tea in a room. The Ancient One appeared to have anticipated his arrival, having already poured him a cup. Upon seeing Suemo, the Ancient One gestured for him to sit. You knew I was coming? Suemo asked, slightly taken aback. The Ancient One set down the teapot and replied with a smile. It seems that neither the system nor the Astral Tower could glean any insight into your movements through the Time Stone. Shaking his head, Suemo decided not to dwell on it further. After all, it was not a bad thing for him. After a brief pause, Suemo spoke. I have come to inform you of something in advance. Chapter 117. The Ghost Rider, Hellfire in Hand. Suemo recounted his intention to eradicate the vampires completely, as he would need to harness the power of the Dark Grimoire and the Magic Circle, which would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Given the Ancient One's capabilities, she would naturally sense it immediately. To avoid misunderstandings and complications, Suemo felt it prudent to inform her beforehand. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One nodded with a smile. My duty is to protect the Earth from dimensional invasions. I will not interfere in other matters too much, especially since this is beneficial for all humanity. She had long understood this. Her presence in Kamar-Taj was primarily to prevent unexpected occurrences. That moment, a peculiar wave emanated from the direction of the library. Sensing the disturbance, the Ancient One's expression shifted, and she hurriedly made her way toward the direction Suemo had just exited. Suemo hesitated for a moment before following her. Shortly thereafter, the Ancient One stood before the Eye of Agamotto, placing it around her neck. With a specific gesture, the Eye of Agamotto swiftly opened, revealing a gentle green glow emanating from the Time Stone, resembling a luminous green eye. Minutes passed before the Ancient One lowered her hands, and the Eye of Agamotto closed once more. Old Wong finished the last bite of his sandwich. What's happening? The Ancient One exhaled deeply. A manifestation of Mephisto has descended. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto? Wong swallowed hard, finally responding. Indeed. However, he is not here for this world, but to deal with his rebellious son, Blackheart. Upon hearing this, Wong sighed in relief. Should we dispatch a few sorcerers to stop him? The Ancient One shook her head. What we need to do now is notify the 3 sanctums to strengthen the barriers against the Hell Dimension, preventing Mephisto from attempting a forceful incursion in a fit of rage. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Suemo. I believe you might find this of interest. At her words, Suemo snapped back to attention. Upon hearing the names Mephisto and Blackheart, a certain name surfaced in his mind. Ghost Rider. If his assumptions were correct, Mephisto and Blackheart were indeed embroiled in a conflict over a contract that contained thousands of souls, which would be immensely beneficial to these demons. Very well, I admit I am intrigued. Suemo nodded, fully aware that the Ancient One intended to rely on him to confront Blackheart. However, he did not mind, as he was genuinely interested in the matter. Setting aside everything else, just dealing with Blackheart would likely yield substantial rewards. Additionally, there was Mephisto's unique power, Hellfire. This flame was regarded as a particularly formidable force within the magical realm, possessing the characteristic of burning anything in its path, and was said to never extinguish. Naturally, there might be some exaggeration in that claim. If it were entirely true, Mephisto would have long been invincible, no longer lurking in hell, plotting to covet human souls. Nonetheless, this flame could prove quite useful to Suemo. With that thought, Suemo inquired, where is he now? In Sanctum Sanctorum. All right, thank you. Without hesitation, Suemo opened a portal and stepped through. In a cemetery just outside the town of Salt, Colorado, Suemo emerged from the portal. He surveyed the quaint town before him, embodying the common trait of American towns, sparsely populated. As night began to fall, the entire area fell into a profound silence. Not far ahead, a small white wooden house stood, where an elderly man with graying hair was chopping wood. Noticing Sumo's arrival, the old man's eyes narrowed with caution. "Who are you?" Ignoring the elder's query, Sumo scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon a shovel leaning against the wall of the wooden house. Prior to his arrival, he had researched the towns near Sanctum Sanctorum, and this cemetery was the closest one. He knew that the second-generation Ghost Rider, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, had hidden the contract here. The contract was concealed within a shovel. Approaching, Sumo seized the shovel. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed dramatically. "What are you doing? Put my things down." Disregarding the warning, Sumo snapped the handle of the shovel and extracted a rolled-up parchment. The contract, feeling an aura of malevolence emanating from it. Evidently, his assumptions had proven correct. Sumo stowed the contract and turned to the old man. "Are you the second-generation Ghost Rider?" Given the residual energy he possessed, he could only morph one last time. Afterward, he would ultimately face death once his energy was depleted. "Who are you, and how do you know my name, as well as the fact that I concealed the contract here?" Sumo glanced toward a figure approaching on a motorcycle. "You need not concern yourself with that. Just remain here as the keeper of this graveyard, and you may live a few more years." With that, Sumo disregarded the astonished expression on the old man's face and walked toward the approaching motorcycle. It was apparent that the rider was the third-generation Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze. Upon seeing Sumo at the entrance, Johnny halted his motorcycle. "Who are you?" Sumo had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He extended his right hand, enveloping Johnny in a shroud of dark energy. Johnny looked bewildered. Moments later, a small flame was extracted from his body, vanishing into the Dark Grimoire. This tiny flame was the seed of Hellfire. As long as it received a steady supply of dark energy, it would continue to grow. And Sumo had an abundance of dark energy. Extracting a portion from Johnny's body had minimal impact on him. At most, it would reduce his lifespan by a decade. Of course, Sumo would replenish him with dark energy, ensuring his lifespan would not diminish. Where is Blackheart? Chapter 118. Setting the magic circle. Johnny searched his body. "What did you do to me?" "Fear not. I merely took a sample," Sumo assured him with a reassuring glance. Realizing Sumo's words, Johnny finally responded, "We are in Sanctum Sanctorum. Wait, you haven't introduced yourself." Sumo waved his hand lightly, and a portal appeared before them. "We can discuss that later. Just know that my goal aligns with yours, to confront Blackheart." With that, he stepped into the portal. Johnny, recognizing the familiar scenery on the other side of the portal, Sanctum Sanctorum, rushed toward Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. "I need that contract." Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. pointed toward the swirling portal, shaking his head in resignation. "The contract has already been taken." Johnny's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately abandoned his plan to follow. In Sanctum Sanctorum, Sumo surveyed the almost abandoned town, reminiscent of Silent Hill. The buildings along the streets bore a weathered and dilapidated aesthetic. Not far away, two figures stood. A pale-faced man holding a blonde woman captive. Sumo easily deduced that these were Blackheart and Johnny's girlfriend. Upon noticing Sumo's presence, Blackheart scrutinized him curiously. "Who are you?" Sumo grinned widely, then suddenly appeared beside Blackheart, enveloping his hand in a layer of pale blue flames. Hellfire, born from his dark energy. His fist struck Blackheart with tremendous force, who had no time to react. His body exploding into a flurry of skin fragments, all ignited by the pale blue flames. A faint, almost imperceptible scream echoed. The fragments were consumed entirely by the flames of hell. Sumo raised his hand. Observing the flames dancing upon it, a satisfied smile gracing his face, it seemed that the infernal fire was quite effective in dealing with these demons. Moments later, Johnny arrived on his motorcycle, only to find his girlfriend alone. A look of confusion crossed his face. Where were the two of them? His girlfriend remained in a state of shock, grappling with the fact that one was dead and the other had vanished. To her, everything felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Having been abducted, she was rescued almost before she could comprehend the situation. She had merely witnessed a man emerging suddenly from a portal, uttering a phrase, delivering a punch, and then the creature that had taken her hostage exploded right before her eyes. Not even an assembly line could operate that swiftly. He understood all too well that Mephisto's power could not breach the dimensional defenses constructed by the sanctuary. What had appeared was merely a projection, wielding not even a fraction of its strength. To him, it held almost no value. Upon entering the Star Tower, he retrieved the Sanctum of the Covenant, which sealed 1,000 souls. These souls belonged to the residents of the town of Sanfangyang who had made pacts with Mephisto. It seemed that the town had encountered some crisis, and the residents had survived by bartering their souls to Mephisto. Thus, it was only natural that upon their demise, their souls would be drawn into this covenant. After hundreds of years, these souls, under Mephisto's influence, had transformed into malevolent spirits. For now, this was of little use to him. So he transferred them all into the Tome of Darkness. Perhaps they could later be utilized in the terrifying scenarios of Silent Hill. Next came the Hellfire, which proved to be immensely beneficial. At the most basic level, he could use this infernal flame to empower the undead creatures in the apocalyptic world. Undead imbued with Hellfire, though lacking the versatility of the malevolent knights, would undoubtedly possess superior combat potency. Imagine billions of malevolent knights, capable of ruthlessly overwhelming Thanos' cosmic army. Yet, there was no urgency for that at present. Suemo glanced at the points displayed on the system panel. Although he had dispatched the creature with a single blow, this heartless demon was leagues stronger than those mere minions, yielding a whopping 3 million points. He pondered silently, wondering how many points he would garner for defeating Mephisto. It should be at least 100 times that amount. In terms of strength, the heartless demon was merely a small fry compared to Mephisto. After all, demons of even slightly greater power could not penetrate the dimensional barriers established by the sanctuary. The notion that absorbing those 1,000 souls could enable one to confront Mephisto was nothing but the heartless demon's fanciful delusion. If a mere 1,000 souls could elevate one to Mephisto's level, then demons like him would be far too trivial. It was improbable that only this dimensional demon existed. In simple terms, the heartless demon was but a child with flights of fancy. The following morning, Suemo stood on a nameless small island to the east of Death Island. This island, the largest among the surrounding archipelago, was where he intended to establish a magical array. 2 days prior, Suemo had instructed his subordinates to clear a 1 square kilometer area on this island as the site for the array. Throughout the entire day, he tirelessly refined the silver, and only when night fell did he manage to transmute over 100 tons of silver into mithril. Without pausing for rest, Suemo began inscribing the array on the ground. The process of engraving a magical array was intricate and demanding. A 1 square kilometer array allowed for no errors. Fortunately, given Sumo's current physical condition, going a month without sleep was not an insurmountable challenge. After a full 24 hours, by the evening of the following day, Suemo finally completed the array. Sitting down, he closed his eyes to recuperate his expended mental energy. After 4 or 5 hours, as dawn approached, Suemo slowly opened his eyes and stepped into the center of the magical array. The Tome of Darkness appeared before him, and as his figure began to rise, he officially commenced the casting of magic. Chapter 119. Plant Life, Star-Eating Vine. As boundless energy flowed forth from the Tome of Darkness, the sky above the island darkened, with moonlight and starlight obscured by ominous clouds. The magical array on the ground radiated a purple glow, and in conjunction with the nearly pitch-black surroundings, it resembled a scene from hell. Black energy surged into the array, then was released anew, gradually coalescing in midair into intricate symbols. These symbols arranged themselves in the air, and over time, they ultimately formed a colossal pattern. The instant this pattern solidified, the entire space fell into silence, even the air ceasing to flow. As Suemo beheld the formation of the pattern, he hesitated not. Moments later, the massive pattern in midair began to compress rapidly. As it shrank, it seemed to reach a critical threshold, condensing into a singularity before erupting violently. An invisible wave radiated outward from the epicenter, expanding swiftly in all directions. In a dimly lit room of a bar in New York, a girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 was bound to a specially designed apparatus. Surrounding her were a dozen individuals, both men and women, their gazes fixated upon the bound girl, their eyes gleaming with greedy desire, as if she were a delectable feast. At that moment, a woman at the forefront of the crowd stepped forward, her eyes alight as she scrutinized the girl's pristine skin. With her right hand, she produced a sharp dagger from behind her back, licking the blade with her tongue. She then pressed the dagger against the girl's wrist, gliding it gently. Instantly, a trickle of blood flowed from the girl's wrist. The scent of blood seemed to intoxicate the crowd, prompting them to emit a collective roar in the terrified gaze of the bound girl. Each of these individuals revealed two sharp fangs, clearly indicating that they were vampires hidden among humans. "Enjoy this blood feast?" The woman wielding the dagger cried out. In an instant, the vampires surged toward the bound girl with frenzied zeal, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Just as these crazed vampires were about to pounce upon her, the girl, in utter despair, closed her eyes. A peculiar wave swept through the room, causing the movements of the surrounding vampires to freeze as if time had been paused. Moments later, their bodies began to disintegrate into ash from their feet, vanishing into the ether. This scene transpired almost simultaneously across the globe. Within a mere minute, every vampire in the world had been reduced to dust. From then on, vampires ceased to exist in this world. On the small island, Suemo descended slowly from the air. The surroundings had returned to normal. He swiftly entered the training room within the Star Tower. Opening the system panel, his gaze fell upon the points section. Points. 332 million points. After deducting the previous 30 million points, the eradication of these vampires alone had earned him a staggering 300 million points. Suemo let out a sigh of relief. This amount of points was more than sufficient for him to exchange for a powerful plant life. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the shop panel and searched for plant life seedlings. Instantly, a vast array of various plant life appeared on the shop interface. Star-eating vine. A vine-type plant life, capable of cultivating to the domain lord level. Required points for exchange, 2 million. Poison dragon grass. A grass-type plant life imbued with potent toxins. Under optimal conditions, can reach the domain lord level. Required points for exchange, 10 million. Cloud-embracing vine. A vine-type plant life with strong restorative abilities, adept in defense, can reach the immortal level of the Marquis rank. Required points for exchange, 50 million. Star-eating grass. A grass-type plant life with resilient vines and formidable strangling capabilities, can cultivate to a level comparable to the peak of the king rank. Required points for exchange, 100 million. The shop boasted an extensive variety of plant life, numbering in the hundreds. Suemo found himself momentarily dazzled by the selection, even spotting plant life capable of being cultivated to levels akin to true divine beings. However, such options were far beyond his current means. Eventually, Suemo settled on the most powerful plant life he could afford with his points, the star-eating vine. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the star-eating vine. Costing 300 million points, star-eating vine. A vine-type plant life capable of evolving by devouring metals, can ultimately cultivate to a level comparable to the top cosmic overlords. Required points for exchange, 300 million. Compared to other plant life, the star-eating vine's greatest advantage lay in its ability to independently enhance its power by consuming metals from planets. Unlike other plant life, which required optimal combinations of rare treasures to reach their peak, the star-eating vine merely needed to purchase specific metal combinations to facilitate its evolution at higher levels. From the 1st to the 9th rank, one can autonomously devour the minerals within the planets to enhance their abilities. As the system's voice faded, a black vine, exceeding several dozen meters in length, appeared before Suemo, coiling tightly and nearly filling the entire cultivation chamber. Is this the star-devouring vine? Suemo scrutinized the vine that dominated his field of vision. According to the system's introduction, the plant life would recognize its master only after being nourished by the owner's blood. Without hesitation, Suemo drew a small sword from the Chinkuan disc and made a swift cut on his arm. Blood flowed profusely, dripping onto the black vine before him. The moment the blood fell, it was almost instantly absorbed. However, Suemo sensed that this amount of blood was far from sufficient to establish a bond. Nevertheless, the wound on his arm began to heal slowly after releasing some blood. Observing this scene, Suemo let out a resigned sigh. At this rate of recovery, it seemed that even 4 or 5 cuts would not suffice for the star-devouring vine to recognize him as its master. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and decided to inflict a more severe wound upon himself. Carving a gash over 20 centimeters long on his arm, blood gushed forth, entirely consumed by the star-devouring vine. After a few minutes, as the wound neared healing, the recognition process was finally completed. Suemo felt a peculiar connection form between himself and the star-devouring vine, allowing him to issue commands with ease. With a thought, the vine gradually shrank in size until it measured just over a meter, adhering to Suemo's arm and melding into his being. In Chapter 120, The Secret Method of Space Shattering. Stark Expo. After the star devouring vine integrated into Sumo's body, he reopened the system panel. The current star devouring vine was not even at the planetary level. Sumo planned to utilize the optimal ratio of metals to elevate it to the stellar level. For the first two ranks, it was best to use only the finest metals as a foundation. Upon redeeming the star devouring vine, the system naturally provided a metal ratio chart for its perfect evolution. Without hesitation, Sumo spent over 28 million points to exchange for metals that would allow the star-devouring vine to reach the stellar level. These metals alone amounted to several million tons. With these resources, the star-devouring vine would be able to achieve the stellar level in just over half a month. This is the terrifying aspect of plant life, as long as the resources are in place. The speed of evolution is extraordinarily rapid, of course. The consumption of resources is equally immense. It is worth noting that these points could elevate over 1,000 humans to the stellar level. Although it would require some time, it was not a loss. A perfectly evolved stellar-level star-devouring vine could contend with thousands of ordinary stellar-level humans, in a certain space within the star tower. Sumo retrieved the purchased metals from the system space and waved his hand gently. The star-devouring vine that had integrated into his body shot out, swiftly entering the distant metals. Where the vines plunged deeply into them, Sumo observed as the metals visibly vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, above the star-devouring vine, a massive cosmic energy vortex formed, drawing in the cosmic energy that surged into its tendrils. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile spread across Sumo's face as he vanished from his location. For the next few days, Sumo diligently remained in the Star Tower's cultivation chamber. He had resolved to focus on mastering the two upper-level laws of time and space. With the enhancement of the Time-Space Beast God and the Time-Space Gem, his cultivation speed would naturally not be slow. Furthermore, the system offered the option to exchange for the Chaos Tablet. Given such exceptional conditions, he resolved to persevere down this path. Though the various auxiliary conditions had yet to be fulfilled, making sense of the time-space laws with his current body seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he intended to attempt cultivating the space secret methods. These methods were applications of various laws, akin to a complete set of formulas that did not require a deep understanding of the laws to utilize. Practicing these secret methods would not only significantly enhance his strength, but also aid in comprehending the laws later on. Ultimately, he found a basic space secret method in his mind, the shattering of space. The nuances of the space laws can be divided into three profound categories: space lockdown, space strangulation, and teleportation. The shattering of space method represents the most rudimentary application of space strangulation, utilizing the forces of space to directly shatter a specific area, thereby achieving the goal of annihilating an enemy. It was not until half a month later that Sumo appeared in midair above the ocean outside the island. Gazing down at the waters below, at that moment, he raised his right hand and gently clenched it in the direction of a shark. A subtle wave rippled through the area, creating concentric circles of disturbance in the water. As the ripples passed over the shark, its body was torn apart as if ravaged by unseen hands, with bright red blood spreading outward. After nearly half a year in the cultivation chamber, Sumo had finally grasped the basics of the shattering of space. However, with his current capabilities, he could only produce a sheet of spatial ripples, far from the ability to shatter space entirely. The shattering of space is divided into three levels. Upon mastering the first level, one can create spatial ripples, like Sumo, to shatter an opponent's divine body. The second level allows the formation of spatial tides that even ordinary realm masters cannot resist. The third level culminates in the actual shattering of space. However, Sumo's current proficiency was evidently far from achieving the first level, likely not even comprehending 1/10 of it. Yet, the ability to generate spatial ripples led Sumo to conclude that the stability of space within the Marvel Universe was significantly inferior to that of the Devouring World. Sumo estimated that he might not need to fully comprehend the first level before being able to shatter space directly. He nodded in satisfaction. As Sumo immersed himself in his training, the Stark Expo officially commenced in New York. In the main exhibition hall, Hammer Industries was showcasing their latest research achievements. The ground forces, with an excited shout from Justin Hammer, the intelligent warfare robots crafted by Hammer Industries began to rise from the ground with the assistance of Ivan Vanko. Although the hidden dangers within Tony had been resolved by Sumo, for some unknown reason, Rhodey had fallen out with him and, with his tacit approval, took away the Mark III, which was subsequently modified by Hammer Industries into the War Machine. At that moment, Tony descended onto the stage. Before he could utter a word, all the robots on display, including Rhodey's war machine, aimed their cannons directly at him. "Hey, no, 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 no," Tony shouted in alarm at the unfolding scene. Quickly activating his armor to take flight, he had just learned that Ivan Vanko was concealed within Hammer Industries and intended to inquire about it, but he hadn't anticipated that the robots would act without provocation. Among the crowd below were over 1,000 people, including Pepper Potts. Naturally, he could not allow a battle to erupt here. As Tony took off, dozens of robots, including Rhodey's war machine, pursued him under Ivan Vanko's control. Soaring through the air, Tony felt overwhelmed by the swarm of drones in pursuit. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated in his mind. "Mr. Stark, you can lead them to the small island to the east. There will be someone to assist you there." Startled by the voice echoing in his head, Tony wore a bewildered expression. "Who are you, and how are you in my head?" The woman's laughter rang in his mind. "Mr. Stark, I'm merely using mental abilities to communicate with you. By the way, my boss is Sumo." "All right." Upon hearing Sumo's name, a look of realization crossed Tony's face, and he immediately turned to fly towards the small island to the east. He had no doubts about the woman's words, as he had experienced Sumo's extraordinary capabilities more than once. Just recalling the special meat Sumo had given him, which had transformed him into a nearly indestructible being in just over half a month. Doubling his strength in less than half a minute, Tony landed on the small island that the woman had mentioned. Though termed a small island, it was only the size of a football field and didn't even bear a name. Upon landing, Tony spotted an elderly man with graying hair facing away from him. "Who are you? Are you the one Sue arranged to meet me?" After a moment, the figure clad in black slowly turned around. "Indeed. You may call me Magneto." In Chapter 121, Stellar-level star Devouring Vine. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted in astonishment. As he beheld the old man's visage, he immediately believed his words. After all, he had conducted extensive research on Magneto's information for the shard lodged in his chest, and he was well aware of the man's appearance. "Is Sumo truly connected to you?" Indeed. I currently work for him," Magneto nodded. After all, when Eric had abandoned Lorna, also known as Polaris, after she was conceived, Lorna's mother had to remarry a normal man. This led to Lorna not acknowledging him as her father and refusing to leave with him until today, when he was sent here by the White Queen. Emma Frost. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression froze. "Work?" Before he could inquire further, War Machine and the drones had caught up from behind. At the same time, a figure, larger than the usual armored suits, descended before the multitude of robots. The helmet opened, revealing the visage of Ivan Vanko. "Tony, it is a pleasure to see you again." Upon finishing his greeting, he waved his hands, unleashing 2 electrifying whips from his arms. Tony, observing this, regarded his opponent with a wary expression. The presence of this single adversary was manageable, yet the numerous robots trailing behind him posed a significant threat. Each one armed with a missile, his armor might not withstand the onslaught. Just then, Magneto, standing not far behind Tony, approached. With a subtle wave of his right hand, he commanded, "Step back." As he gestured, Tony felt an overwhelming force propel him aside, his armor moving uncontrollably. Magneto, with an air of calm, surveyed the array of armored suits before him. "Leave this to me." Upon hearing Magneto, whose name is Eric, Ivan Vanko's expression momentarily faltered. He scrutinized Magneto, his tone laced with arrogance. "You speak boldly." With no further ado, he swung the whip in his hand, aiming it at the seemingly arrogant elder. However, as he moved, his countenance shifted drastically. His mechanical arm refused to obey, and despite several attempts, he could not lift it. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. Hastily, he attempted to control his armor. The power unit roared to life, indicating it was at full throttle. Yet, the suit remained immobile. In desperation, he issued attack commands to the robots and War Machine. But they fell silent, as if cast into an abyss. Magneto's expression bore a hint of ease. With Apocalypse's assistance, he had not only regained his abilities, but had also experienced a substantial enhancement. He felt empowered, capable of altering the Earth's magnetic field to the extent of annihilating all life on the planet within hours. Before him, the armored suits and robots seemed mere toys, susceptible to his will. With a gentle clench of his right hand, the legion of robots instantly collapsed into a singular mass of metal. Witnessing this, Tony felt a pang of fear. Thankfully, this man was a subordinate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Were he an enemy, Tony would possess nearly the same lack of resistance as those robots. As he noticed Ivan Vanko preparing to attack Rod and Ivan, Tony rushed forward to intervene. Wait. The whips are inconsequential. If they perish, they perish. However, I have confirmed that Rod's actions are solely due to the manipulation of his war machine by another. As one of my closest friends, I cannot allow him to meet his end at the hands of his own. He stepped forward and explained his concerns to Eric. Upon hearing this, Eric refrained from further aggression and merely waved at the two men. Instantly, Rod's armor disassembled, while Ivan Vanko was reduced to fragments. As one of the notable villains in the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. had long instructed that Vanko must be personally executed. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still flesh. One cannot overlook an opponent simply because they appear weak. With the situation now resolved, Magneto Eric nodded at Tony. I shall refrain from further involvement. I am of an age that requires an early rest. With that, he addressed the void, declaring, it's a wrap. On Death Island, Emma languidly curled on a sofa, engrossed in television. Seemingly stirred by something, she paused momentarily. Yet, within 5 seconds, she resumed watching the distant screen, unaffected. Meanwhile, as Magneto's words faded, a violet portal materialized before him. Evidently a creation of Apocalypse. Tony stood, dumbfounded, at the sight unfolding before him. On Death Island, S.H.I.E.L.D., immersed in his training within the Star Tower, suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement igniting within them. In an instant, he vanished from his previous location, reappearing in a vast space within the Star Tower. Not far ahead, the colossal star-eating vine loomed in the void, with a total of 108 main vines thrashing about unconsciously. Each of these primary vines extended over 1,000 kilometers in length, nearly 100 meters in diameter, radiating a metallic sheen. When fully unfurled, they could encompass a significant portion of America. S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed at the immense star-eating vine. Awe etched across his features. It was indeed worthy of its stature as a top-tier cosmic dominator. Even its first-tier stellar form rivaled the size of a domain lord-level vine, with 108 main vines. This star-eating vine would leave even the mightiest fleets in this world in retreat. Sensing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aura, the distant star-eating vine began to thrash vigorously, transmitting an exhilarating emotion into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind. Subsequently, it surged toward him. As it approached, its size diminished, and by the time it reached S.H.I.E.L.D., it was merely over 2 meters long. The 108 tendrils entwined around S.H.I.E.L.D., and its exterior gradually transformed, morphing almost instantaneously into a suit of armor shimmering with metallic luster. After absorbing a substantial amount of metal, the resilience of the star-eating vine surpassed that of a third-tier energy suit. With the dual-layer protection of it and the feathered god armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt confident that he would be nearly impervious to physical assaults. Moreover, as a plant life form, the star-eating vine boasted formidable strength comparable to cosmic-level beings at the stellar tier. Any foe ensnared by it without cosmic-level prowess would have no hope of survival. Chapter 122. An Unexpected Summons. Once elevated to the stellar tier, the star-eating vine's further ascension would demand an astronomical quantity of metal. Fortunately, the transition from first-tier stellar to the 9th tier did not impose any stringent requirements on the type of metal. Ordinary metal ores sufficed. This realization made the task considerably easier, eyeing the skies above the Central Pacific. S.H.I.E.L.D. emerged from the spatial portal, surveying the boundless ocean below. If one were to identify the location on Earth richest in metal deposits, it would undoubtedly be the ocean. After all, terrestrial mineral resources had largely been fully surveyed and were in various stages of exploitation, while the ocean's resources remained largely intact due to the challenges of extraction. With this in mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. waved his hand, manifesting the star-eating vine from his body, transforming it into a streak of light that plunged into the ocean below. Soon, within his perception, the tendrils of the star-eating vine began to expand rapidly, and in no time, all 108 vines stretched to lengths exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Once unfurled, they precisely located their positions and anchored themselves into the seabed. The star-eating vine possessed the ability to sense the presence of metals. Watching it absorb metal ores to enhance its strength, S.H.I.E.L.D. exhaled in relief and turned to depart. The time required for evolution with these ordinary metals would be significantly longer than that with specially compounded metals, and it was not a task that could be completed in a short time frame. The quantity needed was also considerable. S.H.I.E.L.D estimated that even if the star-eating vine absorbed all mineral resources from the ocean, it might not reach the 5th tier of the stellar level. To ascend to the 9th tier, it would require the absorption of all metals from the entire planet, which might still fall short. Naturally, even if it were sufficient, S.H.I.E.L.D would not allow the star-eating vine to indiscriminately absorb everything. Should it consume all metals from Earth, the planet might face dire consequences. To err on the side of caution. S.H.I.E.L.D instructed it to cease absorption once it had completed its task in the ocean. There were plenty of celestial bodies in outer space for it to feed upon. There was no need to jeopardize Earth for the sake of enhancement. Now, a month had passed. The construction of Silent Hill in the Eerie world had long since concluded. Given that this was a supernatural event, its opening would undoubtedly attract the attention of official agencies. Relying solely on Julie and Alicia might prove insufficient. A personal visit was warranted, as it concerned a stable source of points for him in the future. With this in mind, S.H.I.E.L.D activated the dream-walking technique. Before the immense time tree, as he prepared to enter the Eerie world, the dark tome on his forehead suddenly stirred. S.H.I.E.L.D paused, sensing a call from another world. After a brief hesitation, he gazed toward a branch of the time tree in the direction of the summons. This so-called time tree resembled a beam of light perpetually in motion, continuously branching off countless times, with each branch representing a parallel world. S.H.I.E.L.D soon arrived before a world branch in his perception. It bore an elusive calling force. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into this parallel world, in a swirl of disorientation. S.H.I.E.L.D's soul form materialized above a town. Clearly, in this world, there was no counterpart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he existed in this state of soul form upon entry. He surveyed the town below. Although it was night, he could still discern the general conditions of the settlement. The town covered a considerable area, but judging by the architectural style and the weathered walls, it appeared to belong to the early 18th century. Upon recognizing this state, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sense of clarity. No wonder there are no counterparts of oneself in this world. In the early 18th century, one had not yet been born. How could there possibly be a counterpart? Of course, the present self could still casually seek out a body to inhabit, although an incompatible body would somewhat affect one's strength. For one who primarily relies on the dark tome, the impact would be minimal. However, there was no urgency to find a body. Instead, he first flew towards the direction of the summons he sensed. Within a vast castle in a town, in a spacious bedroom, two girls held a tattered page of an ancient text, reciting the incantations inscribed upon it. After a moment, the golden-haired Alira glanced at her twin sister beside her. Disappointment etched upon her face. "Marika, it seems this is of no use." The red-haired Marika also halted her recitation. "What shall we do? Are we truly to become the brides of that repugnant vampire?" Upon hearing this, Alira wore a wry smile. "Repugnant vampire? It seems you have forgotten that under the influence of his curse, we too have become distasteful vampires." As she spoke, two fangs extended from her mouth. Witnessing this, Marika's expression darkened further. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D, in a spectral form outside the window, pondered their conversation. Again with the vampires? Did he have a vendetta against them in his previous life? How was it so easy to encounter vampires? Upon sensing the tattered page held by the two girls through his mental acuity, he began to piece together the situation. It appeared that these two had caught the eye of a certain vampire, who had cursed them, thereby transforming them into vampires as well. Naturally, they were unwilling to be mere playthings of the vampire. Somehow, they had discovered this incantation to summon a demon, hoping to rid themselves of the vampire's grasp. Judging by the spell, it seemed they intended to summon the god of the underworld, S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a common method employed by demons. They spread incantations that could summon them across various worlds. Some humans, when faced with insurmountable difficulties, would place their hopes in these demons, offering their souls in exchange for assistance. They would resolve their issues, and the demons would claim their souls posthumously. It could be described as a transaction. A means for these demons to acquire souls. However, it appeared that something had gone awry. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D was under the complete control of the Star Princess, drawing energy from him, reduced to a mere beast laboring tirelessly to absorb and convert energy. Leaving no time to attend to the summons from these two, Their summons, however, had been intercepted by the dark tome residing outside the world, which had attracted Suemo, yet he bore no objections to this. After all, it was a convenient opportunity that could yield points and provide him with 2 loyal subordinates. Why not seize it? At that moment, a thick aura of dark energy enveloped Suemo entirely. Subsequently, he vanished and reappeared within the girl's chamber. Chapter 123. Van Helsing, the Vampire Bride. The 2 girls, who had been wallowing in despair, suddenly lifted their heads. Having already become vampires, their perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. Upon seeing the shadow enveloped in dark mist before them, a flicker of joy crossed their faces. They hurriedly knelt before Suemo, great demon lord. We beseech you for aid. After receiving Sumo's assent, they promptly recounted their plight. The reality aligned closely with Sumo's surmises, the only difference being the involvement of their father, the king of this small nation. From their account, Suemo understood that they were in Eastern Europe in the early 18th century, in a secluded area where each town functioned as a small kingdom, with the mayor daring to call himself a king. Their father, although referred to as a king, was merely the mayor of a larger town. The root of the matter was quite simple. As their father aged and feared death, he had obtained the address of a vampire from an unknown source and sought the vampire out. His aim was straightforward: to gain eternal life by becoming a vampire himself, offering his 2 daughters as brides of the vampire in exchange. Clearly, Elira and Marika had become the unfortunate sacrifices. Under their father's deception, they consumed a potion crafted by the vampire and were transformed into vampires through a curse. Soon, they were to be wed to him. Upon concluding their tale, the 2 gazed at Suemo with resolute expressions. If you can liberate us from this vampire, we are willing to offer our very souls. Only then did Suemo take a closer look at their appearances. Sister Marika had a cascade of red, curly hair, large eyes, and a high nose, with a notably pronounced figure. Had he not heard her confess her age, he would scarcely believe she was merely 19. Elira, with her golden curls, possessed a striking beauty infused with an Eastern European charm. However, he did not dwell on it further. Your souls hold no value for me. Suemo withdrew the dark energy surrounding him, shaking his head. He was not like Zysorn and the other demons. The living were far more beneficial to him than souls. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 shifted. After a moment's hesitation, Sister Marika gritted her teeth and spoke. As long as you help us rid ourselves of that vampire, we will offer you everything we possess. After all, if they were to give themselves away, they might as well choose someone powerful. Judging by status, this demon before them was certainly far superior to the vampire. Are you certain? Suemo reaffirmed. Seeing them nod, he conjured 2 contracts from his brow, which floated before them. After their transformation into vampires, they were no longer considered human but had become creatures of darkness. The moment they signed the contracts, Suemo felt distinctly that he could, with his will, draw them into the dark tome like those spectral soldiers. Of course, all this hinged on eliminating the vampire they spoke of. Without hesitation, Suemo inquired, after we deal with him, you will need to leave this world with me. If you have any second thoughts, now is the time. After a moment of contemplation, the 2 firmly nodded. We will leave with you, Marika declared. Their mother had perished during childbirth, leaving only their father, the king. However, the moment he offered them to the vampire, any residual affection they held for him had vanished entirely. Seeing their agreement, Suemo wasted no time and prepared to confront the vampire. After all, he was a temporary traveler in this realm and was unaware of the time ratio between this world and the Marvel Universe. It would be best to resolve this swiftly and depart. Before he could act, a knock echoed from outside the door, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man. Observing Elira and Marika, he spoke expressionlessly. It is nearly time. Prepare yourselves, I will send someone to escort you to Lord Dracula's castle. Upon hearing his cold words, a flicker of anger crossed Elira's face. I refuse. Why must we be subjected to this? At her words, the man's expression darkened. What is wrong with being a vampire? You gain eternal life and never age. This opportunity was hard one for you. Marika, unable to contain herself, retorted, that is only your opinion. You are unworthy to be called our father. Impudent. Their father, Albert, bellowed in fury. The decision has been made. Whether you wish to or not, you shall go with that. He turned to leave the room. Suemo, suspended in midair, silently observed their quarrel in his current spectral state. He was invisible to the man unless he chose otherwise. Yet, he did not allow him to exit unchallenged. He materialized before Albert. "Where is the vampire you mentioned?" Albert gasped at Sumo's sudden appearance, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. What are you?" Sumo had no intention of slowly explaining himself. His eyes glimmered with a faint purple light as he fixed his gaze on the man. "Tell me, where can I find the vampire?" Under the influence of the spell, Albert's gaze became vacant, and he uttered the name of a location. Transylvania Old Town. Upon obtaining the location, Sumo turned to Alira and Marika. "You should be familiar with this place, yes?" "Yes," Alira nodded. Suddenly, her body underwent a violent transformation. Moments later, wings sprouted from her back, her feet morphed into claws, and her skin turned pale. Van Helsing? The two before him seemed to resemble the seductive vampire brides he had seen in the film Van Helsing. It is now evident that the events are unfolding prior to the plot's climax. The vampire referred to by them is unmistakably Dracula, the progenitor of all vampires. Chapter 124. The arrival of the undead army at this moment. Marika, witnessing the scene, also transformed. Under their leadership, the three of them soared into the distance. However, during their flight, Sumo raised his hand and gently waved. From the bodies of the two, a wisp of black mist emerged and vanished into the dark tome on his forehead. This was the mark left by Dracula on them, evidently intended to prevent their escape. Moments later, guided by the two women, they reached the skies above a small town. Here, Sumo could distinctly sense the presence of vampires, originating from a massive ancient castle perched on a cliff outside the town. The trio descended before the castle, as if sensing the aura emanating from Alira and her companion. The grand doors of the castle creaked open, revealing a pale-skinned man clad in a flowing black cloak who approached with an air of elegance. "Welcome, my brides," he declared. However, upon noticing Sumo floating in midair, his expression faltered. "Who are you?" As the progenitor of vampires, it was no surprise that he could see Sumo. Sumo regarded him with a hint of a smile. "You may consider me an uninvited suitor." Dracula's expression darkened at Sumo's jest. "You? How audacious!" With that, he gestured lightly, and a roar erupted from within the castle. Moments later, a werewolf leapt forth, positioning itself in front of Sumo. Noticing this, Dracula turned his attention away from Sumo and focused on Alira and her companion. A glimmer of excitement lighting his features. "Assist me in expanding the vampire clan. One day, vampires shall utterly dominate this world." The two women, however, did not heed his command. Instead, they sidestepped and sought refuge behind Sumo. Just days prior, they had been mere ordinary girls. Even after their transformation into vampires, their combat prowess had increased manifold. Yet, psychologically, the presence of Dracula instilled an unavoidable sense of fear. Dracula, observing this, revealed a flicker of anger. He felt as though a peculiar hat had been placed upon his head. He promptly commanded the werewolf, "Eliminate him." The werewolf, receiving the order, let out a fierce howl and lunged towards Sumo. Sumo, unperturbed, cast a glance at the assailant and flicked his right fingers. A seemingly insignificant spark of flame shot from his hand, landing upon the airborne werewolf. Upon contact, the flame ignited as if it had plunged into gasoline, engulfing the werewolf in an instant. The beast did not even have time to emit a cry before its massive form was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Dracula's expression shifted dramatically. Even in his transformed state, he knew it would take him several minutes to slay a werewolf head-on. He could never achieve such instantaneous annihilation as Sumo had. This realization brought forth a sense of caution, and he involuntarily began to retreat. Simultaneously, he issued a command from within. From the castle emerged countless vampires, resembling bats, swarming towards Sumo and the two women like a horde of locusts. Following closely were hundreds of enormous werewolves. It appeared that this vast array of minions bolstered Dracula's confidence. As his demeanor grew calm, he soared to a terrace above the castle. "I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking me." Initially, Alira and Marika had displayed excitement at witnessing Sumo's swift dispatch of the werewolf, but upon seeing the multitude of diminutive vampires and the throng of werewolves bursting forth from the castle, their expressions changed drastically. While they believed that the summoned demons should vastly outmatch the vampire before them, it was evident that what had materialized was merely an illusion. they harbored doubts about Sumo's ability to contend with such a vast enemy force. Sumo, observing the spectacle above, wore a smile of exhilaration. He had initially anticipated merely confronting Dracula, perhaps accompanied by a few werewolves. After all, he had the impression that Dracula had few followers, otherwise he would not have resorted to calling upon his vampire brides in times of need. However, it seemed that unexpected rewards awaited him. He speculated that over the long passage of time, these minions may have departed or perished for various reasons. Yet, he did not dwell on it. The greater the numbers, the more advantageous it was for him. Is there a need for more? Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile. The dark tome flew from his forehead, hovering before him. Subsequently, a gray mist surged from the book, rapidly enveloping the vast expanse beneath him. Seeing this, Dracula cautiously directed one of the vampire bats into the mist. The moment the bat entered, it dissolved as if submerged in sulfuric acid, leaving behind only a skeletal remains that plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Dracula's pupils constricted, and he hastily ordered the bats and the werewolves on the ground to steer clear of the gray mist. Fortunately, the mist did not spread toward the castle. Within a mere half-minute, under Dracula's watchful gaze, the mist began to dissipate. Before he could rejoice, he beheld a dark mass covering the ground in the area where the mist had faded, filled with various monstrous beings. Once the mist fully cleared, he could finally discern that standing upon the ground were colossal skeleton soldiers, brandishing an array of weapons. In front of the skeleton soldiers stood thousands of undead knights. Clad in impenetrable armor, a conservative estimate placed their numbers at over 100,000. Dracula stared in disbelief at the sight before him, a twinge of trepidation creeping into his heart. However, he quickly stifled that fear. After all, he was immortal. What did it matter if the opposition was numerous? Moreover, until they clashed, who could ascertain the combat prowess of either side? Perhaps the skeletons were mere facades, suspended in the sky. Sumo wore a contented smile. These undead legions had been summoned from the Dark Tome before his departure from the apocalyptic realm that, of course, had he desired more, he could have easily summoned billions of undead from the realm of the departed. These undead existed solely due to the energy within the Dark Tome, just as ordinary necromancers would summon undead beings from the realm of the dead. However, he chose not to waste time. And given the limited space before the castle, there was no room for more. With this 100,000 undead army, he was already well equipped to handle the vampires and werewolves before him. In truth, with the combat capability of the skeleton soldiers, even 1,000 of them would suffice to obliterate the enemy. Yet, time was of the essence for him. Chapter 125. Eliminate Dracula and the 3 vampire brides. With everything in place, Sumo hesitated not for a moment. He waved his hand forward, and the stationary undead army sprang into action. The foremost undead knights, towering over 3 meters tall, uniformly brandished their great swords. Charging toward the werewolves obstructing the castle entrance, behind them, a small contingent of over 10,000 skeletal archers was safeguarded by the remaining skeleton soldiers. The latter leapt high into the air, aiming for the throngs of vampires hovering several meters above, wielding their bone blades against the fiends. The vampires, caught off guard by the skeleton's impressive jumping ability, barely had time to react before the skeletal blades struck them, swiftly decimating a significant portion of their ranks. The surviving vampires quickly ascended to greater heights. At that moment, the protected skeletal archers swiftly knocked their bone arrows, infusing them with a surge of soul energy. The arrows transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the body of a vampire. Before the slain vampire could plummet to the ground, the arrows embedded within them erupted in a brilliant flash. Boom! The vampire's form, along with the arrows, exploded, filling the sky with massive fireballs. Following a volley of arrows, not a single vampire remained visible in the heavens. The werewolves on the ground fared little better. The number of undead knights was staggering, amounting to 4,000 or 5,000. The foremost knights wielded lengthy spears, poised for battle. With the relentless charge of the skeletal steeds, the leading werewolves stood no chance, pierced by spear points and collapsing to the ground in fragments. The remaining werewolves, recognizing the impending doom, leaped high into the air to infiltrate the ranks of the cavalry. However, as they soared upwards, they discovered that the undead knights had raised their great swords, points directed skyward. Coupled with the fact that the knights possessed comparable strength to the werewolves, Those who dared to leap into their midst were swiftly dispatched without a trace. Those werewolves who had yet to leap, upon witnessing the massacre, halted their ascent and turned to flee toward the castle. Standing upon the elevated platform, Dracula observed this unfolding chaos. Disregarding his fury, he watched as the legion he took pride in was obliterated in less than 5 minutes. The formidable combat prowess of these undead legions was evident. Coupled with the enigmatic S.H.I.E.L.D in the distance, he realized he had no chance of victory. In that moment, he transformed, his figure shifting into a vampire resembling Illyra, but nearly twice her size, wings unfurling as he prepared to ascend into the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D, hovering above the undead army, instantly took notice of this spectacle. A surge of inspiration coursed through him as a massive bone dragon emerged slowly from the castle's side, positioning itself directly in Dracula's path. This bone dragon exceeded 100 meters in length, dwarfing Dracula, whose size was merely a fraction of one of its claws. Upon its appearance, the dragon's right claw struck with lightning speed, swatting Dracula towards S.H.I.E.L.D as though he were a mere fly. A wretched scream escaped Dracula's lips as the dragon's overwhelming force shattered nearly all of his bones. Were it not for his undead nature, this blow alone would have claimed his life. Nevertheless, upon landing, he found himself utterly immobilized. Though he was immortal, it did not imply he was impervious to injury. The grievous state of his shattered skeleton would require at least 10 minutes for recovery. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D would not grant him such mercy as he hovered before Dracula, who was on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. S.H.I.E.L.D approached with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Spare me," Dracula implored, struggling to control his agony. "These 2 women belong to you now. No, 3. 1 more will arrive tonight. They are all yours. Please, for their sake, spare me." Despite his incessant claims of immortality, he understood that such a status was relative. Even gods of immense power could perish. He was merely fortunate enough to have not encountered a foe capable of ending his existence until now. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded him with a faint smile. "If I kill you, they shall still be mine." With that, he unleashed a flicker of hellfire from his hand, engulfing Dracula entirely. Within moments, naught but ashes remained, scattered by the wind. Marika and Illyra, standing behind S.H.I.E.L.D, witnessed the entire scene unfold, their minds resonating with a singular thought. Powerful, exceedingly powerful, the vampire, who had been coddled by their father, offered no resistance against their master. Unbeknownst to S.H.I.E.L.D, their expressions bore witness to a mixture of awe and admiration. As he descended into the castle, it appeared he was guided by an innate sense of direction. Moments later, he entered a vast cavern within the mountainside, its ceiling adorned with a multitude of egg-shaped objects. Indeed, there were more, S.H.I.E.L.D mused. After obliterating Dracula, he sensed the presence of numerous vampires within the castle, leading him to this location. Clearly, these were the eggs laid by the vampires. Nearby, a wooden coffin contained the desiccated remains of several female vampires. It seemed that Dracula's former wives had perished after bearing numerous offspring, prompting him to seek new brides. Summoning a skeletal soldier, S.H.I.E.L.D commanded it to shatter a vampire egg. Upon inspection, he noted the gain of 1 point towards his score. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This cavern harbored hundreds of thousands of these vampire eggs. Without hesitation, he dispatched a legion of skeletal soldiers to destroy them all within minutes. The task was complete, and S.H.I.E.L.D calculated that he had amassed over 2 million points within the span of a single night. Should he replicate this feat a few more times, he would possess enough points to acquire the necessary materials for the star-eating vine's ascension to cosmic level. After ensuring the cavern was devoid of any remnants, he exited the castle, only to encounter a tall woman with long black hair outside. She was engaged in conversation with Illyra and Marika. At last, all 3 vampire brides had gathered. Chapter 126. Return to Silent Hill. Upon noticing S.H.I.E.L.D's emergence, the black-haired woman hurriedly approached and knelt before him. "Master, I am willing to offer all that I am. Please take me in." S.H.I.E.L.D paused, taken aback by her words. Unlike Illyra and her sister, who had entered into a contract to escape their vampiric fate, this woman had no obligation to become his servant. After Dracula's demise, she was free. "Why?" he inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. The woman raised her gaze to S.H.I.E.L.D and began to explain. In this world, there exist vampires, werewolves, and various peculiar dark creatures. Naturally, there are also many demon hunters, akin to Van Helsing, who would not distinguish between those like me, who were forced into vampirism, and would not allow us to survive. To contend with such hunters, I must elevate my power. It is well known that vampires enhance their strength by consuming vast quantities of human blood. As an ordinary woman raised in a town, I am not yet one of those monsters devoid of humanity after over a century. My human instincts still dominate my subconscious, rendering me incapable of harming humans. Rather than endure a meager existence, evading those hunters, I would prefer to leave with you. At least I would not be alone, for I would have Illyra and Marika as companions. Having listened to her explanation, Suemo did not refuse. A willing subordinate was an opportunity not to be squandered. Soon, after signing a contract akin to the one he had with Illyra and her sister, all three women became his followers. He learned the black-haired woman's name, Verona. Like the others, she had also been transformed into a vampire through a curse devised by Dracula. While Suemo possessed the means to restore them to their human forms, he chose not to do so. Once returned to humanity, they would serve little purpose beyond being mere distractions. As for training, he doubted their potential for significant development. However, he did entertain another notion. The method by which vampires enhanced their strength involved consuming energy-rich blood, a resource Suemo could easily procure, especially following the birth of the beast god. He planned to experiment with how far they could progress with an ample supply of high-grade blood. Though he understood it would require careful trial and error, the blood of the beast god was a rare treasure, and a single drop could potentially cause them to explode. It was time to depart. Suemo swiftly gathered the undead and turned to Verona and the others. Next, you will enter a special space. Do not be alarmed. It will take less than a minute. Though he was uncertain of the nature of the dark scripture space, he assumed it would not pose any harm to them. The three women nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, they vanished from sight as he himself flickered away from this world. Within the Star Tower, Suemo gradually opened his eyes, glancing at the time nearby. A breath of relief escaped him. Fortunately, only a few hours had passed in this realm. It appeared that the flow of time here was quite similar to that of the world of Van Helsing. Exiting the training room, Suemo waved his hand lightly, and the three women materialized before him. Star Princess, he called into the space. Here I am, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, Star Princess appeared before Suemo, eyeing the three newcomers with a somewhat pouting expression. Master, is one of me not enough? You went and found others. Not only did you find others, but you brought home three at once. It's so hurtful. Suemo shivered at her playful banter. Enough of that. For now, they will stay here. If you're bored, you can train them. Upon hearing this, Star Princess's face lit up with a smile. Of course, Master. I will make sure to train them well. With that, she swayed her enchanting form towards the trio. You three must listen carefully from now on. Come, let me find you a suitable place to stay. With a wave of her hand, she led them away. Disappearing from sight. Suemo, feeling a surge of energy, sensed the spatial dynamics now that he had reached the planetary level of mastery. Much like the last time the star-eating vine evolved, he could effortlessly locate a space for it to thrive. He perceived that Star Princess had brought the three women to a sunlit area with lush grass and sandy beaches, where she constructed a dwelling for them by the seaside. Observing the scene, Suemo turned his attention elsewhere. In this eerie realm of Silent Hill, nestled behind the quaint town, lies a villa. Suemo abruptly sat upright in bed, the room unchanged since his departure, the temperature lingering around -7 or 8 degrees Celsius. He descended from the bed and stretched his stiff limbs before vanishing into the living room on the first floor of the villa. At that moment, neither Alicia nor Sadako could be seen within the confines of the villa. After closing his eyes to attune his senses, Suemo swiftly detected Alicia's presence within the inner world. Currently, she was situated in a house at the center of the town, preparing to place a rather ominous-looking doll upon the bed in the bedroom. Seemingly conversing with the doll. You shall remain in this house and be obedient. Upon finishing her statement, Alicia glanced down at the doll only to find it utterly unresponsive. In an instant, she struck the doll's face twice. I am speaking to you. Did you hear me? Strangely, after those two slaps, the doll began to move, its left arm creaking as it covered its slapped face, its head shaking up and down, exuding an air of grievance. Now that's more like it. A satisfied expression graced Alicia's face. Suemo then appeared behind her, and upon sensing his presence, Alicia turned around. Upon seeing Suemo, she casually tossed the doll onto the bed as if discarding trash and hurriedly approached him. A smile of delight illuminating her face. Witnessing her joyful countenance, Suemo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had he not just witnessed her fiercely slapping the doll, anyone observing her current innocent smile would assume her to be a naive and carefree girl next door. He reached out to gently pat her head. "What are you doing?" He grasped the doll's hair. Lifting it up, Suemo seemed to perceive a fleeting expression of pain on the doll's face. Chapter 127. The Evil Spirit Monastery in the real-world Silent Hill town. Suemo appeared at the town's entrance. After a month of efforts from Alicia and Sadako, the outer world had seen the emergence of dozens of malevolent spirits, including familiar figures such as the clown, Annabelle, and Billy the Puppet. As he surveyed the transformed landscape of the town, he noted the significant changes. The entire area was now encircled by a towering wall, standing 6 to 7 meters high. Given the town's proximity to a steep mountain, a wall less than 5 kilometers long completely encased it along with the mountain's face. The wall was adorned with graffiti that exuded a terrifying ambience. Outside the wall, a sprawling array of wooden cabins had been constructed to serve as auxiliary facilities such as restaurants and inns. However, various shops were still under renovation and had yet to open for business. Dana seemed to have departed, her presence no longer felt in the vicinity, but Suemo paid it no heed. His foremost priority was to establish contact with the authorities, to locate the officials. He relied on Julie, who had some connections with their departments. Utilizing the power of the contract, he effortlessly sensed Julie's location. Consequently, a portal materialized before him, and he stepped through it. That moment, Julie and another woman stood within the courtyard of an abandoned monastery, which appeared to have been neglected for a considerable time. The peeling exterior walls were entwined with climbing vines, and the ground was overrun with weeds, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. "Is this the monastery you mentioned? The one harboring a powerful demon? It seems rather unremarkable," remarked a slender woman standing behind Julie, her voice barely above a whisper. "Exercise caution. The strength of malevolent spirits cannot be discerned from the outside." Julie shot her a glance before retrieving her silver crossbow, cautiously advancing toward the structure. After nearly a month of research, she had mastered 4 or 5 spells from the tomes of dark magic. This time, she was determined to put her skills to the test, having accepted a task nearly on par with those of Silent Hill. However, having learned from past experiences, she prudently brought along a partner. The woman behind her, Tina, was a fellow hunter she had met during a previous mission. Tina smiled at this. "Rest assured, I am ranked among the top 10 demon hunters. Do you take me for a novice?" With that, she brandished a small stone knife and followed Julie into the monastery. Due to the thick overgrowth of weeds, Julie had to draw a dagger to carve a path to the monastery's entrance. A few minutes later, she stood before the dilapidated wooden door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed the door open. Creaking ominously, the door startled a swarm of bats that had been disturbed, sending them fluttering into the air. The 2 women remained unfazed, deftly dodging the bats as they entered the darkened room. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressively dim. Julie illuminated the space with a powerful flashlight, revealing what appeared to be a prayer hall. The furniture lay strewn about haphazardly, coated in a thick layer of dust and bat droppings. Tina produced a compass-like device from somewhere, twirling it a few times before directing her gaze toward the staircase. "It's below," Julie nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 women leaned against each other and descended the staircase. After traversing halfway down the stairs, Julie felt as though she had passed through a thin membrane. However, shining her flashlight around revealed no unusual occurrences. Outside the monastery, Suemo emerged from the portal, surveying his surroundings. He sensed something amiss, his expression shifting. Just moments ago, through the power of the contract, he had detected Julie's presence within the monastery, only for it to vanish almost instantaneously, now appearing in a distant location. He clearly understood that she hadn't utilized her own portal for the transition. After all, if Julie had employed her spatial magic, she would have needed to draw upon his magical energy, which she hadn't. This indicated that she had likely been whisked away by the power of some malevolent spirit. Realizing this, a spark of intrigue flashed across Sumo's face. It seemed that the spirits here were far from ordinary. The ability to teleport suggested that these were not mere common spirits. Meanwhile, after a minute, Julie and Tina finally reached the bottom of the staircase. Through the beam of the flashlight, They peered into the dim corridor. The walls and floors were lined with an array of crosses of various styles and sizes, many of which had clearly endured the ravages of time. Some wooden ones already rotting. Tina examined her compass, its needle pointing deeper into the corridor. They exchanged glances before cautiously proceeding toward the corridor's end. The passage was not long, and within half a minute, they arrived at a closed wooden door. That moment, the light from their flashlights flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. Neither woman displayed any surprise. Interference with light sources was an almost universal trait of malevolent spirits. Regardless of their form, it seemed that every evil entity possessed the ability to dim or extinguish nearby lights, thereby amplifying the fear of those who encountered them. Both were well accustomed to such phenomena. Skillfully donning infrared night vision goggles, peering through the goggles at the now open door, they were met with a vast, inky void beyond, a sight that remained indistinct even with the night vision enhancement. Observing this, Julie exchanged a knowing glance with Tina, who nodded in agreement. Tina produced a bright flashbang grenade and hurled it into the room, just as the grenade was about to enter the darkness. A pale hand marred with dark veins reached out from the blackness, grasping the grenade tightly and crushing it effortlessly into ashes. Chapter 128. The ghostly nun, Su-Imo, arrives, as the hand obliterated the grenade. Julie swiftly retrieved a vial of holy water and cast it toward the doorway. Yet, as the holy water reached the threshold, it seemed to be halted by an unseen force, transforming into vapor. However, in that fleeting moment, the two women caught a glimpse of a figure within the room. Clad in a pure black nun's habit, beneath the brim of her veil, a pale, colorless face emerged, her eyes glowing faintly with a yellow light. Without hesitation, Julie pulled the trigger of her crossbow, sending a silver bolt hurtling toward the ghostly Inuen. At such close range, the bolt struck her almost instantaneously. Tina, too, wasted no time, hurling her stone knife toward the nun, which likewise embedded itself into her form with a fierce impact. A surge of sacred energy erupted from the two figures above. The ghostly nun let out a furious howl directed at the pair, her mouth stretching grotesquely to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. She then reached to extract the crossbow bolts and daggers embedded in her body, discarding them carelessly to the side. With a swift motion, she lunged toward the two individuals in the corridor. "Oh no!" Tina exclaimed, her face paling as she realized the imminent danger. "Run!" Without hesitation, she turned and dashed backwards. Beside her, Julie wore an expression of grim understanding. She had known that none of the exorcism weapons would be effective against these formidable spirits ranked so highly. Thankfully, she had refrained from recklessly accepting such tasks before, and had fortuitously encountered Su-Imo during her first mission. Otherwise, she would now be 6 feet under with grass growing over her grave. As the ghostly nun charged forward, Julie waved her hand gently, and 4 glowing purple ropes emerged from the walls, instantly binding the nun's limbs. The ropes tightened, lifting the nun off the ground, her form suspended in a cruciform position. Tina, having sprinted several meters away, sensed movement behind her and turned to behold the scene. She halted abruptly, astonishment flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Julie. Yet, there was no time for inquiries. She quickly pivoted and ran back toward her companion. Julie, seizing the opportunity while the nun was restrained, raised her silver crossbow and pulled the trigger. A barrage of purple glowing bolts struck the ghostly figure, eliciting a wretched scream from her as she thrashed violently. Once the assault concluded, Julie retreated to stand beside Tina, who had been momentarily stunned by the nun's anguished cries echoing throughout the corridor. As tendrils of dark mist seeped from the nun's body, her struggles gradually ceased, her eyes closing as her head drooped. Observing this, both Julie and Tina exhaled a sigh of relief simultaneously. After a brief pause to ensure their foe remained inert, Tina approached cautiously, retrieving the stone dagger from the nun's form, recognizing it as one of her most vital exorcism tools. Her gaze then assessed the 4 ropes that had subdued the nun, landing on Julie with a look of incredulity. "How did you accomplish that?" "It's truly remarkable." Julie, feeling a surge of pride, opted not to divulge her magical abilities. Just as she prepared to dispel her enchantment, the once motionless nun slowly lifted her head, revealing her eyes glowing with a blinding light. "Look out!" Julie's expression shifted in alarm as she urgently grasped Tina, propelling them both into a sprint as they fled. Tina instinctively matched her pace, and just as they escaped a short distance, an overwhelming surge of black energy erupted from the suspended nun. The ropes binding her limbs disintegrated under the onslaught, allowing her to descend back to the ground. The nun glared resentfully at the pair as they vanished around the staircase, her form gradually dissipating into the ether. Breathless, Julie and Tina ascended the 4 flights of stairs. Ultimately entering a grand hall, however, upon surveying their surroundings, a chill coursed through them. This hall bore no resemblance to the convent they had previously encountered. It was now reminiscent of a church. Utilizing night vision goggles, they scanned the area for an exit but found none. Only 2 ominous, dark passageways. That moment, a piercing wail echoed from one of the tunnels, followed by a shadowy figure rushing towards them. Enveloped in a shroud of black energy. Reacting swiftly, Julie conjured a purple energy sphere with a flick of her wrist, hurling it towards the approaching silhouette. The energy sphere collided with the figure, causing it to momentarily vanish from sight. Nevertheless, Julie's expression remained solemn. She sensed that the attack had only grazed the spirit, far from delivering a fatal blow. Doubt began to creep into her mind regarding their capacity to confront such a powerful entity. Meanwhile, Tina was rendered speechless. Wait, how did you do that? The ropes from before were manageable, but creating that energy sphere with your bare hands, that is astonishing. Julie remained silent, raising her hand to attempt to open a portal. Now was not the time for explanations. They needed to escape this malevolent spirit. However, as she gestured, nothing shifted before her. Her expression darkened. The very ability she relied upon to challenge these formidable tasks was now failing her, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her brow. After several unsuccessful attempts, despair began to settle in. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, a portal crackling with purple sparks slowly manifested before them. As it widened, Julie caught sight of a figure standing on the other side. When the portal reached its full expanse, she recognized the familiar face of S.H.I.E.L.D, who stepped through with a smile. Surveying the surroundings, it seems you are as fond of courting danger as ever. At S.H.I.E.L.D's remark, Julie felt a slight flush of embarrassment wash over her. Both of her recent missions had involved confronting spirits beyond her capability, and she had relied on S.H.I.E.L.D to save them each time. Meanwhile, Tina finally registered the scene, her expression a mix of shock and awe as she beheld S.H.I.E.L.D and the portal that was beginning to close behind him. Was this truly the world she had known? Ignoring their reactions, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his attention to a dark corridor, where a series of ominous thuds echoed ominously. With a gentle wave of his hand, the candles within the church ignited, illuminating the space, except for the 2 shadowy passageways that loomed like gaping maws. The thudding grew louder. A moment later, a ball rolled out from the corridor. Coming to a rest at S.H.I.E.L.D's feet, he smirked, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as he observed the ball. With a flick of his right foot, he pressed down upon it, channeling dark energy into the sphere. After a brief moment, he stepped back and kicked the ball with force, sending it soaring into the darkness. Go! The ball arced through the air, vanishing into the shadows, followed by a chilling scream echoing back in response. Almost immediately, the ghostly nun emerged from the darkness, lunging at S.H.I.E.L.D, her pale visage marred by dark streaks, as if marked by the impact of the ball. S.H.I.E.L.D's demeanor shifted as he recognized her. It was the nun possessed by one of the 72 demon lords, Valak. Sensing her malevolent presence, S.H.I.E.L.D concluded that these demon lords were merely insignificant in this realm. Extending his hand, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy that ensnared the rushing nun, suspending her helplessly in the as she thrashed in vain. A magical sigil materialized before him, ultimately embedding itself into her forehead. You have been accepted from now on. You shall be an employee of Silent Hill's Horror Town. Upon S.H.I.E.L.D's declaration, the once struggling nun fell silent. As the energy enveloping her dissipated, she gently descended to the ground, obediently standing to the side. With her under his control, S.H.I.E.L.D discerned her abilities. She possessed the power to transport individuals to this very church. Knowing this, his eyes brightened with newfound possibilities. Although he anticipated that Silent Hill would become a sensation, drawing countless visitors, he understood that its influence would remain largely confined to America. Originally, he had envisioned recruiting more individuals, signing contracts with them to learn the teleportation magic, thereby deploying them worldwide to facilitate the influx of tourists into Silent Hill. Dividing Silent Hill into several distinct zones would significantly expedite the accumulation of points. With a little design, those individuals would remain entirely oblivious, believing they had merely taken a brief tour of a local haunted house. However, with the presence of the ghostly nun, such complications are rendered unnecessary. She is fully capable of executing this task on her own. Contemplating this, Suemo cast a more benevolent glance at the ghostly nun, who, sensing his kind gaze, managed a rather unsightly smile. At this moment, her life rested entirely in Sumo's hands. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. All right, let us depart for now. I have matters to discuss with you. Suemo turned to glance at Julie before stepping through the recently opened portal. Philadelphia, in a luxurious villa situated on the outskirts, Julie placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee before Suemo. He took a sip and surveyed the surroundings of the villa. It seems that over the years, you've fared quite well through exorcisms. Upon hearing this, Julie sat down across from him, a smile gracing her face. Of course, who would risk their life for such a perilous job if the compensation were not substantial? After speaking, she looked up at Suemo and inquired, by the way, what was that matter you mentioned earlier? Suemo set down his coffee and recounted the events concerning Silent Hill. After listening, Julie furrowed her brow. This is no trivial matter. Once it commences operations, the existence of those malevolent spirits will be impossible to conceal. The entire United States, no, the entire world, will be shaken by this. Suemo nodded. Indeed, I had anticipated this. Just inform me of where the authorities responsible for these malevolent spirits are located. Very well. Convincing those high-ranking officials is not particularly challenging. Do you mind if I utilize the backyard? Of course, Julie nodded. Half an hour later, Julie surveyed the scene in the backyard, her expression somewhat stiff. At that moment, Suemo sat in the foremost chair, while over 100 various high-ranking officials from the United States obediently sat on the ground, including even the president. Surrounding them were towering skeletal soldiers brandishing weapons. Once the gathering seemed sufficiently complete, Suemo set down his coffee cup. The reason for inviting you here is to discuss certain matters. After half an hour of persuasive dialogue, it became evident that these individuals were quite easy to communicate with and receptive to others' opinions. In the following days, an explosive piece of news sent shockwaves across the globe. The U.S. government publicly acknowledged the existence of bizarre malevolent spirits, presenting various pieces of evidence. Instantly, a wave of panic swept through nations worldwide, leading to an unprecedented influx of visitors to temples, shrines, and churches. Some were even willing to offer hundreds of millions of dollars in pursuit of a talisman capable of safeguarding them from malevolent spirits. After all, these entities were bizarre and utterly irrational. No one could predict when they might be targeted by the supernatural. In the ensuing days, even more sensational news erupted. A real paranormal town was set to open, allowing individuals to experience true supernatural encounters and gain valuable insights for future encounters with the uncanny, all while ensuring the safety of the visitors. Most crucially, this paranormal town was backed by official endorsement, with authorities encouraging the public to partake in the experience. Chapter 130. Silent Hill on the right track. New York. Darling, take a look at this. He handed over the newspaper in his hand. Anna, puzzled, accepted the paper and read the headline. Silent Hill Town? Indeed, Bill explained, brimming with excitement. This place features genuine supernatural phenomena, and even the authorities have suggested we go experience it ourselves. And look at the final note. Anna read aloud the concluding portion. Anyone who completes all the challenges within will receive a malevolent spirit talisman, which allows them to summon Sadako from Silent Hill to assist against malevolent spirits. Who is Sadako? Sadako is an exceptionally powerful spirit in Silent Hill. I saw her in the newly released promotional video, capable of crawling out of a television. Bill quickly interjected. This is far more reliable than those crucifixes you've purchased. Hearing this, excitement lit up Anna's face. Ever since they learned about the malevolent spirits, she had felt a lingering unease, which was why their home was adorned with crucifixes. Though she understood that these unblessed crucifixes held little power against malevolent spirits, she had no choice. Blessed crucifixes from churches had skyrocketed to over $1 million. As an ordinary family, they could not afford such luxuries. Now, however, this seemed like an opportunity. With that thought, Anna did not hesitate. I'll book the tickets, you drive, and let us head out immediately. After several hours of driving, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Silent Hill Town, just past 10 in the morning. However, the place was already teeming with people, all eager to rush toward the entrance. Given that Silent Hill had official endorsement, this indicated that the advertised content was most likely genuine. Although various churches sold a range of tools to combat malevolent spirits, those items were limited, and even affluent individuals found them in short supply. Ordinary people had little chance of obtaining them. Here, however, the ticket price, though in the thousands, was affordable for every household, if successful in overcoming the challenges. The talisman awarded would fetch far more than $1 million. Naturally, such a life-saving item would not be easily sold. As noon approached, the two finally entered Silent Hill. Upon stepping through the entrance, they found themselves in a courtyard shrouded in mist. A few fellow visitors stood not far from them, each wearing an expression of shock. Just moments ago, the weather outside had been clear. Crossing through a door transformed it into this eerie setting. Sharing a knowing glance, their eyes lit up in unison. This, in itself, suggested the presence of supernatural forces at play. Steeling themselves, they slowly made their way toward the nearby structures, their eyes drawn to a decaying sign that bore the ominous name, Annabelle. At the rear of the town, Suemo sat in the villa's living room, observing the steady influx of visitors into Silent Hill. Thankfully, he had anticipated such a situation and had already expanded the entirety of Silent Hill by 100-fold. The world itself was vast enough. It merely required the addition of more buildings and structures. This would also help maintain the chilling atmosphere, preventing it from being diluted by the sheer number of visitors. There was no need to worry about the malevolent spirits. Most possessed the ability to operate on multiple fronts simultaneously. With a swift flash, he appeared in a vacant area at the back of the villa. The monsters spawned from the fear absorbed by Silent Hill operated independently from its master. The only aspect he could control was the location of their emergence. These monsters would vanish automatically upon the death of the fearful individuals. To facilitate the collection of points, Suemo designated the area behind the villa as the sole location for monster appearances. As the human influx increased, a variety of terrifying creatures began to manifest in the designated area. Rotting zombies, ghosts, centaur-like beings, and a plethora of other monstrosities. However, since those entering Silent Hill were predominantly locals, these creatures primarily resembled beings from Western folklore. Once people from various countries entered, the diversity of monsters would likely multiply exponentially, with entities such as vengeful brides, zombies, and mummies making their appearance. Of course, the strength of these creatures would not be overly formidable. The emphasis lay in their numbers. As the monsters emerged, the skeletal soldiers and undead knights, who had been waiting patiently, charged forth. Within a minute, the entire wave of monsters was eradicated. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of entrants into Silent Hill, as soon as one wave of monsters was defeated, another would immediately take their place. Fortunately, Suemo had arranged for 100,000 undead soldiers to be stationed there, alleviating any concerns of overwhelming numbers. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned an additional 1,000,000 undead soldiers to bolster their ranks. With this reinforcement, the area was sufficiently fortified. Even if a situation arose where they could not manage, as long as Alicia expelled all the visitors from Silent Hill, the fear-induced monsters would vanish entirely. Observing the rapidly accumulating points, a smile crept across Sumo's face. For now, the influx of visitors was manageable. Nations had begun establishing their own versions. It is worth noting that the Sadako talisman was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Suemo. While the allure of pre-experiencing malevolent spirits was considerable, it was not overwhelmingly compelling. The addition of the Sadako talisman, however, transformed the appeal, as it served as a genuine life-saving item. Prior to the grand opening, Suemo had enhanced the abilities of the malevolent spirits within Silent Hill, particularly focusing on Alicia, Sadako, and the ghostly nun, ensuring their absolute dominance over the lesser spirits below. Now, the three of them have become nearly invincible in this world. Coupled with Sadako's ability to create infinite clones, she can immediately dispatch a doppelganger to the side of anyone encountering a malicious spirit upon sensing the shattering of a protective talisman, rescuing them without delay. Observing that matters here have fallen into a steady rhythm, Suemo intends to take his leave, with Alicia and the others on watch, and Julie also brought over by him. There is no cause for concern regarding any insurmountable situations. Henceforth, he only needs to come by occasionally to check in. With this thought in mind, Suemo swiftly materializes in the real world. Chapter 131. Philadelphia, two mutants in the real world. Within a newly constructed villa in Silent Hill, Diana reclines on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, observing the throngs of people outside through the surveillance feed. Not only her, but Sumo's neighbor Balika has also relocated to the real world of Silent Hill. After all, if one were to consider the safest place in this world, it would undoubtedly be here. With Alicia and the others stationed, no malevolent spirit dares to venture this way. As for Jason and his companions, after Sumo inquired, they have no intention of moving here. Sumo provides him with some protective talismans capable of summoning Sadako. At that moment, Diana feels a sudden dimming before looking up to find Sumo standing before her. Upon seeing him, her eyes brighten. Without hesitation, she leaps up and wraps herself around Sumo. "Did you miss me?" Diana playfully coos. "Of course." Sumo responds without a moment's hesitation. "What did you miss about me?" Indeed, when it comes to women, they can easily turn the tables on men." Observing Sumo's momentary bewilderment, Diana bursts into a fit of cheerful laughter. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Wait for me a moment. I need to change into something else." With that, she eagerly dashes into the upstairs dressing room. Several hours later, after experiencing various professions such as a repairman, doctor, patient, passenger, and student, Sumo finally departs from the villa. At a nearby store, he encounters Balika, who is busy attending to her shop. After moving here, Balika found herself with idle time and decided to operate a store at the entrance. After consulting Sumo, she opened a clothing store specializing in pants. Initially, she was somewhat doubtful. It seemed that fast food and beverage shops would be more appropriate for this area. Selling pants felt rather implausible. Nevertheless, she ultimately heeded Sumo's advice. Today, on her first day of business, she realizes how wise his decision was. Having hired over a dozen staff members, she still feels somewhat overwhelmed. Over 90% of those emerging from Silent Hill leave with wet pants, and her stock is nearly flying off the shelves. Sumo surveys Balika at that moment. She wears a white blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt, her golden hair cascading down her back, revealing her long, fair neck, an embodiment of an intellectual woman. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Balika offers a faint smile, slowly turning in front of him. "Do I look good?" Seeing Sumo nod, a mysterious smile graces Balika's face as she strides towards him. In the Marvel Universe, Philadelphia. Sumo and Wanda sit in a Chinese restaurant. Wanda, beaming with pride, remarks, "Knowing you enjoy Chinese cuisine, I've learned a plethora of recipes. Whenever we dine out, we typically opt for Chinese restaurants. Of course, these are not those establishments that alter their flavors to cater to American tastes." Wanda has come to understand Sumo's preferences quite well. Once the dishes arrive, Sumo samples them and finds the flavors akin to authentic Chinese fare. "So, what do you think? Not bad, right?" Sumo smiles at Wanda's eager expression, nodding in approval. Upon seeing this, Wanda's face lights up with a sweet smile. After a moment, she glances at Sumo. "We're going to have a holiday next month." Sumo, upon hearing this, looks at Wanda, instantly discerning her thoughts. He feigns nonchalance and asks, "Oh really? Do you have any places in mind? Shall we go on a trip together?" After all, the two have been married for over 2 years, and due to Sumo's focus on enhancing his abilities, their time together has been rather limited. They have yet to embark on a journey together, which explains Wanda's enthusiasm. Upon hearing Sumo's words, excitement flickers across Wanda's face. "That sounds great. But," she hesitates, "will it interfere with your matters?" Sumo, noticing her cautious demeanor, smiles gently and reaches out to stroke Wanda's head. "Of course not. This is on me. I should have arranged this long ago." No. Wanda quickly waves her hands. "It's really fine either way." "All right, no need to dwell on that. Just think about where you'd like to go." As soon as Sumo finishes speaking, Wanda responds without hesitation, "I want to go to Huaxia." "Huaxia?" Sumo blinks in surprise. "Exactly. After all, that's your hometown, and I want to see it." "All right." Sumo nods in agreement. Hearing Sumo endorse her suggestion, Wanda, in her excitement, plants a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you." Later that evening, by the banks of the Schuylkill River, Sumo and Wanda stroll along a path lined with maple leaves. It is now mid-November, and the weather has turned slightly chilly, with red maple leaves fluttering like butterflies in the air. "Have you thought about where in Huaxia you'd like to go?" Wanda shakes her head. "All right then." The two converse about mundane matters as they walk. though most of the time it is Wanda who speaks while Suemo listens. Which subject is too difficult? That instructor in class often goes off topic. Wanda clings to Suemo's arm, recounting trivial tales from her school life. Suemo listens with rapt attention, not feeling bored at all. Rather, he finds warmth in watching Wanda express herself so animatedly. Perhaps this is the life he has always sought. However, in this perilous world, ensuring such a life remains unscathed requires sufficient strength. As the two of them approach a park, two figures suddenly dash out from within. The first, a middle-aged man wielding a long staff and sporting mid-length hair and sparse facial hair, gives off an air of weariness. The figure following closely resembles Wolverine, with twin blades extending from his fingers, cloaked entirely save for his eyes. Observing the direction in which the man is fleeing, the blade-wielding individual's eyes flash with crimson light, and two beams of lasers shoot forth. The man in front, alerted, swiftly dodges to the side. The red beams, following his gaze, sweep across the ground, heading towards Suemo and Wanda. Seeing this, Suemo promptly scoops up Wanda and vanishes from their spot. Just as they leave, the laser sweeps through the space where they stood, carving two long trenches into the ground. Chapter 132. Deadpool and the Card King. From a nearby rooftop, Suemo watches the skirmish below, his expression darkening. Had he not been present, Wanda would have had no chance to evade the laser's deadly sweep or don her armor in time. Clearly, he needs to help Wanda bolster her strength. He cannot simply rely on the chaotic power within her for self-preservation. However, he does not rush to confront the adversary. "Darling, put on your armor and activate the full coverage mode." Upon hearing this, Wanda quickly responds. A layer of black fabric armor swiftly envelopes her, encasing her head as well. Simultaneously, a suitcase-sized piece of armor materializes in her hands. With a press of a button, the suitcase rapidly transforms, and in under 10 seconds, the armor fully encases her body. "Stay here and protect yourself. I'll be back shortly." Wanda understands Suemo's intent without him needing to elaborate. She doesn't stop him but gently cautions, "Be careful." Suemo smiles reassuringly. "Rest assured, in this world, no one can easily harm me." After giving her an encouraging look, Suemo vanishes and reappears not far from the conflict between the two combatants. The man wielding the staff has already been halted. Yet, he is no ordinary foe. Cards begin to materialize in his hands, which he launches at the blade-wielding adversary. Observing their movements, Suemo deduces their identities. The man with the staff, known for his ability to launch energy-charged cards, is undoubtedly the Card King among mutants, while the one who nearly harmed Wanda with his laser beams is Deadpool. However, this is not the loquacious Deadpool from the rebooted timeline. This version is devoid of speech, a true emotionless killing machine. In the midst of their battle, just as the Card King's energized cards are about to strike Deadpool, the latter vanishes from sight. When he reappears, he stands behind the Card King, brandishing his adamantium sword, aiming for the man's neck. Upon noticing Deadpool's disappearance, the Card King's expression shifts, and he lunges forward, swinging his staff backward with force. Upon witnessing the scene, Deadpool's body once again vanished from his original position. This particular Deadpool had amalgamated the abilities of several mutants, including but not limited to Cyclope's optic blasts, Nightcrawler's teleportation, and Wolverine's regenerative powers. Noticing this, Suemo strode directly towards Deadpool. It seemed that Deadpool sensed the animosity emanating from Suemo, prompting him to abandon his companion, Domino, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind Suemo, swinging his blade towards him. Yet, Suemo appeared utterly oblivious to the impending danger. From a distance, Domino shouted, "Hey, kid, get out of the way." Immediately after, she hurled an energy-charged card towards Deadpool. Suemo extended his right hand, and the adamantium sword he had forged materialized in his grasp. With a gentle sweep of his blade, he executed a seemingly slow motion that nonetheless intercepted Deadpool's adamantium sword. Subsequently, he exerted a subtle force. Deadpool's expression shifted as he vanished from sight, only to reappear 30 meters away from Suemo. As he materialized, a cacophony erupted, and his flesh was almost instantaneously reduced to a bloody pulp. His body gradually collapsing to the ground, he gazed at Suemo, who approached him with measured steps, a look of shock etched across his features. Domino, not far off, was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. She had only seen Deadpool strike at Suemo, only to be countered and then teleport to a distance, before his body inexplicably exploded, leaving him in a gruesome state. Cautiously, she regarded Suimo, who advanced towards Deadpool. This young man seemed to possess an uncanny prowess. Fortunately, he had not exhibited a hint of malice towards her. Suimo stood before the fallen Deadpool, observing as the latter rapidly began to mend his injuries. Immortal? A sardonic smile crept upon Sumo's face, eye in his eyes. The notion of immortality was merely a jest. Even those god kings capable of annihilating universes would not dare claim such a title. The manner in which he had injured Deadpool was remarkably straightforward. It was simply the application of hidden energy from his thunderous blade, transmitting powerful forces into Deadpool's body. This was a technique he had only mastered after reaching the 20th level of his training. Lying on the ground, Deadpool, upon seeing Suimo approach without urgency to strike, felt a flicker of hope. As long as he could recover sufficiently, he could activate his teleportation ability to escape. He acknowledged that he was no match for the young man before him. But once he was on guard, it would be improbable for Suimo to kill him. Moreover, he could retaliate at will. Although he might not be able to defeat Suimo, he could certainly target those dear to him. He was just about to activate his teleportation ability when, at that moment, a subtle wave of energy radiated from Suimo. Everything within a radius of several dozen meters, including spatial fluctuations, came to an abrupt halt. Space froze. This was the first time Suimo had unleashed this ability since acquiring it. He sensed the surrounding stillness. Both Deadpool and Domino felt their pupils constrict. It was as if they had been encased in ice. Unable to move even a fraction of an inch, only their pupils retained the ability to shift. With a gentle wave of his hand, hellfire surged forth from Suimo, engulfing Deadpool. Simultaneously, the freezing of space was lifted. Domino gasped for breath. In the frozen space, even the act of breathing had been rendered impossible, a suffocating threat to those who required air. Before Suimo, the hellfire rapidly spread over Deadpool, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, his flesh evaporated almost completely. Concurrently, a black vine emerged from the nearby waters, curling affectionately around Sumo's leg. This was a branch of the Star Eater vine, known to originate from the Pacific Ocean. Quite a distance away, however, under Sumo's portal, distance was no obstacle. With another wave of his hand, the Star Eater vine sprouted numerous slender tendrils resembling steel needles, which plunged viciously into Deadpool's adamantium skeleton. The adamantium gradually flowed into the Star Eater vine's body. Within 5 minutes, Deadpool had completely vanished from this world, leaving not a trace of ashes behind. Domino, witnessing this scene, wished to flee but found herself paralyzed with fear. Suimo casually tossed her a business card, indicating that if she ever faced insurmountable troubles, she could call that number, though seeking assistance required her to align with their group. All right, you may leave now. As she watched the figure dissipate before her, Domino exhaled deeply, glancing at the card in her hand and carefully stowing it away. Chapter 133. The arrival of the Meow Meow Hammer several minutes later. The reason Suimo had given Domino that card was due to the shout Deadpool had uttered during his attack. The number belonged to an internal line of the assassin organization. Wanda did not inquire much about the events of the night. She rarely interfered or questioned Sumo's actions. In the bedroom upstairs, Suimo retrieved a nutrient pod and placed it beside the bed. This was an apprentice-level nutrient pod he had exchanged for in the marketplace, capable of elevating an ordinary person to the pinnacle of a war god in just half a month. After witnessing Deadpool's optic blasts, Suimo had conceived the idea of acquiring this pod. He realized that he had previously underestimated the situation. Although he possessed armor, there were instances, such as Deadpool's unexpected laser blasts, where Wanda might not have time to don her gear. Even with the Black God's suit, which could dissipate 90% of impact force, Wanda's ordinary physical constitution could still be vulnerable to harm. Thus, to ensure her safety, Suimo had opted to obtain this apprentice-level nutrient pod. This nutrient pod cost 300,000 points, a sum that was no longer significant to Suimo, as in just 2 or 3 days since his return, Silent Hill had already accrued several million points for him. Compared to the herbal essences he had previously utilized, this nutrient solution was undoubtedly far more expensive. However, considering it was specifically tailored for apprentice-level enhancement and could achieve results in merely half a month, it was well worth the investment. At that moment, Wanda emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. Upon noticing the newly acquired nutrient pod in the room, she approached curiously while drying her hair. What is this? Suemo, captivated by her ethereal beauty, lifted her onto his lap and proceeded to explain the pod's purpose. Is it really that remarkable? Wanda's face lit up with surprise after Suemo's explanation. If it's that impressive, it must be quite precious. You should keep it for yourself. I spend all day at school, and with the armor and that magical black outfit you gave me, I'm already well equipped. Seeing her selfless concern for him stirred a flicker of emotion within Suemo, and he affectionately tousled her damp hair. Rest assured, my strength far surpasses your imagination. This is no longer of use to me. Really? Wanda replied, somewhat skeptical. Absolutely, Suemo replied, leading her to the nutrient pod and instructing her on its usage. Observing Wanda's eager expression, he smirked. Dio, you want to give it a try? Yes, but not right now. She exclaimed in response. Suemo, amidst her astonished protests, scooped her up in his arms, sending her towel flying onto the nutrient pod. A sleepless night ensued. As per their usual routine, having remained with Wanda, Suemo had scarcely found time for training. Now, however, his priority was to enhance his strength. Over the following days, whenever Wanda had a moment, she would enter the nutrient pod to elevate her abilities. In a matter of days, her strength had escalated to that of a mid-level warrior. Due to her daytime classes, she could only use the nutrient pod at night for rest. With roughly a month remaining until the winter break, she had ample time to reach the pinnacle of a war god before the holiday. By then, combined with the Black God's suit and armor, it would be exceedingly difficult for anything in this world to pose a threat to her. For the next half-month, Suemo dedicated himself to mastering the techniques of the void fragmentation. Until one fateful day, he returned to the skies above the Pacific Ocean. Moments later, a stream of light erupted from beneath the waters, merging into Suemo's grasp. It was the Star Eater vine, having absorbed the minerals from the ocean floor. Suemo had somewhat overestimated the mineral content at the seabed. In just 20 days, the Star Eater vine had completely depleted the underwater resources. Its rank had only ascended to the second tier of stellar level, falling short of Suemo's expectations. While there were still abundant mineral resources on land, Suemo resolved not to pursue them any further. The extensive extraction on land would attract too much attention, and compared to the ocean's wealth, these terrestrial resources were limited and likely insufficient to elevate the Star Eater vine to the third tier of stellar level. After contemplation, Suemo concluded that to expedite the Star Eater vine's enhancement, he would need to journey to the cosmos in search of planets rich in metals, allowing the vine to devour and evolve directly. It appeared that a trip to outer space was in order. With his current capabilities, surviving in space would pose no challenge for him. However, seeking a planet rich in metal content is likely not a simple endeavor. He arrived at a building, which could be regarded as the information hub of the island, dedicated to gathering various information from around the world. After all, this world is markedly different from the Marvel universe he is familiar with. The unfolding of events is not entirely consistent, so it is essential to grasp the real-time information within this realm. The early arrival of Thanos is not an impossible scenario. Each time he emerges from the Star Tower, Suemo makes it a point to visit this place, to check if any noteworthy occurrences have taken place. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, he found the decor to be exceedingly simple, featuring only a set of desks and chairs. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D was seated in the office chair, her gaze intently fixed on the monitor before her. Noticing Suemo's entrance, she promptly rose from her seat. Boss, Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. S.H.I.E.L.D had already handed him a compiled document. After such a lengthy period, she was well aware of Suemo's purpose for visiting, given that he came almost every month. Suemo accepted the document from her hand without uttering much, taking a seat nearby to peruse it earnestly. A few minutes later, as he examined the material, Suemo's eyes flickered. Yesterday, a peculiar hammer descended in the outskirts of Old Bridge City, New Mexico. This hammer possessed a unique magical quality, making it impossible for anyone to lift it. Gazing at the familiar image of the Mjolnir, Suemo sighed inwardly. It seems that Thor's saga has already begun. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the matter. Assisting Thor? What a joke. He was not the other's caretaker, and fawning over him held no benefit for Suemo. While the hammer might be regarded as a treasure by others, it held little significance for him. Wait, just as he was about to continue reading, Suemo suddenly realized that he could utilize the star maps documented by Asgard to locate a planet with a higher or content. After all, Asgard had existed for countless years, and with the aid of the Bifrost, the star maps of surrounding galaxies should be quite comprehensive. This way, he could save himself the trouble of purchasing a spaceship. Given his current points, a cheap vessel would serve little purpose, while an expensive one was beyond his means. With the star map, finding a planet rich in or for the Devourer should pose no challenge. As for acquiring a spaceship, there was no rush. He could wait until he had amassed enough points to exchange for a powerful vessel. Chapter 134. Thor, the Mad Daisy, in New Mexico's Old Bridge City. At Newcomb Town, Suemo emerged from the restroom of a restaurant, covering his nose. I must be out of my mind to have opened a spatial portal in a restroom, he muttered to himself, hastily making his way outside. Upon stepping onto the street, he surveyed his surroundings before extending his mental prowess like a tide, enveloping the area. Although this was a small town, its remote location combined with the vastness and sparsity of population in America meant that the town's permanent residents numbered fewer than 10,000. With a total area of less than 2 square kilometers. With his current mental capacity, he could easily encompass the entire town. Soon, his expression shifted as he proceeded along the main road towards the easternmost part of the town. In front of a wooden house at the far east, Suemo stood before the glass floor-to-ceiling window, peering inside. The room's arrangement resembled that of a small studio, with several desks cluttered with various documents. Inside the room were 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women, seemingly engaged in conversation. As one of the young women lifted her coffee cup, she inadvertently caught sight of Suemo standing outside the window. She looked momentarily stunned before stepping out. "Excuse me, sir, do you need something?" Suemo took a moment to appraise the woman before him. Her red plaid shirt, paired with a black vest and an ink-washed silk scarf, lent her an air of graduate student sophistication. "I'm looking for someone," Suemo replied, his gaze drifting past her toward a man emerging from the restroom behind her. The man, sporting golden hair and well-defined muscles, wore a black shirt and bore an innocent yet somewhat foolish smile. From the latent power emanating from him, it was evident that he was the individual Suemo had been seeking, Thor. The woman at the doorway followed Suemo's gaze and quickly displayed a look of understanding, stepping aside with a smile. "Great. Are you a family member of his?" Suemo shook his head, contemplating briefly before responding. "We're merely acquaintances." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded. "All right, however, I must say, since he is not quite normal here, you should remind his family to keep a close watch on him." As she spoke, her fingers subtly gestured towards her head. "Sure. I'll convey that to his family." Suemo agreed, nodding in understanding. He surmised the situation before him. This woman must be Jane Foster, who had found Thor. Clearly, the recently banished Thor appeared to them as somewhat mentally unstable. Nevertheless, Suemo could understand that given Thor's demeanor, it was only natural for others to perceive him as abnormal. After offering her advice, Jane led Suemo into the room. Upon entering, the 3 individuals turned their attention to him, and the middle-aged man inquired, "And who might this be?" Jane quickly provided an explanation. Upon hearing that he was a friend, Thor looked utterly bewildered. "I don't recall having such a friend." Apologizing for the misunderstanding, Suemo nodded toward Jane and the others, subtly gesturing towards his head. The trio's expressions shifted from confusion to comprehension. Though Jane's gaze held a hint of skepticism, Suemo then called out to Thor. Upon hearing this, Thor's face lit up with excitement. "Really? I knew Father would never give up on me." He quickly approached Suemo, grasping his hand and urging him outside. "Haha, hurry, let us go now." Witnessing this exchange, Jane's doubts evaporated completely. "Thank you for your help these past few days. And no need to mention it. It's the least Jane could do." Considering it was her fault that, the other young woman, Daisy, sitting nearby, began to speak. But Jane quickly covered her mouth. "I did bump into him, but he was actually knocked out by Daisy," Jane clarified. "That's a trivial matter. He and his family won't mind." Suemo waved his hand dismissively and was promptly pulled away by Thor. As Jane watched Sumo's retreating figure, she sighed. "He seems like a decent person." Daisy, however, was lost in thought and hastily turned to the keyboard on the table, typing away. Soon, Sumo's photo appeared on the computer screen, showing him wielding a water gun, playfully engaging with several bikini-clad women by a pool. "Oh my gosh! I knew he looked familiar," Daisy exclaimed, startling Jane and Professor Selvig, who turned to look at the screen in astonishment. Owner of Fox Studios, the second shareholder of Stark Industries, the youngest millionaire in America, and a notorious playboy. Jane read aloud from the profile. This is unacceptable. Daisy abruptly stood, her chair scraping against the floor. He is my ideal type. Young, handsome, wealthy, and so approachable. I want him to be my boyfriend. With that, she made to chase after Suemo. Hey, Jane grabbed her arm. Did you not see what it says here? He changes girlfriends more often than he changes clothes. Daisy, unfazed, retorted. So what? If I were as young, handsome, and affluent as he is, I'd want to date 8 boyfriends at once. To me, he seems perfectly restrained. With that, she turned to leave, but after taking just a couple of steps, she pivoted back into the room. Moments later, she emerged wearing a form-fitting black dress. Jane, do you think I look stunning in this? Is there any chance of making an impression? Oh my gosh, Jane sighed in exasperation, walking toward the room. She felt it necessary to have a word with Daisy. The youth of today truly are remarkably reckless. Chapter 135. A deal with Thor inside a hamburger restaurant in the small town. Thor sat reluctantly in a chair by the window. Suemo took a sip of his iced cola and glanced at the anxious Thor across from him. Brother, calm down. The world will keep spinning regardless of who is absent. Trust me, you will be no different. He offered a comforting word. Thor paused upon hearing this, his expression momentarily stunned, and gradually, the urgency etched on his face began to dissipate. Perhaps you are right. Upon finishing his words, he sipped from the ice-cold cola in his hand, a somber expression crossing his face. Wow! He gazed at the cup in astonishment. This is rather delightful. I like it. Another cup, please. With that, he made to toss the cup onto the ground. Fortunately, Suemo was prepared. The cup he flung out, under the influence of Suemo's mental prowess, soared back onto the table. Here, we do not have the custom of smashing cups, and for refills, there is no need to shout. Subsequently, in front of Thor's astonished gaze, the cup before him was miraculously filled to the brim. Witnessing this scene, Thor took a sip and looked up at Suemo in surprise. You are not sent by my father. Are you? Suemo wore a look of nonchalance, about to explain, when Thor interjected once more. You must be sent by my mother. Saying this, he bore an expression of someone who had seen through the matter. Upon hearing this, a hint of annoyance flickered across Suemo's face. He had thought the other party had caught on to something, but it was evident he had overestimated the situation. Nonetheless, Thor's deduction was not without merit. After all, his mother was currently the most powerful sorceress in Asgard, and given Suemo's display of magic, such speculation was not unexpected. Suemo decided against beating around the bush and spoke candidly. I have no connection with your parents. The reason I have come to seek you is to propose a deal. A deal? Thor's expression shifted. Indeed, I will assist you in dealing with Loki's pursuit. And in exchange, upon success, I require the 9-realm star map recorded in Asgard. Suemo stated calmly. Loki? Pursuing me? Thor erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Do you have any idea that Loki is my brother? He is pursuing me? This joke is hardly amusing. Suemo, however, remained unfazed and replied coolly. For the next couple of days, I will stay in this small town. Once you have made a decision, just call out, and I shall appear. With that, Suemo stood to leave. Impossible. Such a thing cannot possibly happen, Thor asserted emphatically. Hearing this, Suemo halted in his steps. I shall await your message. If memory serves, Loki will dispatch the destroyer to pursue Thor by tomorrow at the latest. There was no point in explaining too much now, as Thor would inevitably come to understand after experiencing the events firsthand. Just as he reached the door, 3 figures coincidentally entered from outside. Wonderful, we finally found you, Daisy exclaimed excitedly, clad in a white long dress. Suemo looked up and recognized Jane and Daisy among the 3 who had just entered. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Daisy realized she might have been too exuberant and could potentially frighten Suemo. A hint of shyness crossed her face. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. May I invite you for a drink? Suemo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. Certainly, I was just thinking of spending a night in the town and could use a local guide. Why not let me treat you to a drink? Daisy's face lit up with surprise at his words, and she eagerly nodded. That's wonderful. I have lived in this town for 3 years. No one knows it better than I do. Moments later, the 2 exited the fast food restaurant. What about your friend? Suemo inquired. Shaking his head, he replied, rest assured, He possesses greater survival skills than any of you. He will be just fine. Very well, Daisy nodded in agreement. An hour later, after Suemo suggested finding a lodging, Daisy promptly stated that they had an available room for him to rest for the night. Their residence was divided into 2 floors, the first serving as an office and research space, while the second was designated for living quarters. Under the strong insistence of the trio, Suemo acquiesced. After all, they were at the center of the unfolding narrative, and staying here would effectively prevent him from missing any critical events. You thieves and robbers, all of this is my research. How dare you take it away? The leading middle-aged man approached her. Miss Foster, I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, he displayed his credentials. And so what? Does your agency grant you the right to invade someone else's home and seize their personal belongings? Jane, filled with indignation, did not even glance at the credentials. Standing behind Jane, Professor Selvig scrutinized Coulson's identification. His expression shifting, he hurriedly restrained Jane, who was about to confront Coulson further. Let it go, Jane. Provoking these individuals could lead to far more serious consequences than you realize. It was clear that Professor Selvig was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's reputation. Let it go. Jane's face bore an incredulous expression. Professor, these are the results of years of my research. With that, she once again positioned herself in front of Coulson, who was directing his subordinates to collect the items. Seeing this, Coulson's demeanor turned serious. We are investigating a supernatural incident and require your files and research data for our inquiry. This is compensation for your loss. With that, he produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Jane. Compensation? Most of this equipment was crafted by my own hands. I cannot simply procure it from a supply company. If you insist on this, I will have no choice but to take legal action against you. Jane glared at them as they ransacked the room of its contents, issuing a warning. Coulson remained undeterred. Of course, Miss Foster, that is your right. With that, Coulson noted that the collection was complete and turned to leave. At that moment, Daisy and Suemo approached. What is happening? Daisy inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Coulson before turning to Jane. Just as Coulson was about to depart, he turned to look at them. Upon seeing Suemo standing behind Daisy, his heart skipped a beat. How could he be here? Though Coulson had never met Suemo face to face, he held a vivid impression of him. After all, it was no trivial feat to repair the Hulk as if it were a mere father-son affair. During the Hulk rampage incident, he was responsible for the aftermath. Through surveillance around the area, he had witnessed Suemo subduing the Hulk with remarkable ease. Subsequently, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had issued a directive. Not a whisper of Suemo's existence should escape. Furthermore, he was to maintain an attitude of reverence whenever encountering Suemo. Avoiding any contradiction to his wishes, he had no doubts about this. Even without Nick Fury's warning, he would never gamble with his life. This seemingly mild-mannered man housed a ferocious beast within. Should he provoke Suemo's ire? It could be disastrous, for with a mere flick of his finger, Suemo could obliterate them all. Resistance? What a farcical notion. Even after the Hulk's rampage, all S.H.I.E.L.D. could do was endure the slaughter. What means did they possess to confront someone who could so easily subdue the Hulk? With these thoughts, Coulson quickly approached Suemo. Mr. Su. Hearing this, Suemo appraised Coulson from head to toe. He had overheard their earlier conversation and was well aware of Coulson's identity. However, given Coulson's demeanor, it seemed he recognized him. After all, since his powers had grown, he had ceased to conceal his identity. Only when weaker did he need to lay low and develop quietly. With his current strength, though he would not claim invincibility, he was more than capable of safeguarding himself against any adversary on Earth. Revealing his identity to significant powers would only instill a sense of caution in them. Beside them, Jane, observing the exchange, wore a look of surprise. Why did it seem that the two men were somewhat apprehensive of Suemo? She approached them. Though you two know each other? Not at all. Suemo and Coulson simultaneously shook their heads. They were not lying. This was indeed their first encounter. Jane regarded their synchronized gesture with skepticism. Coulson, sensing her doubt, tentatively asked, You two? Friends? Suemo replied casually. Jane nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled Suemo aside and whispered, You two must know each other, right? Could you perhaps assist me by asking him to leave my instruments and research materials behind? Suemo nodded in response. After all, having helped them resolve such a massive issue with the Hulk, requesting this should not be too unreasonable. However, he refrained from making any guarantees. I can give it a try, but I cannot promise success. Ultimately, he would be staying at their home that night, and refusing to help with such a minor request would be unreasonable. After all, it would take only a moment to speak. Observing the scene behind him, Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Even Jane, who had just spoken to him, turned around with a dazed expression. While directing operations, Coulson also issued instructions. Witnessing this, Jane's gaze fell upon Suemo. She was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D's actions were closely tied to Suemo.it. Appears that these affluent individuals truly possess an extraordinary influence. Jian let out a brief sigh. Clearly, she believed that these individuals feared Suemo due to his status as a wealthy man. Upon hearing this, Suemo cast her a glance but refrained from offering an explanation. Half an hour later, Coulson departed with his team, and the room had reverted entirely to its previous state. Jian observed the documents on the table, noting that even their arrangement was identical to before, prompting a silent admiration within her. Indeed, they are professionals. That evening, Suemo, Daisy, and Jian found themselves seated in the dining room. He sampled the sandwich in his hand, finding it quite palatable. "This is delicious," he complimented. Despite not being particularly fond of such fare, his preference was merely a matter of taste, not a reflection on the chef's skills. "Is that so?" "Thank you for the praise," Jian replied with a smile. Feeling a sense of delight at receiving recognition for her culinary efforts, "In truth, this is a result of our combined efforts," Daisy interjected, explaining. Jian chuckled at this, acknowledging, "Indeed, I owe much to your assistance in washing the lettuce." Noticing Daisy's expression darken slightly, Suemo swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Why haven't we seen Professor S.H.I.E.L.D?" Jian explained. "Oh, really?" Suemo mused, his eyes revealing a contemplative glint. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D had indeed uncovered something. Perhaps seeking Thor as well. His suspicion proved correct. Less than half an hour later, the sound of brakes echoed from outside, and moments later, Thor and Professor S.H.I.E.L.D entered the room. "What? He has nowhere else to go and needs to rest here for the night," Professor S.H.I.E.L.D clarified. "But we only have 4 rooms, and there are no vacancies," Jian responded. Hearing this, Daisy's gaze darted towards Suemo, and she quietly whispered a few words in Jian's ear. Jian shot her an exasperated look. "Could you please be a bit more reserved? Should I join you as well?" "Rest assured, I wouldn't mind," Daisy retorted. Jian's face flushed crimson. "All right, no need for further debate. He can share a room with me." Professor S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, bringing an end to their quarrel. "Very well," Jian nodded in agreement. At that moment, a somber Thor approached Suemo. "Can we talk?" "Of course," Suemo nodded. From Thor's demeanor, it was evident that he had likely attempted to reclaim Mjolnir and had encountered Loki. Perhaps even learning from Loki about the false news of Odin's demise. The two stepped outside. "You seem quite knowledgeable about my affairs in Asgard?" Thor inquired. "Indeed, I possess some knowledge," Suemo affirmed, accurately noting that he understood more than Thor himself did. "Is it true that my father Odin has truly passed? That question is one you need not ask me. The answer will reveal itself tomorrow. You would not believe me were I to tell you now." Upon hearing this, Thor's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The following morning, while engrossed in a book by Camus, Suemo sensed a disturbance in the air from afar. Rising, he approached the window and gazed skyward. Observing a funnel-shaped cloud, his eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that the 4 fools of the Celestial Palace and the Destroyer were arriving. However, Suemo chose to disregard the commotion. An hour later, outside the town, Thor beheld the approaching destroyer with an expression of disbelief. Having learned from the 4 fools that Odin was not dead, it dawned on him that Loki had deceived him. Moreover, at this time, the only one in Asgard capable of controlling the destroyer was Loki. He could not deny that Suemo's words had proven accurate. Loki truly intended to kill him. Now, devoid of the power of Thor, he had no means to confront the destroyer, relying solely on the 4 warriors behind him. "You should hide. We will handle it," the warriors urged Thor before charging toward the destroyer. In Thor's view, they lasted barely half a minute before being struck down by the destroyer's energy beams. "No, no," Thor roared in despair. "Sue, I accept your request." In the room, Suemo, clutching a tome of magic, lifted his gaze. A smile gracing his lips. "You agreed." He put away the book and was about to move when he suddenly halted, a look of elation spreading across his face as he vanished from sight. Within the Star Tower, in the space nurturing the time-space beast god, a colossal cocoon, over 30 kilometers in size, was undergoing peculiar transformations. The luminous energies that once surrounded the cocoon had completely dissipated. From within, rhythmic thumps echoed, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Suemo approached Star Princess, who had evidently sensed the anomaly and arrived promptly, restoring the time flow to normal. The beast god's manifestation is nearing completion, Suemo exclaimed. His excitement palpable as he beheld the cocoon. At this moment, thoughts of Thor were inconsequential. With Odin's protection, Thor would undoubtedly face no peril. In mere moments, the cocoon began to dissipate, revealing a colossal beast before his eyes. Its eyes were tightly shut, its body a deep shade of purple, adorned with wings and 4 hooves, all covered in a layer of fine scales. The instant the beast appeared, Suemo sensed a remarkable connection between them. His mind shifted, and his consciousness entered the body of the time-space beast god. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the diminutive figures of Star Princess and his own human form, akin to ants in comparison. Fortunately, his mental amplification was honed for multitasking. Even as his consciousness inhabited the beast god, he could still control his human body. After a brief adjustment to the beast god's form, he gently flapped his wings, and the massive body vanished in an instant. Over 1 billion kilometers away, Sumo's enormous beastly visage displayed a hint of astonishment. He had merely felt a slight flutter of his wings and found himself here. A term resonated in his mind. Teleportation. Indeed, he had instinctively employed the ability of teleportation through the beast god's form. Remarkably, this seemed to be an innate ability, distinct from his own talent for spatial freezing. This ability did not consume his internal energy. Rather, it was achieved through the power of the laws themselves. Contemplating this, Sumo's colossal wings flapped once more, and he reappeared at his original location. Even eliciting a look of surprise from Star Princess, who stood still. It was worth noting that teleportation was a skill beyond the reach of most ordinary immortal beings. Yet, the time-space beast god possessed this ability at a planetary level. An extraordinary feat due to the innate nature of the avatar birthed from his talent. The avatar's strength matched that of the original, meaning that the beast god, inherently at least at the level of a cosmic sovereign, was now classified as planetary. However, there was an advantage. While the beast god could not elevate its realm, it could still enhance its abilities through cultivation. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, as the potential for growth represented infinite possibilities. The beast god, a formidable being born of the will of the heavens and earth, naturally possessed various innate abilities. Yet, constrained by Sumo's current strength, he could hardly manifest any of them at present. He could only wield 2 abilities. One was the teleportation he had just demonstrated, and the other was akin to the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, allowing him to enlarge or shrink his form at will, albeit with certain limitations. Currently, he could increase his size up to 1,000 times that of his original form, while shrinking presented no restrictions. This capability rendered him virtually invincible in close combat, especially considering that at the peak of planetary strength, Sumo's human form could exert a punch equivalent to 300,000 tons. Meanwhile, the time-space beast god's genetic level surpassed Sumo's by a factor of 10.081. In terms of sheer power, the beast god's strength equated to approximately 30 billion tons. What does 30 billion tons imply? A single claw strike could likely submerge an entire island nation. However, this was not the most formidable aspect of the time-space beast god. Its true strength lay in its comprehension of the laws of time and space. Suemo closed his eyes and attempted to grasp the previously fragmented techniques of spatial manipulation. The speed of his human form was now magnified exponentially. Understanding the laws felt akin to emerging from a parched desert into an ocean of principles. Suppressing his excitement, he noticed Star Princess gazing at him with a beaming smile. "How does it feel?" Suemo, unable to contain himself any longer, replied, "Words cannot adequately express it." Star Princess, crossing her arms, approached him. "Now that I've swiftly helped you manifest the beast god, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Maintaining a million-fold acceleration of time is quite exhausting, you know? Otherwise, I shall make a sacrifice and assist you in enjoying an essential oil spa for relaxation." Suemo gently massaged his fingers, chuckling as he spoke. "Hee, I wouldn't want that." Xingji let out a delicate laugh, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Suemo chuckled softly. He then diverted his attention to controlling the beast god avatar. Commencing his study of the art of void shattering, he himself departed from the Star Tower. I wonder how things are outside for Thor. Chapter 138. Journey to Asgard. Outside the town of Newcomb, Thor was sent flying by a punch from the destroyer. The last thought that crossed his mind was, that kid is deceiving me. After all, the opponent was right behind the house where they resided, making it implausible for him not to hear his cries. Subsequently, he fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. The expressions of several individuals in the distance shifted, perhaps due to Sumo's interference. Jane did not spark the same fire with Thor as she had before. Only Sif and a few others rushed forward, eager to rescue him. At that moment, a portal slowly opened between Thor and the destroyer. Sumo stepped through, observing the unconscious Thor on the ground and the immense energy fluctuations emanating from several kilometers away. A smile graced his face. "It seems I have arrived just in time." From a distance, the destroyer paused imperceptibly upon seeing this sudden apparition. Sumo understood that the destroyer was currently under Loki's control. He floated before the destroyer. Loki, the weakest god of Asgard? Without waiting for a response, Sumo raised his right hand and gently struck the metallic head of the destroyer. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the destroyer shattered into countless metal fragments. This destroyer was not only a devastating weapon but also a suit of armor belonging to Odin. Though Sumo could not ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Odin, he found it quite effortless to obliterate the opponent's armor. After vanquishing the destroyer, Sumo gradually descended to the ground. In the distance, Daisy watched this scene, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Young, handsome, wealthy, and so physically formidable. He seemed devoid of any flaws, however, recalling how Sumo had effortlessly annihilated that formidable creature with a mere strike. A hint of concern crossed Daisy's face. With such strength, I wonder if I could withstand it. Beside her, Jane pinched her arm. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Daisy exclaimed, jolted from her reverie. "Oh, I just wanted to confirm whether I'm dreaming," Jane murmured, her gaze still fixed on the unfolding events. "Then pinch yourself," Daisy complained, rubbing the reddened spot on her arm. At that moment, the god of thunder's hammer soared through the distant sky, and Thor's right hand shot out. Grasping it tightly, an endless torrent of lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing Thor. After several moments, clad in armor and adorned with a flowing red cape, he emerged from the tempest, fixing his gaze on Sumo. "You arrived late." "No, the timing was impeccable. Without enduring a good beating, you would not have been able to lift this thing again," Sumo replied, his eyes falling on the Mjolnir in Thor's hand. Taken aback by this remark, Thor found himself momentarily speechless. After reflecting for a moment, it seemed to him that the statement bore truth. "All right, thank you." Thor expressed his gratitude. Despite having lost consciousness briefly, he could discern that he had not been out for long. He perceived that Sumo had been nearby, and with the strength to dispatch the destroyer in such a short span, his late arrival might well have been intentional. Of course, we should set off immediately, Sumo asserted. While possessing magical portals and teleportation abilities, these powers only allowed for precise navigation to places he had previously visited. Without accurate star charts for unfamiliar locations, he was reluctant to act impulsively. Who knew if the other side of the opened portal or the destination of his teleportation might be a black hole or a white dwarf star? Even a 1 in a million chance was too great a risk to take. With the strength of the beast god avatar, he could not guarantee he would withstand the pull of a black hole. This, Thor turned to glance at Jane in the distance. Although their interactions had been minimal in recent days, he found himself captivated by her charm. Yet Jane seemed oblivious as Daisy tugged her forward, urging her to approach Sumo. "Are you leaving with him too?" Daisy asked anxiously. "All right, be careful," she added, nodding in response. Finally, summoning her courage, she stepped forward, embracing Sumo and pecking him on the cheek. "Take care." Sumo was momentarily taken aback by her sudden advance, but quickly regained his composure. From their interactions over the past 2 days, he had sensed her interest in him. Daisy took a step back, seemingly contemplating something, then pushed Jane forward, who nearly stumbled into Sumo's embrace. Looking into Sumo's eyes, Jane immediately wrapped her arms around him. "Be cautious," Sumo nodded, not paying much mind to the gesture. After all, in this realm, a hug was as simple a courtesy as a handshake. Following her embrace, Jane approached Thor. Seeing this, Thor's heart raced with excitement. However, when Jane merely uttered a simple farewell before turning to leave, his hopes were dashed. Wait, he hesitated for a long moment, but ultimately failed to voice his thoughts. Turning away in disappointment, he stepped aside, casting Suemo a challenging glance. Let us see who reaches the Rainbow Bridge's coordinates first. With that, he soared into the sky. Propelled by the hammer's pull, Suemo shook his head, a smile creeping onto his face. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, he could easily discern that Thor seemed somewhat miffed over Jane embracing him instead. He remained unfazed, waving his hand to open a portal before stepping through. Standing on the other side at the Rainbow Bridge's mark, Suemo turned to observe Sif and the others, who were still staring at him in astonishment. What, do you plan to walk here? Upon hearing this, they hurriedly crossed through the portal, curiously eyeing the sparks that flickered around it. Moments later, as they stood waiting, they saw Thor's figure plummeting rapidly to the ground. The stout Volstagg remarked. Well, look who's back. Thor, having landed heavily, received the remark with a scowl, as if a knife had been plunged into his chest. Fine. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising anger and called out for Heimdall. Chapter 139. The Enchantress Lorelei Asgard, Rainbow Bridge. Suemo and Thor's group emerged from the portal. Thor surveyed the scene, eyes landing on Heimdall, who was unconscious, sword in hand. Selveg, take Heimdall for treatment. Sif, you accompany Sue to replicate the star chart of the 9 realms. With that, Thor disappeared, soaring toward Odin's palace. Sif glanced back at Suemo. Follow me, she instructed, then turned and walked along the Rainbow Bridge toward the palace. Exiting the teleportation hall of the Rainbow Bridge, Suemo gazed into the distance. The magnificent Odin's palace stood tall at the far end of the bridge, its golden faade soaring over 1,000 meters high, shaped like a pyramid with spikes piercing the sky. Surrounding the palace, a series of similarly styled buildings formed a vast golden city. In their earlier bargain, Suemo had agreed to replicate a copy of Asgard's star map. Though he had arrived a few minutes late, there was no dispute over the fact that the destroyer had been vanquished by him, and Thor would naturally not renege on his promise. Moreover, replicating a star map posed no loss to Asgard. With this complete star map, Suemo would no longer need to rely on the Rainbow Bridge. He could easily reach these planets utilizing spatial magic or teleportation abilities. After a brief moment, under Sif's guidance, they arrived at a room in a corner of the palace. In the center of the room stood a platform-like structure, upon which rested a round, golden object. Sif approached, gently tapping the side of the disc, and instantly, a 3-dimensional projection of light emanated from it, revealing a multitude of celestial bodies suspended in midair. Each sphere bore information about its respective characteristics. This is the most complete star map preserved by Asgard, documenting the locations and details of hundreds of thousands of planets across the 9 realms, Sif explained proudly. Afterward, she crossed her arms and stepped aside, eager to witness how Suemo would manage to store such an immense amount of information. It was worth noting that the disk before them was a treasure within the palace, capable of holding such vast data, something she doubted Midgard's technology could achieve. Suemo stepped forward, and Sif's assumptions were not unfounded. Indeed, earthly technology could not currently record such a colossal star map. However, he had come prepared. Extending his right hand, he donned a device resembling a wristband. This is the intelligent light brain, he exchanged. Although it is still far from achieving true sentience, its computational power is vastly superior to anything currently available on Earth. A beam of light emanated from the wristband, illuminating the air with a shimmering projection. In an instant, the light's patterns began to shift rapidly in midair. Upon witnessing this, Sif raised an eyebrow, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It was evident to her that the device was swiftly recording information from the star map. Curiously, she cast a glance at Suemo just then. A series of violent explosions erupted from the direction of the Rainbow Bridge, followed by a cacophony of chaotic voices from outside. Upon hearing this, Sif's expression changed abruptly. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Suemo and instructed him. Without delay, she hurriedly made her way outside. Suemo glanced at her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that Loki had activated the attack mode of the Rainbow Bridge, intending to obliterate the frost giant's planet, Jotunheim. When Thor realized that he could not intervene, he regrettably resorted to destroying the Rainbow Bridge, thus causing the commotion. However, With the star map now in his possession, this development posed no threat to him. Minutes later, the beam of light projected from the intelligent light brain gradually faded. The star map had been completely replicated within the device. A woman with flowing chestnut waves, porcelain skin, and exquisite features, clad in a vintage-style gown, strolled in with a metallic box in hand, exuding an aura of enchantment. Even among the countless beauties S.H.I.E.L.D had encountered, she would rank among the top 3. Her captivating presence held an immense allure for men, making it difficult for an ordinary man to maintain composure in her presence. Upon entering the room and noticing someone inside, the woman's expression shifted momentarily in surprise. However, upon realizing it was a male, her demeanor softened, revealing a faint, elusive smile. She appraised S.H.I.E.L.D from head to toe. "Wait for me," she said, before walking over to a table where a compass was stored, retrieving the device containing the star map. "Follow me," she instructed S.H.I.E.L.D before turning to exit. He followed closely behind her as they left the room. Upon stepping outside, he was met with chaos. Groups of Asgardian soldiers were embroiled in a fierce melee. "Why, warriors, clear a path to the back of the Hall of the Gods for me." The woman's voice rang out melodiously at her command. All the male soldiers abruptly ceased fighting, forming an orderly path. A handful of unaffected female soldiers attempted to intervene but were swiftly overpowered by the seemingly enchanted men. Observing this scene, Sumo's gaze swept over the woman before him, and he suddenly realized he had misjudged the situation. He initially thought she was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D, but the unfolding events indicated otherwise. The name Lorelei flashed through his mind. Lorelei, born in Asgard, possessed the ability to bewitch men with her voice, rendering them utterly obedient to her. According to lore, she had been imprisoned by Odin over 6 centuries ago, only to escape to Earth years later. Ironically, her powers only affected men and had no effect on women, and her combat prowess was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary human. This had led to her being subdued by S.H.I.E.L.D, who was not a formidable warrior. The current scenario was quite telling. For reasons unknown, she had seized the opportunity to escape amidst Loki and Thor's internal strife. Her intention to retrieve the star map was evidently aimed at fleeing Asgard. While S.H.I.E.L.D was lost in thought, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Almost instantaneously, Odin, his hair as white as snow, appeared above the throng. Upon witnessing the bodies of fallen Asgardian warriors below, Odin let out a bellow. "You seek death." He brandished Gungnir, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning towards Lorelei and S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, Lorelei's expression turned grave, despair flickering in her eyes. With her strength, she had no hope of surviving such an onslaught. S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the encroaching electric chains enveloping the area, pondering whether Odin intended to eliminate them both. Chapter 140. Confronting Odin. As the thunder approached with alarming speed, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dare to underestimate it. The feathered armor instantly shrouded his form, and the 1,000 mechanisms disc materialized before him, morphing into its second layer, the star shield. Countless sword-shaped components surrounded him, interwoven with threads of telekinetic energy, forming a colossal cage that enveloped the area. The thunder struck the star shield, creating ripples before dissipating into the air. Suspended in midair, Odin observed this spectacle, a look of surprise crossing his face as he surveyed the armored S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he remained silent. With a gentle wave of Gungnir, vast amounts of lightning energy coalesced at the spear's tip. S.H.I.E.L.D, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly exclaimed, "I am not allied with her." Although he did not fear Odin, he saw no reason to engage in conflict due to a misunderstanding. Yet Odin remained unmoved, seemingly convinced that S.H.I.E.L.D had fallen under Lorelei's spell. The lightning sphere at the tip of Gungnir flashed and shot toward the two once more. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a surge of indignation. While the circumstances were indeed misleading, the repeated attempts on his life ignited a fire within him. Had he lacked sufficient strength, he might have already perished at Odin's hands. Truly, Odin, the All-Father, acted with unyielding authority. In cinematic portrayals, Odin often appeared amicable, primarily towards his family, Thor and Loki. Yet the true ruler of Asgard would hardly concern himself with the fate of an outsider like S.H.I.E.L.D. Contemplating this, S.H.I.E.L.D began to levitate slowly. It was said that Asgardians grew increasingly formidable with age. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to test the strength of Odin, the godly patriarch, as the lightning sphere hurtled towards him. Sumo's 1,000 mechanisms disc transformed into the form of the Riftbreaker sword, which he wielded with precision to cleave through the incoming lightning. The unleashed, thunderous energy erupted, sending tremors through the battling soldiers nearby, causing many to collapse. Several soldiers closest to the impact were charred beyond recognition. Odin, witnessing this, had no time for fury. The Riftbreaker sword, having severed the lightning sphere, was now upon him in an instant. In a desperate maneuver, he swung Gungnir with all his might. A thunderous clash reverberated as Odin was sent sprawling over 100 meters by the force of the counterattack. After a brief stumble in midair, he regained his balance, though astonishment was etched across his face. It had been ages since he had fought, since Thor had taken up the mantle of the god of thunder over a millennium ago. He had not faced an opponent worthy of his hand. To his surprise, in his first engagement, he was repelled by a mere youth. Lorelei, standing upon the ground, was equally astonished, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Had she truly witnessed Odin being driven back? Her incredulous gaze fixed on Sumo, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. She understood that such a powerful being could not be easily swayed by her voice. What had compelled him to obediently follow her? Was it merely a jest at her expense? Odin, humiliated by Sumo's display before so many witnesses, was consumed by rage. "You insolent fool, seeking your demise," he thundered, as an overwhelming surge of lightning enveloped him. As the tempest receded, golden armor materialized upon his form. Sumo recognized that Odin was indeed enraged, yet he remained unperturbed, unwilling to wait idly as Odin gathered his full might. The Riftbreaker sword reappeared before him, augmented by an impressive 45-fold amplification of telekinetic energy. The runes inscribed upon the blade ignited as the powers coalesced, channeling over 1,000 tons of force into the sword, which vanished from sight, akin to teleportation, reappearing directly before Odin. As the God King of millennia, Odin was no coward. He met Sumo's assault head-on, raising Gungnir to parry the strike. Just as the spear was about to collide with the Riftbreaker sword, Sumo's eyes glimmered with determination. "Space freeze," he declared. The surrounding space seemed to be suspended in time, frozen in a singular moment, as if captured within a painting. The only entity unaffected was the Riftbreaker sword. Under Sumo's control, sensing his body bound by an unseen force, Odin's expression shifted as he unleashed a torrent of divine power, shattering the frozen space around him. Yet it was too late. Sumo had seized the critical moment to activate his ability. The Riftbreaker sword narrowly evaded Gungnir, striking forcefully against Odin's armored chest. Simultaneously, the previously immobilized space surged back into motion, and Odin's figure was propelled away by the overwhelming force. Vanishing from sight, with a cataclysmic roar, half of the Hall of the Gods crumbled under the impact of this titanic clash. Odin lay in a massive pit created within the celestial palace, his mouth stained with a hint of blood, and his battle armor shattered. Despite the protection of his armor, he coughed up blood. Sumo, relying on his mental prowess, sensed the situation from afar and did not linger. He swiftly turned and appeared beside the astonished Lorelei, seizing her and vanishing into a nearby open spatial portal. Although Odin was injured, he had no intention of pursuing further. Continuing the fight would not significantly increase his chances of defeating his opponent. Moreover, even if he possessed the ability to eliminate Odin, he was unwilling to do so. Killing him now could potentially trigger a series of uncontrollable consequences, such as Hela breaking free from her seal or Thanos arriving prematurely. With his understanding of the world's narrative, he could anticipate certain developments. Should Odin be killed, the trajectory of events would be irrevocably altered. In summary, the repercussions of killing him outweighed the benefits for Sumo. As soon as Sumo departed, Odin's figure soared into the sky, instantly arriving at the spot where Sumo had just stood. Observing the empty grand hall, Odin let out a furious roar. Under the force of that roar, the entire celestial palace trembled violently. Attracted by the commotion, Thor soon appeared not far from Odin. Witnessing his father's pitiful state, Thor rushed forward to inquire, "Father, what has happened?" Odin took a deep breath, offered no reply, and turned away in a villa on Earth. Sumo emerged from the spatial portal, dragging the enchantress Lorelei with him. It was only after he cast her onto the sofa that she regained her senses. Looking at him with a hint of trepidation, that moment, She realized she still clutched the box she had brought with her. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing it. "Thank you for rescuing me. Let this be my token of gratitude," she exclaimed, placing the box on the table and opening it. Suemo leaned in to peer inside. There were 2 items within, one resembling a golden eye, akin to the eye of Agamotto, though Suemo quickly discerned that it bore no relation to it. The other was a square, transparent crystal, within which a flame burned brightly. Suemo felt a surge of curiosity. Lorelei began her explanation. "Both of these items were procured from Odin's treasury after I escaped from prison." She first picked up the object resembling the eye of Agamotto. "This is called the Sorcerer's Eye. It possesses formidable mind-controlling abilities, and due to its compatibility with my powers, I decided to bring it with me." Noticing Sumo's indifferent expression, she then lifted the other artifact. "This one is truly remarkable. It is the Eternal Flame, a divine artifact from the king of Muspelheim, the Fire Giants. This item has the ability to resurrect undead beings." At this revelation, Sumo's eyes flickered with interest. The Eternal Flame seemed to share similarities with the flames of hell. He pondered whether the two could be fused. He made a mental note to explore this possibility when time allowed. Suemo then looked at Lorelei, a hint of admiration in his gaze. "You certainly have quite the audacity. After escaping, instead of fleeing, you dared to infiltrate Odin's treasury to pilfer treasures. You possess a certain boldness." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Lorelei bent slightly, presenting her alluring figure before him. "My assets extend beyond mere courage." Suemo could not deny that Lorelei was indeed a captivating beauty. A simple gesture from her stirred desires within him. "You have caused me to become an enemy of Odin. These 2 artifacts alone may not suffice for me to overlook your actions." Rather than recoiling in fear, Lorelei felt a surge of joy at Sumo's words. His statement suggested that he did not harbor a strong intent to kill her. After all, if he truly wished to end her life, there would be no need for idle conversation. With that thought, she did not hesitate to traverse the table, positioning herself directly on Sumo's lap, showcasing her attributes. "What if I add myself into the equation?" she proposed, relying solely on her beauty and allure. That Suemo, feeling the softness of her form against him, did not resist. He lifted her effortlessly and made his way toward the bedroom. Having inexplicably fought Odin, he felt an unexplainable surge of irritation. Since the fire had ignited due to her, it was only fitting that she be responsible for extinguishing it. Hours later, Suemo sat in the living room, feeling invigorated. The once energetic Lorelei had been cast into the Star Tower to keep company with the Vampire Sisters after they had signed a contract. He was now focused on the intelligent holographic interface before him, which was filtering planets suitable for the growth of his star-eating vine. In the vast cosmos, numerous planets boasted mineral content exceeding 50%. Suemo casually selected a lifeless planet, noted its coordinates, and, with the divine armor enveloping him, stepped into the spatial portal that lay before him. On a dimly lit planet billions of kilometers from Earth, Suemo emerged from the portal clad in his battle armor. He surveyed his surroundings, desolate and eerily silent. The landscape was barren, devoid of the oxygen necessary for human survival, explaining the absence of life. The ground beneath his feet was remarkably hard. Suemo reached down and grasped a stone resembling ore, which appeared in his hand. Applying gentle pressure, he found the stone malleable yet unbroken. Truly, it was a planet rich in minerals. He tossed the stone aside, contemplating that after completely consuming this planet, the star-eating vine should reach the 9th tier of stellar classification. He murmured to himself before no longer hesitating. With a flash, he ascended to the sky. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the star-eating vine surged forth, rapidly expanding in the air. Within mere seconds, each tendril of the vine had grown to lengths of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. Once fully unfurled, the star-eating vine enveloped an area with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. A slender tendril brushed against Sumo's arm. Almost affectionately, he reached out to stroke it. "All right, go ahead. Come back once you've absorbed everything." It seemed that the star-eating vine understood him well. Its colossal form plunged into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, the dust settled, and the vine was no longer visible on the surface. In Sumo's perception, it had already descended thousands of meters below ground. At this depth, it could absorb the minerals embedded in the soil at maximum speed. Despite having only 108 primary tendrils, each could extend countless secondary tendrils. The vine entered the earth through these extensions, with its tendrils permeating the entire region down to depths of over 2,000 meters. Within the Star Tower, Suemo sat in the training chamber, gazing at a droplet of golden blood suspended in his palm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This droplet was the divine blood of the beast god. Extracted from its avatar, it was a remarkable treasure in the realm of world-consuming beings, precious even to those of the sovereign level. With the existence of the beast god's avatar, Suemo had a seemingly endless supply of this blood. After all, within the vast expanse of the primordial universe, only 8 innate beast gods existed. Although these beast gods were of the sovereign level, their bodies were incomparably larger than his avatar, they were still part of an endless race competing for dominance. The price of a single droplet of beast god blood had skyrocketed. In contrast, he possessed a beast god over 30 kilometers in size. It was no exaggeration to say that he could bathe in beast god blood daily without a care. However, there were distinctions to be made. The beast god blood he possessed was from a planet-level beast god, while the blood from the sovereign-level beast gods held a different caliber of potency. Each droplet of complete beast god blood could elevate one's genetic tier. Absorbing one droplet would double one's level, 2 droplets would yield quadrupling, 3 droplets would triple it, and so forth, up to a limit. The beast god blood could only enhance one's genetic tier up to 100 times that of a human. This was the ultimate threshold before reaching sovereign level. Naturally, the 9 Tribulations secret tome could break through this limitation. This meant that only the first 100 droplets of beast god blood would have an effect on him. Beyond that, there would be no further enhancement. Yet, even this was sufficiently extraordinary, his current peak, planet-level strength. He possessed 30,000 tons of power. After a 100-fold enhancement, his might would soar to 3 million tons. Most importantly, this enhancement represented an evolution of his genetic tier, meaning that each subsequent level would see a 100-fold increase over the original. When an ordinary human's genetic tier barely crossed into the first stage of stellar classification, their strength would only hover around 1 million tons. After his genetic level was elevated 100-fold, he then broke through to the first tier of the stellar level, with his power directly reaching around 10,000 tons. This is also a remarkable benefit of enhancing one's genetic level, which explains the immense value of the blood of the beast god. With this thought, Suemo hesitated no longer and directly applied the beast god's blood to his chest. If the quality of this blood was insufficient, he would rely on quantity. As soon as he smeared it on his chest, the golden liquid began to permeate his skin. Moments later, an overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloped his body. In simpler terms, the enhancement of the genetic level signifies a leap in the level of life. If one's life level reaches hundreds of times that of a human, even without training, one's lifespan could extend nearly 10,000 years. It is worth noting that even in this world, the powerful Asa divine race, such as Odin and his kin, can only boast a genetic level 3 to 4 times that of humans. Their longevity, spanning thousands of years, is intrinsically linked to their divine essence. The golden blood did not expedite Sumo's enhancement process. It took an entire day for the effects of the beast god's blood to gradually slow down until they finally ceased entirely. Suemo slowly opened his eyes. System. Open the attribute panel. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared before him. Name. Suemo. Age. 22. Power. 600,000 tons. Speed. 140,000 ms. Telekinesis. 600,000 tons. Special ability. Space freezing. Points. 12. 538,200. Level. Planetary grade 9th tier. Genetic level. 2 times. Clone. Time-space beast god indeed. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sumo's eyes. A single drop of the beast god's blood had doubled his genetic level. It seems that the blood of a planetary grade beast god and that of a cosmic sovereign level do not differ significantly in terms of enhancing genetic levels, as both are forms of life with perfect genetic structures. Consequently, it would only require 100 drops to elevate his genetic level 100-fold. Suemo reveled in the exhilaration of continuously enhancing his life level. In Philadelphia, during the evening, Wanda, as usual, entered the nutrient chamber. For over half a month, she had spent every night within this chamber, and now the nutrient solution had been depleted to a considerable extent. According to her estimates, she would absorb the remaining solution entirely that very night. Currently, her strength had reached over 900 tons. Due to her rapid power increase, she had to be exceedingly cautious in her daily activities. fearing that a moment's inattention might harm others, of course. The most delightful aspect was that her skin had transformed to a softness akin to that of a newborn. Moreover, the nutrient solution did not transform her into a muscular woman but rather enhanced her flexibility and agility. This led to subtle changes in her form, resulting in an exaggerated S-curve silhouette. However, she knew this was unattainable. Reluctantly, she sought assistance from Avril. Ultimately, after those who harassed her experienced inexplicable accidents, they retreated in fear. Once comfortably settled in the nutrient chamber, she pressed the button to close the chamber sealed. Wanda gradually succumbed to sleep, and the nutrient solution began to permeate her skin. The nutrient chamber also possessed sleep-enhancing properties. Absorbing nutrients throughout the night proved far more effective than a night's sleep in the latter half of the night. The final drop of nutrient solution was absorbed by Wanda. Moments later, her body began to undergo some peculiar transformations. Threads of crimson light began to manifest around her. This energy slowly enveloped her. Her body began to rise, suspending in midair. The sealed lid of the nutrient chamber flew off under the influence of the red energy. Crashing to the ground with a resounding noise, downstairs, Sonia, who was peacefully asleep in her room, was jolted awake by the tremendous sound. She sat up abruptly, her gaze filled with confusion as she glanced at the ceiling. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly slipped out of bed and stealthily made her way upstairs. Given the magnitude of the noise, she suspected an intruder might have entered the house. Worrying for Wanda's safety. After spending over a year together, their bond had naturally grown quite intimate. With her mutant abilities, she felt an obligation to safeguard Wanda's well-being. Taking careful steps upstairs, ensuring her footsteps made no sound, she quickly circled the second floor, finding nothing amiss. The only remaining space was Wanda's room. With this in mind, she quietly approached Wanda's door, placing her hand on the doorknob and gently pushing it open. As the door creaked ajar, she immediately beheld the scene within the room. Wanda, surrounded by a red glow, floated in midair. Awakening of her powers. Sonia's face registered surprise. To her, it seemed that Wanda was awakening her mutant abilities. And judging by the energy fluctuations, her powers appeared to be quite extraordinary. After a brief contemplation, she settled down on Wanda's bed, deciding to stay vigilant during this awakening, ready to respond should any unexpected situations arise. Even if it meant merely calling for help. For a full hour, Sonia remained transfixed, her gaze locked on the suspended Wanda. Until, at a certain moment, the energy surrounding Wanda began to grow chaotic, and a flicker of pain crossed her face. Gradually, her body descended from the air. "Not good," Sonia exclaimed, rushing forward to catch Wanda as she fell and gently placing her on the bed. However, even lying down, Wanda's face was still occasionally contorted in pain, while the red energy began to coalesce toward her head. Observing this, Sonia hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer, bringing her lips to Wanda's face. A pink mist escaped her mouth, which Wanda inhaled. Subsequently, Sonia placed her hands on either side of Wanda's head and activated her mutant ability. Clearly, the changes occurring in Wanda were likely related to her mental state, and her own powers targeted the domains of spirit and memory. Thus, she resolved to attempt to improve Wanda's current condition. As Sonia's mental energy entered Wanda's mind, Wanda's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating a red glow. Yet, it was evident that she remained in an unconscious state. Moments later, Sonia lost consciousness. The red light surrounding Wanda gradually absorbed into her body. The following morning, Sonia awoke, sprawled across the bed. Groggily rubbing her aching head, she released a pained cry as she regained full awareness. Gradually, the pain subsided, and she suddenly realized that a portion of memories had surfaced in her mind. As these memories began to integrate, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly got up, racing toward the bathroom downstairs. In the bathroom, Sonia felt warm water cascading over her body, a perplexed expression crossing her face. She had come to understand the general course of events. It seemed that Wanda's awakening was also linked to the mind and was considerably more potent than her own. Last night, when her mental energy had entered Wanda's mind, it had triggered a backlash of Wanda's mental energy, not only driving her out but also instinctively invading Sonia's mind. Ordinarily, this would pose no significant issue, as Wanda's unconscious mental energy had not attacked Sonia's consciousness. However, during this invasion, a portion of Wanda's memories had been copied into Sonia's mind. Most crucially, these memories were all connected to Suimo, with many being of an indescribable nature. Consequently, during the morning's integration of these memories, the earlier scene had unfolded. Now, those memories were firmly ingrained in her recollection, and she subconsciously developed a peculiar sentiment towards Suimo. Although Sonia possessed the ability to read and alter others' memories, she found herself utterly incapable of applying this power to herself. She could not erase this particular memory. Staring helplessly at her reflection in the mirror, she found herself at a loss for what to do on the second floor. Wanda also opened her eyes and woke up, observing the disarray of the room and the destroyed nutrient chamber. Her expression shifted. However, she soon felt an unfamiliar surge of energy within her body. Regardless, she had now reached the pinnacle of a battle god's strength. Although her power had been forcibly enhanced by the nutrient solution, she could still sense the sudden influx of energy. She gently raised her right hand, a red energy manifesting within her grasp. What is this? Could it be related to last night's events? She pondered. Realizing it might be connected to her mutation, she aimed her hand at the lid of the nutrient chamber on the floor. With a flash of red light, the lid was enveloped in energy and lifted, soaring in accordance with her gesture. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Wanda's face. However, she soon realized that the energy within her was nearly depleted. After all, being newly awakened, she was not disheartened to present. She hastily took out her phone and dialed Suimo's number. Suimo had previously emphasized to her that any incomprehensible occurrences should be reported to him immediately. Within the Star Tower, in the training room, 7 or 8 months had elapsed. Suimo once again infused a drop of beast goddess blood into his body. As this golden liquid was absorbed, there were no changes to his physique. Could it truly be ineffective? He muttered to himself, then opened his attribute panel. As his words fell, a translucent panel reappeared before him. Name: Suimo. Age: 22. Strength: 30 million tons. Speed: 5 million meters. Mental power: 30 million tons. Special ability: Space Freezing. Score: 73. 698,200 points. Level: Planetary Grade 9. Gene Level: 100 times. Avatar: Time-Space Beast God. Yesterday, under a 10-fold time acceleration, he had absorbed the 100th drop of Beast Goddess blood, elevating his gene level to 100 times. Undeterred, he attempted to absorb the 101st drop, yet his gene level remained unchanged. Nevertheless, he felt content it was rare for any human to elevate their gene level to 100 times at the planetary level. Perhaps he was the only one capable of such a feat after all, even with ample Beast Goddess blood available. Absorbing it required enduring the onslaught of the Beast Goddess will. Each drop contained a fragment of the Beast Goddess consciousness. Even after being processed by a formidable being, the essence of the Beast Goddess will could not be entirely eradicated. Furthermore, the more drops one absorbed, the more intense the will's impact became. For a planetary-level cultivator, withstanding even the first drop's essence of the Beast Goddess will would likely be a testament to their extraordinary talent. Unlike himself, whose source of Beast Goddess blood was his own avatar, thus making the so-called will of the Beast God merely an extension of his own will. Would his own will impose any challenge upon himself? Clearly not. This led to the absence of any limitations in this regard. At that moment, the intelligent light brain on his arm emitted a series of sounds. Wanda? Noticing the number, Suimo restored the flow of time in the room to normal and then answered the call. Chapter 144, Wanda's Special Training in Philadelphia. Within the villa, Wanda had just ended the call when a spatial door slowly opened in front of her, and Suimo stepped through. How do you feel? After assessing and confirming that Wanda was perfectly fine, Suimo let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that after absorbing the nutrient solution, her chaotic power would awaken directly. It feels quite good. Wanda waved her hand dismissively, a look of excitement on her face. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a water cup on the table, enveloped in red energy, floated into the air. Filled with water and slowly made its way to Suimo. So far, it seems like only benefits have arisen, without any negative aspects. Suimo nodded in agreement. It was reasonable to assume this, based on the previous trajectory. With the unreliable research of Baron Strucker on the Mind Scepter, both she and Peter had successfully awakened. Such natural awakenings at a certain level of power posed no issues whatsoever. At that moment, Sonia, freshly washed up, approached. Upon seeing that Wanda had awakened, She also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems you're all right after saying this. Her gaze fell on Suimo, revealing a hint of awkwardness on her face. Though she quickly regained her composure. Wait, when did you come up? Sonia glanced at the staircase, looking curiously at Suimo standing opposite her. She had been downstairs all this time and had not heard the sound of the door opening. Before either could explain, Sonia waved her hand dismissively, her expression shifting to one of caution as she looked at Suimo. What's your take on what has happened to Wanda? Her caution was understandable. Over the years, humanity had held varying views on mutants. Some treated them equally, while others could not accept them at all. Additionally, due to Magneto's actions in previous years, certain extreme individuals harbored animosity towards mutants. As someone with experience, she had intended to persuade Wanda and gauge Suimo's stance before deciding whether to candidly disclose Wanda's transformation into a mutant. However, she had already witnessed Wanda demonstrating her abilities in front of Suimo when she had gone upstairs. Naturally, she hoped that Wanda would not face any adverse repercussions because of this, and could only hope that Suimo was not among those who harbored hatred towards mutants. Hearing Sonia's words, Suimo appeared contemplative. After a moment, a smile graced his face. What do I think? I believe it's quite good. At least it will make life much more convenient. From Sonia's expression, Suimo understood her concerns. But she was clearly overthinking it. Upon hearing Suimo's words, Sonia visibly relaxed. All right, it seems I need not worry about you too. After speaking, she cast a subtle glance at Suimo, then turned and walked downstairs, leaving the space for the couple. Watching her retreating figure, Suimo looked at Wanda with curiosity. Why do I feel like her gaze was a bit strange? Is it? I didn't notice anything. Wanda appeared puzzled. All right. Suimo shook his head. Perhaps it was just my illusion. In a mansion in Manhattan, Suimo and Wanda sat in the training room on the villa's top floor. Though Wanda had awakened her chaotic power and reached the peak of a war god, her control over this power was rudimentary at best, falling short of even the capabilities of many warriors. Rather than expecting her to master the Thunder Blade or enhance her striking power, the minimum requirement was that she could completely control her own strength. The situation at school was straightforward. With just over a week until the winter break, Suimo merely informed them, and the school agreed without hesitation. Considering the ongoing construction of the teaching building, after a moment, Wanda closed the book she had been holding. Are you sure the methods in there are effective? Wanda looked at Suimo with a skeptical expression. Of course, the primary concern was that the techniques described in the book seemed overly simplistic, such as breaking tofu with a board or cracking raw eggs with bare hands. Were it not for Suimo's earnest demeanor, she might have suspected she had received a cookbook instead. Absolutely. Suimo nodded with utmost seriousness. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. These ideas were merely inspirations drawn from novels he had encountered in his past life. He had no other options, as the techniques rewarded by the system did not include such basic training methods. In any case, even if it was merely a matter of controlling one's rapidly increasing strength, it would still hold some value. Seeing Suimo's unwavering confidence, Wanda decided to trust him. Thus, over the course of the following week, the Villa's maid saw a significant increase in the procurement of tofu and eggs. A week later, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, a man and a woman, resembling superhumans, were engaged in an intense sparring match. Their bodies moved at breathtaking speeds, creating a flurry of afterimages. As they clashed, trees on the island fell like grass, and animals hiding in the forest fled in panic, including even the fiercest predators like gorillas and leopards. It was not until half an hour later that the island gradually fell silent. At the center of the island, Suimo and Wanda landed gracefully on the ground. After such vigorous exertion, both wore relaxed expressions, showing no signs of fatigue. All right, that's enough. Wanda shook her head. Though Suimo had suppressed his power to match hers, she found that no matter how she attacked, he could effortlessly defend against her. His relaxed demeanor indicated that he was merely toying with her. Noting the dejected look on Wanda's face, Suimo smiled and shook his head. Upon hearing Suimo's words, Wanda's expression brightened instantly. Really? Of course, it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Suimo nodded affirmatively. Given her current close combat abilities, while she might not be able to contend with Hulk effortlessly, he would certainly not be able to harm her. That alone was sufficient. After all, her intended developmental path was that of a mage. Her close combat capabilities were merely required for self-defense. Chapter 145. Wanda begins training in dark magic in the villa. Suemo sat opposite Wanda. Next, we will focus on the abilities you just awakened. You mean the power to manipulate objects? Wanda looked momentarily stunned. After all, compared to her enhanced physical strength at the peak of a war god, this ability seemed almost trivial in combat. However, it was undeniably convenient in daily life. As she spoke, she casually extended her hand, and a bottle of water nearby floated into her grasp, enveloped in red energy. Seeing Wanda regard her chaotic power, one of the three ancient cosmic forces, as merely an auxiliary ability, Suemo interjected. This ability is far more than just a support function. Subsequently, Suemo elaborated on the formidable nature of chaotic power to Wanda. Upon Suemo's revelation that the power of chaos possesses the ability to alter reality, Wanda could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Raising her right hand, she observed the chaotic energy gradually coalescing within her grasp. Indeed, Suemo replied, casually waving his hand. A replica of a dark tome materialized in his possession. Next, you can gradually master the chaotic energy within you by studying dark magic. Although this was also a replica, it differed from those given to his contractual partners. This edition was a deluxe version, crafted through Suemo's magical prowess. The sole distinction was that this dark tome could also store dark energy, and he had already infused it with 10 units of Zysorn energy. Handing over the deluxe dark scripture to Wanda across from him, she received it with a skeptical expression. Could this possibly be another item akin to the last one, resembling a mere cookbook? Suemo, feeling an urge to pinch her conscience, lamented her doubts about her husband. Noticing Suemo's expression, Wanda burst into laughter and pecked him on the cheek. All right, I was just teasing. After whispering a few reparative suggestions in Suemo's ear, he reluctantly forgave her. After soothing Suemo's wounded spirit, Wanda gently opened the half-inch thick black book. She gazed upon the spells inscribed within. A look of astonishment graced her face. Is this the magic you've been using each time you visit? Wanda inquired, her attention captivated by the spatial gateway spell on the first page. Seeing Suemo nod, her interest was immediately piqued. If she mastered this magic, she could traverse anywhere at will with this thought. She began to read earnestly. Suemo explained the precautions for casting spells, then turned to leave. With her current strength, there was virtually nothing on Earth that could pose a threat to her. There was no need to worry about encountering any dangers while wielding magic. Within the Star Tower, Suemo sat cross-legged in the training room, retrieving 2 items obtained from the Banshee Lorelei, the Eternal Flame and the Eye of the Sorcerer. Presently, the Eye of the Sorcerer did not hold significant utility for Suemo, as it proved to be of little use to Odin and Thor. Its effectiveness was likely limited. He waved his hand lightly, causing the Eye of the Sorcerer to hover before him, its cover slowly retracting to reveal a white orb resembling an eyeball. The moment the eyeball manifested, a peculiar wave of energy swept through the fan-shaped area before him. Witnessing this spectacle, Suemo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Eye of the Sorcerer's ability was to launch area attacks. In the future, it would serve well against foes that were inconvenient to eliminate. Had he possessed this item during the previous encounter in the strange world with those presidential legislators, the process would have been far less cumbersome. A mere command following the eye's activation would suffice. Satisfied, he stored it away. Next, his gaze fell upon the Eternal Flame. In contrast to the Eye of the Sorcerer's auxiliary function, the Eternal Flame held far greater potential. The properties of this flame, when considered alongside the Hellfire, evoked thoughts of the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider was a fusion of Hellfire and the Spirit of Vengeance, capable of imbuing objects with life through Hellfire while possessing the ability of immortality. Suemo pondered whether a combination of Hellfire and Eternal Flame might yield similar results. With this in mind, he resolved to experiment. First, he crushed the crystal encasing the Eternal Flame, releasing its essence. Then, he unleashed a thread of dark energy, guiding it toward the Eternal Flame. Upon contact, the dark energy was absorbed by the flame, and Suemo sensed a subtle increase in its potency. Recognizing this phenomenon, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the Eternal Flame could absorb energy to grow stronger. This realization provided Suemo with a solid foundation for experimentation. After all, a singular Ghost Rider held little significance for him. But the prospect of mass production was a different matter entirely. Just imagine if an army of the undead could be transformed into Ghost Riders. Such a force would be unstoppable. Hundreds of millions of Ghost Riders. What were the Chitauri army and Thanos' cosmic fleet compared to such an invincible legion? Of course, this scenario hinged on Thanos not possessing all the Infinity Stones. Without hesitation, Suemo extracted a flicker of flame from the Eternal Flame and another from the Hellfire. Skillfully maneuvering them closer together, as they made contact, there was no violent rejection between the two flames. Observing this, Sumo's expression brightened. He then gradually increased the pressure, attempting to achieve complete fusion. However, it quickly became apparent that the task was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. As he compressed them to an extreme point, a chemical reaction seemed to ignite, causing the contained energy to become wildly unstable. Even with all his strength exerted in compression, there were no signs of the two flames wishing to merge. Witnessing this, Suemo sighed. It was indeed not an easy feat. He glanced at the flames, now compressed to their limits, shook his head, and casually opened a spatial portal, discarding them within no need to waste.